Kyoto. Lin family villa. Ah. Lin Xian, covered my cheeks with my hands and let out a miserable scream. At the same moment, the eldest sister Lin Rusheng threw the whip hard to the ground. Lin Xian, are you sick? Your peace locket is just a cheap item. You actually fought with Xiao Hao for something worth $3 or $5. If you dare to touch Xiao Hao again, I'll beat your skin to pieces. I was startled, then shuddered, and my face felt burning. I looked up at the woman in front of me. After being whipped, I finally confirmed one thing: I was reborn. This was the year of the college entrance examination. My adopted brother Lin Hao wanted to smash my peace locket and pretended to be pushed to the ground by me. My eldest sister Lin Rushuang beat me up without asking any questions. The end result was undoubtedly that I was beaten to a pulp and had to apologize in the end. I, Lin Xian, was originally the young master of the Lin family, a prominent family in Kyoto. I was lost at birth and was raised by someone else for 16 years. Later, the Lin family found me and took me back to the Lin family from my adoptive parents' home. And Lin Hao is the adopted son of the Lin family. Back then, when my biological mother Qin Yulan learned that her child was lost, she refused to eat or drink and almost went crazy. It was not until Lin Zhongdao, the head of the Lin family, personally selected a child from the orphanage and brought him home to adopt that Qin Yulan's condition gradually improved and she saved her life. From then on, Lin Hao became a great contributor to the Lin family. For 16 years, this child brought back from the orphanage by Lin Zhongdao has been raised in the palm of the Lin family's hand and has enjoyed great glory. The three daughters of the Lin family treated Lin Hao like their own brother and doted on him. But his attitude towards me, his biological brother, is completely different. Contempt, sarcasm, humiliation, disdain. In the previous life, 2 days before Lin Hao's birthday, my father Lin Zhongdao beat me up just because Lin Hao instigated me in front of my parents. No matter how much I explained, Lin Zhongdao always stood on Lin Hao's side. It was not until I was knocked unconscious that Lin Zhongdao had someone throw me into the storage room to reflect. Even though he was unconscious, he still asked me to write a 10,000-word letter of guarantee. For the next 2 days, I didn't eat or drink anything. In addition, my internal organs were bleeding from the beatings from Lin Zhongdao, and I finally lost consciousness. At the moment when Lin Xian, the young master of the Lin family, died, the birthday party of his adopted son Lin Hao reached its climax. Hundreds of barrels of fireworks exploded at the same time, lighting up the night like day. The people present were so enthusiastic that they seemed to have forgotten that the Lin family had a biological son. In the villa square, all eyes were on Lin Hao, and no one cared about my life or death. Fragments of memories from my previous life flashed through my mind. My eyes were determined, and I had only one thought at this moment: leave the Lin family and cut off all ties with these people. Sister, brother Lin Xian didn't mean it. He loves me so much, how could he hurt me? It's my fault. Brother Lin Xian cared so much about his peace locket, I shouldn't have looked at it. Lin Hao looked aggrieved, with tears welling up from his red eyes. Seeing the situation in front of her, Lin Rusheng became more and more annoyed. Turning around and coming to Lin Hao, she carefully wiped away his tears. Xiao Hao, don't be afraid, I'm here. As she spoke, Lin Rusheng protected Lin Hao behind her, and there was a hint of sharpness in her eyes as she looked at me. I saw clearly what happened. Lin Xian, don't try to quibble. What are you still standing there for? Apologize to Xiao Hao right now. My heart ached. This is the elder sister I respect. She didn't even give me a chance to explain. As soon as she opened her mouth, she blamed all the mistakes on me. I gritted my teeth and stepped forward, my expression unusually calm. Lin Hao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been impulsive just now. It's my fault for making big sister angry too. I hope you can forgive me. My voice was flat and there was no emotion in it. Lin Rusheng looked surprised, with her brows furrowed. Whenever I encountered this kind of thing in the past, I would rush to explain, but now I'm like a different person. But since I have admitted my mistake, there is no need for her to take it seriously. Lin Rusheng raised her eyebrows and glanced at me, her face full of disgust. I'll remember what happened today. If you dare to fight with Xiao Hao next time, I'll skin you alive. Go back to your room and reflect on your actions. From now until noon tomorrow, you are not allowed to step out of the house. Lin Rushuang was furious. The expression on my face was as calm as a dry well, without any ripples. Go back to your room and reflect on your mistakes. There will be no food tonight or tomorrow morning. Isn't it just that I'm not allowed to eat? In fact, since I returned to the Lin family, I can only eat 3 meals a day very rarely. I'm used to this kind of punishment. Even if I eat a normal meal, I will be met with countless cold stares. It is hard to imagine that these words, such as shameful, uneducated, and reincarnation of a starving ghost, all came from the mouths of the Lin family. The genuine young master of the Lin family was nearly 1.9 meters tall, but was raised to weigh 110 kilograms. How ironic. Got it. I'll go back first. I became disheartened and the desire to leave the Lin family became stronger and stronger. As for the Lin family's food, I won't eat it even if they bring it to me. I turned around, and at this moment I heard Lin Hao's voice again. Brother Lin Xian, your things fell. Is this something my elder sister gave you? At this moment, Lin Hao and Lin Rusheng's eyes were fixed on a small bamboo section. That was indeed the gift Lin Rusheng gave me, rising higher and higher. At that time, Lin Rusheng just casually broke off a small piece of bamboo, but I treated it as a treasure. Lin Rusheng's face was filled with pride when she thought about how I always carried the bamboo with me. I didn't stop and continued walking forward, but I still answered Lin Hao's question. It's just a piece of bamboo. It's everywhere on the street. If you want it, just take it. Thinking about the gifts that Lin Rusheng gave to Lin Hao, and then thinking about that piece of bamboo, a bitter feeling appeared on the corners of my mouth. Lin Hao received luxury cars and watches, which were very valuable. What I received was something I picked up from the flower bed. It's hard to describe the huge difference in treatment. The funny thing is, I used to treasure it very much. What a nice gesture. Not far away. Lin Rushuang's face became increasingly gloomy. I just want to throw away the things she gave me. In the past, I would have protected those bamboos as if they were my life. Lin Rushuang wanted to continue to lose her temper, but I had already entered the house. Sister, has brother Lin Xian not really forgiven me? He seems to be still very angry now. Hearing Lin Hao's voice, Lin Rusheng's expression changed again. How is that possible? My sister has already taught him a lesson today. He wouldn't dare to do that. Don't worry, if Lin Xian annoys you again, come and tell me, and I'll help you give him some skin. As soon as I entered the room, I felt dizzy and my heart beat faster. I stretched out my hand and instinctively covered my chest, and the blood from my palm dyed the entire peace locket red. I sat on the bed for a while before I had the strength to take out a cardboard box. There were band-aids, gauze, and hemostatic drugs in the box. I was beaten a lot on a daily basis, so I saved up these emergency items. Ignore the bruises on your arms for now, but treat the bleeding wounds promptly. After 2 years in the Lin family, the thing I have the most is scars. I can't remember how many times they beat me. I just remember that anything involving Lin Hao was always my fault in the end. Anything I could get at home could fall on me at any time. The Lin family is really kind to me. This clarity was gained at the cost of a body of injuries and a life. I felt a sharp pain and quickly collected my thoughts and concentrated on applying the medicine. After a few minutes, the wound was almost healed, and the unreachable parts of the back were left alone. Looking at the items in the house, I find myself ridiculous. I am the biological son of the Lin family, a legitimate young master, and I have the blood of Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao flowing in my veins. The house I lived in was actually a storage room of about 10 square meters. The room was small and narrow. Apart from the wooden bed for sitting, there was only room for a wooden table and a plastic chair. In my previous life, I passed away here. I still remember the indescribable pain and feeling of suffocation. I lay on my side in bed, and my thoughts became more and more firm. Since I'm not likable, why should I bother to save the Lin family's face? Everyone thought that I worked hard for the Lin family's money, and that I had been hiding in the Lin family because I wanted to inherit the property. The disgust of several sisters, Lin Hao's unscrupulous means, and the endless abuse and frame-up seemed to have no end. They thought that since I grew up in an ordinary family, I must have evil intentions and a lot of bad deeds. Even if I returned to the Lin family, there was no way I could sit at the same table with people like them who had received higher education. In their eyes, I am different, a stain, and will always be a disgrace. But Lin Hao is different. Lin Hao was raised with great care by Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao. Although he had always lived a life of luxury, his character was absolutely impeccable. In such a comparison, the sisters prefer their adopted brother. After all, they have been together for so many years, so naturally they like him much better. Even in front of me, they openly expressed their doubts about why they wanted to bring me back to embarrass me. You must leave. I talked to myself. I don't want to stay in the Lin family for a moment longer, and I'm too lazy to care about all the mess that goes on there. Boom, boom, boom. There was a hurried knock on the door. I frowned slightly, a hint of impatience showing on my face. I endured the pain, got out of bed, opened the door, and saw my second sister Lin Qingyu looking at me with disgust. You've grown bold and dared to hit someone. After living in the slums for more than a decade, haven't you learned to respect the elderly and love the young? Xiaohao is your brother. You can even kill your own relatives. You are worse than an animal. I looked at Lin Qingyu calmly. Another person came to seek justice for Lin Hao. The fact that he was so angry and came to call for an explanation must be that Lin Hao had gossiped about something in front of Lin Qingyu again. Lin Hao is very good at this. As for the relatives Lin Qingyu mentioned, I find it even more ridiculous. Lin Qingyu and I have the same blood, but she treats Lin Hao as a relative, while I am worse than an animal. I'm too lazy to explain. Second sister, my eldest sister has already dealt with this matter, and I have apologized. You. Lin Qingyu was so angry that she was shaking all over and couldn't utter a word. I thought I would explain, but I didn't expect I would be so calm. She was filled with anger, but had no place to vent it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyu squeezed out a word viciously. I'm warning you, if you dare to bully Xiaohao again, I won't let you off easily. After saying this, Lin Qingyu covered her nose and left. I closed the door and gathered the few belongings I had in the room. Even with 2 pieces of clothing, a few books and everything packed in, the backpack was still flat. Today is the weekend. Father Lin Zhongdao and Mother Qin Yulan took a plane to travel yesterday afternoon, leaving only 3 sisters and Lin Hao at home. It is a good time to leave now. If Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao were here, I'm afraid they would have to explain more. Not being able to see the 2 of them also saved a lot of trouble. When I went out to the living room, the people sitting on the sofa turned their heads at the same time and looked at me with disgust. Lin Xian, who told you to come out? Didn't I tell you not to go out before noon tomorrow? Lin Rushuang's eyes were sharp. She was the one who proposed the punishment, but I didn't listen. This was clearly a challenge to her authority. Lin Qingyu snorted coldly and glared at me fiercely. He looks like a hooligan, what good can he do? If he goes out with a bag on his back on the weekend, people will believe him if he says he robs a bank. Next, Lin Hao began to pretend. Sisters, please don't talk about brother Lin Xian like that. Maybe he really has something wrong. My parents are not at home now, so please be accommodating to him for once. Bang. Lin Jilan slammed the table. It is because our parents are not around that we have to follow the rules. If we let him do whatever he wants, wouldn't that be lawless? My silence doesn't mean I don't know what happened. Lin Xian, you're going too far. I sneered and looked at the people in front of me as if nothing had happened. The eldest sister, Lin Rushuang, is the president of the Lin Group branch. The second sister, Lin Qingyu, is a popular singer in the public eye and has always had a sweet image. The third sister, Lin Jilan, is a well-known dancer in Kyoto and a highly praised talent in the dance world. At this moment, the 3 people behaved as unreasonably as a village woman scolding in the street. It's such a waste of my time to get involved with these people. I looked away and continued walking forward with a blank expression. Stop right there. I guess you won't learn your lesson unless I whip you a few times. Lin Jilan stood up suddenly, turned around and yelled at the nanny next to him. Mother Zhou, whip. Today I will let him know what the rules are. Mother Zhou swallowed hard. Miss, yesterday. What are you hesitating about? If you don't go, get out. Lin Jilan's eyes were about to spit fire. Mother Zhou dared not say any more and handed over the whip tremblingly. Lin Rushuang's heart tightened. She had hit me yesterday, and it seemed that she had hit me quite hard. Third sister, it's over. Before Lin Rushuang could finish her words, Lin Jilan had already raised the whip. As soon as I let go, the backpack fell to the ground and my body stood up straight. Let's get started. After this beating, I will have nothing to do with your Lin family anymore. Okay, you still want to threaten me. Before I could finish my words, Lin Jilan's whip had already hit me. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. You have no knowledge and yet you threaten me. You're still breaking off relations. Fine, let me see who's harder, my whip or your mouth. If you have the guts, don't scare me. Just write an agreement and issue a statement. Lin Jilan fought harder and harder, and became angrier and angrier. Just when another whip was about to fall, I suddenly raised my hand and grabbed the whip. Okay, I will write an agreement with you now, declaring that I will sever ties with the Lin family. Everyone present was stunned and looked at me in disbelief. Lin Jilan was dumbfounded. What was I talking about just now? Do I really have to write an agreement to sever ties with the Lin family? What a joke. The Lin family is wealthy and powerful. I have endured this for so long and gained nothing. How can I bear to leave? What he did was clearly a self-torture tactic, just to win everyone's sympathy. Okay, today I will do as you wish. Even if my parents are not around, I can still make the decision. Mrs. Zhou, bring me some paper and pen. I want to see how to write this severance agreement. Mother Zhou looked at Lin Rusheng for help with an embarrassed expression. Lin Rusheng kept her lips tightly shut and said nothing. At this time, Lin Qingyu was watching coldly, looking like she was enjoying the show. In this family, Jilin and Jilan have the hottest tempers. Who made me so blind as to provoke the third young lady? You deserve it. Don't bother Aunt Zhou. I have paper and pen here. I bent down, took out a pen and paper from my backpack, and started writing something in front of everyone. In my previous life, I was beaten to death by my own father. What's funny is that after learning of my death, the first thing they thought about was how to cover up the scandal. Later, they even issued a statement that the original paternity test was wrong and Lin Xian was not a member of the Lin family. Naturally, there was no follow-up to the matter. After hearing the news, the adoptive parents cried all day long and both died of depression. All of these things that happened later were what I saw before I was born again. As for why I didn't reincarnate or my soul was scattered, I myself can't figure it out. However, when I existed in the state of a soul, I lost the peace locket. Next, I seemed to be in a confined space, able to see what was happening outside but unable to get out. Fortunately, there are countless ancient books in the space, and the contents are all-encompassing, as if they contain the answers to all the questions in the world. I have always liked reading, and after a period of time, I finally began to calm down and read ancient books, and my mentality became relieved. Those people in the Lin family are not worth my sadness at all, and they are not worthy of me wasting my emotions. Countless days and nights repeated themselves, and suddenly one day, my eyes lit up, followed by a burning pain on my face. It was then that I was sure that I was reborn. Lin Xian, I'm telling you, don't play any tricks. If you write any excessive demands in this agreement, we will never agree to it. Don't even think about taking anything away from the Lin family secretly. Seeing me sign and put down the pen, Lin Jilan added viciously. I said, Lin Jilan, everything in the bag is mine. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't believe me, you can check it on the spot. Lin Jilan was stunned on the spot. This is really against him. In the past, this kid was always trying to curry favor with me, serving me tea and water, washing clothes, and delivering meals, and was as servile as a servant. Now people actually nominate people with surnames and call themselves by their given names. And his eyes were so cold that they made people feel scared. Lin Jilan was completely stunned. At this time, Lin Qingyu came over. Third sister, hurry up and take a look. Don't let this kid fool you. If he asks for too much in the agreement, don't agree to it. Lin Qingyu spoke in a low voice, but her face was full of caution. Lin Jilan calmed his mind. Although he didn't say anything, the speed at which his eyes moved slowed down significantly. The contents on the two A4 sheets were identical, but with a few sentences written on them, most of the space was blank. If I had to ask for a condition, I only have one. We will cut off all ties from today onwards, and no one from the Lin family is allowed to disturb my life anymore. Oh. You really think you are an important person? This seems to be the opposite of what is said, right? I have always been the one humbly trying to please the Lin family. When did the Lin family disturb me? Lin Jilan picked up the pen and was about to sign when he suddenly seemed to think of something. Wait a minute, we have to settle a score. Since you came to the Lin family, everything you eat, drink, use, and play with belongs to the Lin family. Pay me back before we sever ties. Lin Jilan was arrogant and aggressive. I looked up. In the past 2 years since I came to the Lin family, I haven't spent a penny of your money. Oh, that's ridiculous. If you don't spend the Lin family's money, how do you get the tuition? Where do you get the money to buy clothes? You even have to pay for participating in school activities. Did you get the money from the wind? Lin Jilan's words were full of sarcasm. Kyoto. Lin family villa. Ah. A miserable scream was heard and Lin Xian covered his face with his hands. At the same time, the eldest sister Lin Rusheng threw the whip on the ground. Lin Xian, are you sick? Your peace locket is just a cheap item. You actually fought with Xiao Hao for something worth $3 or $5. If you dare to touch Xiao Hao again, I'll beat your skin to pieces. Lin Xian was stunned, then shuddered. My face is burning with pain. Looking up at the woman in front of him, it was after being whipped that Lin Xian finally confirmed one thing: he was reborn. This was the year of the college entrance examination. My adopted brother Lin Hao wanted to smash his own peace locket and pretended to be pushed to the ground by me. The eldest sister Lin Rushuang beat herself up without asking any questions. The end result was undoubtedly that he was beaten to pieces and had to apologize in the end. As the real young master of the Lin family, a prestigious family in Kyoto, Lin Xian was lost at birth and was raised by someone else for 16 years. Later, the Lin family found Lin Xian and took him back to the Lin family from his adoptive parents' home. And Lin Hao is the adopted son of the Lin family. That year, when Lin Xian's biological mother Qin Yulan learned that her child was lost, she refused to eat or drink and almost went crazy. It was Lin Zhongdao, the head of the Lin family, who personally selected a child from the orphanage and brought him back to adopt. Qin Yulan's condition gradually improved, and she was able to save her life. From then on, Lin Hao became a great contributor to the Lin family. For 16 years, this child brought back from the orphanage by Lin Zhongdao has been raised in the palm of the Lin family's hand and has enjoyed great glory. The 3 daughters of the Lin family treated Lin Hao like their own brother and doted on him. However, his attitude towards Lin Xian, his biological brother, is completely different. Contempt, sarcasm, humiliation, disdain. In the previous life, 2 days before Lin Hao's birthday, Father Lin Zhongdao beat Lin Xian severely because Lin Hao had instigated him in front of his parents. Lin Xian explained in every possible way, but Lin Zhongdao always stood on Lin Hao's side. It was not until Lin Xian was knocked unconscious that Lin Zhongdao had someone throw Lin Xian into the storage room to reflect. Even though he was already unconscious, Lin Zhongdao was still shouting at Lin Xian to write a 10,000-word letter of guarantee. For the next 2 days, Lin Xian didn't eat or drink anything. In addition, his internal organs had already been beaten to the point of bleeding by Lin Zhongdao, and he finally lost consciousness. At the moment when Lin Xian, the young master of the Lin family, died, the birthday party of his adopted son Lin Hao also reached its climax. Hundreds of barrels of fireworks exploded at the same time, lighting up the night like day. Everyone present was so enthusiastic that they seemed to have forgotten that the Lin family had a biological son. In the villa square, all eyes were on Lin Hao, and no one cared about Lin Xian's life or death. In the previous life, fragments of memory flashed through my mind. Lin Xian's eyes were determined, and there was only one thought in his mind: to leave the Lin family and cut off all ties with these people. Sister, brother Lin Xian didn't mean it. He loves me so much, how could he hurt me? It's my fault. Brother Lin Xian cared so much about his peace locket, I shouldn't have looked at it. Lin Hao looked aggrieved, with tears welling up from his red eyes. Seeing the situation in front of her, Lin Rusheng became more and more annoyed. Turning around and coming to Lin Hao, Lin Rusheng carefully wiped away his tears. Xiaohao, don't be afraid, I'm here. As she spoke, Lin Rusheng protected Lin Hao behind her, and there was a hint of sharpness in her eyes as she looked at Lin Xian. I saw clearly what happened, Lin Xian, don't try to quibble. What are you still standing there for? Apologize to Xiaohao right now. Lin Xian felt a sharp pain in his heart. This was the elder sister he respected, but she didn't even give him a chance to explain. As soon as he opened his mouth, he blamed all the mistakes on himself. Lin Xian stepped forward despite the pain, but his expression was unusually calm. Lin Hao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been impulsive just now. It's my fault for making big sister angry too. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Xian's voice was flat, without any emotion in it. Lin Rusheng looked surprised, with her brows furrowed. Whenever something like this happened in the past, Lin Xian would be anxious to explain, but now he seemed like a different person. But since he has admitted his mistake, there is no need to be serious about it. Lin Rusheng raised her eyebrows and glanced at Lin Xian, her face full of disgust. I'll remember what happened today. If you dare to fight with Xiaohao next time, I'll skin you alive. Go back to your room and reflect on your actions. From now until noon tomorrow, you are not allowed to step out of the house. Lin Rusheng was furious. The expression on Lin Xian's face was as calm as a dry well, without any ripples. Go back to your room and reflect on your mistakes. There will be no food tonight or tomorrow morning. Isn't it just that I'm not allowed to eat? In fact, since returning to the Lin family, I can only eat 3 meals a day very rarely. Lin Xian has long been accustomed to such punishment. Even if he had a normal meal, Lin Xian would still be looked down upon countless times. It is hard to imagine that words like shameful, uneducated, and reincarnation of a starving ghost all came from the Lin family. The genuine young master of the Lin family, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, was raised to weigh 110 kilograms. How ironic. Got it. I'll go back first. Lin Xian was disheartened and wanted to leave the Lin family more and more. As for the Lin family's food, I wouldn't eat it even if they brought it to me. Lin Xian turned around, and at this time Lin Hao's voice came to his ears again. Brother Lin Xian, your things fell. Is this something my elder sister gave you? At this moment, Lin Hao and Lin Rusheng's eyes were fixed on a small bamboo section. That was indeed the gift that Lin Rusheng gave to Lin Xian. Getting higher and higher. At that time, Lin Rusheng just casually broke off a small piece of bamboo, but Lin Xian treated it as a treasure. Thinking of Lin Xian carrying the bamboo with him at all times, Lin Rusheng's face was filled with pride. Lin Xian did not stop and continued to move forward, but still answered Lin Hao's question. It's just a piece of bamboo. It's everywhere on the street. If you want it, just take it. Thinking about the gifts that Lin Rusheng gave to Lin Hao, and then thinking about that piece of bamboo, Lin Xian's mouth felt bitter. Lin Hao received luxury cars and watches, which were very valuable. What he received was something he picked up from the flower bed. It's hard to describe the huge difference in treatment. The funny thing is, I used to treasure it so much. What a nice gesture. Not far away. Lin Rusheng's face became increasingly gloomy. The things I gave to Lin Xian, he actually just refused to accept them. In the past, Lin Xian would have protected those bamboos as if they were his life. Lin Rusheng wanted to continue to lose her temper, but Lin Xian had already entered the house. Sister, has brother Lin Xian not really forgiven me? He seems to be still very angry now. Hearing Lin Hao's voice, Lin Rusheng's expression changed again. How is that possible? My sister has already taught him a lesson today. He wouldn't dare to do that. Don't worry, if Lin Xian annoys you again, come and tell me, and I'll help you give him some skin. As soon as he entered the house, Lin Xian felt dizzy and his heartbeat accelerated. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and instinctively covered his chest. The blood on his palm dyed the entire peace locket red. Lin Xian sat on the bed for a while before he had the strength to take out a cardboard box. There are band-aids, gauze, and hemostatic drugs in the box. Lin Xian was often beaten on a daily basis, so he saved up these emergency items. Ignore the bruises on your arms for now, but treat the bleeding wounds promptly. After 2 years in the Lin family, the thing he had the most was scars. Lin Xian couldn't remember how many times he had been beaten by them. I just remember that anything involving Lin Hao was always my fault in the end, and anything I could get at home could hit him at any time. The Lin family is really kind to me. This clarity was gained at the cost of a body of injuries and a life. Feeling a sharp pain, Lin Xian quickly withdrew his thoughts and concentrated on applying the medicine. After a few minutes, the wound was almost healed, and the unreachable areas on the back were left alone. Looking at the items in the house, Lin Xian found himself ridiculous. He is the biological son of the Lin family and a legitimate young master, and the blood of Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao remains in his body. The house I lived in was actually a storage room of about 10 square meters. The room was small and narrow. Apart from the wooden bed for sitting, there was only room for a wooden table and a plastic chair. In my previous life, I passed away here. Lin Xian still remembers the indescribable pain and feeling of suffocation. Lin Xian lay on his side on the bed, his thoughts becoming more and more determined. Since I am not likable, why should I bother to save the Lin family's face? Everyone believed that their hard work was for the Lin family's money, and that they had been hiding in the Lin family because they wanted to inherit the property. The disgust of several sisters, Lin Hao's unscrupulous means, and the endless abuse and frame-up seem to have no end. They feel that since they grew up in an ordinary family, they must have evil intentions and a lot of bad deeds. Even if I returned to the Lin family, there was no way I could sit at the same table with people like them who had received higher education. In their eyes, I am different, a stain, and will always be a disgrace. But Lin Hao is different. Lin Hao was raised with great care by Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao. Although he had always lived a life of luxury, his character was absolutely impeccable. In such a comparison, the sisters prefer their adopted brother. After all, they have been together for so many years, so naturally they like him much better. Even in front of Lin Xian, they openly expressed their doubts as to why they had to bring Lin Xian back to embarrass themselves. You must leave. Lin Xian talked to himself. Lin Xian didn't want to stay at the Lin family for a moment longer, and he was too lazy to care about the mess surrounding the Lin family. Boom boom boom. There was a hurried knock on the door. Lin Xian frowned slightly, a hint of impatience showing on his face. Lin Xian endured the pain, got out of bed and opened the door, then he saw his second sister Lin Qingyu looking at him with disgust. You've grown bold and dared to hit someone. After living in the slums for more than a decade, haven't you learned to respect the elderly and love the young? Xiaohao is your brother. You can even kill your own relatives. You are worse than an animal. Lin Xian looked at Lin Qingyu calmly. Another person came to seek justice for Lin Hao. The reason why he came so angrily to call for an explanation must be that Lin Hao had gossiped about something in front of Lin Qingyu again. Lin Hao is very good at this. As for the relatives Lin Qingyu mentioned, Lin Xian found it even more ridiculous. She and Lin Qingyu have the same blood, but she treats Lin Hao as a relative, while she herself is worse than an animal. Lin Xian was too lazy to explain. Second sister, my eldest sister has already dealt with this matter, and I have apologized. You. Lin Qingyu was so angry that her whole body was shaking and she couldn't even utter a word. I thought Lin Xian would explain, but I didn't expect him to be so calm. I was holding a lot of anger in my heart, but I had no place to vent it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyu squeezed out a word viciously. I'm warning you, if you dare to bully Xiaohao again, I won't let you off easily. After saying this, Lin Qingyu covered her nose and left. Lin Xian closed the door and packed up his only belongings in the room. Even with 2 pieces of clothing, a few books and everything packed in, the backpack was still flat. Today is the weekend. Father Lin Zhongdao and Mother Qin Yulan took a plane to travel yesterday afternoon, leaving only 3 sisters and Lin Hao at home. It is a good time to leave now. If Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao were here, I'm afraid they would have to explain more. Not being able to see the two of them also saved a lot of trouble. When he went out to the living room, the people sitting on the sofa turned their heads at the same time and looked at Lin Xian with disgust. Lin Xian, who told you to come out? Didn't I tell you not to go out before noon tomorrow? Lin Rushuang's eyes were sharp. I was the one who said the punishment, but Lin Xian didn't listen. This was clearly a challenge to my authority. Lin Qingyu snorted coldly and glared at Lin Xian fiercely. He looks like a hooligan. What good can he do? If he goes out with a bag on his back on the weekend, people will believe him if he says he robs a bank. Next, Lin Hao began to pretend. Sisters, please don't talk about brother Lin Xian like that. Maybe he really has something wrong. My parents are not at home now, so please be accommodating to him for once. Bang. Lin Jilan slammed the table. It is because our parents are not around that we have to follow the rules. If we let him do whatever he wants, wouldn't that be lawless? My silence doesn't mean I don't know what happened. Lin Xian, you're going too far. Lin Xian sneered and looked at the people in front of him as if nothing had happened. The eldest sister, Lin Rushuang, is the president of the Lin Group branch. The second sister, Lin Qingyu, is a popular singer in the public eye and has always had a sweet image. The third sister, Lin Jilan, is a well-known dancer in Kyoto and a highly praised talent in the dance world. At this moment, the three people behaved as unreasonably as a village woman scolding in the street. It's really a waste of your time to get entangled with these people. Lin Xian withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward with an expressionless face. Stop right there. I guess you won't learn your lesson unless I whip you a few times. Lin Jilan stood up suddenly, turned around and yelled at the nanny next to him. Mother Zhou, whip. Today I will let him know what the rules are. Mother Zhou swallowed hard. Miss, yesterday. What are you hesitating about? If you don't go, get out. Lin Jilan's eyes were about to spit fire. Mother Zhou dared not say anything more and handed over the whip tremblingly. Lin Rushuang's heart tightened. She had beaten Lin Xian yesterday, and it seemed that she had hit him quite hard. Third sister, it's over. Before Lin Rushuang could finish her words, Lin Jilan had already raised the whip. Lin Xian let go, the backpack fell to the ground, and his body stood straight. Let's get started. After this beating, I will have nothing to do with your Lin family anymore. Okay, you still want to threaten me. Before he finished speaking, Lin Jilan's whip had already hit Lin Xian. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. You have no knowledge and yet you threaten me. You're still breaking off relations. Fine, let me see who's harder, my whip or your mouth. If you have the guts, don't scare me. Just write an agreement and issue a statement. Lin Jilan fought harder and harder, and became angrier and angrier. Just when another whip was about to fall, Lin Xian suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the whip. Okay, I will write an agreement with you now, stating that we will sever ties with the Lin family. Everyone present was stunned and looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Lin Jilan was dumbfounded. What was Lin Xian talking about just now? Do we really need to write an agreement to sever ties with the Lin family? What a joke. The Lin family is wealthy and powerful. Lin Xian has endured humiliation for so long and gained nothing. How could he bear to leave? What he did was clearly a self-torture tactic, just to win everyone's sympathy. Okay, today I will do as you wish. Even if my parents are not around, I can still make the decision. Mrs. Zhou, bring me some paper and pen. I want to see how to write this severance agreement. Mother Zhou looked at Lin Rushuang for help with an embarrassed expression. Lin Rushuang pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. At this time, Lin Qingyu was watching coldly, looking like she was enjoying the show. In this family, Lin Jilan has the hottest temper. Who made Lin Xian so blind as to provoke the third young lady? You deserve it. Don't bother Aunt Zhou. I have paper and pen here. Lin Xian bent down, took out a pen and paper from his backpack, and started writing something in front of everyone. In the previous life, he was beaten to death by his own father. The funny thing is, after learning of their death, the first thing they thought about was how to cover up the scandal. Later, they even issued a statement that the original paternity test was wrong and Lin Xian was not a member of the Lin family. Naturally, there was no follow-up to the matter. After hearing the news, the adoptive parents cried all day long and both died of depression. Everything that happened later was what Lin Xian saw before he was reborn. As for why he didn't reincarnate or his soul was scattered, Lin Xian himself couldn't figure it out. However, when Lin Xian existed in the form of a soul, he lost the peace locket. Next, Lin Xian seemed to be in a confined space. He could see what was happening outside but was unable to get out. Fortunately, there are countless ancient books in the space, and the contents are all-encompassing, as if they contain the answers to all the questions in the world. Lin Xian liked reading books. After a period of time, he finally began to calm down and read ancient books, and his mentality became relieved. Those people in the Lin family are not worth my sadness at all, and they are not worthy of my wasting my emotions. Countless days and nights repeated themselves, and suddenly one day, Lin Xian's eyes lit up, followed by a burning pain on his face. It was at that time that Lin Xian was sure that he was reborn. Lin Xian, I'm telling you, don't play any tricks. If you write any excessive demands in this agreement, we will never agree to it. Don't even think about taking anything away from the Lin family secretly. Seeing Lin Xian signing and putting down the pen, Lin Jilan added viciously. Lin Xian said, Lin Jilan, the things in the bag are all mine. They have nothing to do with you. If you don't believe me, you can check it on the spot. Lin Jilan was stunned on the spot. This is really against him. In the past, this kid was always trying to curry favor with me, serving me tea and water, washing clothes, and delivering meals, and was as servile as a servant. Now people actually nominate people with surnames and call themselves by their given names. And his eyes were so cold that they made people feel scared. Lin Jilan was completely stunned. At this time, Lin Qingyu came over. Third sister, hurry up and take a look. Don't let this kid fool you. If he asks for too much in the agreement, don't agree to it. Lin Qingyu spoke in a low voice, but her face was full of caution. Lin Jilan calmed his mind. Although he didn't say anything, the speed at which his eyes moved slowed down significantly. The contents on the two A4 sheets were identical, but with a few sentences written on them, most of the space was blank. As for conditions, Lin Xian only has one. We will sever our ties starting today, and no one from the Lin family is allowed to disturb Lin Xian's life anymore. Oh. You really think you are an important person? This seems to be the opposite of what is said, right? Lin Xian has always been humble and tried to please the Lin family. When did the Lin family disturb him? Lin Jilan picked up the pen and was about to sign when he suddenly seemed to think of something. Wait a minute, we have to settle a score. Since you came to the Lin family, everything you eat, drink, use, and play with belongs to the Lin family. Pay me back before we sever ties. Lin Jilan was arrogant and aggressive. Lin Xian raised his eyes. In the past 2 years since I came to the Lin family, I haven't spent a penny of your money. Oh, that's ridiculous. If you don't spend the Lin family's money, how do you get the tuition? Where do you get the money to buy clothes? You even have to pay for participating in school activities. Did you get the money from the wind? Lin Jilan's words were full of sarcasm, and he vowed in his heart to uncover Lin Xian's true face. My scholarship each semester is enough to cover my tuition fees. I also earn money from working on weekends to support my living expenses. The school materials and various activities fees are all paid for by my own part-time jobs. Don't make yourself sound so noble, Aunt Zhou. Call the driver department now and stop Lin Xian's car. Also take back the bank cards. I want to see how long you can live without the Lin family's name. Lin Jilan instructed Zhou Ma again. Mother Zhou stood there without moving, her face full of hesitation. Why, didn't you hear me? Mother Zhou shook her head like a rattle and explained again and again. Miss, Master Lin Xian doesn't have a private car or a bank card. He usually walks to school. When I first came here, the master and mistress said that they were afraid that the young master would not be used to it, so they would not give him the car and pocket money for the time being. Afterwards, no one mentioned this matter until now. After saying what was in her heart, Zhou Ma felt much more relaxed. As a child of the Lin family, Lin Xian was treated really badly. The master and his wife also treated the two young masters in completely different ways. The biological ones are not loved as much as the adopted ones, but the adopted ones are treated like pearls. Looking at the entire Kyoto, I guess no one would do this. Zhou Ma's words made Lin Jilan blush and his neck became thick, and the faces of Lin Rushuang and Lin Qingyu beside him also became more and more ugly. They have a huge amount of pocket money every month to spend freely, but Lin Xian has to work to survive. This. Sister, don't sign. After you sign, brother Lin Xian will really have nothing to do with us. This incident was caused by me. I am willing to apologize to brother Lin Xian. As long as brother Lin Xian can vent his anger, it's okay even if he hits me or scolds me. Lin Hao suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Jilan's hand, and then tears fell like beads from a broken string. Aunt Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Young Master Lin Hao is really amazing. He starts crying as soon as he says he will. Just a while ago, young Master Lin Hao had instructed himself to wait for Lin Xian to come out for a shower, and have someone give him hot water in the middle, the hotter the better. You know, young Master Lin Xian has wounds all over his body now. If he really takes a bath with hot water, wouldn't it be extremely painful? Now they are showing their deep brotherly love. This is really... Xiaohao, this matter is not your fault. Lin Rusheng came forward to protect Lin Hao. Lin Hao shook his head, his voice choked with sobs. I am redundant in this family. It is normal for brother Lin Xian to think that I have taken everything from him and want it back. As long as I can make brother Lin Xian feel better, I am willing to do anything. Seeing the tea aroma in Lin Hao's tea, Lin Xian could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Before everyone could react, Lin Xian came up to Lin Hao with an expressionless face. Bang. 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 He swung his arm and slapped him 3 times in a row. Lin Hao saw stars and was shaking from being slapped. The face that was full of tears just now suddenly became swollen. Lin Xian, you. After being slapped in the face, Lin Hao immediately gritted his teeth and looked ferocious. But the next moment, he returned to his pitiful look. But his eyes were full of provocation, as if saying, just wait, you're about to get into trouble. Just wait and see. Nausea. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's true that a dog can't change its eating habits. Every time someone framed him in the past, Lin Hao always used this kind of look. Now that he was beaten, he still looked so shameless. Lin Xian was not shocked by what Lin Hao did. This kind of thing had happened to him more than once or twice, and he was already used to it. He deliberately banged his head against the table leg, desperately calling for help while provoking himself with his eyes. Pretending to sprain his foot, looking innocent and pitiful, with that same look in his eyes. Every time something like this happened, he would be beaten half to death, but Lin Hao enjoyed it and would rather hurt himself than let himself suffer. In order to deal with him, Lin Hao even used his connections outside the school. But his biological parents, including his 3 biological sisters, never believed what he said. In their eyes, Lin Hao is a well-behaved person and he would never do anything to maliciously frame them. Some fragments of memory flashed through Lin Xian's mind, and his heart turned cold again. At this time, the 3 sisters nearby had recovered. Lin Xian hit Lin Hao, and even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Lin Jilan was furious and yelled directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, you are crazy. You bastard, you actually attacked Xiaohao. As he spoke, Lin Jilan raised his foot and was about to kick Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and dodged easily, then spoke in a cold voice. Don't be so arrogant. In 3 days, your dancing leg will no longer be usable. By then, people will only see a lame swan. What? What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you curse me? Lin Jilan is a dancer and the pillar of the academy. This kid Lin Xian actually said that he is a lame swan. What a vicious curse. He wanted to raise his hand again, but when Lin Jilan met Lin Xian's eyes, he felt inexplicably panicked. That look was so scary that it made people feel creepy. Lin Xian said calmly, don't disbelieve it. You can just wait for it to be destroyed. Lin Xian, you secretly bullied Lin Hao before, but now you are actually committing violence in front of us. You even cursed your third sister. You are really lawless. Lin Qingyu's face turned pale, and even her chest rose and fell. Lin Xian ignored Lin Qingyu and looked directly at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you always falsely accused me of beating you. These slaps are what you wish for. Sister, please sign quickly, and let this plague god go. Lin Xian is crazy, and we in the Lin family should not let a madman stay here. Lin Jilan was furious. He picked up the pen and signed his name, then handed the pen to Lin Qingyu next to him. At this moment, Lin Hao was crying so hard that he couldn't speak. Sister, don't sign. After brother Lin Xian is gone, mom and dad will be sad. Even if brother Lin Xian hits me in the future, I will hold back. Okay, Xiaohao, dad, we will explain this matter after mom comes back. You have been wronged. As they were talking, the eldest sister Lin Rushuang also started writing after Lin Qingyu signed her name. Lin Xian picked up one copy, put it away, picked up the backpack on the ground, and left. As they were about to leave this damn place, Lin Xian felt that even his steps had become much lighter. The three sisters surrounded Lin Hao at this moment, and they all checked Lin Hao's injuries with distressed faces, without noticing that Lin Xian was getting farther and farther away. After this incident, Lin Xian's good mood was completely ruined. After nearly 10 minutes, Lin Jilan suddenly remembered something. That's bad, big sister. I didn't check the kid's school bag when he left. His hands are not clean to begin with. He wouldn't steal anything, would he? Let's go to his room and see what's missing. The Lin family was well off, and even the decorations in the house could be sold for tens of thousands of dollars. If Lin Xian really stole a few of them, then... Lin Qingyu showed disgust on her face and instinctively covered her nose. I'm not going. Why don't we go check it out together, let's go. Lin Jilan insisted, so Lin Rusheng and Lin Qingyu had to follow her. On weekdays, Lin Jilan often goes abroad for performances and spends very little time at home. He has no idea where Lin Xian lives. Fortunately, with the help of Zhou Ma, they finally arrived at the door of the storage room. Auntie Zhou, are you kidding me? Where did you take us? Isn't this a storage room? Lin Jilan had an unhappy look on his face, and there was obvious dissatisfaction in his voice. Miss, Master Lin Xian lives here, and this is where all his things are. Mother Zhou pushed open the door, revealing everything in the room. A slightly narrow single bed, a wooden table, and a plastic stool. There is nothing else. How could this be? The current situation is completely different from what Lin Jilan imagined. The gap is too big. When Lin Jilan was shocked, Lin Qingyu had already covered her nose with her hands. The smell here is too bad. I told you not to come here, but you came anyway. Have you finished the inspection? A trace of guilt arose in Lin Jilan's heart. This doesn't look like the room where the young master of the Lin family lives. Even the servants' quarters are many times better than this one. I thought Lin Xian's room was similar to Lin Hao's, but I didn't expect that Lin Xian's living environment could not even be compared with that of the servants. Lin Hao's room is filled with various figures, the latest computers, and various musical instruments customized from abroad. Various pieces of furniture were also customized by the sisters themselves. But here is Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Jilan felt that the plastic stool with a broken leg was extremely glaring. Sisters, I suddenly remembered that there is something else I need to do. I'm leaving now. Lin Jilan left in a panic, not daring to look back. At this moment, Lin Xian had already boarded the bus to Nanshan district. After school yesterday afternoon, Lin Xian worked part-time as a dishwasher in a restaurant. Seeing how diligent he was, the boss agreed to pay him daily wages. The total income from all my part-time jobs is more than 300 yuan, which is enough for me to take the bus back to my adoptive parents' home. Leaning against the bus seat, Lin Xian's face showed an unprecedented relaxation. Leaving the Lin family was really the right choice. In the days to come, not only will I not be unable to survive if I leave the Lin family as Lin Jilan said. On the contrary, Lin Xian has enough confidence that his future life will be much better than it is now. During the time in the space, Lin Xian witnessed many things with his own eyes, and he still remembered clearly the major events that took place in the next few years. Besides, there are many ancient books and secret manuals in the space. Just based on this point, the future days will not be bad. Thinking of the faces of his adoptive parents, Lin Xian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. As the bus drove along, the scene in front of him became more and more familiar. Finally arriving at Nanxin Street Station, Lin Xian got off the train easily. Hyde Community is a multi-story building. It cannot be described as what people call an old, dilapidated and small community, but it is not a new community either. More than a decade ago, all the residents involved in the demolition in Nanxin District were concentrated here. The neighborhood is usually very quiet, but there are not many young people here. Most units do not have elevators, mainly because many residents are reluctant to spend the money. In their words, their legs and feet are still flexible and they can get home by just walking a few more steps, so why waste the money? Meeting each other often in the stairs, neighbors naturally become friendly to each other, and the whole building is filled with the atmosphere of homeliness. The noodle shop opened by adoptive father Lin Pingyan and adoptive mother Zhou Yuzhen is at the entrance of the community, so almost no one in the community doesn't know them when they are mentioned. Lin Xian's heart tightened when he saw the rolling shutter of the noodle shop. It's dinner time now, but the noodle shop is closed. Could something have happened to my adoptive father and mother? Lin Xian turned and walked into the community, his pace quickening. After turning several corners, Lin Xian finally arrived at the door of room 301, Unit 2. Seeing the situation in front of him, Lin Xian's eyes became moist. The couplet pasted on the door was still the same one I left when I left. In other words, after I left, my adoptive parents didn't even change the couplet. Standing up straight, Lin Xian raised his hand and knocked on the door. Who is it? Zhou Yuzhen's voice on the other side of the door was a little hoarse and sounded very tired. Mom, it's me. The door suddenly opened and Zhou Yuzhen rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Xiaoxian, you're back. Oh, why are you back? Zhou Yuzhen started crying as soon as she finished speaking, but her face showed more joy. Old Lin, hurry up and see who's back. My son, no, it's Lin Xian who's back. Zhou Yuzhen was excited and reached out to pull Lin Xian's arm, but her hand stopped halfway in the air. Back then, the Lin family said that they were not allowed to have any contact with Lin Xian. For Lin Xian's future, they agreed with great reluctance. Now, looking at the son she had raised for more than 10 years, Zhou Yuzhen wanted to hold him in her arms like before, but for Lin Xian's future. Zhou Yuzhen held back and said with red eyes, Lin Xian, have you eaten? Auntie will make you something to eat. What auntie? Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat noodles. Lin Xian's words made Zhou Yuzhen unable to control herself and she almost burst into tears. Child, come back and see what you are like. Didn't you hear the child say he wanted to eat noodles? The child is hungry. Lin Pingyan walked quickly to the door and pulled Lin Xian inside. Zhou Yuzhen followed them and went straight to the kitchen after wiping her tears. The child is hungry and wants to eat noodles, so I have to make them quickly. How can I let the child go hungry? Coming to Lin Pingyan's side, Lin Xian felt much more at ease. After not seeing him for 2 years, my adoptive father Lin Pingyan already had white hair on his temples and his back was a little hunched. There were several boxes of cold medicine on the coffee table, and a cup of warm water next to them. Dad, who has a cold? I've caught a cold these past 2 days, so I want to take some cold medicine to calm myself down. Lin Pingyan grinned and asked Lin Xian to sit down. Zhou Yuzhen was busy in the kitchen, leaving only Lin Xian and Lin Pingyan in the living room. Lin Xian felt emotional as he returned to the place where he had lived for more than 10 years since he was a child. He was reluctant to take his eyes away from everything he saw. And Lin Pingyan's eyes never left Lin Xian's face. I haven't seen him for 2 years. How come he has become so thin? The Lin family is a famous family. Could it be that Lin Xian is not happy in the Lin family? Did they make Lin Xian suffer? Kid, why did you come back at this time? Did they make things difficult for you? Lin Pingyan didn't want to ask at first, but Lin Xian was almost skinny, and if he didn't ask, he would always feel uneasy. Naturally, Lin Xian did not mention the grievances he suffered in the Lin family, but directly stated his decision. Dad, I won't leave this time when I come back. They don't like me anyway, and I don't want to stay there forever. Lin Xian tried his best to keep his voice calm, but Lin Pingyan could still hear the bitterness in his words. When you left, they had a good agreement. Why do wealthy families go back on their words? Lin Pingyan was a little annoyed. Ever since the Lin family took Lin Xian away, they have wanted to visit the child countless times, but thinking of the promise they made, the couple held back. Because of this, my wife fell seriously ill and was unable to get out of bed for 2 months. But how did they do it? Such good kids have been raised to be so thin. They all have the last name Lin, so why are they so bad? The kitchen door was open. Zhou Yuzhen, who was cooking, heard the conversation between Lin Xian and Lin Pingyan and quickly joined in the conversation. At the beginning, we agreed that I couldn't write 2 characters for Lin with 1 stroke. They asked us to promise to cut off contact with you, and they also promised to treat you well. Halfway through her words, Zhou Yuzhen already started crying out of heartache. Mom, it's all over. From now on, I will have nothing to do with the Lin family. I am just your son. Well, let's live like before. Although our life may be a little harder, we are happy. Lin Pingyan patted Lin Xian's shoulder and nodded seriously. The noodles are ready, Xiaoxian, come and see if Mom's cooking skills have improved. As she spoke, Zhou Yuzhen brought out a bowl of noodles from the kitchen. Before it was put on the table, Lin Xian could already smell the fragrance. The fried sauce was fragrant, with a few slices of green vegetables on one side of the sauce and cooked bean sprouts on the other side. On top of the noodles, there is a fried golden egg. Lin Xian picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The noodles were chewy and had a strong sauce flavor. This is the taste I have longed for in my dreams countless times. Mom, it's delicious. Don't be in a hurry. Eat slowly. There's more in the pot. Eat as much as you want. Lin Xian ate voraciously. Lin Pingyan and Zhou Yuzhen's hearts ached when they saw this. How much suffering did this child suffer in the Lin family? Seeing that the bowl of noodles was almost finished, Zhou Yuzhen finally smiled. Xiaoxian, take your time eating. Mom will let your quilt dry in the sun. Mom, I can do it myself. Lin Xian was about to stand up, but Zhou Yuzhen stopped him. It's just to dry the quilts. I can do it. After you left, nothing in the room was moved. It's all left for you. In the past, whenever Zhou Yuzhen mentioned Lin Xian or saw Lin Xian's belongings, she would secretly wipe away her tears. When talking about these things now, Zhou Yuzhen's eyes were narrowed into slits with smile. The child is back and the family is reunited, which is really better than anything else. Lin Xian knew that his belongings would be well kept by Lin Pingyan and his wife. It has been like this since they were young, from kindergarten toys to high school textbooks. As long as they don't mention throwing them away, they will keep them as treasures. After eating noodles, Lin Pingyan chatted with Lin Xian for a long time, while Zhou Yuzhen was happily preparing dinner. The next morning. Before Lin Xian opened his eyes, the aroma of millet porridge had already aroused his appetite. I looked at the alarm clock on the table and it was not yet 7 o'clock. The noodle shop is closed in the morning, so Lin Pingyan and Zhou Yuzhen don't need to get up early. The meal is ready so early. Is there something going on? Lin Xian got up hurriedly and went straight to the kitchen. Seeing her son's sleepy eyes, Zhou Yuzhen smiled again, her face full of apology as she spoke. Did I wake you up? I said it was a rare weekend and I wanted you to sleep a little longer, but your dad was asking me to hurry up and make breakfast. While speaking, Zhou Yuzhen rolled her eyes at Lin Pingyan. Look at how skinny the child is. He's just skin and bones. I won't talk about his past. He needs to take good care of himself starting today. As Lin Pingyan spoke, he brought out a small bowl of tea eggs. Lin Xian was stunned. Could all these tea eggs be for me? Sure enough, seeing the surprise on Lin Xian's face, Lin Pingyan spoke with a firm face. Xiaoxian, your health is the most important thing. You are nearly 1.9 meters tall. Is it okay for you to eat this small bowl of tea eggs in a day? Dad, how can I eat so much? You can eat. Now is the time to grow taller. Besides, you still have to prepare for the college entrance examination. You are exhausted. Lin Xian was speechless, but his heart was filled with sweetness. For the next day, Lin Xian kept reviewing. Although he was already familiar with the contents of the textbook, Lin Xian still did not dare to take it lightly. Leaving the Lin family, taking the college entrance examination, and starting a business are all part of Lin Xian's plan, and every step must be taken solidly. Lin Xian roughly calculated that he could save a whole hour by comparing the time it takes to get to school after returning here with the time it takes to go to school from the Lin family villa. This way, I will have more time to review. Thinking that he would be able to see his old classmates tomorrow, Lin Xian felt a strange yet familiar feeling immediately surge in his heart. Monday. After breakfast, Lin Xian went to school and kept thinking about the names of his classmates along the way. Some of them I really can't remember. Fortunately, Lin Xian remembered the location of his classroom and his student number, and finally determined his seat according to his student number. You know what, when Lin Xian was looking for the classroom and seat just now, he was really nervous. Maybe I came too early, the classroom was quiet and I was the only one there. Lin Xian prepared the textbooks according to the schedule, and then began to flip through them carefully. After drawing a clear line between himself and the Lin family, Lin Xian felt very relieved. Relying on the memories in my mind and the knowledge I learned later, it was easy for me to be admitted to Nanjing University. And Lin Hao, just wait and see my true strength. When he was at the Lin family before, Lin Zhongdao scolded him more than once, asking him to consider Lin Hao's feelings when taking exams. So in every previous exam, Lin Xian just tried to pass. Now, Lin Hao doesn't give face to anyone. If he wants face, he should earn it himself. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Why are you standing there so blankly in the morning? A girl's voice was heard, clear and pleasant, as beautiful as the call of an oriole. Lin Xian turned around and stood there in a daze. The girl in front of me has fair skin, a tall figure, 2 pigtails on her shoulders, and is smiling at me. She looked familiar, but Lin Xian couldn't remember her name. Seeing that the other party was also staring at him, Lin Xian asked instinctively. Excuse me, who are you? The girl first showed a look of surprise on her face, then she pouted and sat down next to Lin Xian angrily, her little face like a ripe apple. I am his desk mate, but he pretends not to know me. Is this Lin Xian doing this on purpose? At this time, Lin Xian was also struggling with what to say next. After all, he hadn't been to school for a long time, and he felt a little unfamiliar with the people in front of him. Brother Xian, the sun is rising from the west today. Why are you here so early? Another voice was heard, and then a small wall seemed to appear in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian remembered the face in front of him. This person is Zhang Sensen, a good friend of mine from high school. He is 1.8 meters tall and weighs 180 pounds. His classmates who loved to be lively privately nicknamed him Zhang Shiba, but Lin Xian was the only one who called him Zhang Fatty. When he saw Fatty Zhang again, Lin Xian felt warm in his heart. In his previous life, after learning that he was in trouble, Fatty Zhang personally went to the Lin family to question the truth, but was driven out by Lin Zhongdao and others. Until now, Lin Xian still remembers Fatty Zhang crying bitterly. Are you that curious? Didn't you come a little early? Brother Xian, you are a little abnormal today. Normally, you are lucky to be able to enter the classroom before the bell. Fatty Zhang looked very serious and raised his eyebrows after he finished speaking, which made his already small eyes look even more delicate. Lin Xian didn't explain. After all, compared to before, I can squeeze out more than an hour. Seeing that Fatty Zhang was still confused, Lin Xian looked up at the countdown on the blackboard. The college entrance examination is coming soon, so it's better to seize the time. What about you? You also realized the urgency of time, so you got up early. Fatty Zhang shook his head like a rattle, his face full of helplessness. Brother Xian, don't hit people in the face. Don't you know how capable I am? It won't work if you rely on real achievements. I can only do it privately. Lin Xian was puzzled. The college entrance examination is a big deal. How can such a serious matter be handled privately? How big a risk would that be? You must be kidding. This is the college entrance examination, not buying groceries. Fatty Zhang narrowed his eyes into slits and lowered his voice deliberately. In some ways, buying food after the college entrance exam is the same as spending money, right? Lin Xian understood instantly that Fatty Zhang's family was rich, which was the most beneficial factor for Fatty Zhang. If you have money, even ghosts can grind for you, let alone humans. You are amazing. You really put the steel to good use. Lin Xian made a gesture of admiration, then curled his lips. Fatty Zhang smiled even more. Seeing that there was no one around, Fatty Zhang approached Lin Xian with a mysterious look on his face. Brother Xian, let me tell you a secret. I have a crush on someone. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian looked at the girl next to him. When Fatty Zhang was talking just now, his eyes were always looking over there. Could the person he has a crush on be this girl? You have a crush on her? I'll go, brother Xian, just kill me. Su Yuexiao is the school beauty, I dare not commit suicide. Fatty Zhang cried out in surprise, jumped up, and then covered his mouth tightly with his hands. Lin Xian was speechless. Even if your guess is wrong, why are you shouting so loudly? Now, the girl is staring at me angrily again. She must have remembered this grudge. However, after being reminded by Fatty Zhang, Lin Xian actually remembered the girl named Su Yuexiao in his class. At this time, someone walked in from the classroom door. Excuse me, who is Lin Xian? There is someone looking for you at the door. Lin Xian stood up with a hint of confusion on his face. I'm Lin Xian, who's looking for me? The man shook his head. They didn't say who it was, but the couple was dressed very elegantly. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Xian instantly understood who the visitor was. Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan. When they came to the school to look for Lin Xian, Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao tried to dress themselves in a low-key manner, but Qin Yulan, wearing a Xiangyan Chongsam, still attracted a lot of attention. People coming and going near the school were all looking at him. Qin Yulan had no choice but to put on sunglasses and stare at the direction of the school gate. The high school in front of him was not an aristocratic school. Compared with the aristocratic school where Lin Hao was, its facilities were naturally much worse. Qin Yulan frowned again, her face full of displeasure. The couple had only been away for 2 days, and such a big thing happened at home. It was all caused by the rebellious son Lin Xian. When I see him later, I must give him a good lesson. Qin Yulan was just thinking when Lin Xian appeared in front of her. Compared with other children, Lin Xian is much thinner. Really? He eats a lot of fish and meat at home, but he is still so thin. If you don't know, you would think that the Lin family treats him badly. Lin Zhongdao, who was sitting in the business car, also saw Lin Xian at this moment, so he hurriedly got out of the car. Before Lin Xian came up to the two of them, Lin Zhongdao's low voice was heard. You rebellious son, do you know what it means to be disgraced? You beat someone up and you think you're right. You also want to sever ties with the Lin family. Are you planning a rebellion? As soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Zhongdao became furious. Qin Yulan quietly touched Lin Zhongdao's arm and persuaded him in a low voice. Stop shouting, there are so many people watching here, I'll teach him a lesson when we get back. Although Qin Yulan was angry, she thought about the many people here and the many gossips, and finally decided to put the overall situation first considering the impact. Lin Zhongdao gnashed his teeth and said, if you can't tell me what happened when you go back today, I'll teach you a lesson. I really regret bringing you back. Lin Xian had a blank expression on his face. These two people are so funny, are they here to perform a double act? I have already severed ties with the Lin family, and there will be no ties between us from now on. Why are they so angry? Is it just because I beat Lin Hao? What about all the injustices I have suffered in the past 2 years? Seeing Lin Xian's indifferent expression, Lin Zhongdao's anger was ignited again. See. This is your good son. He obviously doesn't take our words to heart. Qin Yulan was about to say something, but Lin Xian spoke first. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, I no longer have any relationship with you. The severance agreement took effect the moment it was signed. I hope you can abide by the agreement and stop disturbing my life. From now on, we will go our separate ways and never see each other again. Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan were not present when the severance agreement was signed. Since they already knew that he had beaten Lin Hao, they must have read the agreement. The reason I reiterated it was just to let them see my determination. As for following them back to learn a lesson, that would only happen if the sun rises in the west. Lin Zhongdao was shaking with anger, and he opened his mouth for a long time but couldn't utter a word. At this time, the preparatory bell rang and Lin Xian turned around. I'm going to class now. If you dare to follow me, I'll call the law enforcement team. Lin Zhongdao's blood was boiling and his head was buzzing. This is crazy. This unfilial son, no, this is an ungrateful wolf. Seeing Lin Zhongdao in such a state, Qin Yulan couldn't help but criticize him. Lin Xian, how have we ever let you down? It's a fact that you have bad character and are uneducated. Look how mad you have made your father now. Lin Xian was too lazy to look back, nor was he too lazy to say anything. Then, a rapid ringing sounded. Qin Yulan hurriedly took out her cell phone to answer the call. Mom and Dad, where are you? Xiaohao has a fever, come back quickly. What? Xiaohao was fine just now, how come he has a fever? Don't worry, let's go back quickly. Qin Yulan said this as she pulled Lin Zhongdao's arm and walked back. Hearing that Lin Hao was not feeling well, Lin Zhongdao's face was also full of nervousness. The two of them hurriedly got into the luxury car and left, as if they had forgotten the purpose of coming here. Lin Xian showed a bitter smile. In their eyes, he was indeed worthless. When Lin Hao had a fever, it seemed as if the whole sky was falling down. But who knows if Lin Hao is faking his fever? After calming down his thoughts along the way, Lin Xian returned to the classroom and looked back to normal. Fortunately, the teacher had arrived, which suppressed the students' curiosity, and Lin Xian also avoided gossip. However, Fatty Zhang kept staring at Lin Xian and tilted his head from time to time. Just now I went to the guard post to get something, but I saw with my own eyes that two people in luxurious clothes were talking to Lin Xian. Due to the long distance, Fatty Zhang vaguely heard some agreement to sever ties and never have any contact again. Could it be that Lin Xian has some other secret? Fatty Zhang was thinking with his neck tilted when the teacher suddenly called on him to ask a question. All of a sudden, all his previous thoughts disappeared. The next day, Fatty Zhang actually forgot to ask Lin Xian what was going on. After school in the afternoon, Lin Xian went straight to the noodle shop. It was almost time for dinner, and as the customer flow reached a peak, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pinggan were too busy to handle it. Anyway, it's still early, so it won't be too late to go to the noodle shop and help out for an hour or so before going home. As soon as he lifted the door curtain, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. The current situation was pretty much what he had imagined. Lin Pinggan was busy in the kitchen, while Zhou Yuzhen was serving noodles to customers non-stop. Even so, there are still many customers waiting anxiously. Boss, hurry up, we've been waiting for so long. I want braised beef noodles without coriander, boss, please don't forget it. 2 servings of noodles with soybean paste, 1 large and 1 small. There was constant urging in the room, and Zhou Yuzhen was busy all the time. Just then, someone suddenly reminded Zhou Yuzhen. Madam Boss, your helper is here. After these words were spoken, Zhou Yuzhen hurriedly looked towards the door and saw Lin Xian. Son, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go home after school? Lin Xian walked towards the kitchen while smiling. I'll be back after I'm done with this. The boss lady is so lucky to have such a sensible son, tall and handsome. It's been a long time since we last met. Xiao Xian has grown a head taller than before, right? How old are you, boy? Do you have a girlfriend? Hearing people's praise for Lin Xian, Zhou Yuzhen smiled again. Zhou Yuzhen passed by table number 29 next to the window, and a gentle voice came. Madam Boss, my noodles are almost ready, let the young men bring them out. Okay, wait a moment. After Zhou Yuzhen agreed, she hurried to the kitchen. Not long after, Lin Xian came out with a bowl of noodles with soybean paste. A smile immediately appeared on the woman's face, and there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Hello, here is your noodles with soybean paste. Please enjoy. As he spoke, Lin Xian placed the noodles in front of the woman with both hands. As he turned around, the woman suddenly asked tentatively. "Wait, Lin Xian, is that you?" Hearing someone calling him, Lin Xian was stunned. He turned back and his eyes became confused. The woman in front of him had a delicate face, fair skin, and chestnut hair tied with a ribbon. She looked extremely gentle. Seeing Lin Xian turning around, the woman smiled sweetly. "Why, it's been so long since we last met, and you don't remember me anymore." Lin Xian frowned slightly. "The face in front of me does look familiar. Could it be Sister Chuxia?" "Yeah, I thought you forgot about me." Seeing Lin Xian remembering her, Shen Chuxia smiled even more happily. At this time, Lin Xian was also searching for memories of Shen Chuxia in his mind. After he was taken back to the Lin family, he never saw the eldest sister next door again. When I saw her again, Shen Chuxia had matured a lot. Calculating carefully, Shen Chuxia should be in college at this time, right? "Sister Chuxia, do you still live here?" Before going to Lin's house, Lin Xian remembered that Shen Chuxia seemed to have said that they seemed to be moving. Shen Chuxia shook her head. "I'm no longer here, but I will come back often when I have time." Lin Xian wanted to say something else, but another customer came in to order noodles. "You get busy first, we'll talk later." Lin Xian nodded and turned to greet the other guests, while Shen Chuxia picked up her chopsticks and ate the noodles quietly. Being able to see Lin Xian again, today's noodles are especially delicious. An hour later, the customers in the noodle shop gradually dispersed, and Shen Chuxia was still sitting in the original position. After Lin Xian was done with his work, Shen Chuxia suggested going out for a walk with Lin Xian. The two people walked out of the noodle shop and chatted while walking. Lin Xian felt happy when he learned that Shen Chuxia was studying at Nanjing University. "My goal for the college entrance examination is Nanjing University, which means that I have a great chance of studying in the same school as Shen Chuxia in the future." When he turned to look at Shen Chuxia, Lin Xian realized that Shen Chuxia had been staring at him. "Sister Chuxia, why do you always look at me?" "Really, you have discovered this. I feel that after 2 years of not seeing you, you have grown a lot taller. It will be hard for me to touch your head like before." While speaking, Shen Chuxia really stretched out her hand as usual. Lin Xian smiled and took 2 steps back. "Sister Chuxia, I am no longer a child." "Yeah, you were only 14 years old when you helped me find my bag, right? I never thought that you could be so brave and not afraid of facing gangsters at such a young age." Thinking of what happened back then, Lin Xian looked embarrassed. "Sister Chuxia, please stop praising me. My face was swollen for several days after being beaten by the gangster. This is not a glorious thing." While talking, Lin Xian also recalled the time when he met Shen Chuxia. That year, Lin Xian was 14 years old. One day after school, Lin Xian took a path home. As soon as he reached the alley, he heard someone shouting about grabbing a bag. Lin Xian just followed the sound and saw a gangster running towards him, holding a small pink bag in his hand. At that time, Lin Xian didn't know where he got the courage to stand directly in the middle of the road. When the gangster saw someone blocking the way, he kicked Lin Xian. Then he saw Lin Xian grabbing his clothes and not letting go, so he started beating Lin Xian randomly. Not long after, Lin Xian suffered a head injury and bleeding. The gangster was also worried that he would be discovered, so he ran away in panic after beating him up. From that time on, Lin Xian and Shen Chuxia became good friends. It wasn't until Lin Xian was picked up by the Lin family that the two of them broke off contact. Thinking of the past, Lin Xian felt a little unreal. Seeing Shen Chuxia trying to touch his head again, Lin Xian instinctively stretched out his hand to block it. Shen Chuxia was suddenly stunned. "Wait, Lin Xian, what's going on?" Shen Chuxia grabbed Lin Xian's wrist, her eyes full of shock. "How did you get this hand? Why are there so many injuries?" Lin Xian wanted to take back his hand quickly, but Shen Chuxia grabbed Lin Xian's wrist tightly. There are several scars on the back of this hand, varying in size. While Shen Chuxia was shocked, she looked at Lin Xian's other hand. "I thought the other hand would be better, but unexpectedly, the situation was worse." In order not to worry Shen Chuxia, Lin Xian pretended to be relaxed and spoke. Nothing, what boy doesn't have some bumps on his hands? Shen Chuxia didn't believe it and continued to ask. It's okay for ordinary people to have injuries on their hands, but you are the young master of the Lin family and live a pampered life. How can your hands be so rough? Lin Xian, are you hiding something from me? Lin Xian knew that Shen Chuxia was determined to get to the bottom of things, and she would not give up until she understood what was going on. So, Lin Xian briefly mentioned his affairs at the Lin family. Of course, this also includes working part-time to earn money after school, and severing ties with them. The Lin family has gone too far, how could they treat you like this? Lin Xian, I will definitely vent this bad breath for you. You keep claiming to be the young master of the Lin family, but are you being brought up like this? Looking at the thin Lin Xian, Shen Chuxia's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Even the voice he spoke had a hint of coldness. I have severed ties with the Lin family. I don't want to have anything to do with them in the future. When Lin Xian mentioned the Lin family again, it was like mentioning strangers. But, they go too far. Shen Chuxia looked annoyed and didn't want to let it go. The Shen Group is a tycoon in the pharmaceutical industry and an absolute leading company. Almost everyone in Kyoto knows the influence of the Shen family on the medical industry. 90% of the market in Kyoto is monopolized by the Shen Group, and its influence is much greater than that of the Lin family. If you put the two together, they are completely different. If they dare to bully Lin Xian like this, I will never let them go. But when she saw Lin Xian shaking his head and once again saying that it didn't matter anymore, Shen Chuxia reluctantly let go of Lin Xian's hand. Half an hour later, the two left each other's contact information and then separated. Lin Xian felt very happy to see Shen Chuxia today. Back home, Lin Pinggan and Zhou Yushan prepared fruits and snacks again. After urging Lin Xian to eat, the two of them worked outside, while Lin Yuran went back to his bedroom to study questions. The other side. Shen family villa. As soon as she entered the door, Shen Chuxia went straight to the study without even changing her shoes. Dad, I have already thought about the things you mentioned last time. I think it might not be a bad thing to get in touch with the group's affairs while I have the energy now. When Shen Jingting heard this, he stood up from the sofa with shock on his face. Really, you finally figured it out. Dad has long said that you will have to take over the Shen Group sooner or later. It is still necessary to get in touch with the family business early. Shen Chuxia tried her best to put a smile on her face. Dad is right. I am a member of the Shen family, so I naturally have responsibilities that cannot be shied away from. Shen Chuxia did not say the rest. If you want to help Lin Xian vent his anger, directly taking charge of the company is the fastest way. At this moment, Shen Jingting was overjoyed. There will be a board meeting tomorrow morning to announce your appointment. I listened to Dad. Shen Chuxia looked serious and her eyes became firm. 11 p.m. The second floor of the Lin family villa, the practice room. After completing the last movement, Lin Jilan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, finally showing a satisfied smile on her face. As a heavyweight actor in the dance academy, Lin Jilan practices every day, even on weekends and holidays. Lin Jilan also has very high requirements for himself. Every movement must be perfect to be considered qualified. Miss Third, the drinks are ready. The nanny came in with a drink and reminded her softly. Lin Jilan nodded and went to get the drink, but the moment he turned around, he suddenly froze. Ah, my legs. The biting pain made Lin Jilan scream out, and her face instantly turned pale. My entire right leg suddenly felt like it was being pricked by needles and I couldn't even stand steadily. Miss San, what's wrong with you? The nanny panicked, put the drink aside and hurriedly supported Lin Jilan. My legs hurt so much that I can't stand up. Lin Jilan's face was full of disbelief. He was fine when he was practicing just now, how come he suddenly became like this? Calming himself down, Lin Jilan tried to lift his leg, but found that he had no feeling in his right leg. The intense feeling of numbness shocked Lin Jilan. Quick, take me to the hospital immediately. The pain was accompanied by numbness, which made Lin Jilan realize the seriousness of the matter. After hearing this, the nanny immediately helped Lin Jilan downstairs. Master, Madam is in trouble. Miss San's legs are not feeling well. The nanny shouted as she went downstairs. Zhou Yuzhen poked her head out of Lin Hao's room. What's going on? The house is already a mess, Jilan, please don't make it worse. Lin Jilan was stunned, and tears started to fall as soon as he opened his mouth. Mom, I can't move my legs. I'm scared. Hearing this, Lin Zhongdao also came out. Xiaohao is running a fever now. We can't leave. Let your elder sister accompany you to the hospital. Lin Jilan didn't say anything. He was helped into the car by the nanny. As soon as he sat down, he dialed Lin Rusheng's phone number. Sister, please go to the city hospital right away. Something's wrong with my leg. Lin Jilan's tone was anxious and cold sweat broke out on his head. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Lin Rusheng closed the documents in her hand, quickly got up and rushed to the municipal hospital. At the same time, Lin Rusheng started contacting the dean on the way. As a well-known family in Kyoto, the Lin family donates to the hospital every year, and major hospitals also have business dealings with the Lin family, so the Lin family has almost become half the master of the hospital. Hearing that the third daughter of the Lin family had something to do, the dean began to gather all the experts to wait as soon as he hung up the phone. So as soon as Lin Jilan got off the car, medical staff took him to take an X-ray. Upon learning that the film would take half an hour to come out, the dean arranged for a Chinese medicine expert from the neurology department to diagnose Lin Jilan. Both experts are in their 60s and have been conducting research in neurology. They can be said to have brought patients back to health through miracles. After listening to Lin Jilan's brief explanation of the situation, the two experts looked at each other, and one of the experts with gray hair spoke. Let's do a basic check first. At this time, Lin Jilan's legs had no feeling at all and he could only rely on medical staff to lift them up. After a simple physical examination, the expert frowned. Old Li, what do you think? The person asking the questions was another expert, Su Guoliang. When Mr. Li examined him just now, Su Guoliang saw clearly that Lin Jilan's legs did not react at all. To put it more bluntly, the current condition of this leg is no different from a disabled leg. The situation is naturally not optimistic. Mr. Li stroked his gray beard and spoke in a low voice. Let me check Miss Lin's pulse first. Lin Jilan felt heavy-hearted and slowly extended his hand. A few minutes later, Mr. Li came to a conclusion. The pulse is extremely chaotic. Forgive me for being frank, but I have never seen such a pulse before. Mr. Li's words surprised everyone. Su Guoliang frowned even more. Can you let me take a look? After hearing what Mr. Li said, Lin Jilan was already panicking. Now when he heard them talking about taking my pulse, impatience naturally showed on his face. Okay, then hurry up. Su Guoliang stood up and nodded slightly. After checking the pulse, he shook his head repeatedly. I can't tell anything from the pulse, I'm afraid the situation is not good. Lin Jilan was so angry and anxious that tears fell on the spot. The two people in front of me are well-known experts. One said he had never seen it before, and the other said it was in a bad condition. Then my leg. Don't cry, third sister. The film hasn't come out yet. We can't draw any conclusions now. Yes, let's go check out the X-ray. Perhaps feeling a little awkward, Su Guoliang and Mr. Li left at the same time. There was no one else in the room, and Lin Jilan burst into tears. Sister, I'm scared. Nothing can happen to my legs. If anything happens to my legs, I won't be able to dance anymore. Lin Jilan had never been so flustered before. Although there had been problems while practicing before, they had never been as serious as they are now. What's the difference between being numb and having no feeling and being disabled? Third sister, stay calm, everything will be fine. If it's as serious as they say, it would have happened before, right? Lin Rushuang tried to comfort Lin Jilan, but she was unsure. Mr. Li mentioned above is not only an expert in the municipal hospital, but also an authoritative professor in Kyoto. He has been practicing medicine for a lifetime. What kind of difficult and complicated diseases has he not seen? But Dr. Li couldn't diagnose anything. Expert Su also claimed that the situation is not very good. The expressions of these two people seemed to have explained Lin Jilan's current situation. Big sister, it's all Lin Xian's fault for cursing me. Now I really have become a lame swan. After finishing his words, Lin Jilan started to sob again. Lin Rusheng was stunned, and suddenly seemed to think of something. Third sister, didn't Lin Xian say at that time that within 3 days, your legs would no longer be able to dance? Lin Jilan cried and nodded. Lin Xian is so vicious. Big sister, how could he do this? It's all because of Lin Xian's curse on me that I'm so unlucky. Lin Rusheng was thinking about something else. This shouldn't be a coincidence. He should have known something in advance. After hearing these words, Lin Jilan's eyes widened in shock. Sister, did Lin Xian harm me? Did he plan this all along? Lin Jilan didn't say the rest. If Lin Xian didn't know the whole thing, how could he speak so confidently? He said that his legs would be in trouble within 3 days. Now if you calculate, isn't that just 3 days? I don't think so. We haven't been nice to him in the past, and he hasn't done anything to retaliate. Let's just wait and see. Lin Rusheng seemed to be thinking about something, and finally spoke again to comfort Lin Jilan. If it was Lin Xian who was doing this secretly, I would never let him go. Lin Jilan gnashed his teeth and angrily slapped his right leg with one hand, but still felt nothing. 20 minutes later. The two experts walked into the ward with X-rays in their hands, looking worried. Mr. Li, what's wrong with my sister's legs? Mr. Li put the X-ray film away and frowned even more tightly. From the film, there's nothing wrong with Miss Lin's legs. Yes, our expert group just studied it and unanimously agreed that the film is normal. Su Guoliang also echoed. Lin Rusheng was stunned and looked at Su Guoliang in shock. How is that possible? You saw it too. My sister can't even lift her legs. How can you say there's no problem? After listening to what the two of them said, Lin Rusheng was more confused. The facts are in front of us, but the X-ray shows that there is no problem. What is going on? Not only do authoritative experts have no conclusion, but even the expert group thinks so. This is too strange. Ms. Lin, but from our analysis of the pulse, Miss Third's condition is indeed not optimistic. This is a typical case of functional loss. Hearing that it was a loss of function, Lin Jilan grabbed the bedsheet tightly. Mr. Li, there must be nothing wrong with my legs. You can treat this symptom, right? Lin Jilan was completely panicked. If I lose the muscles in my right leg, I will become a cripple, which means I will have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. How could the third young lady of the Lin family, the backbone of the dance academy, bear such a blow? Ms. Lin, so far, there is no good medical solution for this symptom. We can only take conservative treatment methods and hope for a miracle to happen. When Mr. Li gave his conclusion, Lin Jilan almost fainted. Conservative treatment means accepting reality. How can I accept such a reality? I am the proud white swan, not the lame black swan. Thinking of what Lin Xian said again, Lin Jilan directly diverted his anger. It's all because of Lin Xian, this unlucky star. It's all because of his curse that I became like this. Third sister, don't be impulsive. Your legs won't be like this just because of a few curses. Hearing the two sisters discussing family matters, Mr. Li and Su Guoliang claimed that they were going to notify the medical staff to prepare medicine and left on the pretext of something. Next, Lin Rusheng analyzed calmly. If Lin Xian really has that much ability, based on what happened to him, wouldn't all of us be extremely unlucky? Lin Jilan's mind was in a mess, and she couldn't listen to anything anyone said. What he said was so accurate, even the time was predicted with incredible accuracy. This matter must be related to him. He must hate me, so he did this. Lin Rusheng shook her head and disagreed with Lin Jilan's statement. If you want to talk about hatred, Lin Xian will not just deal with you. There is a way. Let's go find Lin Xian together. Why are you looking for him? I won't ask him to do that. If I don't have such a vicious brother, he doesn't deserve to be a member of the Lin family. What about your legs? Are you going to just waste them like this? Can you afford it? Lin Rusheng's face returned to a serious expression, and Lin Jilan was stunned on the spot. Just now, Dr. Li said that conservative treatment is needed, which means that there is no accurate treatment plan at the moment. My elder sister is right. I can't just sit there and waste time, and I can't afford to waste time. If you really miss the best time for treatment, then this leg will be really useless. Seeing that Lin Jilan was moved, Lin Rusheng stood up immediately. Your leg is the most important thing right now. We can't let it go even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance. I will go with you to find Lin Xian. For some reason, Lin Rusheng always felt that Lin Xian had a way to solve the current problem. It was thanks to Lin Jilan's unintentional words just now that I thought of this. Lin Jilan finally nodded, and walked out with the help of Lin Rusheng with a painful look on his face. 1 o'clock in the morning. Lin Jilan and Lin Rushuang finally stopped at the gate of Hyde Community. Seeing the dilapidated neighborhood in front of him, Lin Jilan looked disgusted. Sister, could it be that I am mistaken? Lin Xian lives in a place that looks like a slum. The street lights flickered, and the ground was bumpy, so it was easy to trip if you weren't careful. How can this be a place where people live? Calling it a slum is an exaggeration. Don't complain, I'm sure it's here. She had followed her father to pick up Lin Xian before, and Lin Rusheng remembered the address clearly. The two of them supported each other and came to the door of Unit 2, Room 301. Lin Rushuang raised her hand and knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. After finishing a set of questions, Lin Xian had just finished washing up when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. After confirming again, Lin Xian went to open the door. Seeing the two people in front of him, Lin Xian frowned instinctively and his face turned cold. What's the matter? Hey, Lin Xian, you've really grown up. You don't even call me sister anymore. Lin Jilan spoke while suppressing his anger. Really? Miss Lin San, have you forgotten your original proposal? I have no relationship with the Lin family now, so why should I call you sister? Also, the agreement clearly states that you are not to disturb my life from the effective date. Are you going to breach the contract? Don't say it's late at night. Even if it's daytime, I don't want to see you. Please leave. After saying that, Lin Xian was about to close the door. Wait, Lin Xian, we really have something very important to discuss with you. In order to prevent Lin Xian from closing the door, Lin Rusheng stretched out her hand to stop him. Xiao Lan's leg suddenly lost feeling and the doctors couldn't do anything. You should know what's going on. I remember you mentioned her legs a few days ago. Lin Xian looked at Lin Jilan with sidelong eyes. Sure enough, Lin Jilan now had a look of pain on his face, and the weight of his entire body was now completely supported by his left leg. The leg on the right seems to be just for decoration. Lin Xian also directly admitted what he had said before. First of all, let me make it clear to you that I know what's wrong with her legs. Secondly, this matter is not important to me. Third, her legs have nothing to do with me. Lin Xian's face was full of resistance, and Lin Rusheng became anxious again. Lin Xian, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. We admit our mistakes in the past. We hope you can save your third sister. Get lost. Lin Xian snorted in his heart. Now that Lin Jilan's leg is injured, they realize that they were wrong in the past. The purpose is just to take action myself. This is really a case of seeking help from Buddha when in trouble. Lin Xian, how can you talk like that? I'm giving you face, right? Lin Jilan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He was about to turn around on the spot, but was stopped by Lin Rusheng. Lin Xian, then you set the conditions. As long as Xiao Lan can be saved, you can name any price you want. Lin Rusheng knew that at the moment, Lin Xian was the only person who could save Lin Jilan. Okay, 20 million, 1 cent less and we won't cure it. Lin Xian spoke in a cold voice. Lin Jilan was completely stunned. 20 million. Why don't you go and rob? Lin Xian, are you obsessed with money? Are you crazy about it? I'm telling you, if you dare to keep talking nonsense, I will never let you off. Lin Xian sneered. If you don't want to be a lame black swan, just keep your money and I won't serve you. Lin Jilan was so angry that he was shaking all over and couldn't utter a word. Lin Xian, I agree to this price. Let's get treated first. Lin Rushuang remained calm and made a decision directly. As long as Lin Jilan's leg can be cured, 20 million is worth it. Lin Xian was right, one leg was enough to ruin Lin Jilan's life. The current situation was within Lin Xian's expectations. In my previous life, I valued family ties and naturally didn't care about money. I'll live my life again, and when facing them, I'll only care about money and not people. Lin Jilan's face was pale and full of reluctance, and his already thin lips were almost pursed into a line. Lin Rusheng gently pressed on the back of Lin Jilan's hand, signaling her to calm down for the time being. But Lin Xian on the opposite side had no intention of treating them, and didn't even plan to let them into the house. The two people were wondering when Lin Xian suddenly stretched out his hand. "What are you going to do?" Lin Jilan looked alert. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. "Don't you have to pay for medical treatment? Are you just saying that?" "Lin Xian, don't go too far. I'll give you the money after I cure my leg, right? I don't bargain here. Pay first, then see the doctor." Lin Xian had a blank expression on his face and refused to give in. Lin Jilan frowned. 20 million is not a small sum of money. Who would carry 20 million with them all day long? Lin Rushuang was afraid that Lin Xian would go back on his word, so she hurried forward to make a promise. "Lin Xian, we are in a hurry to leave, and the amount of money is not enough. But don't worry, I promise you that I will transfer the money to you when I return. I will definitely keep my word. Do you think this will work?" Seeing Lin Rusheng's serious face, Lin Xian was too lazy to say anything more and just nodded. The Lin family is wealthy and powerful, and in their eyes, 20 million is nothing. Lin Xian turned and went into the house without closing the door. The two sisters then breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, Lin Xian returned with a big-nosed steel needle in his hand. Compared with other sewing needles, the steel needle in Lin Xian's hand is larger and longer, and the needle hole is much larger. Snap! Before the two men could react, Lin Xian had already lit the lighter with one hand, and with the other hand he was moving the steel needle back and forth on the lighter. "Sister, what is he going to do? I'm afraid of needles." Lin Jilan's voice was filled with tears, and he stepped back tremblingly. Looking at the situation before her, Lin Rushuang felt unsure. This is so far from the acupuncture I imagined. Traditional acupuncture uses silver needles, but Lin Xian uses a big-nosed steel needle. Besides, I have known Lin Xian for such a long time, but I never knew he knew acupuncture. If the acupuncture points are not found correctly, can the patient still be saved? You can bear the needle sickness. Lin Xian was in a bad mood, and his words were devoid of any emotion. If I were to live my life over again, I would never spoil them. Lin Jilan was about to refute, but Lin Xian had already squatted down and grabbed Lin Jilan's leg with one hand. Lin Jilan's expression was stiff. He wanted to drag his numb legs back, but he couldn't break free from Lin Xian. Originally, Lin Jilan wanted to ask for help again, but at this moment the big-nosed steel needle in Lin Xian's hand had already pierced down. Flying needle. Kunlun needle. There's also a fuyang in the middle. Lin Xian silently recited 3 acupoints in his mind and inserted the needles. Due to numbness, Lin Jilan didn't feel anything after the first 2 injections. But when Lin Xian pulled out the 3rd needle, Lin Jilan felt a slight pain. For just a moment, it felt like a dream. Is that all? Lin Rushuang's face was full of disbelief. Lin Xian's movements were too fast just now, and I didn't see clearly how he inserted the needle. But if it was as simple as a few pricks, why didn't the experts and professors in the hospital think of this solution? At this moment, the male protagonist's voice came again. "All right. How is it possible, you?" Lin Jilan didn't believe what Lin Xian said, at least not completely. But before he could finish his words, Lin Jilan's legs slowly lifted up. "Oh my God, sister, my legs are really healed." Lin Jilan's face was filled with shock, and tears began to fall. Thinking that I might never be able to stand up and walk again in my life, I felt a pang of fear in my heart. At this moment, Lin Rushuang was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. Lin Xian had a blank expression on his face, but he felt relieved in his heart. Although I have memorized the acupuncture methods I have seen in ancient books, this is the first time I have actually put them into practice. If the acupuncture position and depth are slightly off, the consequences will be disastrous. You guys go, don't disturb my family's rest. Also, remember to give me the money. Lin Xian ordered everyone to leave and was about to close the door. Wait a minute, Lin Xian, you are from the Lin family after all. Come back with us. Everything will be fine as long as you apologize. Snort. Lin Xian sneered. I didn't do anything wrong, why should I apologize to them? Why must I be the only one bowing down? Tell me, what did I do wrong? This. Lin Rushuang opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Although I tried hard to search for Lin Xian's mistake in my mind, in the end, I still couldn't find it. But, whenever they were unhappy in the past, wasn't it Lin Xian who apologized? After thinking about it carefully, Lin Rushuang finally found a reason. You signed a severance agreement with us. Didn't you do anything wrong? It's okay to lose your temper, but this is a bit too much. And your parents are looking for you to go back, and your attitude is wrong. Because of this incident, Xiao Hao was so anxious that he had a fever. Is this ever going to end? Lin Xian has been controlling his inner emotions. Unexpectedly, Lin Rushuang kept talking and even said that Lin Hao had a fever because of her. What a joke. Are these people mentally ill? Could it be that a few crocodile tears from Lin Hao could make them lose their way? I signed the severance agreement and I have never regretted it. I don't want to have anything to do with your Lin family. From now on, we will go our separate ways and not bother each other. It's your business if you are willing to listen to Lin Hao's sweet words and be deceived by him. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Xian was too lazy to say anything more and reached out to close the door. Bang. There was a heavy sound of a door closing. Lin Rushuang and Lin Jilan were locked outside the door. Lin Xian got so excited when we mentioned asking him to go back. Did we really go too far? Thinking about how she had whipped Lin Xian not long ago, Lin Rushuang felt guilty. Forget it, big sister, Lin Xian has a bad character and he often steals things. Don't be fooled by him. Lin Jilan rubbed his legs, which were gradually recovering, and glanced towards the door with disgust. Lin Rushuang seemed to be thinking about something. After all, those things that happened before were all our guesses. No one saw them with their own eyes. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, then it couldn't be him. Before he came, nothing had ever been missing from the house. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? After rebutting, Lin Jilan took Lin Rushuang's arm and walked back. Go back quickly. It's the middle of the night now. I don't think this place is safe. The people living here are not well educated, and it is already the middle of the night. If something really happens, how can these two weak women cope with it? Lin Rushuang nodded thoughtfully, okay. Lin Xian went back to the room and lay on the bed, fragments of memories flashing through his mind. In the previous life, after I died, Lin Hao successfully inherited the family business. How can the tragic end of Qin Yulan and the three sisters of the Lin family be described in just a few words? Humph, you treat an ungrateful person like a treasure. Sooner or later, I will bite you to death. The next morning, Lin Zhongdao went downstairs and saw 3 empty seats in the restaurant. His face suddenly fell. What time is it now? Aren't you going to have breakfast today? Only Qin Yulan, Lin Hao and Lin Qingyu were sitting around the round table, and the other seats were empty. I'm going to find my eldest sister. As soon as Lin Qingyu stood up, she was scolded by Lin Zhongdao. Don't go. Lin Qingyu quickly sat back in her seat. The rule of the Lin family is that people are not allowed to eat breakfast after dinner time, and everyone knows it. But what happened to the eldest sister and the third sister today? While everyone was wondering, Lin Rushuang and Lin Jilan hurried downstairs, both of them looked listless. Rushuang, why did you come down so late? There was dissatisfaction in Qin Yulan's voice, and then she quietly looked at Lin Zhongdao. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I came back late last night. My third sister and I went to look for Lin Xian. Bang. Before Lin Rusheng could finish her words, Lin Zhongdao slapped the table. Who told you to go look for that rebellious son? It's better if you don't come back. It's even better if you never come back. He even did something like severing our relationship. I really gave him face in the past. From now on, you don't have a brother like him. Lin Zhongdao was furious and no one present dared to speak. Lin Hao remained silent, but he was already gritting his teeth. It's Lin Xian again. Didn't he already leave? Yet he still caused chaos in the entire Lin family. Moreover, the eldest and third sisters went to see Lin Xian without their parents' consent. Is this an attempt to bring the person back? Lin Xian, don't ever think about competing with me. Invisibly, Lin Hao had already quietly clenched his fists. But what Lin Hao couldn't understand was that the three sisters hated Lin Xian so much in the beginning. Why did they wait until he left to go look for him? Rushuang, have you really seen Xiaoxian? What did he say? The last time I went to school with Lin Zhongdao to look for Lin Xian, Qin Yulan and the others were turned away. Now Qin Yulan was eager to know Lin Xian's attitude. No matter what, Lin Xian is his son who had been lost for more than 10 years. Now that I have found him again, how can I bear to let him leave again? Lin Rushuang raised her eyes and looked at Lin Zhongdao. He returned to where he originally lived, that shabby neighborhood. Just now, Lin Rushuang almost said that it was a slum. The environment there is so bad that I think only the lowest class of people live there. Lin Jilan on the side added. Qin Yulan felt a sharp pain in her heart after hearing this. Back again. Lin Xian had been to the residence of his adoptive parents, and he estimated that he would not be able to live in that kind of environment for a day. But Lin Xian would rather return to his adoptive parents than continue to stay in the Lin family. Does that mean he is really extremely disappointed in them? After returning, Zhou's mother told her what happened at that time. Qin Yulan felt that she was too careless as a mother. As they are both sons, she took good care of Lin Hao but did not consider Lin Xian's feelings. Lin Xian did not enjoy even a little bit of the luxurious life that Lin Hao had. Even Lin Yixuan didn't feel the motherly love from her. Xiaoxian can't live there, I want to bring him back. Qin Yulan stood up and was about to walk out. Stop right there. A scolding voice was heard, and then Lin Zhongdao grabbed Qin Yulan's arm. Have you forgotten what Lin Xian said at the school gate? Since he doesn't want to come back, then he should never come back. It's all his own fault. Qin Yulan shook off Lin Zhongdao's arm, her eyes red. Lin Zhongdao, he is your biological son. How could you bear to let him live such a hard life? We have missed him for more than 10 years. As a father, don't you feel guilty? In the beginning, they were the ones who lost Lin Xian, so the child became what he is now. If we hadn't been careless enough to lose the money back then, how could we be in the current situation? When Qin Yulan thought of this, tears began to fall and she could not stand steadily. You. Qin Yulan's series of accusations left Lin Zhongdao speechless. Seeing Lin Zhongdao's hesitant look, Qin Yulan became extremely furious. Lin Xian is my biological son, he must stay by my side. After saying this, Qin Yulan went upstairs angrily. Lin Hao quietly looked at the people present. Lin Jilan lowered his head and said nothing. Lin Rusheng was also thinking about something. The second sister Lin Qingyu didn't have any expression on her face, but it was obvious that she didn't want to say anything more at this time. The delicious breakfast had already gone cold and no one wanted to eat it. Lin Hao cursed in his heart again. Damn Lin Xian, why are you so haunting? Xiao Hao, let's go. I'll take you to school. Lin Hao was still in a daze when Lin Zhongdao's voice came again. Okay, Dad. After standing up obediently, Lin Hao followed Lin Zhongdao. Only the three Lin sisters were left around the dining table. Big sister, everything is fine. Why did you go to find Lin Xian? Look how angry Dad is. Lin Rusheng shook her head helplessly. After recounting what happened last night, Lin Rusheng slowly raised her head. Second sister, did we go too far in the past? Shouldn't we focus all our energy on Lin Hao? After all, Lin Xian is also our brother. Even if we can't treat him equally, we can't treat him like that. Ever since they saw Lin Xian's residence in the Lin family and learned about Lin Xian's situation, the three sisters felt a little emotional. Especially when she thought of Lin Xian's determined expression that he would not come back, Lin Rusheng felt even more guilty. Lin Qingyu opened her mouth for a long time before she came to her senses. Big sister, are you saying that Lin Xian cured third sister's leg? Does he really know medical skills? I'm not sure either, but that's the fact. Even experts and professors couldn't diagnose and treat the disease, but Lin Xian cured it in just a few strokes. Lin Rushuang sighed again. Perhaps we really don't understand this brother, and this is our failure as sisters. But at this point, Lin Qingyu didn't know what to say. I did often bully Lin Xian in the past, but Lin Xian didn't say anything at that time. No matter whether it was his fault or not, Lin Xian would take the initiative to apologize every time. Wasn't he quite happy at that time? It had only been a long time since Lin Xian left, and he felt a little out of place. He always felt that something was missing. But this cannot be said. What a shame. At the same time, Qin Yulan upstairs had made up her mind. When Lin Hao comes back today, he will take him to apologize to Lin Xian. In the final analysis, the matter started because of Lin Hao, and it would definitely not work if Lin Hao did not come forward. It's quiet. Putting the phone aside, Lin Xian raised his eyes and looked at Shen Chuxia. Shen Chuxia recovered from the shock and pursed her lips with a sweet smile. This is what you should look like. To be honest, looking at your appearance just now, I think of the way you snatched my bag from the gangster again. Just now at the school gate, I was really worried that they would bully you. Lin Xian also had a smile on his face. He has already died once, how could he still be as childish as before? After experiencing some things, you can also understand what you want and what is the most precious. On the contrary, it was Shen Chuxia's performance that surprised Lin Xian. Before this, Lin Xian had always thought that Shen Chuxia was a delicate girl. Unexpectedly, when she became strong, she would be as fierce as a kitten with its claws stretched out. Without the longing for the family affection of the Lin family, Lin Xian will naturally not be able to please anyone like he did in his previous life. Therefore, what Shen Chuxia said about being bullied does not exist. Sister Chuxia, you don't have to worry about me, you are doing well now. Shen Chuxia nodded, okay, I have now taken over the family company. If anyone dares to bully you again, just tell me. Shen Chuxia did not say the rest. But Lin Xian had already seen something in the eyes of this neighbor's sister. Then, Shen Chuxia began to pick up food for Lin Xian. After a while, the food on the plate in front of her was like a mountain. Lin's villa. Lin Qingyu was so angry that she was trembling all over, and her face turned pale. Ever since I was a child, I have never been criticized like this. What's even more depressing is that after being criticized, I can't even say a word in reply. When I called back again, I was blocked. Damn, it's really hateful. There's a fire burning in my heart, but I can't vent it. This kind of depression makes me want to go crazy and even want to kill someone. Lin Xian, you actually blocked me. I'm so angry, Dad is right, Lin Xian is a rebellious son. He actually said that we asked for trouble. How could he say that? Lin Xian's character is too bad. It's hard to change one's nature. No matter how good the environment is, he won't be able to change this bad habit. I said he didn't contribute to the family. Am I wronging him? Xiao Hao even wrote songs for me. He didn't do anything. Lin Qingyu became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and instinctively called out to Zhou Ma again in a sharp voice. Mother Zhou, come here and judge for yourself whether what I said is right or not. The second young lady was losing her temper and everyone in the room was silent. I was afraid that I might say something wrong and get into trouble again. Suddenly hearing the second miss calling her, Aunt Zhou hurriedly walked out of the room. Second miss, you called me. Lin Qingyu's face showed impatience. I've called you several times, what are you doing lingering in the room? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Qingyu's gaze stopped on Zhou Ma's hand. What is that in your hand? Let me see. Mother Zhou was startled and instinctively put her hands behind her back. This made Lin Qingyu even more curious. Can't you hear what I say? Bring it here. Mother Zhou had no choice but to hand the paper in her hand to Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu was about to roll her eyes at Zhou Ma in annoyance. What is this? Isn't this my famous song? And it was written for me by Xiaohao. The handwriting on the slightly yellowed A4 paper is elegant. I crossed the ocean just for the moment you looked back. All the bitterness will vanish into thin air. I want you to know that I am looking forward to the days with you. Laughter and warmth of candlelight. It is the most beautiful world. Seeing the lyrics, the expression on Lin Qingyu's face eased a little. But when she saw the signature, Lin Qingyu's brows instantly frowned again. Lin Xian, humph, what a nuisance. Why would he copy my lyrics for no reason? He must have ulterior motives. Just as she was about to say something else, Lin Qingyu suddenly stopped talking. Under Lin Xian's name, the signature was actually January 1st. What's going on? This song was clearly written by Lin Hao for himself. Lin Qingyu clearly remembered that the Lantern Festival that year was on February 14th, and Valentine's Day and the Lantern Festival were on the same day. In order to celebrate this rare festival, Lin Hao specially composed a song for himself. He also became famous because of the song, The Most Beautiful World. But why is Lin Xian's name written here, and it's January 1st? Could it be that? Several thoughts flashed through Lin Qingyu's mind, and finally she looked straight at Zhou Ma. Mother Zhou, where did this come from? After hearing this, Zhou Ma hurriedly replied. Oh, second miss, the piece of paper you are talking about was given to me by the young master on New Year's Day last year. It's not really a gift. The young master was writing something, and then he copied it. The revised version was given to me. I saw that the young master's handwriting is good, and I want to take it back to my hometown when I have time so that my grandson can practice. Then I forgot about it after it was put aside for a long time. Today. Listening to Zhou Ma's chatter, Lin Qingyu became more and more confused, and in the end she interrupted Zhou Ma. Okay, I get it, go get busy. With deep doubts, Lin Qingyu went upstairs to find Lin Rusheng. The lyrics were so weird that Lin Qingyu felt like her head was going crazy from thinking about it. When she met Lin Rusheng, Lin Qingyu told her everything directly and finally produced the evidence. Big sister, what on earth is going on with my famous song? According to what Aunt Zhou said, Lin Xian created the song first, but how could Lin Xian write a song for me? But Aunt Zhou watched us grow up, so she can't lie. Lin Qingyu's eyes were full of confusion. Lin Rushuang frowned slightly and said slowly, could it be that the song was really written by Lin Xian? But Xiaohao clearly told me that he created it himself. Is Xiaohao lying to me? Lin Qingyu shook her head, unwilling to accept this fact. Lin Qingyu read the lyrics in her hand over and over again, always looking at the date. Tell me, is Lin Xian disappointed with us, so he insisted on leaving? If he really coveted the Lin family's property, why would he refuse to come back? He would rather live the hard life than stay here. This is totally different from what was said before. If Lin Xian was really as they thought before, then why would he give up his identity as the young master of the Lin family? Once he breaks off relations with the Lin family, he will have no benefit at all. Lin Rusheng thought that she was very calm at the moment and could analyze the whole matter rationally. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu stood up suddenly, her face full of astonishment. Sister, do you mean that Xiaohao is lying? He is wrongly accusing Lin Xian. All those words that were unfavorable to Lin Xian seemed to be guessed by Lin Hao under their guidance. In other words, the mastermind behind this is Lin Hao. This thought flashed through her mind, and Lin Qingyu's eyes were full of disbelief. Lin Qingyu's mind was in a mess, and she couldn't stay calm. If it is confirmed that Lin Hao was lying, it would mean that all their previous judgments were wrong. Thinking about Lin Xian's current actions, Lin Qingyu felt that Lin Xian was not targeting the family's property. But if Lin Hao did everything, then Lin Hao was hiding it too deeply. At the same time, Lin Rusheng was also in deep thought. What Lin Xian said was not wrong. They did not make conclusions without too much investigation into the past. Moreover, he had punished Lin Xian with a whip more than once. Sister, what should we do now? I'm worried, we are wrong. Lin Qingyu was feeling uneasy. The closer we get to the truth, the more timid we become. This is Lin Qingyu's mentality right now. By the way, I'm going to give Lin Xian some money later, do you want to come with me? Lin Rusheng changed the subject, and Lin Qingyu's expression improved a little. With what Zhou Ma said in her own judgment, Lin Qingyu has already determined the truth of the matter. With a determined look in her eyes, Lin Qingyu said, I'll go with you. I hope he can forgive me. When saying the second half of the sentence, Lin Qingyu was obviously lacking in confidence. I have done such excessive things in the past, it is probably unlikely that Lin Xian will forgive me. However, who knows what will happen if you don't try. Although it felt hopeless, Lin Qingyu still held out a glimmer of hope. Okay, let's go together. Half an hour later. A limited edition luxury car was parked at the entrance of Hyde Community. At the same time, Lin Rusheng and Lin Qingyu both looked out the window. Sister, do you think he will come back at this time? Lin Qingyu was a little worried, her brows were furrowed, but her eyes refused to move away even an inch. I've already sent a message saying we're waiting for him here. Besides, when you called just now, didn't you sound like you were having dinner? It would have been fine if Lin Rusheng hadn't said this. After she said this, Lin Qingyu's cheeks puffed up. Lin Xian, this brat, actually dared to block himself. This is too much. Lin Rusheng glanced at the card in her hand, then looked away. There was a total of 30 million on the card, which was 10 million more than the 20 million that Lin Xian wanted at the beginning. When transferring money from the card, Lin Rusheng had already thought it through clearly, and realized that the extra money was given voluntarily by herself. In the past few years since Lin Xian came back, he has indeed suffered a lot in the Lin family. It is all his fault that he, as the eldest sister, was slow to realize it. As one of those who had hurt Lin Xian, Lin Rusheng decided to make amends in this way. Although money is not omnipotent, doing this can at least make you feel better. 10 million is insignificant to me, but to an ordinary family, it is a considerable sum of money. Sister, what are you doing? Why aren't you talking? Feeling Lin Rusheng's silence, Lin Qingyu couldn't help but ask. I'm thinking about money. I hope Lin Xian can accept the extra money I give him. You have seen their conditions. If they continue to live in a community like this, their lives will definitely not be much better. Hopefully that little bit of money can make their lives a little easier. Lin Qingyu didn't say anything about Lin Rusheng's decision. Is this compensation to you, elder sister? So what should you do if you are wrong? Lin Xian is here. Lin Qingyu was in a daze when Lin Rusheng's excited voice suddenly came. As Lin Rusheng got out of the car, Lin Qingyu quickly opened the door. Not far away, Lin Xian was indeed walking towards this side. Lin Xian. Lin Rusheng waved enthusiastically. Lin Qingyu, who was following behind, was also a little excited. However, there was no change in the expression on Lin Xian's face. He was stunned for a moment, and then walked towards them. There's no need to send the card over. As soon as they met, Lin Xian said coldly. I wanted to talk to you, so your second sister and I came over. Let's go, let's get in the car. Lin Rusheng's words were clear and concise, but no longer as strong as before. Lin Xian refused directly. I'm busy. Seeing Lin Xian's attitude, Lin Qingyu's anger could not be vented again. Lin Xian, this car is right at the entrance of your community. If the car doesn't move, it will cause a traffic jam soon. You don't want others to point fingers at you, do you? If you don't mind, then we'll stay here. Anyway, we won't leave until we finish talking. At this time, Lin Qingyu had made up her mind. Isn't Lin Xian stubborn? Then I am even more stubborn than him. At worst, I will just act like a rogue. Anyway, he can't do anything to a girl like me. But doing so is more or less embarrassing. At the moment, Lin Qingyu couldn't think so much. Well, if you have anything to say, you'd better say it quickly. As he spoke, Lin Xian opened the car door and sat directly in the back seat. Lin Rusheng drove forward, but from time to time she looked at Lin Xian in the rearview mirror. There is a hint of stubbornness on his face with distinct features. His slightly thin lips were tightly pursed, and his resistance could be seen at a glance. But even so, Lin Rusheng was still somewhat happy. After all, Lin Xian agreed to come out with them. Lin Xian, Let me ask you something. Have you ever written a song before? Although she already had a vague answer in her mind, Lin Qingyu still wanted to confirm it with Lin Xian. What does this have to do with you? Lin Xian did not answer Lin Qingyu's question, but directly asked whether he could go back or not. In the entire Lin family, apart from Lin Zhongdao, Lin Qingyu has the worst temper and often does unreasonable things. Now that he no longer had any relationship with the Lin family, he naturally didn't want to maintain the so-called sister-brother relationship with Lin Qingyu. It feels great to be able to say whatever you want to say. Seeing Lin Xian's mouth curled up, Lin Qingyu still felt a little unwilling to give up. I just want to ask, have you ever written any songs during the Chinese New Year or other festivals? Yes. Have you ever published it? Or submitted it for publication? Lin Qingyu's repeated questioning made Lin Xian impatient. I write for myself, why should I publish it? At this moment, Lin Qingyu could no longer contain her excitement. The most beautiful world, my famous song, was it you who wrote it? Was it you? Lin Xian did not refute, obviously agreeing. At that time, after he finished writing the song, he wanted to quietly put it in Lin Qingyu's room. Later, Lin Hao said that he would send it to him and give him a surprise. Lin Xian didn't think much about it. After all, Lin Qingyu didn't like him at that time, and Lin Xian knew it. Lin Qingyu became famous with his song, and his attitude towards him did not change at all. Lin Xian just thought that he simply didn't like him. The matter was left on hold. But Lin Xian didn't understand why Lin Qingyu wanted to bring up the past at this time. Lin Qingyu clenched her hands tightly and pursed her lips into a straight line. Lin Rusheng, who was driving, heard the two people talking and her face was full of surprise. Finally, Lin Qingyu said something excitedly. Lin Xian, do you know which song you wrote is my famous song? It's my famous song. Lin Xian had a cold expression. Although he didn't know what Lin Qingyu wanted to express, it no longer mattered at this moment. Really? So what if it's a famous song? Even if a beggar on the street asked me to write a song for him, I would agree. From the rearview mirror, Lin Qingyu could see Lin Xian's disdainful look. Lin Xian, how could you do this? You actually compared me to a street beggar. You think you can't compare with them? You're right. The beggars on the street are more humane than you. Lin Xian, you're going too far. Lin Qingyu was so angry that she wanted to stamp her feet, but in the end she could only squeeze out a few words from her throat. Compared to Lin Qingyu, Lin Rushuang is much calmer. At least in this matter, Lin Xian just endured it silently. If the same thing happened to Lin Hao, he would definitely not give in. The car slowly stopped and three people got out together. When they arrived at the cafe, Lin Rusheng ordered 2 cups of coffee, and then for the first time ever asked Lin Xian what flavor he wanted. A glass of water. Lin Xian was very polite to the waiter next to him. Thinking about Lin Xian's attitude towards her just now, Lin Qingyu felt dissatisfied again. He can be so kind to an outsider, but I am his second sister, how could he be like this? Lin Rusheng took out the card and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, thank you for Xiaolan's matter. She has a performance today, so she can't come in person. I want to thank you on her behalf. The total amount of money on the card is 30 million. It was our fault before. I hope you can forgive us. Lin Xian glanced at the card in front of him and then looked away. It's only natural to charge for medical treatment, so you don't have to say thank you. If you want to ask for my forgiveness for the extra money, that's impossible. After hearing this, Lin Rusheng waved her hands anxiously. Lin Xian, you misunderstood. We really didn't take good care of you when we were at home. This is a little gift from me. I really hope you can accept it. Seeing Lin Rusheng's sincere face, Lin Xian packed up the cards. Since they feel guilty about giving me money, I should just accept it. Lin Rusheng showed joy on her face, paused for a moment, and finally started to persuade. Lin Xian, I know you are angry, but this anger will eventually subside. Because of your situation, Mom is in a very low mood. You should go back. We didn't understand you before, so there were those misunderstandings, but we are a family after all. Before Lin Rusheng could finish her words, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and made a pause gesture. Pause. I can't possibly do what you said. The severance agreement has been signed and it is legally binding. As for the misunderstandings you mentioned, they don't matter to me. Lin Xian stood up straight, his voice cold. Also, this matter is over. I hope you can abide by the agreement and stop disturbing my life. The college entrance examination is approaching, please cherish my time. Also, I won't take your extra money for nothing. I'll tell you something. Lin Hao is indeed your brother. The adopted son is just a gimmick. He is Lin Zhongdao's biological son. Lin Xian's voice was flat. When they said this, the expression on their faces was as normal as if they were discussing what to eat today. Last life. Lin Xian really didn't know so much information. It was because of experiencing the spiritual space that Lin Xian slowly discovered the truth of the matter. The disappearance of the Lin family's biological son, whether he was lost or taken away by mistake, was completely a conspiracy. The masterminds of the conspiracy were Lin Zhongdao and the woman outside him. The adopted son that the Lin family brought back after he was lost was Lin Hao. Lin Zhongdao and his lover's biological son. Originally, these things have nothing to do with me, so it doesn't matter whether I say anything or not. But just now, Lin Hao's face flashed through Lin Xian's mind, and he thought of how they were foolishly kept in the dark, so he felt kind. Lin Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Qingyu was horrified. Yes, Lin Xian, when I brought Lin Hao back, I was no longer a child. I remember it very clearly. I brought Lin Hao back with me. After you were lost, Mom went crazy, so Dad came up with this idea. There are many people who can prove that Mom only gave birth to you. How could there be a twin brother? Lin Rusheng has always been calm, but after hearing what Lin Xian said, she frowned. Lin Hao is just an adopted son, not a biological son. Even if Lin Xian is dissatisfied with Lin Hao, he can't say such nonsense. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Did I ever tell you that Qin Yulan gave birth to twins? Did anyone say that Lin Hao is Qin Yulan's son? Are the ideas in your heads too naive? The two sisters were stunned at the same time. Soon, Lin Qingyu exclaimed. You mean, Xiao Hao is the child of Dad and those women outside? After saying this, Lin Qingyu's legs went weak and all the strength in her body seemed to be drained away. She instantly collapsed on the sofa. Lin Rusheng was even more stunned and covered her mouth with her hands to hide her shock. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, this is the truth. I hope you can accept it calmly. Anyway, you have a relationship foundation of more than 10 years, it's just a change of perception. But, it's ridiculous for a fool like you to pamper Lin Zhongdao's illegitimate child and treat him like a treasure. Lin Xian raised his foot to leave, but Lin Qingyu grabbed Lin Xian's arm first. Wait a minute, Lin Xian, you can't leave, what do you mean? Lin Qingyu's face flushed red and her voice trembled. First came Lin Hao's true identity, and then came Lin Xian's ridicule. No matter what, I am now a semi-public figure, and as the second daughter of the Lin family, when have I ever been humiliated like this? Xiaoyu, don't worry. Lin Rusheng pretended to be calm, but she could see that Lin Xian's eyes were full of reluctance to let her stay. Lin Xian stopped and looked at Lin Qingyu coldly. It means literally, can't you hear it? Lin Hao is now your beloved little brother, well-behaved and sensible. Wait until he gets everything from the Lin family, and see if he still has this attitude. I'd like to advise you that instead of having the time and energy to pick a fight with me, you might as well just look at what Lin Hao has done. Lin Rushuang and Lin Qingyu were speechless. What Lin Xian said was right. When it came to Lin Hao, the three sisters seemed to have nothing but care and love for him. As for other things, they have never thought about them too much, nor are they unwilling to think about them too much. Mom and Dad treat Lin Hao like a baby. As sisters, what reason do they have to be hard on Lin Hao? But if what Lin Xian said was true, wouldn't they all be fools? It's ridiculous to be fooled by a teenager. Lin Qingyu was unwilling to accept what Lin Xian said, so she instinctively began to resist in her heart. Lin Xian, where is the evidence? What makes you say that? Lin Xian didn't want to pay attention at first, but when he heard Lin Qingyu's question, he became furious. What does this have to do with me? Why do you ask me for evidence? If you want to verify it, it should be your business. Believe it or not, if you don't believe it, forget it. You guys are willing to be fools like before, just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Qingyu was so angry that she was shaking all over. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all and continued to retort. Put away your condescending attitude. No one owes you anything. I listened to you before because I still recognize you as my sister. I have no relationship with the Lin family now, so don't even think about ordering me around in a high-handed manner. The reason I told you the truth is that I don't want to see you continue to act like fools. But you guys are enjoying it, who can control it? Lin Qingyu couldn't bear it any longer and finally exploded. Lin Xian, don't forget that your last name is also Lin. We have the same blood. You keep calling me you guys as if it has nothing to do with me. Lin Xian sneered. Does it matter? Don't forget that we have an agreement between us, and the agreement is legally binding. Don't tie me to you guys just because my last name is Lin. I will only feel humiliated. What you have done makes you unworthy of being my family. Lin Xian got angry and spoke harshly. Lin Rusheng looked at Lin Xian in front of her and felt extremely guilty. It was precisely because of their actions that Lin Xian was forced into this situation. If they had been nicer to Lin Xian before, this situation would not have happened. Lin Xian, we were wrong before. Lin Rusheng stepped forward to comfort her. We didn't figure out the reasons for many things that happened before, so we just blamed you. That was our fault. As sisters, we should trust you instead of questioning you. Lin Xian, sister wants to tell you that she is sorry. Can we go home and talk about it? Lin Xian was stunned, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Lin Rushuang, the president of the Lin Group branch, has always been known for his competence and decisiveness, but today he actually said such a thing. And I humbly apologize to myself. Lin Qingyu opened her eyes wide and forgot to close her mouth. When she came here earlier, the eldest sister once said that she wanted to impress Lin Xian with her sincerity. But I didn't expect that my elder sister would give in so much. I appreciate your kindness, but it's impossible to go back. The price of being a member of the Lin family is too high. I'm afraid I'll lose my life there. Lin Xian told the truth without hiding anything. In my previous life, I blindly pursued family affection and ended up losing my life. Living my life over again, how could I be so stupid? Now that I have the capital to leave them, I will never go back to that home. After reaffirming his thoughts, Lin Xian finally spoke. In your eyes, I returned to the Lin family just for the money. You should feel more at ease after I leave. From now on, don't associate me with your Lin family. It's up to you whether you believe what I just said or not. I hope you can abide by the agreement and stop bothering me. After saying this, Lin Xian turned around abruptly. Lin Rusheng caught up with him again. Lin Xian, I know that what we did made you very sad. You are a sensible child and you even wrote a famous song for my second sister. I sincerely apologize to you for what happened before. If you don't want to go back, I won't force you. I just ask that we keep in touch. At this point, Lin Rushuang was already sobbing. I don't know why. Lin Rushuang's mind is full of Lin Xian's words. He is steady and sensible, and he endures it even when he is criticized. In order to please the three sisters, Lin Xian really did a lot. Seeing that the heartbroken Lin Xian didn't want to go home at all, Lin Rusheng felt that she had a great responsibility. No need, I just came here to get the money today. I took money from someone to help him get rid of his misfortune. Now we are even. Don't you want me to forgive you? Okay, I forgive you. We are strangers to each other from now on, so it's best not to contact each other again. This time Lin Xian left very decisively without stopping at all. Looking at Lin Xian's back, Lin Rusheng could no longer hold back her tears. The younger brother they disliked eventually left with a broken heart. Just now, Lin Qingyu asked Lin Xian to find evidence, and Lin Rusheng was shocked. In the past, they said that Lin Xian had bad behavior, stole things, and associated with gangsters in society. What is the evidence for these conclusions? No one has witnessed Lin Xian's actions with their own eyes, so why did they give such a definition? Lin Xian is a member of the Lin family, and they have the same blood. And Lin Hao. Lin Rusheng suddenly came back to her senses. Xiao Yu, let's go back quickly and investigate Lin Hao's case thoroughly. After listening to this, Lin Qingyu grabbed her bag and walked out. Yes, I'll go back and ask Dad what's going on. If what Lin Xian said is true, then I will drive Lin Hao away now. I absolutely cannot recognize the child he had with his mistress as my brother. Lin Qingyu's chest heaved and her face was filled with annoyance. Lin Rushuang was shaking her head. Xiao Yu, calm down. Do you think if you ask your father this, he will admit it? If this is true, who is the mastermind behind this? Lin Rusheng regained her composure and gave a wry smile. If this matter were to get out, their Lin family would become the laughingstock of everyone. Abandoning his own son and taking the mistress's child back. An illegitimate child was raised in the palm of my hand for more than 10 years. Even if everyone can listen to this kind of joke, what about the mother? Can Qin Yulan accept this fact? When Lin Rusheng thought that Lin Hao was the son of her father and the woman outside, she felt the blood in her body boiling. I couldn't accept this result myself, let alone my mother. Sister, what should we do now? If that's true, then Dad is horrible. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, so how could he abandon his own flesh and blood? Lin Qingyu's eyes were filled with tears and remorse. Although there was no solid evidence at the moment, her intuition told her that what Lin Xian said was true. Lin Rushuang went out with Lin Qingyu and then forced herself to calm down. Things are beyond our control. Right now we can only minimize the impact. Until we get the evidence, let's keep this matter secret. If it is true, we are thinking about how to tell Mom about it. My husband had a child with another woman more than 10 years ago. I guess any woman who is kept in the dark like this would not be able to accept it. Lin Rusheng gave careful instructions and Lin Qingyu nodded continuously. My mother has always been strong-willed. I wonder if she will collapse after knowing this fact. The son whom she regarded as her darling turned out to be her husband's illegitimate child. What's even more ridiculous is that the whole family ignores Lin Xian, the real young master of the Lin family, but unanimously favors the mistress's child. All of this was a conspiracy, and it started from the moment Mom gave birth to Lin Xian, or maybe even earlier. If her mother knew this news, would she want to kill her? Along the way, Lin Qingyu was absent-minded. Lin Qingyu was in a daze until she entered the villa. In the living room, Lin Hao and Qin Yulan were talking in low voices. It was only when Lin Qingyu came closer that I could hear clearly. Mom, I don't really want that watch, it's just that several classmates in my class already have it. They didn't say anything, but their eyes were always on my wrist. Mom, don't worry, I don't go with them after school. Now that my brother has been found, I am an adopted son, I cannot ask for so much. Lin Hao spoke in a soft voice, looking well-behaved and sensible. When Lin Qingyu heard what Lin Hao said, she became furious. Ever since Lin Xian was found, every time Lin Hao wanted to ask Qin Yulan for something, he would always mention the word adopted son. And every time he said this, no matter how excessive it was, his mother would most likely agree to his request. The same is true this time. Before Lin Hao finished speaking, Qin Yulan had already hugged Lin Hao in her arms. Silly child, you are talking nonsense again. Mom has raised you for more than 10 years and has long regarded you as her own son. Although your brother is back, Mom will never favor one over the other. Mom now has 2 sons. You are both my good sons. My palms and backs are all made of flesh. Mom will never let you down. It's just a watch, Mom will take you to buy it tomorrow. It's only 10 million, it's not like you can't afford it. After hearing this, Lin Hao immediately smiled and did not forget to rub his head against Qin Yulan. Mom, I know you love me, and I love you too. I will repay my mother when I grow up. Hearing such heartwarming words, Qin Yulan nodded continuously. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingyu felt nauseous. When Lin Hao said these words before, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but now she felt doubtful. Facing the current situation, Lin Qingyu just felt that Lin Hao was being pretentious. You're already in high school, but you're still acting like a child. You don't have any manliness at all. After all, you just want mom to buy you a watch, right? Why would you need to put so much thought into this? While speaking, Lin Qingyu did not forget to roll her eyes. Qin Yulan and Lin Hao were both stunned. Xiao Yu, what are you talking about? How can you talk about your brother like that? He's just a child. Lin Hao is about to turn 18 and will soon become an adult, but he is still whining like this. We have spoiled him. What's wrong with being an adult? Even if he is 80 years old, he is still my son. Did something happen to you today? Why are you talking so harshly? Qin Yulan looked dissatisfied. Lin Qingyu sighed, and suddenly an idea flashed through her mind. After taking a few steps towards the sofa, Lin Qingyu sat directly next to Lin Hao. Xiao Hao, I'm sorry. I'm in a bad mood. It's all because of things going on in the company that are making me depressed. My boss said that the popularity of my hit song has passed and I need new developments to maintain traffic. By the way, Xiao Hao, can you write another song for me? During the questioning, Lin Qingyu kept staring at Lin Hao. Writing songs, I'm afraid I can't do that now. Why? Lin Qingyu's heart almost jumped out. Lin Hao refused. Was he going to tell the truth about what happened back then? Lin Hao on the opposite side curled his lips and spoke in a much lower voice. Second sister, I know your difficulties, but I have no inspiration at all now. Brother Lin Xian has severed ties with us, and my mind is full of this matter now. As for new songs, I really can't write one right now. Lin Qingyu sneered in her heart. What a high-sounding reason. Now that Lin Xian is gone, you can't write any songs anymore, right? Or, my famous song was actually written by Lin Xian, and you are just using Lin Xian as a gift. I don't have enough ink in my stomach to begin with, so how can I write now? Not far away, Lin Rusheng saw it all clearly. There was evasion in Lin Hao's eyes, and also, guilty. It seems that there is no need to investigate this matter further as the truth has already been revealed. But I still need to think more about Lin Hao's identity. If you want to collect evidence, you have to do it without the whole family knowing. To identify the paternity genes, we can only find a private detective. Lin Rusheng was slightly distracted. Qin Yulan was still speaking well of Lin Hao. It's just that Lin Hao is in a bad mood. Don't force him. Even a talented man with a wealth of knowledge needs inspiration when writing. Lin Rushuang shook her head slightly. Lin Hao was spoiled by Qin Yulan like a baby. At the same time, Lin Xian has returned home. Looking at the table full of food, Lin Xian was so confused that he was speechless. Dad, Mom, why haven't you eaten yet? Didn't I say I wouldn't be back for dinner? Looking at Lin Xian, Zhou Yuzhen smiled so much that her eyes became slits. There's plenty of time in the evening anyway, and since you're not hungry, just wait a little longer. There's rock sugar lotus leaf porridge in the pot. I bought some fresh lotus leaves today and saved them for you. Zhou Yuzhen said as she turned and went into the kitchen. Mom, I've already eaten. I'm not hungry. Okay, let's drink later. We've been studying overtime these past few nights, so we can't go without something to eat. Lin Ping'an next to him didn't say anything, but his hands didn't stop. There were fruits peeled by Lin Ping'an on the plate, cut into small square pieces. Seeing the two of them, Lin Xian felt warm in his heart again. Quietly putting his hand into his pocket, Lin Xian took 2 steps forward. Mom, you're not hungry anyway, I want to show you something. What? Zhou Yuzhen's eyes widened and she tilted her head to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian slowly stretched out his hand, and in his palm was an exquisite box. Gold bracelet. Lin Xian opened the package and Zhou Yuzhen exclaimed at the same time. Lin Ping'an also put down the fruit knife and looked straight towards them. What is in front of me is really a gold bracelet. And it looks like the weight is quite large. Lin Xian, where did the gold bracelet come from? In response to Lin Ping'an's question, Lin Xian answered very casually. I bought it for my mother. See if it fits her well. Zhou Yuzhen swallowed hard, her hands trembling, and then looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. My child, how much does it cost to buy such a big gold bracelet? Where do you get so much money? Mom, no, you should retreat immediately. A look of panic flashed across Zhou Yuzhen's face, and she waved her hands as she spoke. Lin Xian took Zhou Yuzhen's hand and put the gold bracelet directly on his hand. Isn't this quite appropriate? Why do you want to withdraw? Mom, I have money now, you don't have to worry. The bracelet is bought for you, just wear it. After each sentence, Lin Xian would pause. Zhou Yuzhen was still shaking her head. How can you, a student, afford a gold bracelet? Zhou Yuzhen became nervous again after asking this question. Is it the Lin family? Lin Xian interrupted before he finished asking the question. Mom, I earned this money. I saved an old man at the school gate a few days ago. Who knew that the old man was so rich that he gave me some compensation? I saw many aunties wearing gold bracelets, so I bought one for you too. Lin Xian didn't dare to say that 3 needles cured Lin Jilan's leg, so he had to find another excuse. As for why he used acupuncture to save people, Lin Xian had already thought of an explanation. When I was at the Lin family, I met an old gentleman, and it was that old gentleman who taught me the acupuncture techniques. After listening to this, Lin Pinggan and Zhou Yuzhen suddenly realized. Looking at the heavy bracelet on her wrist, Zhou Yuzhen hurriedly took it off. No, this bracelet is too expensive. How can I, who runs a small restaurant, wear such a fine thing? I have to hide this bracelet and leave it for my future daughter-in-law. I have lived half my life, but I have not worn the gold bracelet my husband bought me, but I have worn the one my son bought me. Zhou Yuzhen started to cry while laughing. Look at you, you're crying with excitement. Your son bought you a big gold bracelet, aren't you happy? I'm happy. How can I not be happy? My son has grown up and has a promising future. I am happier than anyone else. Zhou Yuzhen wiped away her tears and smiled again. Watching Zhou Yuzhen put on the bracelet and then take it off, she kept muttering tens of thousands of dollars. Lin Xian smiled again. My mother was so happy just to spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy a gold bracelet. I was even thinking of changing their house. I wondered how happy they would be. Lin Xian kept asking Zhou Yuzhen to wear the gold bracelet, but Zhou Yuzhen refused to do so. Finally, he wrapped the gold bracelet in several layers and put it away. After calming down for a while, the couple started to eat. As usual, Lin Xian did not go back to his room to do his homework immediately after dinner, but chatted with Lin Pinggan. Since coming back, Lin Pinggan and his wife have been happy all day long, as if they had found a treasure. And Lin Xian also cherishes the time he spends with them. There are a few apples on the coffee table. Not long after, Zhou Yuzhen brought out a prepared fruit plate from the kitchen. Mom, you don't have to work so hard. It's so laborious to pose it. Just put it in your mouth and eat it. How can that be possible? You are so thin now that it makes me sad. I have to make sure you take some time to get some extra nutrition. Lin Xian smiled. After returning home, this is the thing I hear most often. Come on son, have some fruit after dinner. Lin Pinggan took the fruit plate and placed it in front of Lin Xian himself. Seeing that Zhou Yuzhen was busy again, Lin Xian hurriedly stopped her. Mom, sit down and let's eat together. Hearing her son calling her, Zhou Yuzhen happily sat next to Lin Xian. The 3 of them ate fruit and chatted as usual, as if Lin Xian had never left. The moment he bent down to eat the fruit, Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. Dad, where did the peace locket around my neck come from? Lin Pinggan was stunned. Why are you asking this? Have you forgotten that I asked for this for you when you were a freshman in high school? Lin Xian naturally remembered that this amulet was obtained through prayer. But right now, Lin Xian wanted to know more than just these. When the peace locket disappeared from his spiritual space, Lin Xian was extremely anxious. Even now, when he thinks back to the situation at that time, Lin Xian still has a bold guess. Could that spiritual space be formed by the peace locket? Although he had this idea in his mind, he had no basis for it, so Lin Xian couldn't be sure. I happen to have a chance today so I can ask you about it. What's wrong, son? Why are you dazed? What's wrong with the peace locket? Zhou Yuzhen didn't know what was going on and looked at Lin Xian's neck in confusion. The peace locket is fine, there is nothing wrong with it. Lin Xian came to his senses and touched the peace locket with his hand. It felt cool and very comfortable. It's okay. Many classmates said that my peace locket looks good. As he spoke, Lin Xian also laughed. Lin Pingyan nodded proudly. Then your classmate has really good taste. Let me tell you, when I first went to the Taoist temple, I fell in love with this peace locket at first sight. The old Taoist priest there hesitated for a long time before giving me the peace locket. When the statue was consecrated, the old Taoist priest kept telling me that it was fate, not just about eye contact, but also about past and present lives. Lin Xian's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked further questions following his words. Dad, what did the old Taoist priest say about past lives? I didn't understand him either. He kept talking for a long time. In the end, I just remember him saying it was to keep me safe. Only then did I feel relieved. Lin Xian was speechless. It seemed that Lin Pingyan didn't take to heart a word of what the old Taoist priest said. However, today was also a good day. At least Lin Xian knew that this peace locket was extremely precious to the old Taoist priest. Otherwise, why would he be reluctant to give it to Lin Pingyan? Lao Lin, don't just talk about the peace locket. My son knows that the peace locket is for safety and he won't take it off easily. Don't worry. While speaking, Zhou Yushan handed Lin Xian a piece of cut orange. Thank you, Mom. Don't worry, I will always keep the peace buckle with me. Lin Xian spoke very solemnly and with a serious expression. When Lin Pingyan saw this, he burst out laughing, and then touched Lin Xian's head like he did when he was a child. I knew my son was the most obedient. When I have time later, I will pray for your safe return. After hearing this, Lin Xian waved his hands hurriedly. Dad, no need, this one is good enough. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xian returned to the bedroom on time to do his homework, but he couldn't concentrate. The Taoist temple that Lin Pingyan mentioned and the old Taoist's peace locket gave Lin Xian endless imagination. Lin Xian carefully took the peace locket off his neck and observed it carefully. In a trance, Lin Xian seemed to see a circle of white halo around the peace locket. Lin Xian looked nervous. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again, but the halo was gone. What's going on? Was it an illusion? Are you dazzled? Lin Xian reached out and patted his forehead. I must be dazzled, otherwise why would there be nothing when I looked carefully? Putting the peace locket back around his neck, Lin Xian concentrated his attention again. There are 2 sets of questions on the table. Take a rest immediately after finishing them. Tomorrow is another busy day. Picking up the pen again, Lin Xian had returned to his previous state, completely immersed in the idea of solving the problem. Just as he expected, Lin Xian finished the questions at 11:05. After a simple wash, you need to rest. Today is the 15th day of the lunar month. The moonlight is very bright, sprinkling on the ground like a waterfall. Lin Xian finally fell asleep. In a trance, those scenes at the Lin family appeared before my eyes again. Lin Xian, how can you treat your mother like this? You are going too far. As soon as the voice sounded, a thin girl appeared in front of Lin Xian. Chen Jinyan. The moment he saw Chen Jinyan clearly, Lin Xian suddenly woke up. In a panic, Lin Xian sat up from the bed, gasping for breath. Although he had recovered somewhat, the scene just now was still flashing through his mind. That day was Lin Hao's birthday. Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan held a grand banquet. Lin Hao even invited all the well-known rich second generations. After Lin Xian went to the hall, he understood one thing: on that day, all the people who had wronged him gathered together. At the beginning, Lin Hao falsely accused himself of pursuing Chen Jinyan and threatened Chen Jinyan. He claimed that he had said that if his cousin refused to date him, he would force herself on her. In front of Lin Zhongdao, Lin Xian explained everything. Not only did Lin Zhongdao refuse to listen, he also beat himself up. And Chen Jinyan chose to go along with Lin Hao. Although this incident happened a long time ago, Lin Xian still remembers it clearly. But Lin Xian felt it was a little strange. I was fine, why did I dream about that day? I rubbed my eyes and saw that the time on my phone was 4:20. Lin Xian lay back on the bed and forced himself to sleep for a while. I stayed up late last night doing exercises. If I hadn't had this nightmare, I would have probably slept through the night. But in the end it didn't happen. Until dawn, Lin Xian's mind was very clear. After breakfast, Lin Xian specially brought 2 more sets of questions to school. After leaving the Lin family, I went to school earlier, so it was no problem for me to finish 2 sets of questions before class. But today there are some exceptions. My deskmate Su Yuexiao also arrived early. Like Lin Xian, he started doing exercises after putting down his school bag. Neither of them spoke, and only the sound of the pen tip scratching across the paper could be heard. After finishing a question, Lin Xian put down his pen and wanted to turn over the paper. "What are you doing?" Noticing that Su Yuexiao was staring at him with her head tilted, Lin Xian asked instinctively. Su Yuexiao's face turned slightly red. "Can you tell me how to solve the problem just now?" It turned out that Su Yuexiao had been staring at Lin Xian for a while. Seeing Lin Xian solve the problem quickly and efficiently, Su Yuexiao felt envious. Because of this question, I was stuck for a long time. Su Yuexiao really couldn't think of a solution to the problem, so she mustered up the courage to ask. Lin Xian took a look at Su Yuexiao's test paper. It turns out that they are doing the same thing. "Which solution do you want to ask?" After learning Su Yuexiao's purpose, Lin Xian directly put the test paper in front of Su Yuexiao. Su Yuexiao was stunned. Just now, I only saw Lin Xian doing the questions, but I didn't realize that he actually wrote several solutions on the blank page. The test papers in front of me are very difficult, and the teacher has given special instructions. If you are not a particularly good student, don't waste your time on this set of test papers. My academic performance is among the best in the class, and I had a hard time doing the test papers, but Lin Xian. The first one. Lin Xian's voice came again, and Su Yuexiao came back to her senses. "Okay, please tell me how to solve the first problem." "First, add 2 auxiliary lines, like this." Lin Xian drew pictures on the test paper while explaining. In fact, the first step for the latter types is also to draw auxiliary lines, but not in this position. At the beginning, Su Yuexiao looked serious. But as Lin Xian began to draw, Su Yuexiao's expression became more and more surprised. Just now, I was a little bit unconvinced. But now, Su Yuexiao admires Lin Xian very much. Others may not be able to come up with a solution to the problem even if they rack their brains. But this guy actually thought of several. Su Yuexiao frowned slightly and stared at the test paper. The idea of solving the problem in her mind became clearer and clearer. Once you get to step 3, the rest will follow naturally. After finishing the explanation, Lin Xian looked up. But he accidentally bumped his head against Su Yuexiao's. Oops. Su Yuexiao felt pain and tears began to well up in her eyes. Lin Xian was also surprised and quickly apologized for his previous action. "I'm sorry, are you okay?" "I just raised my head, but it made someone cry. This was too unexpected. I was just concentrating on explaining the topic, but who knew Su Yuexiao would also lean over to me. Accident, purely accidental." Su Yuexiao shook her head and rubbed her red forehead with her hand. "Mom, what's going on? Was I dazzled just now?" At the door. Zhang Sansan swallowed hard and his eyes almost popped out. "What happened just now?" Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao, 2 top college students, are actually standing head to head. This is too bold. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it was true. It's over, this kid Lin Xian must have violated the discipline." At this moment, the expression on Lin Xian's face has returned to normal. But Zhang Sansan was not calm. Zhang Sansan quickly ran up to Lin Xian and lowered his voice. "Brother Xian, you are so unkind. Brother, I've told everyone I have a crush on. Why are you still hiding it now that you've come this far? Such explosive news, why didn't I notice it before?" Zhang Sansan kept on talking, and Lin Xian just rolled his eyes at him. "What's wrong with you? Are you still asleep?" Zhang Sansan's face was filled with excitement, and his small eyes suddenly widened into a round shape. "What do you mean I'm crazy? You two almost kissed, I saw it all." I thought I was brave enough, but I didn't expect you to be so brave. Dude, you can do it. Lin Xian was shocked. Fatty Zhang, you can't spread rumors like this. Stop staring at me. I've been staring at you for quite a while. You're being nice, bro. Zhang Sinsen raised his eyebrows, as if to say, you should be thankful that I didn't disturb you. Boring. After watching for such a long time, didn't you realize that I was explaining the topic? Which eye of yours saw me kiss you? From birth to now, I have never held hands with a girl, okay? Fortunately, when Zhang Sinsen came over just now, Su Yuexiao had already gone out, otherwise, after listening to his nonsense, we would have lost our job as deskmate. If you say it's boring, then it's boring. I won't refute it, but... Zhang Sinsen's voice ended in a high tone, deliberately not finishing his words. Lin Xian punched Zhang Sinsen on the shoulder, and Zhang Sinsen ran away with a grimace. Lin Xian reopened the textbook and looked at it attentively. There is less than a month left before the college entrance examination. Who has the time to think about all that mess? My goal is Nanyang University, and I am determined to do so. Dude, your academic performance is so good, why are you still working so hard? With your current grades, it won't be a problem to get into Nanjing University. Zhang Sinsen's voice turned serious. Lin Xian looked up. Nanjing University is indeed my goal, but I have to work hard. That's right, I think so too. Although my grades aren't that good, I'm aiming for Nanjing University. Lin Xian was surprised by Zhang Sinsen's words. You. Forget about it. In such a short time, raising your grades to the level that can get you into Nankai University, won't it tire you to death? It's not that Lin Xian deliberately attacked Zhang Sinsen, but his achievements are really hard to describe. I'm not lying to you. I really think so. Du Chuanchuan said that he wants to go to Lanzhou University, so I have to work hard too. Du Chuanchuan. Lin Xian looked at Du Chuanchuan's seat, then at Zhang Sinsen, and suddenly understood something. Zhang Sinsen once said that he had a crush on someone, but he didn't expect it to be Du Chuanchuan, the most powerful girl in the class. This news is too explosive. Du Chuanchuan, the discipline committee member, has a loud voice and a carefree personality. Really nice people, very enthusiastic. However, Lin Xian still felt a little surprised that Zhang Sinsen had a crush on Du Chuanchuan. Without waiting for Lin Xian to say anything, Zhang Sinsen had already started nodding, confirming directly that Lin Xian's guess was correct. So, buddy, you have to work hard too. If you don't sharpen your gun quickly in battle, it will be useless. This is what our ancestors said. Zhang Sinsen is very motivated. Okay, our ancestors also said that class will begin soon. Lin Xian's words reminded Zhang Sinsen, and soon Zhang Sinsen returned to his seat. The next day was as tense and fulfilling as usual. Several rounds of review have ended, and all that is left is to check and fill in the gaps. Most of the time, the students were doing homework. Lin Xian already knew the current knowledge by heart, but in order to get admitted to Nanjing University more smoothly, Lin Xian still made full use of every class. After school in the afternoon, Lin Xian's phone suddenly rang. It was Shen Chuxia calling. Sister Chuxia, what do you want from me? I'm right at the school gate. When you go out, get in my car and I'll discuss something with you. Shen Chuxia got straight to the point and hung up the phone after saying this. Lin Xian was confused and walked out while looking at the vehicles at the school gate. Sure enough, there was a black luxury car parked east of the school gate. Lin Xianjing guessed whether the person sitting inside was Shen Chuxia. A pretty figure has stepped out of the luxury car. Lin Xian, I'm here, get in the car. Ignoring the strange looks from the people around him, Lin Xian sat directly in the car. Shen Chuxia started the engine and drove directly towards the main road. Sister Chuxia, what's going on? Shen Chuxia glanced at Lin Xian in the rearview mirror and said, Are you free this Saturday? I want you to do a favor. Have. Well, there is a banquet at home and I need a male companion. Are you willing to help? Lin Xian was puzzled. Shen Chuxia is a standard beauty, how could she lack a male companion? I have to ask myself for help. Is this really a joke? You don't want to. Shen Chuxia's tone was full of disappointment. Lin Xian explained, I am willing, but I just can't figure out why Sister Chuxia wants to find me. Because you are handsome. You are nearly 1.9 meters tall and have a good figure. You are a shining star wherever you go. With you by my side, I feel at ease. Having such a handsome male companion by my side can also stop other people's thoughts. The more Shen Chuxia talked, the happier she became, and the small dimples on her face became more and more obvious. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Sister Chuxia, you are going to praise me to the sky. I'm telling the truth. I don't mean to exaggerate at all. It's the best thing for you to be my male companion. Having said this, Shen Chuxia paused. But there is one thing I have to tell you in advance. People from the Lin family may be attending the banquet. If you feel uncomfortable seeing them, forget it. They are insignificant to me anyway, I'm just afraid they will affect your mood. Lin Xian frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he replied, I have nothing to do with the Lin family now. They can't affect me. I'm also very happy to be able to help Sister Chuxia. Just tell me when to go, Sister Chuxia. Seeing Lin Xian's agreement, Shen Chuxia's voice was full of joy. Okay, I'll pick you up then. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let others bully you. If anyone from the Lin family dares to speak, I will do it. Shen Chuxia said it very seriously. Lin Xian wanted to laugh after hearing this. How can Shen Chuxia look like the sister next door? A true brother protecting madman. The car stopped and Shen Chuxia turned back happily. Here we go, my sister will take you to eat steak today. We'll eat it as mature as you want. Lin Xian did not refuse. In Lin Xian's heart, he had already regarded Shen Chuxia as his biological sister. The tenderness and care exuded by Shen Chuxia were completely different from those of the three sisters of the Lin family. The two of them walked into the restaurant, talking and laughing. At the same time, Lin Zhongdao also received an invitation letter from the Shen family. Lin Zhongdao was very excited. Did you see that? What does this invitation letter mean? It means that our Lin family will soon become one of the most powerful families. Now even the Shen family has invited us. This is a good sign. Yulan, call the kids and tell them to be there on Saturday. This is our Lin family's honor. Qin Yulan nodded and was about to pick up her phone when she suddenly thought of something. Then, where is Lin Xian? He is such a rebellious son, how can he be worthy of attending such an important event? Just make arrangements for Lin Hao. When Lin Xian was mentioned, Lin Zhongdao's happy mood disappeared. This unfilial son actually dares to sever ties with the Lin family. There will be times when he regrets it. After finishing the meal, Lin Xian burped several times. What really shocked Lin Xian was that Shen Chuxia actually ordered a very cooked steak. Very familiar? Isn't that equivalent to beef stew? But seeing Shen Chuxia eating with gusto, Lin Xian felt happy. After eating, Shen Chuxia did not send Lin Xian back immediately, but took him to the mall. Sister Chuxia, you have already picked out 2 sets of clothes, why don't you choose any more? Even if you are attending a banquet, you don't need so many clothes. Shen Chuxia looked back. 2 sets of clothes are too many. It's early. Let's not talk about how many outfits you wear at the banquet. You also need a few outfits to change on a daily basis, right? The college entrance examination is coming soon, and I will be an adult after I go to college. How can I always wear school uniform? While talking, Shen Chuxia handed over another set of clothes for Lin Xian to try on. Lin Xian was speechless and had no choice but to walk into the fitting room again. Shen Chuxia had a smile on her face and kept praising Lin Xian to the waiter next to her. Did you see that? This is a perfect clothes rack. This figure looks good in any outfit. I feel ashamed standing next to him. The waiter also echoed. The young lady's boyfriend is really fresh and handsome. His figure is even better than that of a male model, right? Shen Chuxia blushed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Although Lin Xian is 1 year younger than him, he is a full head and a half taller than him. It seems normal for people to say that they are boyfriend and girlfriend. Unknowingly, Shen Chuxia's heartbeat accelerated. It's tried. Lin Xian walked out of the fitting room, and Chen Chuxia's eyes lit up again. The person in front of me is truly a talented person. Lin Xian, in a suit and leather shoes, is like a star, making those who look at him unable to open their eyes. Okay, wrap up this set too. By the way, there's no need to try that set, just wrap it up. Chen Chuxia's eyebrows were crooked. How could she care about the waiter? Okay, lady. The waiter was delighted. The commission for these 3 sets of clothes is higher than my salary, how can I not be happy? On the way back, the two of them decided on a time to go out, and Chen Chuxia sent Lin Xian to the gate of the community before leaving. Saturday evening. Shen family villa. All kinds of limited edition luxury cars filled the parking lot and the entire 7-story villa, with lights flashing and bright as day. Viewed from a distance, the Shen family's villa looks like a sparkling gem. Today is a business banquet held by the Shen family. In addition to prominent figures in upper-class society, there are also all shareholders and management personnel of the Shen Group. The Lin family was also invited. Although they just barely caught the invitation from the Shen family, the entire Lin family is still proud of it. Among the crowd, Lin Zhongdao was wearing a suit and leather shoes with a smile on his face. Lin Hao, who was standing next to him, was also wearing a brand name and had a limited edition watch on his wrist. A set of clothes is worth a lot of money. Celebrities from all walks of life passed by him, and Lin Zhongdao raised his glass from time to time. For the Shen family's business dinner, Lin Zhongdao deliberately styled his hair, combed it meticulously, and wore a wide collar. He didn't look like a man in his 40s at all. Lin Hao has made full preparations. Standing next to Lin Zhongdao, he was like Lin Zhongdao's biological son. After the greetings, all Lin Zhongdao heard were voices praising Lin Hao. Although he kept shaking his head and said that there were still some shortcomings in educating his children, Lin Zhongdao was extremely happy in his heart. Everyone praised Lin Hao, which showed that they recognized their educational methods. This feeling of satisfaction made Lin Zhongdao overjoyed. Ever since Lin Hao entered the Lin family, Qin Yulan and I have begun to train him carefully, doing everything ourselves. How could such a child not be excellent? Getting everyone's recognition is just the first step. The next step will be to let Lin Hao learn to take over the group's business. The Lin family must have talented successors. Thinking that the Lin family would prosper under Lin Hao's leadership, Lin Zhongdao's smile deepened. But today's protagonist is neither Lin Hao nor himself. While Lin Zhongdao was greeting everyone, he was also looking around. According to the time calculation, the banquet is about to begin. Why didn't anyone from the Shen family show up? The others also showed some confusion on their faces and began to discuss in low voices. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Oh my God, is that Miss Shen standing at the top of the stairs? She is as beautiful as a fairy." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked towards the stairs. Chen Chuxia walked down slowly with a smile on her face, wearing a white dress. The long hair like a waterfall is also pulled up, revealing intellectual elegance in its beauty. Many people began to gasp. But then, everyone began to wonder again, and the voices of discussion became louder again. Who is the young man next to Miss Shen? He is really handsome. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed there was such a handsome man in the world. The facial features are clear and the edges are sharp. This face shape is like being carved with a knife. There is nothing wrong with it. Seeing that everyone's eyes were attracted to the man next to Chen Chuxia, Lin Hao's face turned cold unconsciously. Suddenly, Lin Qingyu exclaimed, "Oh my God, the person next to Miss Shen is Lin Xian." At the same time, Lin Xian also saw clearly the Lin family members not far away. Lin Zhongdao, Qin Yulan, the 3 daughters of the Lin family, and Lin Hao were all present. Not only are they all here, but also the Lin family's cousin, Chen Jinyan, is there. At this time, Lin Xian vaguely understood why he dreamed of Chen Jinyan's banquet. It turns out that I want to meet these family members here. Thinking of what happened before, Lin Xian felt ridiculous. Not to mention that I don't have a girlfriend. Even if I really want to find one, I won't find a girl like Chen Jinyan, who is squeamish, arrogant. And those pursuits, threats, and words about the overlord forcing his bow were all deliberately fabricated by Lin Hao in order to sow discord. However, Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao believed what Lin Hao said. No matter how she explained it, Qin Yulan always stood on Lin Hao's side. In the end, he was locked in the basement and was not allowed to go out. He had no food to eat. Now that he has been reborn, he will definitely not sit still and wait for death. Do those people in the Lin family want to continue to suffer injustice? Dream. Lin Xian, those people are looking this way. Shen Chuxia held Lin Xian's arm and said with a smile. Sister Chuxia, I saw it. You don't need to protect me today. As long as they dare to find trouble, I will definitely retaliate in kind. Shen Chuxia felt relieved. Lin Xian suffered too much injustice from the Lin family. Even if Lin Xian disturbed the banquet today, he would not say a word. Arriving on the first floor, the guests soon formed a circle around Shen Chuxia and Lin Xian. Miss Shen, who is this? People who are quick to talk have begun to resist the urge to gossip. This is the distinguished guest invited by our Shen family, Lin Xian. In front of everyone, Shen Chuxia introduced enthusiastically. Lin Xian. Isn't this the real young master of the Lin family? Yes, this is truly a talented person. Don't tell me, just by looking at Master Lin's appearance, I know he can take on a big responsibility. The real young master of the Lin family has begun to attend such important banquets. It is estimated that there will be nothing wrong without the adopted son. As you say, an adopted son is an adopted son, after all, he is not his biological son. As soon as Shen Chuxia finished speaking, some people started talking impatiently. Faced with everyone's speculation, Shen Chuxia smiled and said nothing. The Shen Group's business is not something that a small Lin family can handle. As for whether he will cooperate with them, it depends on Lin Xian's mood. Seeing that he was surrounded by everyone, Lin Xian felt a little uncomfortable. While Shen Chuxia was chatting with everyone, Lin Xian wanted to leave for some air. But not long after leaving, a figure appeared in front of Lin Xian. Wait a minute, Brother Lin Xian, I haven't seen you for a few days. I didn't expect Brother Lin Xian to be so close to the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Lin Xian frowned when Chen Jinyan's voice came. There are dogs blocking the road wherever you go. It's bad luck. When Lin Hao wronged her, Chen Jinyan not only did not come forward to clarify, but also cried and pretended to be aggrieved, as if something had happened to her eyes. Now he's being sarcastic again, which really makes me feel sick. Are you okay? If not, get out of the way. Chen Jinyan was stunned. Hey, Brother Lin Xian, why do you talk like that? No wonder. I heard that you have returned to your adoptive parents. Their living conditions are the same as those of the poor. You should think about yourself. But no matter how high Brother Lin Xian climbs, he can't deny the Lin family. In the past, Chen Jinyan was in cahoots with Lin Hao and often mocked Lin Xian. Now seeing Lin Xian, Chen Jinyan instinctively wanted to show off in front of Lin Hao, so she directly started to provoke him. Although there was a smile on his face, each word he spoke became more and more. Lin Xian took a step forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Chen Jinyan, if you don't want me to make your mess public, you'd better learn to shut up. What's wrong with me? Chen Jinyan felt a little guilty, but still raised her head and asked, do you have any evidence? Lin Xian snorted coldly. You secretly altered your academic qualifications, forged your grades, and you were with that yellow-haired guy outside the school. Shut up. Chen Jinyan was so anxious that she could barely stand. Seeing Qin Yulan standing next to her, Chen Jinyan forced herself to squeeze out a few tears. Aunt, why is Brother Lin Xian like this? Why does he bully others like this? Jinyan, don't cry, or your makeup will be ruined. Qin Yulan didn't hear clearly what was going on, she just instinctively comforted him. Seeing this scene, Chen Jinyan cried even more aggrievedly. Lin Xian withdrew his gaze. Why are you pretending? We are all in the same class. Who doesn't know about your bad deeds? His academic performance is not good, but he is very scheming. That doesn't mean you are wronged at all. Chen Jinyan didn't have time to think about Lin Xian's abnormal behavior. However, Chen Jinyan was terrified when Lin Xian revealed her secrets in front of everyone. While saying all this, Lin Xian's eyes were not idle. After each sentence, he would glance at Chen Jinyan. Chen Jinyan was at a loss as to what to do and could only stand there in a daze. I had heard from Lin Hao a long time ago that Lin Xian seemed like a different person. Now, I really understand it. But how could such a timid person before become so eloquent? The sound of leather shoes was heard, and soon, Lin Hao, dressed in a neat suit, came to Lin Xian. Lin Hao has fair skin and an elegant temperament, just like the handsome young man in a TV drama. Wherever he goes, he will definitely attract everyone's attention. Brother Lin Xian, Jin Yan has been so angry that she is crying. You should apologize immediately. I know you don't like me. If you are angry, you can vent it on me. Treating your loved ones like this will hurt their hearts. Look how mad your mother is, you should just apologize. Lin Hao looked nervous, but he still spoke politely. 3 words flashed through Lin Xian's mind. Green tea man. He behaves in one way in front of people and another way behind their backs, and he performs all kinds of performances to the fullest. It's not an exaggeration at all to describe Lin Hao as a green tea man. Just now, Lin Xian saw Lin Hao turning his head to look at them, but he didn't come over. Now that he sees that everyone is getting angry, he starts pretending to be a good guy. Such a person can be called a teapot, not to mention green tea. I really don't know how I managed to endure it for so long in my previous life. If you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, then keep this person away from me and don't let her hang around in front of me. Otherwise, I can do even more unpleasant and uglier things. In my previous life, I gave them face, but they became more and more demanding. You are just dreaming if you want me to look at their faces now. Today, I won't take any responsibility for anyone's actions. Lin Hao was stunned for a long time. Has Lin Xian gone crazy during this period of time? What kind of medicine did you take wrong? He is usually as well behaved as a puppy, but why does he act like a hedgehog with its quills exploded today? He said a lot of unpleasant things, but the key point is that he didn't even take me seriously. Lin Hao was about to get angry, but suddenly lowered his head. Thinking of Lin Xian's slap, Lin Hao felt frightened instinctively. These 2 times, I was really scared by Lin Xian. After calming down, a look of sadness flashed across Lin Hao's face. The voice also became sad. Brother Lin Xian, you misunderstood. I didn't want to be a hero and save the beauty. Today we have to put the overall situation first. We are all a family. Although you are not in the Lin family, everyone cares about you. The last sentence directly ignited the anger in Lin Xian's heart. A family? Care? He has the nerve to say that. If he really regarded himself as a family member, how could there be such a huge difference in treatment between him and Lin Hao? Lin Hao is picked up and dropped off by car every day, has a nanny and a driver, receives tens of thousands of pocket money every month, and is surrounded by a group of servants. But he could only live in a room where miscellaneous items were placed, he had no car, no money, no servants, and he couldn't even get enough food to eat. Lin Xian is not jealous of Lin Hao's glamorous life. But seeing them indiscriminately favoring Lin Hao again and again, Lin Xian was really heartbroken. Now Lin Hao keeps saying that they are a family, which is really ridiculous. You are really shameless. Your face is thicker than the city wall, right? Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning when you lie? Lin Xian raised his voice and looked at Lin Hao coldly. Lin Zhongdao, who was not far away, felt something was wrong. He simply said a few words to the person opposite and walked straight over. Qin Yulan looked anxious. Chen Jinyan is wiping her tears. Lin Hao's face was full of helplessness. Only Lin Xian looked as if nothing had happened. It's easy to tell that this rebellious son has made everyone angry again. Lin Zhongdao was furious. Normally, I don't bother with him and just turn a blind eye to it, but now it's different. With so many people present at the moment, Lin Xian is embarrassing himself. Isn't this just putting his face on the ground and being stepped on? Lin Zhongdao became angrier the more he thought about it, and rebuked in a cold voice. You rebellious son, what are you trying to do now? You've embarrassed me, wait and see how I'll deal with you. Lin Xian looked up and looked directly into Lin Zhongdao's eyes. Now that you know how to save face, what were you doing before? Why didn't you think of saving your dignity when you bullied your own son? Mr. Lin, it is clearly written in the agreement that we have nothing to do with each other. If these people insist on disrupting my life, then I will definitely give them a taste of their own medicine. If anyone dares to insult my adoptive father and mother again, I will slap them without mercy, and the same goes for women. Although the words were spoken for everyone to hear, Lin Hao instinctively covered his cheeks. The slap Lin Xian gave really hurt. Chen Jinian's face turned red all the way to her neck. You little bastard, is that how you talk to your father? Lin Zhongdao clenched his fists. Lin Xian sneered. I have severed ties with the Lin family. I only have one father, and that is Lin Pinggan. You are such a traitor. What is Mr. Lin doing? Bullying people under the nose of our Shen family. Lin Xian is now a distinguished guest of the Shen family. If you want to bully him, you are not qualified yet. Also, I will help Lin Xian get back all the grievances he suffered from the Lin family. With interest. Shen Chuxia's voice was cold, and her pretty face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice. Lin Zhongdao's heart skipped a beat, and his face was full of panic. No wonder Lin Xian is so impudent, he really has the support of the Shen family. At the moment, the Lin group is not strong enough to be an enemy of the Shen family, because Lin Xian is not worthy of breaking up with him. Miss Shen, this is our family matter. Before Lin Zhongdao finished speaking, Shen Chuxia responded on the spot. Family affairs. Lin Xian has nothing to do with you anymore, so you don't need to play the role of a strict father here. Why rely on your old age and betray your old age? Lin Zhongdao was stunned. This Shen Chuxia actually vented her anger in the same nostril as Lin Xian. Lin Xian, let's go, sister will take you to eat something delicious. After saying that, Shen Chuxia took Lin Xian's arm and the three of them left directly. Lin Zhongdao's heart ached, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Qin Yulan watched all this happening in disbelief, unable to say a word. Lin Zhongdao suppressed his anger and said, it's contrary. We shouldn't have taken him back in the first place. Let this little beast die outside. Dad, don't worry. Brother Lin Xian is angry and will inevitably say some impulsive things. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have made Brother Lin Xian angry. After all, I am the adopted son, and Brother Lin Xian is the real young master of the Lin family. I'll go find my brother and apologize in a moment. Lin Hao looked pitiful, with tears in his eyes. It's none of your business. Lin Zhongdao's expression eased a little and he tried to say something. Well, we are here to attend the banquet after all, so let's not let others laugh at us. Qin Yulan persuaded from the side. Lin Hao turned around and took a step forward to approach the forest. Dad, I just heard someone say that Brother Lin Xian is likely to marry into the Shen family. If it's true, then will the Lin group's business grow by leaps and bounds? After all, Brother Lin Xian is from the Lin family, and he always thinks about the Lin family. After saying that, Lin Hao began to add. Sister Shen was so protective of Brother Lin Xian just now. The two of them are so well matched. Lin Zhongdao's body trembled slightly. The anger that had just subsided was once again stirred up. The Shen family has a century-old foundation, and Shen's pharmaceutical has absolute say in Kyoto. Many people mentioned the Shen family with admiration. Although the Lin family has just emerged and its foundation is not yet stable, no matter how hard it has not reached the point where its son can marry into the family. Thinking of Lin Xian and Miss Shen's being together, and the agreement to sever ties. Lin Zhongdao snorted coldly. Lin Xian, you have such a far-sighted vision. He had just severed ties with the Lin family and turned around to hug the Shen family's lap. This shameful thing, I'll take care of him when I get back. Lin Zhongdao gritted his teeth and looked sharply. Lin Rushuang turned and looked at Lin Hao. Xiaohao, don't say such things at this time. Yeah, you're trying to comfort me on the surface, but you're actually just bringing up irrelevant issues. Are you trying to make Dad angry on purpose? Lin Qingyu spoke quickly and bluntly, leaving Lin Hao speechless. Ever since she found out that the famous song was not written by Lin Hao, Lin Qingyu always felt something was strange when looking at Lin Hao. Just like now. Lin Hao's seemingly unintentional words were actually adding fuel to the fire. What is the difference between this behavior and the concubines who whisper in someone's ear in palace fighting dramas? Why didn't I notice Lin Hao's expression before? Lin Hao's eyes flickered and he didn't know where to put his hands when Lin Qingyu hit the nail on the head. Second sister, that's not what I meant. I swear, I want brother Lin Xian to come back. In an instant, Lin Hao's eyes turned red and his lips began to turn down. Seeing Lin Hao being wronged, Qin Yulan immediately stood up. Xiao Yu, you are in a bad mood. Why are you angry at Xiao Hao? What does this have to do with him? Nothing, sorry mom, I was in a bad mood just now. There were a lot of troubles in the company, and I was upset. Lin Qingyu made up an excuse. Lin Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really scared just now. Fortunately, Lin Qingyu did not persist and the matter just passed. But why did Lin Qingyu, who had always protected me, start targeting me now? Could it be that she knew the truth about her famous song, so she asked me to help her write the song? If that were the case, then the good image that he had maintained for many years would be ruined. Lin Hao was extremely flustered. Looking at Lin Xian not far away, his eyes were full of hatred. It's all because of Lin Xian. Why did he come back? Why is he still alive? Just like Lin Zhongdao said, he should have been left to die outside. This way, no one will compete with me for everything in the Lin family. Lin Hao felt a sense of crisis and fell into great panic in an instant. At the same time, Lin Xian and Shen Chuxia were chatting and laughing, and neither of them seemed to be affected by what had just happened. Seeing such handsome men and beautiful women, many guests present couldn't take their eyes off them and the discussion started again. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Lin Xian's shoulder. Dude, it's really you. I thought I was seeing things. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Xian turned around. Zhang Sensen, why are you here too? Zhang Sensen's eyes widened and he answered while swallowing. I should be the one asking you this. You are so handsome today, so elegant, and as gentle as jade. Lin Xian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This Zhang Sensen is really a dog that can't spit out ivory. The words, elegant and gentle as jade, have a new interpretation in Zhang Sensen. That is, anyone who is thinner than him is praised in this way. Zhang Sensen quickly recovered and stood beside Lin Xian. Although Zhang Sensen was also wearing a suit and a loose shirt, when compared with Lin Xian, many people immediately felt the difference. The two men are about the same height, but their appearance is really hard to describe. Why are you here? I came a little late. Did I miss some important news? Lin Xian couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Zhang Sensen was dressed very conservatively today, wearing a black suit, a white shirt, and a gold satin bow tie at his collar. He already had broad shoulders and a round waist, and now that he was standing very straight, his belly naturally bulged out. If I really have to describe it, my stomach feels like a pot. What are you doing? You've never seen your brother so high-spirited, have you? Zhang Sensen said this while making a cool pose. Suddenly, he quickly withdrew his hand. I was so busy talking just now that I didn't notice that there was a beautiful girl next to Lin Xian. This is... Before Shen Chuxia could speak, Zhang Sensen began to introduce himself again. It's a bit rude to ask the young lady before you introduce yourself. My name is Zhang Sensen. I came with my father to attend the Shen family's business banquet today. I'm glad to meet you. Zhang Sensen had a sweet mouth, and even smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed when he spoke. I know you, the national chain harvest to celebrate Chinese New Year belongs to your family, right? Shen Chuxia smiled. Yes, I didn't expect that the young lady knows about me. I don't know the girl's name yet, this is so rude. Lin Xian took a step forward and blocked Zhang Sensen's gaze. This is Sister Chuxia. Today's business banquet is hosted by the Shen family. I'm telling you, don't be mean, Sister Chuxia is amazing. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Zhang Sensen's eyes widened again. Sister Chuxia. Shen family, Shen, early summer. Let me go, no wonder I think the young lady has outstanding temperament and is different from others. It turns out that the young lady is the heir of the Shen family. After being praised by Zhang Xinxin, Shen Chuxia couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, a host wearing a red dress appeared on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Welcome everyone to attend the business banquet hosted by Shen Group. I will announce that this business banquet has officially begun. The stage was brightly lit and the audience applauded like thunder. Everyone had excitement on their faces and looked up to the center of the stage. Lin Xian, Zhang Xinxin, excuse me, I have to go up and say a few words later. Shen Chuxia's voice was gentle and her face was apologetic. Sister Chuxia, go and do your work. Zhang Xinxin and I will take care of ourselves. Hearing what Lin Xian said, Shen Chuxia nodded before leaving. Zhang Xinxin moved towards Lin Xian again, and then lowered his voice and asked. Brother Xian, are you hiding a lot of things from me? Why do you feel like I can't see through you more and more? Zhang Xinxin looked suspicious. Lin Xian has something going on, there must be something going on. Recently, people with luxurious clothes often come to see Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian is not cold about it, the arrival of those people is a fact. And this time, Lin Xian actually appeared at the business banquet held by the Shen Group, which was even more incredible. You know, those who can come here are either rich or noble. Even if those upstarts squeeze their heads out, they may not be able to get what they want. And it seems that the relationship between Lin Xian and the eldest daughter of the Shen family is extraordinary. What the hell is going on? Don't think about it, Shen Chuxia is my good friend. What about them? I remember them. Zhang Xinxin looked at Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan not far away. Lin Xian just glanced at it and then looked away. I am Lin Zhongdao's son, but no longer. I have severed ties with them. I have been away from them for more than 10 years. Even if I am found, I will not be able to integrate into that family. Forget about the past, I am still the Lin Xian you knew before. Zhang Xinxin was already dumbfounded by Lin Xian's few words. It turned out that the person standing next to him was the person involved in a major incident 2 years ago. I'll go, you're the real young master of that family. I didn't expect it to be you. That incident caused quite a stir back then. Everyone knows that the real young master has been found and is being worshipped. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Offer it up. I'm afraid the person the Lin family really worships is that fake young master. The life I live in the Lin family is even worse than that of a servant. If the Lin family really worships someone, I will be the one who kneels down and burns incense. All we heard was that the Lin family found their lost child. What kind of life the child leads is all up to everyone's guess. In my last life, I was persistent. Fortunately, God allowed me to live another life. How could I still be so confused? Until now, Lin Xian believes that leaving the Lin family is the most correct decision. Seeing that Zhang Xinxin still had doubts in his eyes, Lin Xian briefly talked about the situation at the Lin family at that time. Zhang Xinxin was so angry that his hands clenched into fists. Are these people out of their minds? You don't care about your biological son, you don't care about an outsider who is not related to you by blood, you are a pure idiot. If you go well, you shouldn't give them face. Lin Xian smiled, with a relieved expression on his face. Seeing that you are as angry as a toad, I have already given up. There is no need for you to be angry. Hurry up and listen to what Sister Chuxia is saying. At this time, Shen Chuxia had already stepped onto the stage. Under the gorgeous lights, Shen Chuxia looked like a princess in a fairy tale. The gentle voice sounded, and everyone present couldn't take their eyes off it. The same goes for Zhang Xinxin. However, Zhang Xinxin still leaned over and told Lin Xian some breaking news. Brother, let me tell you, guess who else is in our class today? Who? I told you, don't be surprised. It's your deskmate, our Suyu Shao, the campus beauty of Suchao University. Zhang Xinxin raised his eyebrows and looked in one direction. Lin Xian followed Zhang Xinxin's gaze and saw Suyu Xiao. Suyu Xiao has long hair and is wearing a light purple dress. She is in an inconspicuous place at the moment. Due to her thin body, Su Yuexiao became taller after putting on the dress. Like a little purple flower. Surprised. Unexpected. You've never seen our school beauty dressed like this, have you? Lin Xian was stunned, and Zhang Sansan had a wicked smile on his face. Su Yuexiao exuded a kind of fragile beauty that made people want to protect her. Lin Xian admitted that he had never seen Su Yuexiao like this. In his previous life, Lin Xian rarely attended such occasions. Whenever there is a banquet, whether it is hosted by the Lin family or invited by other families, Lin Xian rarely shows up. In Lin Zhongdao's words, Lin Xian had been living in an ordinary family before and did not know the etiquette and precautions of the upper class. In order to avoid being laughed at by others, the Lin family almost kept Lin Xian hidden after taking him back. Therefore, Lin Xian rarely knew any rich young men and women of similar age. Why is she there alone? Seeing Su Yuexiao alone, Lin Xian couldn't help but ask. You don't want to join in the fun? You know our school beauty is aloof and cold. Normally, it's rare to be able to look up and see someone. A banquet with so many people would definitely be too noisy. Zhang Sansan's words made Lin Xian even more confused. Since you don't like crowds and this kind of occasions, why do you come here? Could it be that someone forced her to come here? Zhang Sansan next to him was still chattering. No wonder Su Yuexiao has such a personality. It's really pitiful for a child to be without a mother since childhood. No matter how big the Su family company is, it will still be lacking for Su Yuexiao. I just can't understand why Mr. Su didn't find a stepmother for Su Yuexiao. Lin Xian was shocked. I didn't know what Zhang Sansan was talking about. However, Lin Xian still frowned when listening to Zhang Sansan's gossip. Where did you get this gossip from? Is there any need to ask? Everyone knows it. Lin Xian stopped talking. Zhang Sansan raised his eyebrows again and looked elsewhere. Look, the one wearing white clothes is Zhou Hengbei, the general manager of Hengtian Group, the young master of a second-rate family. He has an arrogant and domineering personality, and he has no other abilities except liking beautiful women. His reputation in this circle is terrible, but because of his family background, no one says anything. Lin Xian just glanced at Zhou Hengbei indifferently and made up his mind. This young master of the Zhou family probably does a lot of nonsense on a daily basis. He looked listless and his eyes were vulgar. Although he is wearing all the famous brands, he looks dull no matter how you look at him. Isn't this typical of some sports being excessive? In the past, Lin Xian would not have made such an accurate judgment. But after so many years in the spiritual space, Lin Xian had already thoroughly learned the essence of those ancient books. How could you not understand this basic judgment? At this time, Zhang Sansan nudged Lin Xian with his elbow. You said the school beauty is alone, let's go over and say hello. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Hengbei again, then nodded in agreement. Not far away. Chen Jinyan's gaze always stayed on Lin Xian. Thinking of what Lin Xian had just said, Chen Jinyan became restless. Before transferring to another school, all of his past was kept strictly secret. How did Lin Xian know about the false age and the affair with Huang Mao? If Lin Xian made these things public, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? What would Qin Yulan think of herself? Do I have to continue transferring schools? Chen Jinyan's mind was in a mess and she stood there for a long time without recovering from the shock. Brother Lin Hao, that Lin Xian has become so scary now. Chen Jinyan's voice trembled, and she couldn't help but move closer to Lin Hao again. Snort. Lin Hao sneered and looked at Chen Jinyan dissatisfied. As she said before she came, Chen Jinyan was responsible for provoking Lin Xian, and she was a good person. Unexpectedly, Chen Jinyan messed up the matter from the beginning. Not only that, they were speechless by Lin Xian and couldn't say a word. After leaving the Lin family, you are nothing. Even if you are jumping for joy now, you are still a grasshopper in the autumn. Don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you are close to the Shen family. Do you think the eldest lady of the Shen family is yours? Lin Hao snorted again, his eyes full of disdain. If Lin Xian really wanted to make plans for Shen Chuxia, he would be so wrong. Who doesn't know that Mr. Zhou has been pursuing Shen Chuxia? If the young master of the Zhou family is offended, Lin Xian will definitely feel better. Lin Hao suddenly looked forward to this good show happening. The process of the business banquet was the same as usual. First, the core figures of the organizer spoke, and then there were free activities for the major families. Shen Qingsong, the head of the Shen family, simply said a few words, and everyone saw Shen Chuxia, the only daughter of the Shen family. For a time, all the guests were talking about was the future heir of the Shen family. After a few minutes, Shen Chuxia handed the microphone to the host and slowly walked off the stage. The atmosphere in the hall also became lively. "Hello, Su Yuexiao." Facing his deskmate, Lin Xian took the initiative to say hello. Zhang Sinsen behind him had a smirk on his face. "Is it fate that we can meet here after school?" Su Yuexiao was stunned, her eyes flickering. Lin Xian's appearance was eye-catching. He had never been seen dressed like this before. "This is so handsome, absolutely impeccable." After a brief moment of daze, Su Yuexiao greeted them somewhat embarrassedly. "Hello, are you here to attend the party as well?" Although the greeting was a little unnatural, we finally spoke to each other. "Yeah, actually I don't want to come to this kind of occasion either. It doesn't seem to have much to do with us, but I have to come." Zhang Sinsen is telling the truth. He really couldn't understand how a restaurant chain could have anything to say to those business giants and technology and communications tycoons. But I couldn't disobey my father's orders, so I had to come and sign in obediently. After complaining for a while, Zhang Sinsen curled his lips. "You are like me, right? You have no choice but to do it." One sentence reminded Lin Xian. When Shen Chuxia came to her, she asked herself to help her block some boring people. Lin Xian couldn't help but turn around and look at Shen Chuxia, who was not far away. As if it was destined, when Lin Xian looked at Shen Chuxia also happened to look this way. Just as their eyes met, suddenly, the light suddenly dimmed. The entire big screen was as bright as day just now, but now there is no light at all. The crowd was in panic. What's going on? Is this a power outage? It's impossible. This kind of thing has never happened at the Shen family's banquet. Is someone deliberately causing trouble? What about emergency measures? Don't the relevant personnel not have emergency measures? People were talking about it, and some had already turned on their cell phones to light up. At this time, the host's voice came. "Dear guests, please be patient, we will enter an important stage next." The spotlight came on and a figure appeared in the center of the stage. Zhou Hengbei. Oh my god, what does Zhou Hengbei want to do? As expected, the young master of the Chaebol group is different. He can even tamper with the Shen family's business banquet. The power went out just now. It must have been him who did it. There will definitely be something interesting to watch soon. Zhang Sinsen's little eyes kept blinking, looking mysterious. The others were just as stunned as Zhang Sinsen. But there was no time to think about it, and soon everyone's eyes were focused on Zhou Hengbei. Zhou Hengbei came to the center of the stage and bowed solemnly to everyone. "I'm sorry to bother you all, but on this important day today, I want you to be a witness. I, Zhou Hengbei, have always admired Miss Shen Chuxia. Today, in front of everyone, I want to give my heart and the rest of my life to Miss Shen." Zhou Hengbei is impassioned and his words are sonorous and powerful. It's just that I was so excited that my body was a little unsteady when I spoke. Regarding the situation on stage, many people wanted to laugh but were trying hard to hold it back. No wonder there was a power outage just now. It turns out that Zhou Hengbei wanted to cause such trouble. Oh my god, if the Zhou family really marries the Shen family, wouldn't they be invincible and cover the sky with one hand? It's just mutual benefit, win-win. This should have been decided in advance, otherwise, even if Zhou Hengbei was brave enough, he would not dare to make his own decisions. Does Miss Shen agree? This young master of the Zhou family. Shhhhhhh, don't talk nonsense. Everyone in the audience said anything. Lin Xian's eyes kept searching among the crowd, and finally saw Shen Chuxia. "Fatman, I'll excuse you for a moment." "Brother Xian, what are you doing?" "It's time to propose." "Something's wrong." Lin Xian answered without looking back. At this time, someone had already sent Zhou Hengbei a large bouquet of roses. Zhou Hengbei walked towards Shen Chuxia holding the rose in his arms. At the same time, Lin Xian also came to Shen Chuxia. "Sister Chuxia, are you getting engaged today?" Shen Chuxia shivered all over and managed to squeeze out a sentence from her throat. Zhou Hengbei went too far. "Do you think I won't reject him like this?" "So, he is just wishful thinking." Lin Xian wanted to be sure again. Shen Chuxia looked at Lin Xian helplessly. "Even if I go to a temple to be a nun, I won't marry someone like Zhou Hengbei." "Oh," Lin Xian said lightly. Shen Chuxia looked confused. When he was so angry, Lin Xian only said, "Oh. What does this mean? Does it mean that he knows about this?" After a while, Zhou Hengbei came to Shen Chuxia. The spotlight shone on the two people, the scene was extremely warm, and everyone was envious. Finally freeing his hand, Zhou Hengbei held the microphone and looked at Shen Chuxia lovingly. "Chuxia, you know how much I feel about you. Today, I hope you can make my wish come true. I swear, I will only like you in this life, and I will only like you in the future. I love you." Zhou Hengbei half knelt and looked at Shen Chuxia. Everything seemed to be prepared in advance. The audience who didn't know why saw this scene in front of them and started to cheer. "Marry him. Marry him. Marry him." Shen Chuxia's face turned red and she couldn't think of any way to refuse. Zhou Hengbei thought Shen Chuxia had agreed and hurriedly took out the ring he had prepared. "Chuxia, I swear that I am willing to spend my whole life." "Oh, don't squeeze, I'm going to fall." "I'll go, what are you doing?" "My ring." The moment before, Zhou Hengbei was immersed in fantasy, and all he could think about was the scene that Shen Chuxia had promised him. But the next second, a figure suddenly rushed out. Before he could see clearly who the other party was, that person knocked him down all of a sudden. The ring in his hand was knocked to the ground. Zhou Hengbei stood up straight all of a sudden, his eyes were on fire. "This is an important moment for me to propose marriage. Why is this person so short-sighted?" Lin Xian stood up straight with a slight apology on his face. "Sorry, sir, someone pushed me just now." "If someone pushes you, will you come and cause trouble for me? Do you know when this is?" Lin Xian looked innocent. "Oh, I know. Isn't this a business banquet held by the Shen family?" "You." Zhou Hengbei was speechless and couldn't utter a single word. Thinking that the ring was still on the ground, Zhou Hengbei shouted into the microphone. "Lighting engineer. Turn on the lights." As soon as he finished speaking, the hall suddenly became bright as day. Everyone's eyes were searching for Zhou Hengbei, but Zhou Hengbei's body was hunched like a shrimp. "Where's the ring? Where's my ring? Where did it go? Mr. Zhou, why did the ring fly away? Mr. Zhou's joke is so funny." In order to make everyone laugh, Mr. Zhou even acted out a proposal scene. It was really well-intentioned. "Thank you." Zhou Hengbei's teeth were chattering. "I wanted to refute it, but the props were so weak. The right time, right place, and right people are not on your side." At this time, no one in the crowd shouted. "I almost took it seriously just now, but it turned out that these were all designed snippets. Let me just say, Miss Shen has just taken over the company. How could she get married so early? Fake, all fake, fragmentary interpretation." Now Zhou Hengbei couldn't wait to rush forward and beat up the troublemaker. Was his lifelong event ruined by him just like that? Damn it. Shen Chuxia was happy. Just a moment ago, my heart was still in my throat, but now, I am back to where I was. Just now, I was still depressed that Lin Xian didn't say anything, worried that no one would step forward to help him. Now that sentiment has dissipated. Lin Xian, it's really you. How did you come up with this idea? How could I have thought of this? Just act on the spot. Hearing what Lin Xian said, Shen Chuxia was even happier and took Lin Xian's arm on the spot. The host quickly came to the stage to save the situation. "Gentlemen, ladies, distinguished guests, just now Mr. Zhou Hengbei wanted everyone to relax. The party will continue below." Zhou Hengbei threw the flower to the ground bitterly, his face full of murderous intent. Especially when he saw Lin Xian, he almost gritted his teeth. Boy, I remember you. Let's see. Several bodyguards behind him looked at each other. This is different from the plot arranged in advance. What should I do next? Just as he was in a daze, Zhou Hengbei cursed loudly. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you leave? After hearing this, the bodyguard immediately quickened his pace and followed Zhou Hengbei closely. In full view of everyone, Zhou Hengbei left in embarrassment. Lin Zhongdao's legs went limp and he collapsed into his seat. Rebellious son, this rebellious son. He has offended the Zhou family. Having offended the largest chaebol group, what will the Zhou family face? This rebellious son. He was born to collect debts. Qin Yulan also realized the seriousness of the matter and her face was filled with fear. Honey, is it really that serious? Let's not talk about what the Zhou family will face. Will they target us? The Zhou family's business is everywhere, and we've only just started. Compared with the Zhou family's century-old foundation, the Lin family's current business is simply child's play. Qin Yulan finished her words and swallowed hard. Lin Zhongdao turned his head suddenly. Do I need to tell you how serious it is? He's your good son. You shouldn't have brought him back in the first place. Lin Zhongdao did not say the rest. We can't just let him die outside in front of so many people. The people around were talking about what had just happened with great relish, but Lin Zhongdao had a dead look on his face and his lips were tightly pursed. Meeting such an unlucky son, it is really hard to be happy even if you want to. Not far away. Lin Xian has come to Zhang Sensen's side. Before he could even stand firmly, Zhang Sensen gave a thumbs up. Okay, buddy, the hero saves the beauty. I asked you why you were in such a hurry to leave just now. It was because of Miss Shen. Okay, this is called standing up for the beauty. While speaking, Zhang Sensen also made a bold move. Stop talking nonsense here. There was nothing I could do about it just now. I couldn't let him take the ring and send it to Sister Chuxia. If it really gets to that point, it will be Shen Chuxia who is embarrassed. If that was the case, then I would rather be embarrassed than let a girl like Shen Chuxia feel helpless. After briefly stating his thoughts, Zhang Sensen looked admiring again. At this time, Lin Rushuang arrived suddenly. Lin Xian, can you say a few words? Wearing a black dress and her hair simply tied up, Lin Rushuang still exudes an extremely capable temperament even though she is wearing a dress. Because she has a business acumen that is beyond the reach of ordinary people, Lin Rushuang always keeps herself calm. It was precisely because of seeing the scene just now that Lin Rushuang decided to talk to Lin Xian. There's no better time than now. Shen Chuxia was not here, and there were only a few young people around Lin Xian. We have nothing to say. Lin Xian refused directly. Lin Rushuang was stunned for a moment, then spoke again. It won't take long, just a few words. The Lin group is also a rising star in Kyoto, and Lin Rushuang is also considered a leader among her peers. Seeing Lin Rushuang standing around Lin Xian, many people showed curiosity on their faces. In order to avoid being criticized by others, Lin Xian had to agree. Not far ahead was the staircase to the first floor. After a few steps, the two people stopped at the same time. Tell me what you want to say. Lin Xian had a blank expression on his face, and seemed uninterested in Lin Rushuang's invitation. Lin Rusheng also went straight to the point and got to the point as soon as she opened her mouth. Lin Xian, do you know who you just offended? That was Zhou Hengbei. Looking across the entire capital, almost everyone knows about the Zhou family. What exactly is the problem between you and Zhou Hengbei? Why are you embarrassing him so much? You are not a child anymore. You should know how to weigh the pros and cons. Before Lin Rusheng could finish her last sentence, Lin Xian interrupted her. Are you done yet? What does my relationship with the Zhou family have to do with you? You came here to question us because you are worried that the Zhou family will attack the Lin family, right? I have nothing to do with the Lin family anymore. You can show them the severance agreement that I wrote. Lin Xian responded directly. Lin Rushuang felt sad. I did speak more directly, but the purpose of coming here was to tell Lin Xian to be careful. Not only did Lin Xian not appreciate it, but he also said such hurtful words. Looking at Lin Xian again, his face was cold as ice and full of resistance. Lin Xian, I mean well. Thank you. I will handle my own affairs. You don't need to worry about them. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. After saying this, Lin Xian turned around. Lin Rusheng was stunned again. Sister, is this still the Lin Xian we know? How could he be like this? Do you think he did that just now on purpose? Is it just to make the Zhou family go against the Lin family? Lin Qingyu walked up to Lin Rusheng, stared at Lin Xian's back, and guessed. Lin Rushuang shook her head. Impossible. How is it impossible? Didn't the Zhou family and the Lin family become enemies because of what happened just now? Despite Lin Qingyu's analysis, Lin Rusheng still believed in her intuition. Lin Xian is not as bad as we think. If he really had so many bad intentions, why would he write a song for you? Lin Qingyu opened her mouth and then said nothing. Just based on the incident of his famous song, it can be really seen that Lin Xian is a broad-minded person. After becoming famous, he always praised Lin Hao. He also bought Lin Hao a lot of expensive gifts. When the family sat together, Lin Qingyu often mentioned that Lin Hao wrote songs for her. At that time, Lin Xian could have stood up and explained everything, but he didn't do that. If I say that after leaving the Lin family, I suddenly want to harm everyone in the Lin family, that doesn't make sense. By the way, big sister, how is that matter going? Is there any progress? Lin Rusheng was stunned for a moment, but soon understood what was going on. I have asked someone to collect the hair of Lin Zhongdao and Lin Hao, and a private detective has also looked for them, but there has been no reply yet. It will probably be in the next 2 days. They are very efficient. That's good. After that, both of them stopped talking and had thoughtful expressions on their faces. In the remaining time, Lin Xian was not with Shen Chuxia all the time. This business banquet was hosted by the Shen family, so Shen Chuxia was naturally a little busier. However, before leaving, Shen Chuxia had promised Lin Xian that she would treat Lin Xian to a feast as soon as she was free. Lin Xian agreed directly. Zhang Xinxin next to him was so envious that he was almost jealous. The expression on Su Yuexiao's face was no longer as tense as before. The two people in front of him are classmates in the class, and Lin Xian is also his desk mate. Think about it in another way, how is this different from school? I think that kid just now must have a purpose, otherwise who would take such a big risk to go against Zhou Hengbei? Yes, I guess he is interested in the Shen family's money. The Shen family has a great cause. As long as we can take over Shen Chuxia, then the entire Shen family is not our own. This young man has thought clearly. It's a pity that I already have a wife, otherwise I would have tried pursuing Shen Chuxia. Not far away, several people were whispering. Although their voices were not loud, they were clearly heard by Lin Xian and others. Zhang Xinxin frowned and turned around to rush over to argue with them. Lin Xian looked unconcerned. What's the point of a few idle words? The grievances I suffered in the Lin family were much greater than this. Lin Xian, don't listen to them. We all believe you are not that kind of person. Su Yuexiao cautiously opened her mouth to comfort. You're right, let them fart. Zhang Xinxin also agreed. Don't worry, they can't affect me. Seeing that Lin Xian was not nervous, Zhang Xinxin and Su Yuxiao breathed a sigh of relief. During the remaining time, the three of them were trying to find common topics to talk about. Until the end of the banquet, no one from the Lin family came to cause trouble again. I heard that during this business dinner, the Shen family negotiated several big deals, and Lin Xian was also shocked. When people left and saw the Shen family's driver personally send Lin Xian away, discussions arose again. Lin Zhongdao looked frustrated and rolled his eyes several times at the luxury car driving away. Lin Rusheng was walking in front and was about to get on the car when her cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, I'm Lin Rushuang. Ms. Lin, the thing you asked us to do has come to an end. Can we meet when we have time? Lin Rushuang was shocked and quickly replied, okay, I have time now. Okay, then we'll meet at the old place. Lin Rusheng agreed and hung up the phone. Apart from Lin Zhongdao, Lin Rushuang was the busiest person in the family, so Qin Yulan and others did not suspect anything about the phone call just now. Mom and Dad, I'm not going back right now. I have something to take care of. You guys go first. Qin Yulan looked at the time and couldn't help but give instructions. It's getting late now, so let's go early and come back early. Okay, Mom, I got it. Bye. Lin Rusheng waved her hand and asked the driver to turn around. Cyclamen Cafe. In an inconspicuous corner, Lin Rusheng sat opposite a middle-aged man. Although it was already night, the middle-aged man was still wearing sunglasses and looked mysterious. Lin Rusheng placed a card on the coffee table. Here is the remaining amount, keep it for yourself. The man nodded and took out a stack of information from his windbreaker. Lin Rusheng frowned slightly. Lin Rusheng was not interested in the information in front of her. The only thing I care about is the certificate of appraisal. A moment ago, Lin Rusheng was eager to know the result. But now, Lin Rusheng was actually a little timid. The words, forensic appraisal opinion, on the cover of the document seemed particularly eye-catching. Taking a deep breath, Lin Rusheng adjusted her mood. In front of the middle-aged man, Lin Rusheng also blinked. The results of the appraisal are written very clearly. Gene similarity column, similarity, 99.99. It's confirmed. The results are finally out. Lin Zhongdao and Lin Hao are really biological father and son. Although she had been mentally prepared, Lin Rusheng still felt like she couldn't breathe when she saw the result. At this moment, the blood in Lin Rusheng's body seemed to solidify. Ms. Lin, are you okay? The middle-aged man frowned and asked worriedly. The first thing Lin Rusheng said after she reacted was, "Is there any possibility that your report is wrong?" The other party shook his head, looking confident. Ms. Lin, the report will definitely not be wrong. This is the most authoritative result. Miss Lin, do you think there is any problem? Nonsense. This is a big problem. The little brother they had always held in their hands turned out to be their father's biological son. Isn't this a problem? I thought Lin Hao was adopted home and the whole family loved him very much. But what is the truth? That's their younger brother, he just has the same father but different mother. When Lin Xian was found, everyone said that he was after the other person's property. But what is the truth? Lin Zhongdao had already made plans with that wild woman from the beginning. They are the ones who truly covet the Lin family's property. Everything Lin Zhongdao did was to pave the way for Lin Hao. But the mother and the three sisters were kept in the dark for more than 10 years, and have always been working for others. How ridiculous. I guess even TV dramas wouldn't dare to shoot like this. Lin Rusheng tried to calm herself down, took a deep breath and said, "It's okay. I've been working overtime these past 2 days and I feel a little tired. By the way, what about that other matter? Is there any result?" Seeing Lin Rusheng's expression return to normal, the middle-aged man took out another photo. Ms. Lin, our investigation results show that Mr. Lin does have a lover outside. The woman in the photo is Mr. Lin's regular lover. Mr. Lin meets with this woman every other day. Here is her detailed address. Lin Rusheng took a photo and looked at it carefully. The woman in the photo is not young, but she is still pretty and has a good figure. After changing to another close-up photo, Lin Rusheng frowned again. The woman's eyebrows and eyes are actually somewhat similar to Lin Hao. Especially the side profile, the nose bridge and nose wings are exactly the same. It seems so. The rest of the matter no longer needs to be investigated. This woman should be Lin Hao's biological mother, the mistress that Lin Zhongdao has been hiding. Ms. Lin, the two of them usually meet at noon. Hee hee. I see. This is the secret that allowed the extramarital affair to go on without being discovered for such a long time. Lin Zhongdao goes to work on time every day, returns home on time, and behaves well. As for where I went at noon, no one knows. In Qin Yulan's eyes, Lin Zhongdao is a completely good husband, which can be proved by time. It just so happens that the path in the forest takes advantage of the loophole of time. Let's talk about Lin Xian. In the entire family, the one who treated Lin Xian the most harshly was Lin Zhongdao. Everyone thought that Lin Zhongdao was disappointed with his son, but the truth was that Lin Zhongdao liked his biological son Lin Hao more. Lin Rusheng let out a long sigh. It's done. You know what to do. The middle-aged man nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, Miss Lin. We have absolute professional ethics and will definitely keep it confidential. From now on, Miss Lin and I have never met each other. Lin Rusheng raised her head, a fierce look in her eyes. You'd better keep your word. I know, this has never happened. Lin Rusheng had a frosty face and finally nodded. The middle-aged man straightened his clothes and was about to get up and leave. As soon as he turned around, he began to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. I have long heard that the eldest daughter of the Lin family is capable and decisive, and has extraordinary means. Today, I finally got to see how courageous she is. After a while, Lin Rusheng also left the cafe. As soon as she got in the car, Lin Rusheng leaned back in her seat, frowning slightly. There was none of the fierce momentum from before. What should I do now? The appraisal report has come out and the facts are irrefutable. The younger brother whom they have held in high esteem for more than 10 years is their father's illegitimate son. This paternity report in front of us is enough to make the entire Lin family uneasy. Lin Rusheng was exhausted physically and mentally, and finally found Lin Qingyu's phone number. Xiaoyu, there's news over there. Lin Qingyu was removing her makeup. When she heard Lin Rusheng's words, her hands trembled violently and she quickly stood up and closed the door. Sister, what's the result? Lin Xian is right, Lin Hao is really my father's child. Boom. The news was like thunder, and Lin Qingyu was completely stunned. Big sister, is there a mistake? Do you want to change the place? No need to change, the news is absolutely true. The only hope was also denied, and Lin Qingyu felt dizzy. I'm going to ask my dad right now and ask him to explain what's going on. Contact the media. I want to expose the true face of this scumbag. No, I want to tell Mom that he met a scumbag. Sister, we have to find Lin Xian now. He is our biological brother. Lin Qingyu paced back and forth in the room, her low voice filled with anxiety. Just as I came to my senses, a lot of thoughts popped up in my mind. Xiaoyu, don't be impulsive. Mom can't bear this blow. I'll go back later and let the three of us sisters discuss what to do. Lin Rusheng's tone was stern, like an order. Lin Qingyu finally calmed down, but she couldn't stop crying. How could such a good family become like this? Is this all just an illusion? Lin Xian predicted all the bad things. Half an hour later, Lin Rusheng and Lin Qingyu went to Lin Jilan's room. Big sister, what's going on so late at night? Why are you so secretive? The two sisters in front of him looked serious, and Lin Jilan had a bad feeling in his heart. The atmosphere in the room became uneasy. Lin Rusheng frowned slightly and simply took out the appraisal report. Sister, have you gone for another appraisal? Didn't Lin Xian and Dad do it several times before? This belongs to Dad and Lin Hao. Lin Rusheng didn't say anything, and Lin Qingyu became uneasy again. Next, Lin Jilan's expression was similar to Lin Qingyu's. First he was shocked, then he looked confused. How could Dad do this? This is too much. They are working together to deceive us. Lin Jilan stood up suddenly and walked out with the appraisal report. Xiaolan, where are you going? I want him to tell me what's going on. Lin Rusheng reached out to stop Lin Jilan. It's no use. Do you think his conscience will hurt? If that was the case, he wouldn't have cheated on his wife more than a decade ago and had a son with someone else. So everything was planned by him and we were all deceived by them. Abandoning his own son in exchange for the future of his illegitimate son, this is what Lin Zhongdao did. Lin Jilan's eyes were red and his body was shaking slightly. I hate them, sister, I hate them. Thinking of the faces of Lin Hao and Lin Zhongdao again, Lin Jilan's blood boiled. A bunch of liars. They are all liars. In his eyes, no one is as good as his illegitimate child. The three of us sisters and our mother are just tools for him to use. Why is there such a father? Why didn't I find any clues before? I treated Lin Hao like my own brother, but how did I treat Lin Xian? Lin Qingyu was filled with remorse and clenched her hands into fists. When Lin Xian was mentioned, Lin Qingyu's original thoughts popped up in her mind again. Sister, Lin Xian must know something else. We have to get him back. The moment she saw the paternity report, Lin Qingyu regarded Lin Xian as a relative. Right now, they are the ones on the united front. They have the same father and the same mother, they are truly the same parents. Lin Hao is just an illegitimate child, he is not worthy of calling them sister. Right now, it doesn't matter how Lin Xian knows so much. The most important thing is to find the person back. Lin Jilan looked embarrassed. Second sister, how could Lin Xian come back now that he hates us so much? If Lin Xian wasn't extremely disappointed, why would he have signed the agreement to sever ties? Moreover, the last time she saw Lin Xian, Lin Shuang still remembered what happened. The indifference and resistance in Lin Xian's eyes made it impossible for anyone to get close to him. In Lin Xian's eyes, the Lin family are not relatives but enemies. Don't worry about this, I know what to do. After saying this, Lin Qingyu turned and left. Second sister, where are you going? You haven't finished talking yet. How can we discuss the rest of the matter? Lin Jilan frowned, his face full of complaints. Such a big thing needs to be discussed carefully after sitting down. Lin Qingyu just left without being calm at all. Xiaolan, don't shout yet, or mom and dad will hear it. Lin Rusheng pulled Lin Jilan in and closed the door. The two sat down face to face, and Lin Rusheng talked about the next plan. It's definitely not a good idea to tell my mother the truth all at once. She won't be able to accept it. I will test mom for the next 2 days, and then I will tell you about Lin Hao. You must not reveal any clues. Lin Jilan nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you, big sister. In fact, now I just need to find a suitable time to tell my mother the truth. There is so much evidence out there that there is no need to verify anything. But when will it be? Neither sister spoke, both were thinking about the best time. After finishing the exercises on the table, Lin Xian just stood up when his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar phone number, Lin Xian instinctively wanted to reject the call. If a strange number calls you late at night, it's either a wrong number or a scammer. Lin Xian ignored him, turned his phone to silent mode and went to wash up. When I came back after washing up, there were already 6 missed calls on the screen. Haha, this liar is really persistent. Just then, the phone rang again. Lin Xian pressed the answer button, but the voice coming from the other end of the phone was Lin Qingyu's. Lin Xian, see you at the school gate at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have something to talk to you about. Lin Xian sneered. Could it be that Lin Qingyu is dreaming? If she wants to see me, she can see me, and she looks so arrogant. Is it me, her, or his? Don't bother me. Lin Xian's answer was even colder. There was an obvious hesitation on the other end of the line, and then the voice softened. Lin Xian, I really have something to talk to you about. My family is in a mess right now. Lin Qingyu's voice revealed anxiety. Is what I said confirmed? Yes, the appraisal report is out. They are really biological father and son. Lin Xian, our family. Stop, I don't know you well. That's your Lin family's business. It has nothing to do with me. Also, I am me, and you are you, don't talk about us. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and the scenes from the past flashed through his mind again. It can be said that among the 3 sisters, I am the best to Lin Qingyu. Since Lin Qingyu was always singing, he was worried that her throat would be tired, so he often made throat-soothing tea for her early in the morning. Worried that things outside were not clean, Lin Xian went to pick honeysuckle every morning for a while. In order to gain Lin Qingyu's approval, Lin Xian even served tea and water. Seeing Lin Xian like this, Lin Qingyu became even more aggressive. Lin Xian is often called upon to come and dismissed at will. No matter how much they do, their hearts are only with Lin Hao. Just one sentence from Lin Hao can make them isolate themselves. Even though they knew it was a false accusation, no one came out to speak for him. Now that the Lin family is in trouble, they think of their own brother. It's really ridiculous. Lin Xian was silent. Lin Qingyu's voice came again. Lin Xian, we did something wrong before. But listen carefully, if I can't see you, I will guard your school gate every day. If you're not afraid of a bad influence, then don't see me. As she said this, Lin Qingyu's heart was pounding. Although I am the most impulsive among the three sisters, I have never done anything like what I just mentioned. However, the current situation is special and I have no choice but to take the risk. Okay then, 7 o'clock, at the school gate. I'll only give you 10 minutes. Lin Xian's voice revealed impatience, and he hung up the phone after he finished speaking. It was not because he wanted to see Lin Qingyu, nor was he moved by Lin Qingyu's words. The reason why Lin Xian agreed to meet was because he didn't want Lin Qingyu to pester him like this. During the time he lived in the Lin family, Lin Xian also knew Lin Qingyu's temperament. If she really sets her sights on me, my future life will be uneasy. 10 minutes is enough to make your point clear. The next morning, Lin Qingyu arrived at the school gate at 6:30 waiting for Lin Xian. Even though Lin Xian agreed to meet her, Lin Qingyu was still afraid of missing him. Finally, when her eyes were sore, Lin Qingyu saw Lin Xian. Like other high school students, Lin Xian carried a large school bag and wore a high school uniform. But if you look closely, Lin Xian is a little different. The school bag is a bit old and has become bleached from washing. Lin Qingyu frowned slightly. Before this, Lin Xian was the young master of the Lin family, so he couldn't be so shabby. Even if he left the Lin family, his life would not be worse than that of ordinary people. While Lin Qingyu was stunned, Lin Xian had already arrived. Drive your car to the front and don't block the school gate. After opening the door and getting in the car, Lin Xian's first words were to ask Lin Qingyu to drive away. Okay, I'll listen to you today. It was rare that Lin Qingyu did not retort, and she actually did what Lin Xian said. A few minutes later, Lin Qingyu parked the car in a secluded corner. If you have something to say, please speak quickly. I have to go back to class in a hurry. Seeing Lin Xian's attitude, Lin Qingyu looked dissatisfied. Lin Xian, your home is in such a mess, and you still have the mood to go to class. You have to think of a solution. It has now been confirmed that Lin Hao is an illegitimate child. Everything is a conspiracy. Lin Hao came to the Lin family just for the Lin family's money. We absolutely cannot let that mistress's son get away with it. Lin Qingyu became more and more excited as she spoke. Lin Xian remained indifferent. What does this have to do with me? You were the ones who said I coveted the Lin family's property and were on guard against me all the time. Now that I'm gone, why are you still looking for me? As for Lin Hao, whether he is the son of a mistress or not is none of my business. Seeing Lin Xian being so indifferent, Lin Qingyu gritted her teeth. Lin Xian, we have the same blood, we cannot let outsiders succeed no matter what. Do you consider me as your own? Lin Xian's words left Lin Qingyu speechless. There are still 6 minutes left. Speak quickly if you have anything to say. Lin Xian, you're really calculating the time with me. You weren't like this before. Lin Qingyu wanted to say something, but Lin Xian raised his arm, revealing the watch on his wrist. It was an ordinary electronic watch, nothing could be more ordinary. When Lin Qingyu saw this, her heart ached again. As a sister, I am such a failure. Lin Xian was carrying a washed-out backpack and had an ordinary electronic watch on his wrist. This was all due to the negligence of their sisters. From the time they entered the Lin family to the time they left, the sisters never asked Lin Xian what he needed. On the contrary, the three sisters cared about Lin Hao in every possible way. Wearing branded clothes and famous watches, he has to be accompanied by a driver even if the journey is only 100 meters. But Lin Xian. Thinking that she didn't have much time, Lin Qingyu quickly put away her self-blame. I want to ask, what should we do next? What do you think? Lin Xian burst out laughing. Why should I bother thinking about things that have nothing to do with me? You can do whatever you want. Excuse me. I originally thought that Lin Qingyu wanted to talk to me about something important, but I didn't expect that she was asking for my opinion. Are these people out of their minds? When I was eager to maintain family ties with them, they were on guard against me and isolated me. Now I am too lazy to contact them, but they want to hear my opinions. It's so ridiculous. Lin Xian wanted to get off the car, but Lin Qingyu spoke first. Lin Xian, wait a minute. There are some things you must understand. You are the only son of the Lin family. No matter what, we cannot take advantage of the mistress and the illegitimate child. Mom holds the shares of the Lin family, and they will all be yours when the time comes. Also, even if it really comes to the point of breaking up, we will help you fight for more benefits. Lin Qingyu observed Lin Xian's expression while talking. From beginning to end, Lin Xian always looked indifferent. When Lin Qingyu finished speaking, Lin Xian said something. I don't like your Lin family's money. What do you mean by this? Is it because the Shen family is more attractive? Lin Xian, do you really have a purpose in approaching Shen Chuxia? In desperation, Lin Qingyu blurted out her doubts. At the banquet, many people said that Lin Xian and Shen Chuxia had another purpose for being together. After all, the Shen family only has one precious daughter, Shen Chuxia. Once you marry Shen Chuxia, even a pheasant will turn into a phoenix. It will definitely be a great turnaround. At the beginning, Lin Qingyu just couldn't figure it out. Now hearing Lin Xian's rejection of the Lin family's property, Lin Qingyu instinctively spoke out. Lin Xian turned around, his eyes full of coldness. Lin Qingyu, there is no need to explain my relationship with Shen Chuxia to you. You are dirty at heart, yet you think of others as equally dirty. How pitiful. This time, Lin Xian got off the car and left without looking back. Lin Qingyu froze on the spot, confused. What is going on? How could it be like this? It took a lot of effort to get Lin Xian out, but why did the conversation fall apart just like that? At the beginning, I vowed to Lin Rushuang and Lin Jilan that I would handle this matter well, but now I feel slapped in the face. Lin Qingyu sighed, looking helpless. If I were too impulsive, I would have angered Lin Xian and left. But everything I said was true. Their situation is a mess right now. If Lin Xian doesn't go back, they seem to have lost their backbone. When this thought flashed through her mind, Lin Qingyu was also shocked. When did Lin Xian become so important? Could it really be that moment when he realized that blood is thicker than water? The phone rang rapidly. Lin Qingyu hurriedly picked up the phone. What's wrong, sis? Xiaoyu, where are you? Come back quickly, Mom has fainted. Lin Qingyu's heart tightened. Did her mother know about the illegitimate child so quickly? Qin Yulan looked pale on the leather sofa. As soon as I opened my eyes, my gaze began to look around. The family doctor, Zhou Ma, Lin Rushuang, Lin Jilan, and several servants gathered in a circle. Mom, how are you feeling? Lin Rushuang had a worried look on her face, and her voice was filled with nervousness. I'm fine. I just stood up too quickly. Where's Xiaohao? Has he gone to school now? Qin Yulan opened her mouth but didn't say the rest. Lin Qingyu didn't eat and left early, this was something he knew. Right now, the only one missing is Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face flashed through her mind, and Qin Yulan sighed again. Mom, did you forget that Lin Hao felt a little uncomfortable today? He just took medicine and went back to his room. Qin Yulan then remembered that Lin Hao did not go to school today. Look at my memory. It's getting worse and worse. I'm really getting old. After hearing this, Lin Jilan's nose felt sore and she choked up and said, Mom, don't say such things. You are not old at all. Mom can't afford to make any mistakes right now. An unknown storm is about to come. If something happens to my mother at this time, won't this family fall apart? The more Lin Jilan thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he held Qin Yulan's hand even tighter. Mom, what happened? Lin Qingyu couldn't wait to ask as soon as she entered the door. Keep your voice down and don't make a fuss. Mom just woke up. Lin Rusheng reminded Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu nodded quickly and hurried to Qin Yulan. Lin Qingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that Qin Yulan fainted due to hypoglycemia. In front of everyone, Lin Rusheng did not ask Lin Qingyu about the result of this trip. However, I can guess most of it from the expression on her face. He looked depressed, and it seemed that his meeting with Lin Xian just now was not good. The room had just become quiet when footsteps were heard at the stairs. Mom, my head hurts, can you stay with me? Lin Hao went downstairs with a very sad face. Lin Qingyu was in an upset mood and turned around to roll her eyes at Lin Hao. Second sister, are you in a bad mood today? Lin Hao looked aggrieved and asked pitifully. Can't you see that Mom is feeling uncomfortable? You're such a grown-up, how come you only care about yourself? I've really spoiled you since you were little. You don't know how to feel sorry for others at all. Before Lin Hao even reached the first floor, Lin Qingyu started talking non-stop. Lin Hao was stunned and completely confused. Who made my second sister angry today? If it was me who made my second sister unhappy, I apologize to her. Lin Hao once again acted pitiful and aggrieved. Okay, no one has offended me. Don't you have a headache? Go back to your room and rest. Mom just had hypoglycemia and doesn't have time to take care of you now. There was a sense of boredom that she had never felt before in Lin Qingyu's words. The voice has never been so cold. Qin Yulan, who was lying on the sofa, couldn't bear to watch it and frowned and scolded. Xiao Yu, did you take some choking medicine today? Why are you scaring Xiao Hao like that? Xiao Hao is not feeling well and is suffering now. Lin Qingyu took a deep breath. Mom, you don't know. Xiao Yu, don't bring your work emotions home. Lin Rusheng interrupted Lin Qingyu in time. Lin Qingyu bit her lip and suddenly realized. Just now he was so busy scolding Lin Hao that he almost caused a big trouble. Seeing her mother still defending Lin Hao, Lin Qingyu's tears began to well up in her eyes. Second sister, don't be sad, the problem will always be solved. Lin Hao stayed beside Qin Yulan and spoke carefully. Mom, let me stay with you. I'm worried about you not being by my side. Good boy, Mom knows how filial you are, and it's not in vain that I raised you. Seeing the deep love between mother and son, Lin Rushuang and Lin Jilan looked at each other. Lin Jilan tried hard to control his emotions, fearing that he would accidentally pull Lin Hao away from Qin Yulan. Mom, you are so confused. You are raising an ungrateful wolf. Sooner or later, we will all be bitten by them. Thinking that Lin Hao was Lin Zhongdao's illegitimate son, Lin Jilan's nails dug into his palms. At this time, Lin Hao was also wondering what was going on with Lin Qingyu. Even if I had made mistakes in the past, Lin Qingyu would always be extremely tolerant. Why has Lin Qingyu always been against me in the past 2 days? From childhood to adulthood, when has Lin Qingyu ever been so cold to me? Is it because of Lin Xian? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You know, Lin Qingyu is the person who hates Lin Xian the most. Lin Hao quietly looked up at the person opposite him and felt that he was overthinking. Perhaps, Lin Qingyu was in a bad mood because of the company's affairs. It has nothing to do with me. Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt relieved a little. The Lin family is in chaos. At this time, Lin Xian was enjoying the rare break between classes. Dude, the next class is physical education. We can finally have some fun. Zhang Sensen stared at the schedule with a sly smile on his face. I heard that the physical education teacher asked us to run 800 meters. Lin Xian said lightly. What? Go ahead, kill me. How can I, with my 180 plus kilograms of fat, withstand the torture he is doing? Zhang Sensen's eyes almost popped out of his head in fear. Lin Xian couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Zhang Sensen suddenly realized. So you were lying to me. I was scared to death. Don't joke like that. It could cost someone's life. The class was about to start and the students walked out of the classroom one after another. Seeing Su Yuexiao among them, Zhang Sensen became confused again. What's going on? Is our school beauty going to have physical education class today? Why not go? If you don't go, wouldn't that mean you're skipping classes? Hearing Lin Xian ask this, Zhang Sensen kept shaking his head. I told you that you are not enthusiastic towards your classmates, but you are still unwilling to admit it. When has our school beauty ever had a physical education class? With her physical condition, one physical education class could really kill her. Lin Xian raised his eyes. Zhang Sensen continued to explain. Su Yuexiao has a congenital heart disease. Sometimes she faints just standing. How dare the teachers at school let her take physical education classes? Lin Xian was shocked. This was the first time he heard such news. Congenital heart disease, there should be a lot of things to pay attention to, right? Zhang Sinsen touched his head and spoke as he thought. You can't get emotional or do strenuous exercise. It seems to be what they say, yes, living young. I heard that many people with congenital heart disease don't live past the age of 20. Lin Xian fixed his gaze on Su Yuexiao's back, feeling a pang of regret. If it is really as Zhang Sinsen said, then wouldn't Su Yuexiao's life fire be extinguished at the most brilliant moment? Come on, let's go, let's get in line too. Lin Xian was still in a daze, and Zhang Sinsen had already grabbed his arm and walked out. Regarding Su Yuexiao's appearance, not only Zhang Sinsen was puzzled, but many classmates in the class were also discussing it in a low voice. Su Yuexiao came to the physical education class, it's really rare. Maybe he feels too stressed and wants to come out for some fresh air. Is her body able to do it? In fact, he's just watching us in the shade, so he should be fine. Everyone was curious when Su Yuexiao suddenly changed direction and walked directly towards the teacher's office building. Many students curled their lips. It seems that Su Yuexiao is not going to attend the physical education class with everyone, but wants to ask for leave. Many people in the crowd began to sigh quietly. So what if you study well? If you are not in good health, it is still an irreparable regret. Looking at classmates chasing and playing freely, Su Yuexiao must be full of envy, right? When the bell rang, the students quickly lined up and waited for the physical education teacher to arrive. The physical education teacher is a middle-aged man in his 30s, about 1.8 meters tall and thin. Regardless of winter or summer, he always wears a light gray sportswear. As usual, the physical education teacher blew the whistle around his neck as soon as he stood firm. At ease, stand at attention, count. 1, 2, 3. After the students finished counting, a smile suddenly appeared on the physical education teacher's face. Students, the college entrance examination is getting closer and closer, and I believe you are getting more and more nervous. Today, our physical education class will allow you to relieve stress. Free time. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Sinsen took the lead and couldn't help cheering. Just as we were about to shout, "Long live the physical education teacher," the whistle sounded again. Quiet, quiet. If you guys are making a fuss, then go back to study. You know what, this sentence really works. As soon as the words fell, many people shut their mouths. After a while, the physical education teacher left and the students began to move freely in groups of 3 or 5. Coming under a big tree, Zhang Sinsen first stretched. Dude, how are we going to move? You can't just chat face to face like this, right? That's something only old men and women do. Lin Xian raised his eyes and said, "Do the questions." Ah. No way, we finally have a physical education class, and you still want to do homework. I protest. In order to make Lin Xian change his mind, Zhang Sinsen stepped forward. Who do you think is doing the test? If you take a set of test papers and start working on them under a big book, won't you stand out? We won't do the questions, just listen. Zhang Sinsen coaxed Lin Xian like a child. Lin Xian was speechless. He reached out and pushed Zhang Sinsen back 2 steps. So what do you want to do? How about we play basketball? We can form our own team. Lin Xian frowned slightly, but Zhang Sinsen became more and more excited as he spoke. Actually, I like playing basketball, but I'm too slow to catch the ball. When I'm with those professional basketball players in my class, I can only run with them. Let's find someone ourselves this time so that I can shine before I graduate from high school, okay? Seeing his eyes full of pleading, Lin Xian had no choice but to agree. Then you go form the team, and I'll get the ball. I was in a hurry to leave just now and didn't bring the basketball out of the classroom. Zhang Sinsen nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Lin Xian had just turned around when Zhang Sinsen had already gone to look for someone. Walking into the classroom, Lin Xian was stunned. Su Yuexiao was also shocked. Why didn't you go to class? I asked my homeroom teacher for leave and will not go to the physical education class. Lin Xian nodded, walked to his seat, picked up the basketball and was about to turn around. Lin Xian. Su Yuexiao's voice came again, sounding strange. Lin Xian turned his head and saw Su Yuexiao breathing rapidly, her face pale, and her eyes looking straight at him. Su Yuexiao, what's wrong with you? Su Yuexiao was anxious and raised her hand with difficulty to point at the drawer. The pain in her chest made it difficult for Su Yuexiao to speak. At the same time, Su Yuexiao also realized that this time the recurrence of heart disease was very serious. The medicine is in the drawer, isn't it? Su Yuexiao was barely breathing and slowly fell to the ground. Hold on. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly searched for Su Yuexiao's medicine in the table pocket. At this time, Su Yuexiao's lips had begun to turn purple and her eyes were tightly closed. Found it, take the medicine quickly. As he spoke, Lin Xian held Su Yuexiao's head with one hand and stuffed the pill into Su Yuexiao's mouth with the other hand. There was no water on Su Yuexiao's table. Lin Xian grabbed the water cup on his table, unscrewed the lid, and poured the water into Su Yuexiao's mouth. Su Yuexiao was sweating profusely and finally swallowed the pill with difficulty. The situation gradually stabilized, but Su Yuexiao's face turned frighteningly pale. Are you feeling better? Lin Xian didn't dare to pull his hand back. At this time, Su Yuexiao wanted to stand up, but her whole body felt like it was filled with lead and she had no strength at all. This won't work. We need to go to the hospital immediately. Lin Xian picked up his phone and called the emergency number. Su Yuexiao finally squeezed out a sentence from her throat. Thanks. Su Yuexiao felt embarrassed as she felt she was leaning on Lin Xian. Cold sweat rolled down her cheeks, but Su Yuexiao didn't even have the strength to wipe it off. Don't worry, an ambulance will come to the hospital soon. Can you help me up, please? Although I have no strength left in my body now, I have regained consciousness. Thinking of her current situation, Su Yuexiao's most desired thing was to sit down. Okay, slow down. Lin Xian put the cup aside, reached out to hold Su Yuexiao's arm, and slowly stood up. Lin Xian, brother Xian, your basketball. Oh my god, shouldn't I come in? I'm sorry. Zhang Sinsen apologized and quickly covered his eyes with his hands. A crack appeared between the fingers. What are Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao doing? Hugging and kissing in broad daylight, how bold. It's outrageous. Don't talk nonsense, come and help. Su Yuexiao is having a heart attack. Lin Xian urged hurriedly. Zhang Sinsen recovered and ran over quickly. It was not until this time that Zhang Sinsen noticed that Su Yuexiao's expression was not right. But the action just now was indeed intimate, so it's no wonder that I would think too much. At this time, the sound of an ambulance was heard. After asking for leave from their class teacher, Lin Xian and Zhang Sinsen followed the ambulance to the hospital. Kyoto People's Hospital. Cardiology Office. Professor Zhang was looking at the medical records when a young nurse hurriedly pushed open the door. Professor Zhang, something bad has happened. There is a heart patient here and the condition is very serious. Please go over there immediately. Where are the people? Professor Zhang put down the medical record, stood up and was about to walk out. Lin Qingyu suddenly stood up. Professor Zhang, you haven't explained my mother's condition clearly yet. I'm sorry Miss Lin, Mrs. Lin's heart is not seriously damaged. I need to treat another patient right now. Lin Qingyu's eyes widened and her brows furrowed. How can this be possible? Just like if you really want to treat a patient, you have to finish what you are saying, right? Lin Qingyu was following Professor Zhang and just as she reached the corridor, she was suddenly startled. Lin Xian, why are you here? Seeing Lin Qingyu, Lin Xian was also a little surprised. Just as Lin Qingyu was about to ask a question, a nurse holding a form in her hand spoke first. The patient's name. Su Yuexiao. Age. 17 years old, right? The nurse director looked at Lin Xian and said, as a family member, don't you know the patient's age? I'm sorry, I'm not her family member, we are all her classmates. After hearing Lin Xian's correction, the young nurse started writing again. At this time, the doctor had already started to conduct basic examinations on Su Yuexiao. Lin Qingyu turned around, but suddenly stopped after taking a few steps. Su Yuexiao, isn't this the only daughter of the Su family? In the past few years, the Su group developed very rapidly, but I heard that since Mrs. Su died, Su Sihai has become much more decadent. Now when people mention the Su group, they talk more about Su Sihai's deep affection. However, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and the value of the Su group is not comparable to that of ordinary companies. Slowly turning her head, there was a hint of profoundness in Lin Qingyu's eyes. What's going on lately? It seems that all the girls who have a relationship with Lin Xian are either rich or noble. Could it be that after leaving the Lin family, Lin Xian really wanted to find another backer? She has a congenital heart disease and it just happened. I've taken medicine, but I still have some symptoms. That's why I came to the hospital. Lin Xian told the doctor about Su Yuexiao's condition. On the hospital bed, Su Yuexiao nodded reluctantly. After a moment, the doctor hung the stethoscope around his neck. At present, the situation seems to be basically stable. Go and get hospitalized first and observe for a while. After explaining everything to Lin Xian, the doctor looked at the nurse. Xiao Wang, prepare the medicine according to my prescription and give me the infusion first. The young nurse nodded hurriedly and left with the doctor. Several other medical staff pushed Su Yuexiao into the ward. Fatty, wait here. I'll go through the hospitalization procedures. Zhang Sensen's face showed an unprecedented seriousness. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lin Xian turned and walked towards the hall, and Lin Qingyu quickly followed. Lin Xian, wait a minute. What are you going to do now? Lin Xian's tone revealed impatience. What's going on between you and Miss Su? Also, what's the relationship between Shen Chuxia and you? When did you meet? Lin Qingyu poured out all the questions in his heart. Lin Xian sneered. Just give her an indifferent look. What does it have to do with them, and what does it have to do with you? You should say, I am your sister, you should give me the minimum respect. Lin Xian stopped. Ha! Respect? What qualifications do you have to demand respect from me? Also, let me remind you for the last time, don't be self-righteous. I have nothing to do with the Lin family anymore, and you are not my sister. As for my relationship with them, it's up to you. Or, just think that I am greedy for their money. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Lin Qingyu's face felt hot. At the beginning, what the three sisters said most in front of Lin Xian was that Lin Xian came for the Lin family's property and had a purpose. Now Lin Xian was retorting with what they had said before, and naturally she could not refute it. The key issue remains. The conclusion reached by the three sisters at the time had no basis at all. Lin Xian was now half a head taller than her, so if Lin Qingyu wanted to walk with him, she had to jog all the way. Lin Xian, why are you speaking so harshly? Mom is sick and came to the hospital for a checkup. I think you should go visit her. After all, Mommy missed you a lot after you left. After Lin Qingyu finished speaking, Lin Xian laughed out loud. Really? Miss Qin is sick. I really didn't know that. But I think you found the wrong person. The person she wants to see most right now should be Lin Hao. How could it be my son with such bad character? After all, you've been regretting bringing me back for a long time. Lin Xian had a blank expression on his face and his words were cold. I am not a heartless person, but what Qin Yulan did made me feel heartbroken. All along, Qin Yulan only had eyes for Lin Hao. Although Qin Yulan often said that she had finally found herself, what they talked about more was regret for finding themselves. They think they have bad character, live in a bad environment, and have a lot of bad habits. I even heard from Xie Lin Hao that I was uneducated, thieves, and bullied my cousin. Qin Yulan often said that a bowl of water should be kept level. But is it really equal? That's just talk. In their previous life, after they died, they only considered the so-called overall situation. Worried that Lin Hao would be affected in the upper-class circle. How can anyone love a mother like this? Hearing this, Lin Qingyu was stunned, and her voice trembled a little. Lin Xian, are you determined to sever ties with us? You are my biological son, how can you bear to do this? It's none of my business. After saying that, Lin Xian turned to look at Lin Qingyu. Don't follow me anymore, I have to go through the hospitalization procedures. Lin Xian strode away. Lin Qingyu panicked and hurriedly held onto the wall. Lin Xian, how can you be so cold-blooded? Before we knew the truth, we did misunderstand you. But now we know we were wrong, and we also know that the person who is leaving is Lin Hao. Why don't you give us a chance? With a wry smile on her face, Lin Qingyu slowly turned around. Mom doesn't know the truth yet. If she knew that Lin Hao is the son of Dad and his mistress, would her body be able to bear it? If Lin Xian still has this attitude, then they really have nothing to do. Thinking that she had been out for a while, Lin Qingyu quickly ran back to Qin Yulan's room. Lin Qingyu pushed open the door, and everyone looked towards the door. Xiao Yu, what did the doctor say? Lin Rushuang looked anxious. It's okay, Mom just has low blood sugar, the symptoms just now are normal. Lin Qingyu was a little absent-minded. In my mind, Lin Xian's cold face is still there. Qin Yulan's expression became a little relieved. I told you I was fine, but you made me come to the hospital for nothing. Lin Rusheng frowned slightly. Mom, why do you say that? We are relieved that you are fine. You must increase your nutrition in the future. Lin Qingyu felt dissatisfied. Mom put all her thoughts on Lin Hao. Even if she needed to increase nutrition, it was probably to nourish Lin Hao's body. Just like now. Even though she was so weak, her mother still insisted on not letting Lin Hao take care of her. If this isn't favoritism, what is this? If I knew that Lin Hao was the son of the mistress. Lin Qingyu shook her head, looking confused. I am a person who cannot hide things, and Lin Hao's affairs are like a stone pressing on my heart. Maybe one day, I will really tell this matter out loud. Suddenly, Lin Qingyu looked at Lin Rushuang next to her. Sister, come out for a moment. I have something to tell you. Although she often faces the media cameras, Lin Qingyu is someone who cannot hide things. Just like now, when speaking, Lin Qingyu's brows had been wrinkled into a lump. What's so serious that you have to go out and talk about it? There's no one else here. Can't you talk to your elder sister here? Qin Yulan also felt curious. Lin Qingyu shook her head and frantically found an excuse. Mom, I'll talk to my eldest sister about the mess in the company so you don't have to be upset. Well, go ahead. Qin Yulan slowly closed her eyes, and Lin Jilan raised his hand to tuck the corner of the quilt for Qin Yulan. Lin Qingyu and Lin Rushuang walked out. Big sister, has Dad behaved abnormally recently? There were not many people in the corridor, so Lin Qingyu deliberately lowered her voice. Lin Rushuang frowned and thought. Recently, Dad has been behaving normally. There is no financial deficit, and RD is also going as usual. Have you got any results from the RD experiment? Lin Qingyu asked again. There has been some progress, but it is kept confidential until it is made public, and I don't know much information. By the way, you wanted to not care about the things in the company, why do you want to ask this now? Lin Qingyu's abnormal behavior made Lin Rushuang feel a little panicked. But I never thought that Lin Qingyu had the same idea. Sister, I always have a bad feeling. Do you think Dad will confront Mom after the experiment is successful? At that point we're passive. So, the most important thing right now is to tell Mom the truth and make preparations. Lin Rushuang was silent. I have thought about what Lin Qingyu said, but how can I say it out loud? Tell Mom directly that Lin Hao is the son born to Dad and that wild woman. Is all this a ruse? That's so cruel. Sister, if you think it's inappropriate for you to say it now, then we can at least let Mom be mentally prepared and test it out in advance. Lin Qingyu made another suggestion. I don't want to rub salt into my mother's wounds, but the key issue is that they don't have much time now. The group belongs to both Dad and Mom, but Dad has been in charge of the scientific research experiments over the past 2 years. Once the scientific research is successful, Dad will have absolute say. If they do nothing, they will be slaughtered. Lin Rusheng knew what Lin Qingyu was thinking, and after thinking for a while, she finally nodded. The two returned to the ward together, and Lin Qingyu sat directly at the head of Qin Yulan's bed. "Mom, didn't the doctor tell you to rest well? Why are you still keeping your eyes open?" Qin Yulan smiled and said, "The college entrance examination is coming soon. Xiaohao said he wanted to go abroad." "It's Lin Hao again, Mom. Lin Xian is your biological son. Lin Xian is also going to take the college entrance exam. Lin Hao and Lin Xian are the same age. Are you planning to let Lin Xian and Lin Hao study abroad together? Or are you only considering Lin Hao?" Lin Qingyu's words were sharp, as if she was questioning. Qin Yulan was stunned and felt guilty. "To be honest, the only person I was thinking about just now was Lin Hao. As for Lin Xian's college entrance examination, if Lin Qingyu hadn't mentioned it, I probably wouldn't have remembered it until after he took the exam. Alas, this is my negligence as a mother. How could I forget about Lin Xian's matter?" Seeing that Qin Yulan was thinking along the lines of what she said, Lin Qingyu was delighted. "Mom, ever since Xiaohao was born, all your thoughts have been on him, and you pay very little attention to my dad. My dad is a successful entrepreneur now. Aren't you worried that he might get into trouble outside? Let me tell you, girls nowadays are very bold, and many girls like middle-aged men." When asking this question, Lin Qingyu's heart was in her throat. Not far away, Lin Rusheng was also staring at Qin Yulan motionlessly. Lin Jilan lowered his head, not daring to look at Qin Yulan. Is this a showdown? Why are the eldest and second sisters so impulsive? Mom is still sick, how can she bear such a blow? Lin Jilan was about to speak when Qin Yulan's voice suddenly came over. "There is no cat in this world that doesn't steal fish. Men without money will have many ideas, let alone men with money. Your father is just flirting outside, he just has to do it for social occasions. In fact, he still has this family in his heart. So, as long as the gossip about him is not too outrageous, I can accept it." Qin Yulan tried her best to speak lightly, but her expression was already very ugly. The three sisters opposite were all stunned. Especially Lin Qingyu, her jaw almost dropped. "Mom, do you know what's going on with Dad outside?" "No." Qin Yulan sighed. Since some things are unavoidable, she should just accept them calmly. Home is always a man's safe haven. No matter whether he is tired or exhausted, as long as he can come back, as long as he can think of this home, it is enough. I don't ask for so much." Lin Qingyu jumped up suddenly, very excited. "Mom, you are too generous, aren't you? What are you thinking? What era is this now? Do you really think of yourself as the mistress of an ancient house? After marrying a man, you expect him to have children, allow him to have other women, and willingly raise children for his mistress. Do you think that as long as you are the eldest mother, Lin Hao's biological mother will always be called the youngest mother?" Lin Qingyu became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and blurted out everything. At the same time, Lin Qingyu felt a little sympathy for Qin Yulan. What kind of feudal ideology is this? She raised the children of her husband and a wild woman for more than 10 years, and she was willing to do it. "Xiaoyu, tell me again, what did you just say?" Qin Yulan's face was pale and her lips were trembling. Mom, you said you knew." Lin Qingyu's voice was tearful and she looked at Lin Rusheng blankly. "It's over, I'm in trouble. Just now my mother said she knew, and I thought she knew about Lin Hao. But looking at the situation, she clearly didn't know." Lin Qingyu felt like crying but had no tears, and she even wanted to slap herself. Lin Qingyu, you are such a jeer. Rushuang, tell me, what's going on? Who is willing to raise a child for a mistress?" Qin Yulan looked annoyed and clenched her hands into fists. Lin Rushuang didn't dare to speak. It would be more accurate to say that she was thinking about how to start the conversation rather than daring to do so. At this time, Qin Yulan could no longer wait and her voice became hoarse. "What on earth are you hiding from me? What's going on with Lin Hao?" At this moment, Qin Yulan was like a mad beast, almost collapsing. "Mom, don't get excited, I'll tell you what's going on." Lin Rusheng looked at Lin Qingyu and shook her head helplessly. "I had originally planned to test my mother's attitude first, and then slowly tell her the whole story. From severe to mild, normal people can accept it. But Lin Qingyu spoke too quickly and blurted out the result right away, so he was left facing a mess. Seeing her mother staring at her intently, Lin Rusheng gritted her teeth and finally spoke with difficulty. Mom, Xiaoyu is right. Dad has someone else outside. Lin Hao is the child of Dad and that woman. As she spoke, Lin Rusheng tapped a few times on her phone and handed it to Qin Yulan. This is the paternity test report. This is a picture of Dad and that woman. The woman's address. As she flipped through the photos one by one, Qin Yulan felt as if all the blood in her body had been drained. Lin Zhongdao, you really have a wild woman outside. I can accept casual flirting, and I can also turn a blind eye to those gossips. But, you actually had a child with another woman. And Qin Yulan's breathing was rapid, and it felt like a stone was pressing on her chest. For so many years, Qin Yulan has held Lin Hao in the palm of her hand, and was afraid that he would melt if she held him in her mouth. Treat her like the apple of your eye, but end up raising another child for the mistress. But his own son wants to sever ties with him. So sad, so sad. I am a joke. Qin Yulan lost control of her emotions, her vision went dark, and she fell onto the bed. Mom, what happened? Seeing this scene, the three sisters were panicked. Lin Qingyu, look at what you have done. Look how mad you have made me. Lin Jilan accused angrily. Why is it me? I didn't show the evidence to my mother. Besides, Mom clearly said she knew. How should I know this would be the case? Lin Qingyu looked aggrieved and held Qin Yulan's hand fearfully. It's all your fault for speaking too quickly and without thinking. I really didn't mean it. I thought Mom knew. Lin Rushuang was annoyed. Okay, stop arguing. Xiaoyu, go find a doctor. Lin Qingyu suddenly realized what was going on and was about to walk out. No, don't go. Qin Yulan woke up slowly, her voice weak. The three sisters gathered in a circle, all with anxious looks on their faces. Feeling that the situation had stabilized, the first thing Qin Rulan said was, Rushuang, you must find a way to bring Lin Xian back. The current situation is a mess, but there is one thing Qin Yulan is clear about, that is, she must find Lin Xian back. Lin Xian is his own biological son and his backbone. Thinking of the efforts she had made over the past decade, Qin Yulan felt both regret and hatred. Lin Xian, it's Mom's fault. Mom is so confused. For so many years, Mom fed two ungrateful wolves, but let you suffer. I hate it so much. I'm not worthy of being your mother. I'm not even a human being. Qin Yulan became more and more excited as she spoke, and in desperation, she slapped herself in the face. Bang. The loud slap made the three sisters stunned at the same time. Mom, what are you doing? Don't get excited. Lin Rusheng held Qin Yulan's hand tightly, not daring to let go. Qin Yulan burst into tears. Just a few hours ago, he was still thinking about Lin Hao's future and wanted him to study abroad. How disappointed would Lin Xian be if he knew? Qin Yulan sighed helplessly, filled with remorse. If I had really treated everyone equally as I said, why would it be like this now? Who can he blame when his own son doesn't even recognize him as his mother? Rushuang, you must tell Lin Xian that Mom regrets it. Mom only recognizes him as her son now. Qin Yulan's eyes were full of pleading and her voice was very urgent. It seemed as if all the pressure was pouring out at this moment, and there was nothing I could do about it. Seeing her mother so helpless, Lin Qingyu never dared to speak nonsense again. Mom wanted Lin Xian to come back, but she had just seen Lin Xian, and his stubborn attitude. Lin Qingyu also sighed, and then a surge of nameless anger rose in her heart. I just explained it very clearly to Lin Xian. My mother is sick and wants him to come and see her. But what did Lin Xian say? He actually said it had nothing to do with him. This is too much. Mom, you don't have to be so persistent. If he doesn't want to come back, just let him stay outside. Lin Qingyu wanted to control her temper, but when she thought of Lin Xian's attitude, she couldn't help but say one more word. Shut up. Is it just because of him that Lin Xian left? Aren't you guys wrong? We were all wrong. We were the ones who disappointed this child. As she spoke, Qin Yulan's tears began to fall again. Mom, don't worry. Lin Xian is just having a bad temper. No matter what, he should understand that blood is thicker than water. Lin Rusheng tried to find a way to comfort her. Ding ding ding. When the text message alert sounded, Lin Rusheng clicked it to check, and her face instantly became solemn. Mom, my assistant just sent me a message saying that the RD department's special cold medicine was a success. Lin Rushuang's tone was heavy, not as happy as one might imagine. It's a happy thing that the drug was successfully developed, but the chairman's office treated the news as top-level confidentiality. I always feel that my father must have other plans behind the scenes. Before he finished speaking, everyone present showed astonishment on their faces. The first thing Qin Yulan thought of was that Lin Zhongdao wanted to control the shares. It's really a double whammy. Are you sure? Already successful. How effective is the medicine? Did it pass the test? Sister, when will we start mass production? The remaining 3 people spoke almost at the same time. This news is shocking. They all knew what kind of storm would be caused once Lin Zhongdao's newly developed special cold medicine went into mass production. Lin Rusheng frowned slightly and clenched her hands into fists. Shortening the treatment process of a cold to 1 day means a lot of money and absolute killing power. Dad once said that special medicine and every step must be carefully considered. So I don't know what decision my father will make next. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank even more. Qin Yulan felt slightly relieved. The eldest daughter, Lin Rushuang, has shown amazing business talent since she was a child, and it is precisely because of this that she has gained Lin Zhongdao's trust. Now the news brought by Lin Rushuang can be regarded as a little comfort to me. Finally, I am not the last one to know about this. Qin Yulan gradually calmed down and made a decision. Lin Zhongdao, you scumbag, I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Lin Hao can't be kept at home any longer, he must be allowed to leave. Lin Xian, you must find Lin Xian back. At this time, Qin Yulan had already thought about it. To take Lin Xian back, I will give him all the shares in my hand. As long as Lin Xian can come back, as long as he can recognize himself as his mother, I will give him whatever Lin Xian wants. Dad and we are no longer of the same mind. Everything he did was for Lin Hao. Mom is right, Lin Hao must be taken away, otherwise there will be endless trouble. I even think that the fact that my father has been hiding the special medicine has something to do with Lin Hao. Lin Rushuang had a calm expression and analyzed the whole matter calmly. The potential danger made her feel uneasy, and Lin Rushuang believed that her intuition was not wrong. It is confirmed that my father cheated on him, so we are not too passive at the moment, but the prospects are not optimistic either. Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan nodded at the same time. Suddenly, Qin Yulan raised her head, her eyes red. Lin Zhongdao, you are such a piece of shit. It was probably your conspiracy that got Lin Xian lost. After giving birth, Lin Zhongdao said that she was weak and needed to rest well. She was afraid that the baby would make noise, so she put the baby in a separate room. But not long after, news came that the child was missing. At that time, I was almost on the verge of collapse, so Lin Zhongdao arranged for medical staff to watch over me day and night. He was responsible for finding the children. The final result was, the child was not found. 1 month before delivery, Lin Zhongdao specially selected a hospital. After giving birth, Lin Zhongdao has been busy running around. Why is the child lost? Thinking about it now, there were so many suspicious things happening back then. Why didn't I think of it at the time? A month later, Lin Zhongdao went to the orphanage to adopt a child. But I didn't think much about it and treated the child I brought back as my own son. But I didn't expect that all my hard work would result in such a result. Xiaoxian, Mom is sorry for you. It's all because of Mom's stupidity. It's Mom who harmed you. Qin Yulan felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife and tears kept falling. And that beast in Lin Zhongdao has been lying to me for more than 10 years. Yulan, even though this child is adopted, it is also a gift from God to compensate us. Being able to be a family is fate. We can't treat him badly. He will be our biological son from now on. Yulan, don't worry, I will keep looking for our lost child. Qin Yulan, you are a fool. You were sold out by Lin Zhongdao and still help him count money. In a panic, Qin Yulan grabbed her cell phone and looked for Lin Xian's phone number. As soon as the phone was connected, Qin Yulan spoke in a crying voice. Xiao Xian, I am your mother. I am sorry for you. Mom knows she was wrong, please forgive her. Lin Xian was confused. What's going on? Is Qin Yulan crazy? He started crying and begging for forgiveness when he got through the phone. This is clearly the behavior of a child. At this time, Qin Yulan's voice was still coming intermittently. Son, come back. This family can't live without you. At this time, Lin Xian was already impatient. Su Yuexiao had just fallen asleep, and Zhang Xinxin was also playing with his phone out of boredom. I'm going to go out for a while to answer the phone. Lin Xian spoke softly. Zhang Xinxin nodded and made an okay gesture. Coming to the corner of the corridor, Lin Xian spoke in a cold tone. Miss Qin, did you call the wrong number? Please don't call me son anymore. You are not my mother. Lin Xian, please come back. The sky is about to fall down at home. Mom can't live without you. When you come back, I'll transfer the shares and give them all to you. Mom doesn't want Lin Hao anymore. We are a family. Qin Yulan was trembling all over, and her voice was full of pleading. Seeing this scene, the three sisters felt even more depressed. Although I didn't hear the content of the call, it seemed that Lin Xian didn't say anything good. This is indeed the case. After listening to Qin Yulan's words, Lin Xian sneered and felt disgusted again. The people in the Lin family are really weird. Is it that money is all they care about? Do you think you can go back by using the Lin family shares? Or do they still believe that their original purpose of returning was to obtain the Lin family's property? Miss Qin, the shares you treasure are worthless in my eyes. Don't let others think you are as dirty as you are. Also, I hope this is the last time you call me. There was a burst of sobs on the other end of the phone and Qin Yulan was no longer able to speak. Xiao Xian, what do you need to do to forgive your mother? Please don't be so self-indulgent. You are not my mother. My mother is Zhou Yuzhen. Lin Xian hung up the phone after saying this. In order to prevent Qin Yulan from calling again, she was blocked. I was in a good mood just now, but a phone call ruined everything. Although my surname is Lin, I am not their personal property. How can I allow them to come and go as they please? During the 2 years in the Lin family, Lin Xian's biggest feeling was endless ridicule and mockery. Little rascal, bad habits, you don't deserve to be a member of the Lin family, I shouldn't have brought you back. These seem to have become my own labels. Now that the truth has come out, they began to beg for forgiveness again, and even moved out Lin's shares. Why bother? Could it be that only after knowing Lin Hao's true identity will they acknowledge him as their biological son? Since you don't consider me as a family member, why bother looking for me to go back? I am not stubborn, I just think this is the best way to deal with it. When I returned to the ward, Su Yuexiao had already woken up. Brother Xian, you're back. I just called Uncle Su and he will be here soon. Seeing Lin Xian, Zhang Xinxin was busy reporting the situation. Okay, let's wait a little longer. Su Yuexiao was lying on the hospital bed, her complexion had recovered a little and was no longer as pale as before. Thank you. Su Yuexiao looked grateful. Zhang Xinxin waved his hand, his words revealing his indifference. What are you thanking me for? We are all classmates, isn't this what we should do? Just as he was about to say something else, Zhang Xinxin suddenly discovered that Su Yuexiao's gaze was fixed on Lin Xian. This time it's really embarrassing. It seems that the school beauty's words of thanks are not directed to herself. You are really being too self-indulgent. Zhang Xinxin touched his head and tried to smooth things over awkwardly. The attending physician's office is right next door. If you feel unwell, you can always press the call bell. I'm going to go out for some fresh air too, you guys continue chatting first. Without waiting for Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao to speak, Zhang Xinxin ran away. Zhang Xinxin and Su Yuxiao were not strangers, but Lin Xian knew nothing about Su Yuxiao's situation. The only information I knew was what I heard from Zhang Sensen. Now, there were only 2 of them in the ward, and Lin Xian didn't know what topic to talk about. Would you like some water? In response to Lin Xian's question, Su Yuexiao shook her head. Lin Xian, thank you. Without your help, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it this time. Su Yuexiao's eyes were filled with tears and the tip of her nose turned red. Lin Xian didn't know how to comfort her, so he just said this. Don't say that, isn't this all right? Su Yuexiao shook her head again, her expression gloomy. I know my disease, and the incidence of this disease increases with age. How long he can live is unknown. Now every day I live is a gift from God. Lying on the hospital bed, Su Yuexiao could not hide her despair. Although she has tried to accept the cruelty of fate and can think that she may leave this world at any time, Su Yuexiao still feels a little sad. Lin Xian could feel Su Yuexiao's loss. The despair and helplessness made Lin Xian think of how he felt before his death in his previous life. Su Yuexiao. Hearing Lin Xian calling her name, Su Yuexiao instinctively turned her head. What's wrong? In fact, there are many ways to live. Some people live their whole lives in a muddle, while others, although their lives are short, can bloom into brilliant fireworks. Your destiny is in your own hands. How you live is up to you. Su Yuexiao was stunned. Brilliant fireworks. Can I really bloom brilliantly in this short life? After adjusting her thoughts, Su Yuexiao's gaze became determined. Lin Xian was right. No one's life is always smooth sailing. Since some things cannot be changed, just live a happier life. I didn't expect you to be so good at persuading people. A smile appeared on Su Yuexiao's face. That's very intriguing, and not something you can say at your age. Lin Xian smiled. I have lived my whole life, how could I not understand such a simple truth? After so many years in the spiritual space, Lin Xian has already let go of many things. What I just said may sound a bit old-fashioned, but it is my true feeling. It's good that you can figure it out. Come on. Su Yuexiao nodded. The college entrance examination is coming soon, and I must take a brilliant step. The atmosphere in the room became a little more relaxed. Soon, Su Sihai arrived in a hurry. Seeing his daughter's weak face, Su Sihai felt distressed. Xiaoye, are you okay? Dad, my condition has stabilized. Su Sihai let out a long sigh and then noticed Lin Xian next to him. This is... Dad, this is my classmate, his name is Lin Xian. He and Zhang Sensen took me to the hospital together. Thanks to him, otherwise... Su Yuexiao stopped talking halfway through. It can be said that I was born with congenital heart disease. Every time it occurs, it feels like I have walked through the gates of hell. Needless to say, Su Sihai also knew what Su Yuexiao wanted to say. Good boy, Dad knows you've suffered, you should have a good rest. After saying that, Su Sihai looked at Lin Xian again. Lin Xian, thank you. Uncle, you don't have to be so polite. Lin Xian had just said a word when Zhang Sensen suddenly poked his head out from the door of the ward. Uncle Su, you really don't have to be so polite. I just said that we are all classmates, and it is only natural for us to help each other. Zhang Sensen's eyes were originally small, and now when he smiled, they narrowed into slits. Sensen, why do I see you gain weight again? The Su family and the Zhang family have business dealings, so Su Sihai often jokes with Zhang Sensen. Sure enough, when Zhang Sensen heard Su Sihai say that he had gained weight again, his mouth immediately turned into a frown. Uncle Su, I'm losing weight. Ha ha ha, I believe it, I believe it. Zhang Sensen was speechless. You are so fake. He said he believed it, but his face clearly showed disbelief. This is treating yourself like a child. As soon as Zhang Sensen arrived, the atmosphere in the room immediately became much more lively. Half an hour later. Lin Xian and Zhang Sensen left, the two of them chatting and laughing in a relaxed manner. At the same time, Qin Yulan also returned to the Lin family villa. The family sat at the dining table, and no one took the initiative to speak. Since knowing the truth, Lin Rusheng has been able to remain calm. But Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan always felt uncomfortable when they looked at Lin Zhongdao. This is the father they have always admired. He appears to be a righteous person on the surface, but how could he do such a thing in private? Betrayal, cheating, having a mistress, and even bringing home an illegitimate child. Isn't this kind of bizarre thing just like what is shown in TV dramas? Why aren't you talking? I'm hungry after working all morning. Come on, Xiaoyu, eat quickly. Xiaohao, you are growing taller recently, so you need to take more nutrition. As he spoke, Lin Zhongdao started to pick up food for Lin Jilan. Qin Yulan looked at all this and felt it was a little unreal. Lin Zhongdao, you are really good at pretending. This is how you deceived me all these years. Mom, you don't look very good, are you feeling unwell again? Mom, please eat something. It makes me uncomfortable to see you like this. If you miss Brother Lin Xian, I will go back to apologize to Brother Lin Xian and ask him to forgive me, so that he can come back. Lin Hao's words were heartfelt and his eyes were filled with tears. Lin Qingyu snorted in her heart. This father and son really are cut from the same cloth. What a virtuous man. I'm fine, you guys eat. Qin Yulan said reluctantly. Lin Hao nodded, then looked towards Lin Zhongdao. Dad, does driving a sports car feel different from his normal car? Why do you ask that? You want a sports car? Facing Lin Zhongdao's question, Lin Hao showed a shy expression on his face. I didn't want a sports car, but I heard from several classmates that they all had sports cars and they were going to drive around after the college entrance examination. So I just wanted to ask, what is it like to drive a sports car? Dad, I don't want a sports car. Lin Zhongdao put down his chopsticks and patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. It's just a sports car. After you finish the college entrance examination, Dad will buy it for you. You have to have what other kids have, but you can't let others look down on you. Lin Hao showed an excited expression on his face and looked at Lin Zhongdao confidently. Really? Dad is really going to buy me a sports car? Of course it's true. The two of them were talking back and forth, and Qin Yulan on the opposite side had already clenched her fists. Lin Hao is still so young, why buy a sports car? Besides, if we really want to buy a gift for Lin Hao, shouldn't we also include one for Lin Xian? Lin Xian is not at home now, but he is also your son. Qin Yulan's voice was cold and her expression was extremely ugly. Hearing this, Lin Zhongdao also frowned. He slammed the chopsticks on the table with a bang and Lin Zhongdao's voice became louder. You still have the nerve to mention Lin Xian? Have you forgotten what he did? You embarrassed the young master of the Zhou family in public. Do you know how much harm he will bring to the family by doing this? And those rumors about the son-in-law are really making people trample on my reputation. You raised a good son. You shouldn't have brought him back in the first place. Seeing Lin Zhongdao's evaluation of Lin Xian, Lin Qingyu's heart sank little by little. Treat the illegitimate son as a treasure, and let the biological son fend for himself. How can this be something a normal person can do? Dad, the Zhou family hasn't taken revenge like our family has. Before Lin Qingyu finished speaking, Lin Zhongdao gave her a sharp look. What do you know? The Zhou family's failure to retaliate now doesn't mean they don't bear grudges. There are still many days to come. Mr. Zhou had a son in his old age. Even if Zhou Hengbei can swallow this breath, Mr. Zhou will not give up. Don't mention Lin Xian to me anymore. Just pretend that I don't have this son. Qin Yulan sneered and stood up immediately. I'm afraid in your heart, you haven't wanted to acknowledge this son for a long time. Du Chuanchuan was still in shock and shook his head woodenly. Lu Sandao wanted to leave but was knocked over by someone, and he immediately became angry and embarrassed. Damn it, who bumped into me? Zhang Sensen stood beside Lin Xian, tilted his neck and said, we are together. Together. Lu Sandao looked at Lin Xian, then at Zhang Sensen, before getting up from the ground. What a misunderstanding, what a misunderstanding, it turns out he was with Brother Xian, I'm sorry, I didn't see it clearly just now. Seeing Lu Sandao's appearance, Du Chuanchuan wanted to walk over and kick him. This guy is really a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. He changes his attitude like turning the pages of a book. But Du Chuanchuan couldn't understand why this idiot in front of him was afraid of Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything, Lu Sandao didn't dare to leave. With a turn of his eyes, Lu Sandao showed a flattering smile on his face again. Brother Xian, I really didn't mean anything else just now. As for the contact information, I also wanted to give it to Brother Xian. Aren't you trying to introduce a girlfriend to Brother Xian? Lu Sandao smiled and moved closer to Lin Xian. Zhang Xinxin next to him was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Du Chuanchuan is his girlfriend, okay. When will it be the turn of this little rascal to give her away? Lin Xian was also speechless. What does it mean to introduce a girlfriend to yourself? When he says that, it seems like I am in the same group with him. I will never associate with such scum. Stop talking nonsense, apologize, pay the money, and get out. After hearing this, Lu Sandao was completely stunned. Brother, I was wrong, why should I pay you? Nonsense, you scared my classmate, shouldn't you show some appreciation? After asking, Lin Xian added another sentence. You decide. Seeing Lin Xian speaking in his old tone, Lu Sandao was completely stunned. What is going on? At the same time, the image of himself being hospitalized with a bloody head flashed through his mind. Lin Xian just let go of his hand, would he grab it again? It seems that if I don't pay some money today, this problem cannot be solved. It wouldn't be worth it if Lin Xian beat me up again. Lu Sandao sucked in a breath of cold air, bit his back teeth hard, and had to accept that he was unlucky. Lu Sandao took out a few $100 bills from his pocket slowly and put his hands in front of Lin Xian. It's all here. There's not a cent left. Brother Xian, please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again. Lu Sandao begged for mercy while stuffing money into his pocket. Lu Sandao didn't withdraw his hand until Lin Xian accepted the money. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sandao bowed to Du Chuanchuan again. I'm sorry, I got kicked in the head by a donkey. I won't do it again. Du Chuanchuan snorted coldly and simply turned his face away and stopped looking at this scum. If we see you bullying others again, we will beat you up. Zhang Xinxin clenched his fist and waved it in front of Lu Sandao. Lu Sandao nodded his head like pounding garlic. I don't dare anymore. I really don't dare anymore. Go away. Lin Xian was also a little impatient and directly told Lu Sandao to get out. This time, Lu Sandao didn't stop at all and ran eastward. Lin Xian turned around and wanted to leave, but found that Zhang Xinxin and Du Chuanchuan were staring at him motionlessly, with confusion on their faces. You're not leaving. Brother Xian, why is this little gangster so afraid of you? Are you their boss? Zhang Xinxin's little eyes rolled around, and then he blinked hard. What nonsense. I was bullied by this little thug before, but after I taught him a lesson, he no longer dared to mess with me. Zhang Xinxin suddenly realized. So that's how it is. The soft ones are afraid of the hard ones, and the hard ones are afraid of the desperate ones. Stop talking nonsense here. What's the point of risking your life? Oh, do you want some water? Du Chuanchuan looked at the beverage vending machine and asked. It's no wonder that I think this way. Usually, Zhang Xinxin and Lin Xian take a different path. If we meet here, maybe he is here to buy water. Thinking of this, Du Chuanchuan began to feel scared again. I was lucky to meet Lin Xian just now, otherwise, I would have been scared to death. You drink yours, we are not thirsty. Zhang Xinxin looked at Du Chuanchuan with a smile on his face. Why are you walking this way if you're not thirsty? Although Du Chuanchuan looked at Lin Xian did not answer, but left the opportunity to explain to Zhang Xinxin. Zhang Xinxin cleared his throat and said, originally, we were going to go that way, but I wanted to see you before turning. Who knew that just this one glance would allow me to discover the problem? I actually saw a yellow-haired guy following you. Oh my God, how can I tolerate this happening? So, we rushed over here. Zhang Xinxin looked serious and spoke righteously. Du Chuanchuan curled his lips. I don't believe it. It sounds like what you said is true. Then why did you come so late? Zhang Xinxin slapped his thigh suddenly and scratched his head anxiously. At this time, Lin Xian said lightly. I weigh over 180 pounds, so I can't run fast. Please understand. Zhang Sensen and Du Chuan were both stunned. Especially Zhang Sensen, tears were about to come out of his eyes. Buddy, I want to show off in front of Du Chuan. Why are you trying to sabotage me like this? Finally, Du Chuan looked at Zhang Sensen with gritted teeth. Fatty Zhang, you should lose weight quickly. If you don't take what I say seriously, I will ignore you. After saying these words, Du Chuan ran all the way with a Coke in his hand. Zhang Sensen stayed where he was, looking messy. Let's go, everyone has gone far away. After Lin Xian's reminder, Zhang Sensen came back to his senses. Should I really lose weight? What Du Chuan said is right. I can't continue to be so decadent, otherwise I won't be able to run away when Du Chuan encounters difficulties. Zhang Sensen was muttering as he walked, and he looked a little absent-minded. At the same time, Lin Xian was also thinking about another thing. Su Yuexiao did not come today, probably because her body has not fully recovered yet. Lin Xian also thought seriously about Su Yuexiao's congenital heart disease. At the beginning, when I was in the spiritual space, I read a lot of ancient books. There are many prescriptions for treating diseases on it, but Lin Xian does not have a deep impression of the prescriptions for treating heart disease. If I can help Su Yuexiao, I would be very willing to do so. When I have time later, I will look for it myself. Before this, Lin Xian didn't want to tell anyone about this. After all, the difficulty of curing heart disease is different from that of ordinary diseases. What if there is really no effective prescription? Wouldn't Su Yuexiao be disappointed? Fatty, what's the date today? Lin Xian asked suddenly. Zhang Sensen immediately replied, May 12th, the next holiday is Children's Day on June 1st. Oh, it's already May. Tomorrow is May 13th. Are you confused, bro? What's so weird about May 13th? Lin Xian came back to his senses and a smile appeared on his face. Finally, I have waited for this day. Let's go make some money first, buddy. The stock market on May 13th is definitely a day to look forward to. May 13th, 6 o'clock in the morning. Lin Xian got up, washed, and had breakfast as usual, then walked out with his bag on his back. Zhou Yuzhen sent Lin Xian to the door and said, Xiao Xian, today is Saturday and you don't have anything to do. Mom will make dumplings for you. Finish your business and come back early. Got it, Mom, let's go back. Lin Xian turned around and waved to Zhou Yuzhen with a smile. Zhou Yuzhen had a kind face and waited until Lin Xian's back was out of sight before turning around. He left so early in the morning. I didn't ask him clearly just now. Where do you think he went? Only when facing Lin Pingyan did Zhou Yuzhen show a look of worry. Lin Pingyan smiled and shook his head. You are just narrow-minded. The child is already so old. In a few months, he will be going to college. Do you still treat him as an elementary school student? Zhou Yuzhen answered seriously. In my eyes, my son is still my son even if he is 80 years old. I just hope that I can stay healthy so that I can take good care of him in the future. Lin Pingyan was amused by what Zhou Yuzhen said. Lin Xian, this child, has experienced a lot at a young age. Now that I see him grow up, I actually want to stick to my son. The little bird can't stay in the nest forever. It's fine as long as we are not a burden to our son. Lin Pingyan said with emotion. Zhou Yuzhen looked out the window again, reluctantly withdrew her gaze, and turned into the kitchen. Lin Xian likes to eat fennel, so today he is making dumplings with fennel and pork. Arriving at the station, Lin Xian took the bus directly to the stock exchange. Since it was Saturday, there were not many people on the bus. The passengers looked relaxed and two old men were even dozing off. The bus stopped and started along the way and arrived at the destination after nearly half an hour. 2 days ago, Lin Xian downloaded the stock software on his mobile phone and applied to open an account. When I opened it this morning, the application had been approved. In other words, I can now conduct normal stock transactions. In order to facilitate the operation, Lin Xian transferred some money from the account. Today, Lin Xian went to Maozhou wine industry. Recently, the stock price of Maozhou liquor industry has been falling. Based on what he experienced in the spiritual space, Lin Xian inferred that the stock price would hit the limit down today. Entering the hall, the first thing Lin Xian heard was a burst of shouting and cursing. There was a sign in the middle of the hall saying, "No smoking" and "Quiet," but it didn't seem to have any effect at the moment. It's over, we're back to the time before liberation. 600,000, and it's reduced to 6,000 after all the twists and turns. Are you going to kill me? I told you a long time ago that the current liquor is not good and is not selling well at all. I guess I won't be able to turn over after I stop. I've saved up my whole life, and it's all gone to waste. Half of the people in the hall were cursing and complaining, and all the topics were related to Maozhou Winery. If Lin Xian had not stayed in the spiritual space for a long time, faced with this situation, he would not have bought Maozhou Liquor Industries stocks. Regardless of what everyone is talking about, just look at the recent downward trend of the K-line. Anyone who has some investment knowledge will be hesitant. Young man, do you want to buy stocks? The voice of a middle-aged man came, quickly disrupting Lin Xian's thoughts. Lin Xian nodded and said, I'm good at buying stocks. I can recommend some to you. Which one you want to buy? The middle-aged man looked earnest and enthusiastic, making people feel a little at a loss. No, thanks. I already have the stocks picked out. Really? Which one did you choose? Tell me about it. The middle-aged man's attitude made Lin Xian upset. In fact, since there are those apps on the phone, there is no need for Lin Xian to make a special trip. So he came here, firstly because today is Saturday, and secondly because Lin Xian wanted to confirm it again so that he would feel more at ease. I didn't expect to meet such an annoying person shortly after I came in. In order to make that person shut up quickly, Lin Xian directly said, Maozhou Wine Industry. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of sneer was heard, and then turned into a loud laugh. This is really a big forest, there are all kinds of birds, there are really too many idiots these days. Now, even a 3-year-old child wouldn't choose Maozhou liquor, but some people are still rushing to buy it. I guess he's either not fully awake or his brain is filled with water. The mocking voices came one after another, and soon Lin Xian realized that it was Zhou Hengbei who was speaking. Sure enough, after a round of ridicule, Zhou Hengbei stood directly in front of Lin Xian. In order to get a closer look at Lin Xian, Zhou Hengbei's eyes almost popped out. The current Lin Xian is different from the Lin Xian at the banquet. He was wearing an ordinary sports suit and carrying a washed-out backpack. His sneakers were clean but already looked old. You're so poor, and you still want to buy stocks. Are you crazy? However, after hearing what he said just now, Zhou Hengbei felt that it was possible for Lin Xian to buy stocks. After all, only a fool would buy shares of Maozhou Liquor Industry. And Lin Xian is just a fool. At least Zhou Hengbei thinks so. Zhou Hengbei's eyes were full of provocation. Boy, do you remember when I said I would remember you? Lin Xian raised his eyes and replied indifferently. I just remember that someone bribed the lighting engineer, and when he was trying to show off, he lost his ring. Thinking of the embarrassing situation at that time, Zhou Hengbei felt that he had brought shame upon his ancestors. When it was brought up again, Zhou Hengbei gritted his teeth and his face turned the color of liver. Boy, do you know what you are talking about? I'm just telling the truth, but I'm afraid some people won't want to accept the truth. Faced with a playboy like Zhou Hengbei, Lin Xian was too lazy to say a word. But Zhou Hengbei just wouldn't give in. After spitting fiercely on the ground, Zhou Hengbei waved his hand. Secretary Li, tell me about the current situation of Maozhou Wine Industry. A young man in a neat suit stood up with a loud voice. Okay, Manager Zhou, the current situation of Maozhou Wine Industry is not optimistic, and many people are in a wait-and-see state. According to relevant personnel's prediction, Maozhou Liquor's stock price has hit the limit this time, and it is very likely that it will never recover. The risks in the stock market are huge. You must think carefully before investing. Many investors who bought Maozhou shares have lost all their money. The last sentence was obviously meant for Lin Xian. And those stock investors who were discussing stocks just now gathered together when they heard someone speak such professional words. After the secretary finished speaking, Zhou Hengbei laughed again. Did you hear that? Only a fool would buy Maozhou Liquor shares now. You are an idiot who knows nothing, and you still want to act cool here. can you be cool? Today, if you dare to buy 1 million shares of Maozhou liquor industry, I will respect you. As soon as Zhou Hengbei finished speaking, the secretary next to him immediately echoed him. The stock market is not a game that ordinary people can afford to play. Of course, if someone wants to take a look, that's fine. But if you really want to buy it, give up. How should I put it? Nowadays, there are more and more people who pretend to know everything. There is no need to buy stocks. You might as well just squat on the trash can and watch. Garbage is garbage, where else does it go if not in the trash can? Lin Xian sneered. It seems that Zhou Hengbei is determined to make things difficult for me. The incident at the Shen family's business banquet last time made Zhou Hengbei lose face, and he wanted to get it back. If this happened in his previous life, Lin Xian might have remained silent. But in this new life, why should I have to look at your face? Who said I don't dare to buy? Oh my, forget it. With the way you're dressed, how can you be someone who can afford to buy stocks? Now Maozhou Winery stock is bound to lose money, are you willing to throw money into it? Stop trying to be cool here and get over to the trash can. The secretary who had just spoken had a harsh look on his face and spit flying everywhere. Zhou Hengbei sat on a chair, crossing his legs and looking very proud. It's a good idea to bring a secretary with you when you go out. He's a perfect substitute for you. It feels so good to let the secretary speak out what's really in your heart. You are a dog who relies on the power of others. Comparing you to a dog is an insult to dogs. After cursing under his breath, Lin Xian turned to look at Zhou Hengbei. I am really optimistic about Maozhou liquor. I was not bragging just now. I came here just for the stocks of Maozhou liquor. Zhou Hengbei looked ruthless. Oh, a poor guy like you is here for stocks. Look at the clothes you are wearing. How can you buy stocks with them? If you can spend 1 million to buy Maozhou stocks today, I will write the word Zhou backwards. That's so boring. If you want to gamble, gamble big. What if I bet 3 million? Lin Xian asked. In front of so many people, in front of the camera, I bow to you. What about 5 million? If you can take out 5 million and throw it into the shares of Maozhou wine industry, then you have the final say. Okay, everyone bear witness. If I buy 5 million shares of Maozhou liquor, Mr. Zhou will take off his clothes and walk out. Ha ha ha. When people heard Lin Xian say take off your clothes and walk out, many of them started laughing. At this time, more people came over, waiting to watch this gambling game. Many of the audience were familiar with the business dinner that took place some time ago. I don't know who said this in the crowd. At the Shen family banquet, Master Zhou lost face. Is he going to lose his clothes at this stock exchange? There was another round of laughter. Zhou Hengbei was so angry that he jumped up and down, his teeth chattering. Lin Xian, listen to me. If you can't come up with 5 million and buy the shares of Maozhou liquor, get out of Kyoto and never come back. Many people began to gasp. Lin Xian had some intention of teasing Zhou Hengbei just now, but the condition Zhou Hengbei put forward was definitely not a joke. If Lin Xian lost, given the Zhou family's influence in Kyoto, he would definitely not be able to survive in Kyoto. Therefore, many people were worried about Lin Xian. Only at this time did the secretary come to his senses. Did this kid mean by what he said just now that he is worse than a dog? Seeing Lin Xian's calm expression, the secretary had a bad feeling. Shut up, who do you think you are? You dare to bet with our master Zhou? Can you afford to offend the Zhou family? As the secretary spoke, he kept stretching his neck forward. After each sentence, his neck instinctively retracted. A typical look of a bully taking advantage of others' power. And Zhou Hengbei always believed that Lin Xian could not come up with that much money. Besides, the current situation is very clear. Investing 5 million in Maozhou liquor industry stocks will be a waste of money. Who would be stupid enough to throw away real money like that? Besides, the key question is, does he have so much money? The way he had just talked was to bring Lin Xian to the critical point, which was also one of his strategies. I finally have a chance to make up for the loss I made at the Shen family's business banquet. Some people are born with mean bones, sticking their necks out to get scolded. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. This sentence is really classic. The secretary stretched her neck very long just now, and it happened more than once. He really is sticking his head out just to get scolded. After saying this, Lin Xian walked straight to the service counter. Please help me to buy all the 8 million in my account into Maozhou Winery shares. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Even Zhou Hengbei was a little dumbfounded. The staff at the counter were stunned and looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Sir, are you sure you want to buy shares of Maozhou Wine Industry? To make sure there was nothing wrong with his ears, the staff asked again. Lin Xian nodded. Yes. But sir, the shares of Maozhou Wine Industry that you want to buy have already hit the limit down. Do you know about this? Out of kindness, the staff gave reminders with a smile. I know. Please do it for me now. The staff sighed in their hearts, and even their words were filled with regret. 8 million is not a small amount. Only a madman would throw it in like this. Isn't this nonsense at this critical juncture? Lin Xian remained calm and waited quietly for the counter staff to take action. At this time, Zhou Hengbei was also a little panicked. Lin Xian, you better think it over carefully, you're talking about 8 million. The stock you want to buy has hit the limit down. Lin Xian became impatient. Are you annoying? I'm the one buying it, not you. Mr. Zhou, you are not afraid of losing the bet and now you don't want to bet with me anymore, right? Zhou Hengbei snorted coldly, and a look of disdain instantly appeared on his face. I, Zhou Hengbei, always keep my word. Okay, then you'll get out of here in your underwear in a moment. This time, no one dared to join in the fun. Many people had looks of astonishment on their faces, and some were so shocked that they forgot to close their mouths. Just now they thought that this young man was just joining in the fun, but they didn't expect that he was serious. Some people were shocked, while others were wondering how big a pile of 8 million would be. The scene was quiet and the air was filled with tension. Following the counter staff's operations, Lin Xian's mobile phone page also gave a new prompt. Transaction successful. These 4 simple words have already determined the outcome. Lin Xian stared at Zhou Hengbei intently. At this moment, sweat was visibly coming out of Zhou Hengbei's forehead, and he was in a panic. Take off clothes. Do you really want to walk out of here in your underwear? He is the young master of the Zhou family, the general manager of Hengtian Group, and the young master of the Zhou family. If they really do as Lin Xian said, then Kyoto will be in for a storm. How is it? Master Zhou, you must keep your word. Who said it's a sure thing just now? Lin Xian, you'd better think about the consequences of doing this. Zhou Hengbei gritted his teeth, fire was about to burst from his eyes. Do you think this is a threat? Lin Xian asked this, but there was no fear on his face. When facing someone like Zhou Hengbei, you have to directly break down his psychological defenses, just like what you did to Lu Sandao. If I compromise with him, he will never let me go. Since there is no good outcome from compromise, the same result will occur if we insist on confrontation. Then why live without dignity? Besides, Lin Xian has now grasped Zhou Hengbei's weakness. It won't be long before Zhou Hengbei comes to beg him. So in this case, what's wrong with letting him go out in his underwear? Okay, remember what you did today, you will definitely regret it. Zhou Hengbei took off his coat as he spoke. The eyes of the people around were wide open, all watching the fun. Slowly, Zhou Hengbei took off his pants again. At this moment, a childish voice suddenly sounded. Ah, there is an Ultraman on his pants. The child's exclamation stunned everyone. Zhou Hengbei was about to pass out. Zhou Hengbei subconsciously covered his private parts with his hands, his face flushed and his neck thickened. The secretary was waving his arms and jumping around anxiously, like a monkey who had just run down from the mountains. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Hengbei had run to the door and the whole hall was filled with laughter. At this time, Lin Xian looked at the prompt on his mobile phone again and walked out with a smile. Now, most investors look at Maozhou Liquor Industry stocks with disdain. It's no wonder that Maozhou Liquor Industry is not yet the leader in the liquor industry, and its stock is still at the limit down, so it is naturally not favored by people. One of the important reasons is that it is not very well known. However, after a few months, some people will definitely regret it. The amount of stocks that Lin Xian bought at the limit price was 25 yuan. Half a year later, the increase could be as high as 7 times. When operating at the stock exchange, there was always a large group of people pointing fingers at me behind my back. Others claimed that they fell into Zhou Hengbei's provocation. They are totally wrong to think that. My target was the stocks of Maozhou liquor industry, and it was that idiot Zhou Hengbei who bumped into it. If he hadn't tried every possible way to embarrass himself, how could he have fled in his underpants? Today is a double happiness. The stock issue has been settled, so we just have to wait for him to get promoted slowly. In a few months, people will definitely see the drinking culture driven by white wine, and will also accept that the drinking culture has made white wine successful. At this time, Lin Xian was still a little excited. After all, when I was in the spiritual space, I didn't pay too much attention to this information. Otherwise, you can completely exploit this loophole by taking advantage of the time difference. Even if you have to take out a loan, you should buy those stocks that are skyrocketing. Then, won't financial freedom be easily achieved? According to professional data analysis, this year, the stock price of Maozhou liquor industry will definitely double. I put this here, and everyone can witness it together. I've already bought it. If I don't buy it, I'll regret it later. When the time comes, you will regret it, and don't say I didn't warn you. Lin Xian stopped and looked back instinctively. I didn't expect that when Maozhou liquor's stock price hit the limit down, someone could still say such words. The reason I bought it is because I knew the outcome. And the person who just spoke was so confident. Was it just his analysis? If that's the case, then this person is no ordinary person. There were not too many people in the hall, and Lin Xian easily found the person who had made the bold statement just now. Hello. Walking up to the man, Lin Xian took the initiative to greet him. Who are you? Oh, I know who you are. You made a bet with the young master of the Zhou family just now, right? How arrogant. You are probably the only one who dares to tease Zhou Hengbei like this. The young man in the leather jacket gave Lin Xian a thumbs up, praising him while smiling. Lin Xian nodded, then went straight to the point. I'm very interested in what you just said. The man was stunned. You're talking about stocks. It doesn't matter. Those who don't believe me just don't have the blessing of making money. Apparently, this man thought he was there to comfort him. I agree with you. The person opposite blinked, then suddenly realized. Yes, I remember now. When you made a bet with Master Zhou just now, you asked the staff to help you do it. Thinking of the amount of money Lin Xian had just purchased, the young man's face was filled with shock. Then the young man sat down on the chair, raised his eyebrows and motioned Lin Xian to sit opposite him. Great minds think alike. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and sat down opposite the young man. Are you just saying that because of a hunch? The young man nodded. In fact, it's not just a hunch. First of all, people have money these past 2 years, so they have to spend money, and liquor is no exception. Also, let me tell you a little secret. It's not normal for the stock to hit the limit down. After all, it's a big company. How could it be stopped? There must be something fishy going on. There is also a rumor that Maozhou Winery will be upgraded and gilded. The young man's words were a little subtle, but Lin Xian understood them very clearly. The so-called cat trick refers to someone operating in secret. And a gilded body would naturally elevate it to a higher grade. Seeing that Lin Xian was listening attentively, the young man finally made a summary. So I said this stock has a big upside, at least. The young man stretched out his left hand and gestured with 5 fingers, 5 times. Lin Xian just smiled and said nothing, but in his heart he was already very interested in this person. You're just talking about me, buddy. What do you think? It's also based on intuition, but I think the multiple should be even higher. Really? Then we can only wait and see. Buddy, leave me your contact information. I feel like we have a lot in common. The young man looked sincere. Lin Xian immediately left his phone number. Then, from the note handed over by the other party, Lin Xian also knew the name of this young man, Gu Song. I'm also in my senior year of high school, but we need to be able to get into the same school. Before leaving, Gu Song waved to Lin Xian again. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, call me if you have anything. Must. On the way back, Lin Xian was still thinking. He invested 8 million in the stock market, and by the time it had increased nearly 7 times, he was already in college. This kind of income is absolutely heartwarming. Zhou family villa. Zhou Hengbei locked the bedroom door and hid in the corner, shivering with tears and snot running down his face. It's over. It won't be long before everyone in Kyoto will know that I was running in my shorts. I am the young master of the Zhou family, the face of the Zhou family, and the future of the Zhou family. The old man planned every step carefully, but in the end, everything was disrupted by this kid Lin Xian. Zhou Hengbei, hate. He wants to kill Lin Xian right now. I proposed to him and he teased me, and now this incident happened. I am too embarrassed to see anyone. Zhou Hengbei's eyes were filled with tears and he almost fainted from crying. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. There were heavy knocks on the door, one after another. Get lost, I said I'm not seeing anyone. Xiaobei, open the door. A deep and sharp voice was heard, and Zhou Hengbei shuddered violently. What was supposed to happen finally happened. Zhou Hengbei stood up slowly, opened the door, and looked like he had lost all hope in life. Bang. A loud slap was heard and Zhou Hengbei almost fell to the ground. Asshole, look at what you have done. You have brought shame to the Zhou family. Zhou Hengbei was beaten so hard that he felt dizzy and all his emotions came flooding out. Dad, it was that kid who hurt me. Dad, I was wrong, but I can't swallow this. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him now. Zhou Haitian's arrival seemed to stimulate Zhou Hengbei. At this moment, Zhou Hengbei was like a mad beast, with fire in his eyes. Another loud slap in the face, Zhou Hengbei was stunned. In less than a minute, he was slapped twice. From childhood to adulthood, I have never been beaten like this, and my father Zhou Haitian has never been so angry. Kneel down. Zhou Haitian's voice was sharp. Zhou Hengbei's legs went limp and he fell to his knees with a thud. Do you know why I hit you? Yes, no, I don't know. Zhou Hengbei was crying and confused just now, and now he was dizzy from being beaten. I still don't understand why I was beaten. You remember it. The first slap is because you are useless. As the young master of the Zhou family, you act without any sense of propriety, you deserve to be spanked. The second slap is because you are useless. You didn't know how to stop the loss in time after making a mistake, you deserve to be slapped. Zhou Heng's head was buzzing, and he nodded continuously. Dad, I was wrong. I will never do this again. Zhou Haitian glanced at Zhou Hengbei and said angrily, I have asked people to intercept the media reports. I hope the losses can be minimized. Spending some money is nothing, the Zhou family doesn't care about that little money. I'm afraid that there are some things that no amount of money can stop people from gossiping. What should be done now has been done. As for how things will develop, Zhou Haitian can only take it one step at a time. Zhou Hengbei had a sad face, his hands were clenched tightly, and his whole body was shaking. Seeing his son like this, Zhou Haitian felt angry and hurt. Get up, you've learned a lot from your mistakes. Now tell me what's going on. Zhou Hengbei stood up and wiped away his tears. Dad, I was fooled by that kid. I had already done some research before this. His family runs a small restaurant. He can't possibly have that much money. Then again, even if he had money, he wouldn't be so extravagant. Anyone would think so. After some preparation, Zhou Hengbei carefully recounted what he had experienced. Zhou Haitian's face was as gloomy as ice, and he remained silent for a long time after listening. Zhou Hengbei did not urge him. Based on his understanding of the old man, Lin Xian was doomed this time. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Zhou Haitian slowly uttered a sentence from his throat. I'll take care of this matter. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any injustice. Thank you, Dad. Zhou Hengbei's voice choked up once again, but he was actually already overjoyed. Lin family villa. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Zhongdao personally called all members of the Lin family and asked them to return home within half an hour. Lin Rushuang's bad premonition grew stronger and stronger. the RD department's experiment has been completed, and Dad is in such a hurry to find everyone to go back. Could it be that he wants to tell everyone the results of the experiment? When this thought flashed through Lin Rusheng's mind, she was not happy but worried instead. Special cold medicine is Lin Zhongdao's trump card. Does a showdown at this time also mean that Lin Zhongdao is going to make Lin Hao's identity public? If that is the case, how should we deal with it? Along the way, Lin Rusheng frowned tightly, thinking about this question in her mind. As soon as she came to the living room, Lin Rusheng heard the sound of a teacup breaking. Then came the roar from Lin Zhongdao. This rebellious son, bring him back immediately, I'm going to skin him alive. We shouldn't have brought him back in the first place. We should have let him die outside. He has the blood of the Lin family in his veins, yet he actually did something so outrageous. He deserves to die. I finally figured it out. This unfilial son is secretly against me. He wants the Zhou family to crush the Lin family to death. Lin Zhongdao was heartbroken and increasingly angry, and he overturned the table on the spot. I thought he left the Lin family just to make trouble, but I didn't expect this to happen today. This trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife is even better than the one used on TV. Everyone knows that Lin Xian is the biological son of the Lin family. Even if he throws out the severance agreement now, no one would believe it. They will only think that the Lin family did this to protect Lin Xian. Lin Zhongdao was trembling all over and his face was pale. Dad, don't be angry first. Maybe we misunderstood Brother Lin Xian. Brother Lin Xian caused a scene at the Shen family's business banquet that day, perhaps to protect the young lady of the Shen family. As for the matter of the stock exchange center, I guess Brother Lin Xian didn't mean it. Lin Hao's eyes were red from crying and his voice was hoarse. Xiao Hao, don't speak for him. At first I thought you believed the rumors, but I asked someone to investigate and it turned out to be true. No one should speak for him. I don't have such an unfilial son. Lin Zhongdao was once again furious and his voice became louder. Lin Rusheng frowned slightly, but her heart still relaxed a little. After listening to Lin Zhongdao's words just now, Lin Rusheng decided to call everyone back, not because of the special cold medicine. 9 times out of 10, it's about Lin Xian. But at this time, in order to find out what was going on, Lin Rusheng pretended to know nothing. Dad, what happened? Seeing Lin Rusheng come in, Lin Zhongdao shook his head helplessly. At this time, Lin Hao raised his head and shouted in a hoarse voice, Sister, please persuade Dad quickly. Lin Rusheng looked at Lin Hao, her eyes full of confusion. Big sister, this is the case. People are now saying that Brother Lin Xian made Zhou Hengbei look bad. Brother Lin Xian made a bet with Zhou Hengbei. Brother Lin Xian was smart. I don't know what method he used, but he made the young master of the Zhou family stand in front of everyone wearing only a pair of shorts. Some people say that Zhou Hengbei has gone crazy, and some people say that Mr. Zhou has become ill due to anger. Dad is also very angry. Big sister, maybe Brother Lin Xian has his own reasons. In the end, Lin Hao's voice became smaller and smaller, as quiet as the buzz of a mosquito. Lin Rusheng didn't say anything. Lin Jilan and Lin Qingyu, who were standing at the door, looked at each other. They listened to every word Lin Hao said just now. Lin Qingyu snorted coldly. This Lin Hao is really good at pretending. When stating facts, never forget to add fuel to the fire. At first glance, it seemed that Lin Hao was speaking for Lin Xian. But if you think about it carefully, which of these sentences is not adding fuel to the fire? Lin Xian was smart, so smart that he made Zhou Hengbei take off all his clothes except for his underpants. Lin Xian was innocent, and he innocently caused Mr. Zhou to direct all his anger towards the Lin family. This is not persuading people to stop the fire, this is clearly instigation. Maybe the situation is not as exaggerated as you said. Did you see it with your own eyes? Lin Qingyu said as she walked into the door. Lin Zhongdao's voice suddenly rose. Do I need to see it with my own eyes? This matter has spread like wildfire in Kyoto. No one is allowed to side with Lin Xian today. Not to mention that he wants to sever ties with the Lin family, I will also sever ties with him. From now on, he will never be able to step into the Lin family's door again. Has anyone ever seen my son push me to a dead end these days? What Lin Xian did is truly unprecedented. Lin Zhongdao was panting and kicked the stool away. Really? Don't be so absolute first. No one has the right to speak before meeting Lin Xian. Qin Yulan suddenly appeared at the second-floor staircase. Lin Ping'an's steps were obviously hesitant, and his body was a little stiff. Lin Xian couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. "Dad, I've already reported it before I left," and Mom agreed. Lin Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief and his expression was not as nervous as before. "That's good." In order to make Lin Ping'an more relaxed, Lin Xian simply started teasing him. "Dad, I'm just giving you a foot massage. Are you thinking the wrong thing?" "No way, you are just making fun of me." In order to cover up his embarrassment, Lin Ping'an deliberately took 2 quick steps. Lin Xian felt a surge of emotion. In my previous life, Lin Ping'an and Zhou Yuzhen passed away early. Since God has allowed me to be reborn, I will definitely be filial to them. A set of foot massage takes more than 2 hours. Lin Xian stayed by Lin Ping'an's side. With his son's company, Lin Ping'an felt much more at ease, but he was a little distressed about the price of the meal. When Lin Xian asked him how he felt, Lin Ping'an said directly, the massage was indeed very comfortable, but it was a bit expensive. "I won't come here again in the future. Dad, as long as you feel comfortable, we will come again next time." "Come again? How much will it cost?" Lin Ping'an kept waving his hands to refuse. Lin Xian said seriously, "Dad, isn't it our duty to be filial to our parents? Who says we have to wait until you are old to be filial to you?" As soon as Lin Ping'an opened his mouth, his voice was choked up, and he could only say, "Good boy. Let's go to the mall and buy some cosmetics for Mom so she can look beautiful." "Okay, listen to my son." Lin Ping'an looked proud and spoke with confidence. After buying a set of cosmetics, Zhou Yuzhen was so happy that she cried. When Lin Xian heard Zhou Yuzhen say that she wanted to prepare a big meal, he directly suggested that he wanted to eat noodles. I don't know why, but every time I eat the noodles made by Zhou Yuzhen, Lin Xian can never get enough of them. Those noodles seem to have magic power. I can't stop thinking about them if I don't eat them for a few days. Zhou Yuzhen sighed as she put the noodles on the table. "Lin Xian, don't spend money recklessly next time. Also, the college entrance examination is only about 20 days away. You have to review quickly and don't waste your time on meaningless things like this." Zhou Yuzhen was happy to see her son being so filial. But Zhou Yuzhen also understood that the most important thing at the moment was Lin Xian's college entrance examination. That is a turning point in life. Nothing is more important than the college entrance examination. "Mom, don't worry, I have no problem studying, I'm ready." Lin Ping'an leaned over. So confident. Lin Xian did that signature job again and raised his eyebrows. "Well, the college entrance examination is not difficult for me." After hearing what their son said, Lin Ping'an and his wife felt relieved. Recently, people who go to the store to eat are all discussing the college entrance examination, and their spirits are becoming tense. Lin Xian's words were like a reassurance. Early the next morning. As soon as Lin Xian arrived at the school, Zhang Sensen came running over. "Brother Xian, I have good news for you. My dad said he would do everything he could to get me into Nanjing University. The old man told me yesterday that if it really doesn't work, he will donate a library to Nanyang University." Lin Xian was shocked and couldn't help but gasp. Is there such an operation? He even thought of donating to the library in exchange for a place. It seems that Mr. Zhang is doing his best for his son. How about it? Are you happy for me? Zhang Sensen was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Lin Xian didn't want to discourage him. After all, based on Zhang Sensen's current academic performance, it would be absolutely stressful for him to be admitted to Nanjing University. Then I wish your dreams come true in advance. Is that all? What else do you want? At least you have to express your sincerity. Just one sentence seems insincere. After Zhang Sensen said this, Lin Xian remembered something. Lin Xian lowered his head and rummaged through his school bag, then took out a stack of information and handed it to Zhang Sensen. This is for you. It's better to sharpen your sword before the battle, even if it's not fast enough. Zhang Sensen was puzzled and flipped through 2 pages at random. Is this the main point of your summary? That's quite a lot. It's not just the key points. This is my learning method. If you calm down and read it, it should be helpful to you. Zhang Sensen naturally had no doubt about what his good friend said, and he kept it carefully on the spot. During the next day, Zhang Sensen seemed like a different person during the study class. Not only could they no longer hear the sound of him making trouble, many classmates also noticed that Zhang Sensen was always looking down at something. It was not until after school that Zhang Sensen grabbed Lin Xian's arm with a serious look on his face. Brother Xian, I feel it. I think I figured out something with this learning method. Let me put it this way. My mind was a mess before, but now I seem to see a clue. In Zhang Sensen's words, although the line is not very clear yet, it seems to have a direction. That's good. If you work harder, you can get a good grade. Got it, got it. I'll study hard all night tonight. Zhang Sensen stood up straight with a serious expression on his face. Seeing that other students had surpassed the 2 of them, Lin Xian urged Zhang Sensen to move forward quickly. Not long after leaving the school gate, Lin Xian suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Next to luxury cars, Shen Chuxia, who was wearing a white dress, was smiling at herself. I often hear people say that NTU's class schedule is very full. Doesn't Sister Chuxia need to go to school? Lin Xian. Shen Chuxia waved to Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Zhang Sensen looked self-conscious. Brother Xian, I won't waste any more time. Hurry back and finish your meal. I still have to study. Go, go, business is important. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Zhang Sensen ran away in a flash. As usual, Lin Xian got into the car and Shen Chuxia drove forward without saying a word. Halfway through the journey, Shen Chuxia told Lin Xian that she was going to eat something delicious. Sister Chuxia, don't you have to go to school? Last time you said you took over the family business, didn't you have to go to work? Lin Xian asked directly the doubts in his heart. Shen Chuxia looked in the rearview mirror. You brat, if I'm so busy every day, how can I have time to eat with you? By the way, thank you for what happened last time. You helped me so much. I haven't had time to thank you yet. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. It's nothing. Looking at Zhou Hengbei's wretched look, even if you don't say anything, I won't let his evil plan succeed. Shen Chuxia was shocked, and then 2 red clouds floated on her face. Lin Xian is too domineering. Although I have always regarded him as my younger brother, why did my heart beat faster when I heard him say this? Stop. Red light. Lin Xian's voice came again, and Shen Chuxia quickly stepped on the brakes. It's a good thing you reminded me, otherwise I would have run a red light. Shen Chuxia was shocked. Sister Chuxia, don't be distracted while driving. It's too dangerous. Well, you're right, don't let your mind wander. Shen Chuxia took Lin Xian to eat pickled fish. The 2 of us ordered 1 portion of pickled fish and 2 portions of rice. It was extremely simple but very filling. During the meal, Shen Chuxia picked up food for Lin Xian more than once, really like taking care of a child. Lin Xian was not polite and his mouth was dripping with oil. The only thing that was disappointing was that Lin Rushuang kept calling during this period. Lin Xian refused more than once. Finally, Lin Rushuang sent a message. Lin Xian, I have something very important to tell you. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of Hyde Community. After seeing the content of the message, Lin Xian knew that Lin Rushuang would not leave unless she could see him. When Shen Chuxia sent Lin Xian back, Lin Xian was still thinking about this matter. What happened to the Lin family? Why are they so restless? They came to see me again and again, did they just want me to go back? Isn't it just that the identity of an illegitimate child was found out? Why is there such a commotion? How did I become a treasure after knowing Lin Hao's true identity? It could also be because of Zhou Hengbei's incident. After all, the Zhou family now regards the Lin family as their biggest enemy. If they want to regain the Zhou family's face, they will definitely take action against the Lin group. But no matter what does it have to do with me? When she regained consciousness again, Shen Chuxia had stopped the car. "Here we are, thank you Sister Chuxia." "Why are you thanking me? You still need to be so polite to me." Shen Chuxia's face suddenly turned ugly just as she was halfway through her words. Lin Rushuang stood in front of a limited edition luxury car. "Lin Xian, I'll go down with you." Seeing the people from the Lin family, Shen Chuxia's face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice. At first, Lin Xian didn't tell him what happened to the Lin family, but he was not a fool either. Knowing what they did to Lin Xian, Shen Chuxia had already been filled with anger. "Not to mention that I met them here today, even if I didn't meet them, I still wanted to argue with them." Shen Chuxia pursed her lips and looked menacing. Lin Xian refused directly. "No need, Sister Chuxia, please go back. I can handle these things." "Is it really okay? I'm worried that they will bully you again." "Don't worry, I'm not the same person anymore." Lin Xian smiled at Shen Chuxia, looking confident. "Okay then, call me if you need anything." At this moment, Shen Chuxia seemed to have turned into a madman to protect her younger brother. "I know, be careful on the road." The two said goodbye naturally. After a while, Lin Xian came to Lin Rushuang. "Lin Xian, something happened at home. Because of the stock exchange incident, my father was furious and now he is sick and has been hospitalized. Your second sister, third sister, and mother, I and you all know we were wrong. Lin Xian, just come back with me." After finishing her words, Lin Rusheng took a deep breath. Lin Xian frowned slightly. "You've waited so long, is this all you want to tell me? Honestly, what does this have to do with me? The matter of the stock exchange center has nothing to do with you. Lin Zhongdao was sick and hospitalized, that was his own fault. Also, I don't want to have anything to do with you. No one stipulates that I have to go back with you just because you know you are wrong." Lin Xian's words were very sharp, which immediately cut off Lin Rushuang's thoughts. They really treat themselves like 3-year-old children. Do you really think that you are still the same as before, and that you will be led by them obediently as long as they show you a little favor? What a joke. I've had enough of those days of fawning over them, only to be laughed at in the end. I don't want their apology, and I'm not interested in the Lin family's affairs. Lin Rushuang was so angry that she couldn't refute a word. "Lin Xian, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Dad's research and development experiment has been successful, and the special cold medicine should be on the market soon. According to previous plans, a press conference should be held during this time. But Dad took the Zhou family's current situation into consideration, so he postponed the plan." Lin Xian raised his eyes and looked at Lin Rusheng coldly. "What does this have to do with me?" Lin Rusheng, who was always calm, couldn't even control her emotions when she saw Lin Xian like this. "You are my biological son, so you have to go back and stabilize the situation at this time. Lin Xian, do you know what this cold medicine means when it is put on the market? It will definitely bring about earth-shaking changes. By then, not only the pharmaceutical industry, but even our family structure is likely to be affected." Lin Xian smiled. "You mean, Mr. Lin will divorce Ms. Qin?" Lin Rusheng sighed immediately as Lin Xian hit the nail on the head. "That's what we're worried about." "I'm sorry, then you can continue to worry about it. These things have nothing to do with me." Then, without saying any more nonsense, Lin Xian passed Lin Rusheng and went back to the community. Lin Rushuang was completely stunned. Lin Xian's words just now filled his ears. "My apology just now was truly sincere. Is it really that difficult to get Lin Xian to forgive me? Before, they might have had time to wait. But it's different now. Lin Zhongdao's research and development experiment has been successful, which means that this family may break up at any time." Lin Xian was unexpectedly indifferent. Did he really not care about these relatives? Lin Xian walked back, thinking about what Lin Rusheng said. "Even though I didn't show anything just now, it doesn't mean I wasn't shocked." In his previous life, Lin Zhongdao was able to carve out a niche in the pharmaceutical industry because he developed a fast-acting cold medicine. The Lin Group also gained a firm foothold as a result. I didn't expect that they developed it so quickly. However, because of the incident between him and Zhou Hengbei, the launch of the drug has been delayed. In other words, one's own behavior has invisibly changed the course of events. Now the Lin family is afraid of the Zhou family, but they don't know when the launch of this drug will be delayed. Thinking about Lin Rusheng's request for forgiveness, Lin Xian sneered again. In their eyes, they are the objects of command. I have to do whatever they say, as if it is completely natural. But I, Lin Xian, don't owe you anything. If you want to bully me like before, you're dreaming. After returning home, Lin Xian accompanied Lin Ping'an and Zhou Yuzhen as usual, and then continued to practice questions. He was not affected at all by what Lin Rusheng said. This is indeed the case. After entering the house, Lin Xian had already put those emotions behind him. Before dawn the next day, Lin Xian received another call from Zhang Sensen. Brother Xian, what do you want to eat today? I'll buy you breakfast. Lin Xian rubbed his eyes and saw that it was only 4:30. Fatty Zhang, are you crazy? What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? Brother Xian, I have good news for you. I think I can become a top student. By the way, tell me what we're going to eat today, and that'll be my honor to you. Zhang Sensen's voice was so excited that it was deafening. It's okay, hang up. Don't disturb my rest. Lin Xian's eyelids were dry and he uttered something vaguely. Zhang Sensen on the other end of the phone was still in high spirits. Okay, I'll listen to you, master. I'll take care of the arrangements. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian no longer felt sleepy. It's all Fatty Zhang's fault. He almost sang the last sentence, which drove away his sleepiness. Turning over, Lin Xian thought of Zhang Sensen again. As he and Zhang Sensen have always been desk mates, Lin Xian also understands that Zhang Sensen is actually quite hardworking. It's just that after a long period of unsuccessful efforts, this guy just let himself go. If he hadn't been tutored by a famous teacher every day, he would definitely be the last in the class. I hope the study method I have sorted out these days will be useful to him. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Sensen called again. This time, Zhang Sensen took the initiative to speak without waiting for Lin Xian to complain. Master, I'm at the gate of your community, come down quickly, the food is hot. Lin Xian was speechless. What happened to Fatty Zhang? Could it be that he had a brain attack after working all night long? However, despite his doubts, Lin Xian still said something to Zhou Yuzhen and the others, and then walked downstairs. Brother Xian, it's over here. Before reaching the gate of the community, Zhang Sensen's voice was heard again. This guy was holding a chicken leg in his hand, shaking it constantly, and his two little eyes were shining. You got up so early, did you really not sleep all night? As soon as Lin Xian finished asking the question, he saw Zhang Sensen's heavy dark circles. Master is right, I really am studying all night long. This study method is so effective. I really want to keep you in my home, burn a stick of incense every morning and evening, and kowtow to you 3 times in the morning and evening. Master, this is breakfast, would you like to try it? Zhang Sensen bit off the last piece of meat from the chicken leg and threw the bone into the trash can. Then the lunchbox was presented with both hands. Lin Xian was speechless. If he hadn't been holding the lunchbox, I would have punched him on the shoulder. I was kind enough to teach you how to learn, but you hoped I would die and keep me as a servant in your house. Fatty, you are so dishonest. Zhang Sensen looked embarrassed, and then shook his head like a rattle. No, I admire my master from the bottom of my heart. Go away and be serious. Did you really learn something from studying last night? Lin Xian's face looked serious, and Zhang Sensen didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. I really feel it now. The knowledge that I couldn't understand before seems very clear now. I feel like there's not enough time. I wish there were 48 hours in a day. Besides, I'm not sleepy at all now. My mind is full of the key points you sorted out. Once he started talking, Zhang Sensen couldn't stop, and ended up opening his lunchbox while talking. The aroma is overwhelming. Xiaolong Bao. The skin is thin, the filling is large and elastic. Lin Xian reached out and picked up one. His first feeling was that the filling was definitely sufficient. The dough is translucent, and you can vaguely see the shrimp inside. Especially the green leaves on top of the dumplings, which make people hungry at first sight. Chef, please try it quickly. This is the specialty of the gold medal chef of Fenghao Guadagnan. If you want to eat it, make a reservation. Of course, master is different. As long as you like to eat, we'll be there for you anytime. Zhang Sinsen smiled like a flower. I'm eating, don't disgust me. After taking a bite of the steamed bun in his hand, Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. The meat filling is fresh, fragrant and juicy, not bad. No wonder Fatty Zhang said this was the unique skill of a gold medal chef, it seems he was not exaggerating. Lin Xian suddenly understood why Zhang Sinsen had become so fat. It turned out there was a reason. Let's go, and talk while we walk. Time is really tight, you have to hurry up, but health comes first, don't exhaust yourself. Lin Xian told the truth. There is still nearly half a month left before the college entrance examination. If Fatty Zhang continues to work and rest like this every day, something bad will definitely happen. Zhang Sinsen was so moved that tears filled his eyes. Brother Xian, master, you are really my good brother. Half-brother, best brother. Lin Xian was completely confused by Zhang Sinsen. Fatty, can you be serious? By the way, this soup dumpling is delicious, not bad. If Brother Xian likes it, I'll ask him to make it every day. No, I don't have the hobby of tormenting people. Lin Xian spent the next day quite fulfillingly. During every break, Zhang Sinsen would hang around him, and other than that, nothing was different from before. But Zhang Sinsen has changed a lot. In the past, Zhang Sinsen would get angry if anyone, except Lin Xian, called him Fatty Zhang. But now, hearing someone calling him like that, Zhang Sinsen no longer got angry and became completely obedient. In Zhang Sinsen's words, that is, he must make use of every minute and not waste time on meaningless things. Second row on the north wall. Since coming to the classroom, Chen Jinyan has been observing Lin Xian. After wasting a lot of effort, Chen Jinyan still couldn't notice anything unusual. The news that Zhou Hengbei ran away in his shorts was suppressed by the Zhou family, but many people still knew about it. And before that, Lin Xian also ruined Zhou Hengbei's proposal plan. If this is something that happened in the upper class and few classmates knew about it, then it must be a fact that Lin Xian sent Su Yuexiao to the hospital, right? But why are people not interested in these things at all? Is it really because of the college entrance examination? Since sending the message that day, Lin Hao has never contacted me. Could it be that something big has happened in the Lin family? Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Jinyan's mind. In the end, his gaze stopped on Lin Xian. After just a short while, Chen Jinyan lowered her head again. Lin Xian is different from before. This is Chen Jinyan's biggest feeling. The way he spoke and the look in his eyes made people feel scared unconsciously. Thinking about the things I've done recently. During the break, Chen Jinyan picked up a test paper, hesitated for a while, and finally walked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's desk mate is Su Yuexiao. Now that they are both here, maybe I can find out something. If there is any gain, telling Lin Hao the news will bring him one step closer to his goal. Lin Hao once clearly stated that as long as he provided useful information, the money would definitely be transferred to his card. Chen Jinyan gritted her teeth and finally made up her mind. Lin Xian, do you have time? Can you help me explain this question? Before Chen Jinyan arrived, Su Yuexiao suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Xian. The teacher only mentioned the solution method, but I always feel that the idea is not clear. Lin Xian nodded. During class, I noticed Su Yuexiao staring at a question, and it seemed that he hadn't written anything until now. She must have been stuck on a certain idea. Draw the auxiliary line here, do this step first. Lin Xian lowered his head and gave instructions. Su Yuexiao also leaned forward. I'm sorry, I didn't disturb you, did I? Chen Jinyan deliberately raised her voice and made an apologetic expression on her face. Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao were both stunned. At this time, hearing Chen Jinyan say this, many students looked over to them. Chen Jinyan had a look of self-blame on her face and spoke in a timid manner. I'm sorry. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian's eyes had become sharp. Chen Jinyan, what do you want to do? You want to help Su Yuexiao solve this problem, right? Okay, come here. Chen Jinyan was confused and swallowed hard. Chen Jinyan was already feeling guilty, and after hearing what Lin Xian said, she really wanted to crawl under the table. The shout just now was just to let the classmates see how close they are. But now, I have become a laughingstock to everyone. I also have questions. Chen Jinyan explained in a low voice with a trembling voice. But Lin Xian didn't give her a good look. In her previous life, in order to frame herself, Chen Jinyan colluded with Lin how many times. Lin Xian still remembers her face clearly. There must be no good intention behind this. In her previous life, Chen Jinyan followed Lin Hao, and she didn't have a good ending. It could be considered retribution. So even though Lin Xian disliked Chen Jinyan, he didn't have any deep hatred for her. But this kind of mean expression is really annoying. At this time, Chen Jinyan's eyes were red and she was holding the test paper, at a loss. We are only halfway through our topic. You should go ask someone else. After saying this, Lin Xian continued to talk about his ideas with his head down. The students around me have already started to recite the words in a low voice. Chen Jinyan is really something. How can she be so blind? People are explaining the problem, but she is still there making sarcastic remarks. I was just talking about a question when I was interrupted. I was lucky enough to look up and talk to her. You really believe that she is seeking a solution, but I don't believe it anyway. Yes, I think so too. She must want to see what Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao are doing. Why is she like this? Chen Jinyan quickly returned to her seat, but many classmates still pointed fingers at her. Until now, Chen Jinyan is regretting her decision to the core. Lin Xian has really changed. He was never so aggressive before. No matter how extreme he had been in the past, he would never do this. Chen Jinyan, why do you keep looking at Lin Xian? Are you attracted to my brother Xian? Zhang Sensen came to Chen Jinyan at some point and asked with a smile. Chen Jinyan looked embarrassed. What are you talking about? We are all classmates. Forget it, I see you have a straight look in your eyes. Fatty Zhang, stop talking nonsense and don't go too far. Seeing Chen Jinyan getting anxious, Zhang Sensen laughed again. Look, you are angry and embarrassed, right? I think you are planning to take advantage of my brother Xian. You. No matter how Chen Jinyan explained, Zhang Sensen insisted on his previous attitude. Zhang Sensen didn't leave until the class bell rang. When passing by Lin Xian's seat, Zhang Sensen raised his eyebrows proudly. Lin Xian was about to roll his eyes at Zhang Sensen. This guy is just afraid that the world will not be in chaos. However, seeing Zhang Jinyan's embarrassed look, Lin Xian also felt relieved. That afternoon, as soon as school was over, Chen Jinyan couldn't wait to call Lin Hao. Chen Jinyan was annoyed and resentful because she had suffered such injustice for no reason. Okay, I know everything you said. Lin Hao said only one sentence and then hung up Chen Jinyan's phone. Putting his phone away, Lin Hao quickly walked to the living room. Lin Zhongdao was drinking tea in silence, his face looking gloomy. Recently, Lin Zhongdao felt that everything was going wrong. And all these things happened after Lin Xian left home. Dad, when did you come back? Are you tired today? Let me rub your shoulders for you. Lin Zhongdao looked up and finally a smile appeared on his face. Lin Hao is sensible and has known how to care for others since he was a child. Unlike Lin Xian, that rebellious son, who only brings trouble to himself. Thinking that the release of the quick-acting cold medicine would be delayed because of Lin Xian, Lin Zhongdao began to grit his teeth again. Dad, what's wrong with you? It's okay, come and chat with Daddy. This is the sentence Lin Hao was waiting for. After sitting next to Lin Zhongdao, Lin Hao spoke while massaging Lin Zhongdao's shoulders. Dad, my cousin Jean Yan called me today. She told me something about brother Lin Xian. I don't know whether I should tell her or not. Lin Zhongdao snorted coldly. Is there anything else that shouldn't be said? Hasn't this rebellious son caused enough trouble? Lin Hao bit his lip. Brother Lin Xian bullied cousin Jean Yan at school again, and even encouraged many classmates to isolate her. The reason is that Jean Yan discovered brother Lin Xian's affair with Miss Su, and brother Lin Xian was furious. Lin Hao stopped talking halfway. It is precisely because of this pause that Lin Zhongdao is given enough room for imagination. Bang! Lin Zhongdao reached out and hit the armrest of the sofa, his lips trembling. This rebellious son is simply giving up. He has brought shame upon the Lin family. How long will he continue to cause trouble? The college entrance examination is coming up soon, and he is still focusing on girls. He is totally ignorant. Lin Zhongdao became more and more angry as he shouted, and finally he stood up suddenly. Don't think that I can't do anything to him just because he left the Lin family. I'll let him have fun for the next 2 days. After he passes the exam, I'll have him come and beg me in person. Without the Lin family's money, I don't think he would be able to go to college. But with a character like that, I don't think he'll even be able to get into college. Lin Zhongdao was so furious that he couldn't even remember what he said. Lin Hao, are you just trying to stir up trouble? Don't you think you are despicable? At the staircase, Lin Qingyu had a cold expression and stared at Lin Hao motionlessly. Now that Lin Xian is not at home, you still don't forget to slander him. What exactly do you want to be satisfied with? Lin Hao was stunned by the scolding, and then tears began to fall. Second sister, I didn't slander brother Lin Xian. I just told the truth. I'm your brother, you should trust me. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe cousin Jin Yan. Lin Qingyu frowned and went downstairs with a thump. I, Lin Qingyu, have only one younger brother, and that's Lin Xian. And I believe that Lin Xian is definitely not who you said. From now on, don't let me hear you slandering him again, or don't blame me for being rude. That's enough. Lin Qingyu's words became more and more unpleasant, and Lin Zhongdao scolded her loudly. Xiao Yu, how do you talk to your brother? Xiao Hao grew up with you, so how is he any different from your biological brother? Come here and apologize. Seeing Lin Zhongdao helping him speak, Lin Hao's tears fell like beads from a broken string, one string after another. Lin Qingyu snorted coldly. Dad, what you just said is wrong. Lin Hao and I have no blood relationship, so how can he be my biological brother? Is it because the Lin family has raised him for more than 10 years? It's not professional to say that, and it's not legally acceptable. Lin Zhongdao was shocked and looked at Lin Qingyu with disbelief. My daughter, who has always been so well-behaved, is now talking to me about the law. Especially when he heard Lin Qingyu talking about blood relationship, Lin Zhongdao's heart skipped a beat. Lin Qingyu was acting so abnormally, could it be that she knew something? Xiao Yu, I've told you so many times not to bring your emotions from work home, it will affect the atmosphere. Lin Zhongdao suppressed his displeasure and frowned and reprimanded again. I have no emotions, I'm just telling the truth. Lin Qingyu looked at the forest stubbornly. You. In a rage, Lin Zhongdao stretched out his hand and slapped. Lin Qingyu raised her head and stood there motionless, clearly ready to be beaten. Seeing this situation, Lin Zhongdao finally withdrew his hand. Things in the company are already in a mess, and I really don't have the energy to deal with these trivial matters. Besides, among the 3 daughters, Lin Qingyu is the most heartless. Even though he is a popular singer now, he can't change his temper. It was precisely because of this that the thought that just flashed through Lin Zhongdao's mind. If Lin Qingyu really discovered something, she would definitely not be in her current state. However, Lin Zhongdao's performance made Lin Qingyu feel disappointed. This is the father I have always admired. I just said a few more words to Lin Hao just now, but he actually wanted to hit me. He is so partial to that illegitimate child that it is clear that he no longer cares about anyone. The more Lin Qingyu thought about it, the angrier she became. Dad, I won't love you anymore. After yelling this, Lin Qingyu ran out of the door crying. Lin Hao, who was standing next to him, was stunned and full of doubts. But now that Lin Zhongdao is protecting him, Lin Hao just needs to continue acting pitiful. Lin Hao stood up and pretended to chase after him but was stopped by Lin Zhongdao. Xiao Hao, come back. Let her be. Lin Hao stopped, tears in his eyes. Dad, did I do something wrong? My second sister seems very angry. The Taoist priest in the forest sighed and shook his head. Don't think too much about it. Everyone is in a bad mood recently. I heard that your second sister's company is urging you to write a new song for her after the college entrance examination. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, then his expression returned to normal. Don't worry, Dad. I'll write it after the test. Snuggling up to Lin Zhongdao again, Lin Hao was secretly thinking in his heart. Lin Qingyu was acting a little abnormal, but she didn't know why. But if Lin Qingyu chooses to go against him, the only outcome will be death. Not only Lin Xian, but also everyone in the Lin family. As long as they become stumbling blocks on my path to inheriting the Lin family's property, I will never show mercy. Lin Qingyu felt mixed emotions. Thinking of Lin Xian again, Lin Qingyu suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. Lin Xian severed ties with the Lin family because he was heartbroken, and he himself was unwilling to return to that home after knowing the truth. Cars were driving aimlessly on the road. Finally, Lin Qingyu stopped in front of a Cheongsam shop. A century-old brand, Wen's Cheongsam. It won't be long before Lin Xian takes the college entrance examination, and the Cheongsam will definitely come in handy. Lin Qingyu calmed herself down beside the car before heading towards the store. Second miss, is it really you? Before Lin Qingyu could react, a person stood in front of her. This middle-aged man was about 30 years old, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. At this moment, he was looking straight at Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu was puzzled, and after looking at it for a while, she suddenly understood. You are Lu Wu. Yes, it's really a pleasure to see the second miss here. The man smiled innocently, revealing a row of white teeth. Lin Qingyu also laughed. It's been a while since I last saw you. How are you doing? Is your mother's illness getting better? I'm much better now. It was all thanks to the help from Second Mississippi, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to fulfill my filial duty. Thank you, Second Miss. When talking about what happened back then, Lu Wu's face was full of gratitude again. Without paying attention to the pedestrians coming and going on the road, Lu Wu bowed to Lin Qingyu again. Don't be so polite. It's just a small favor. Where do you work now? Is your salary higher than what the Lin family offers? Lu Wu shook his head awkwardly. Second miss, please stop making fun of me. The money I earn from ordinary jobs cannot compare to what the Lin family earns. Then why did you insist on leaving? Speaking of this, Lin Qingyu felt a little angry. If you want a raise, you should just tell me directly. You sneaked away and it took me a long time to find the right cabinet. Lu Wu was stunned and hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Did something happen again? Lu Wu bit his lip and then looked up at Lin Qingyu. Second miss, you are a good person. If it weren't for you, there might not be my mother now. There is something that has been in my heart for a long time. I want to tell the second young lady. It's about Master Lin Xian. Back then, the person who peeped outside the third Mrs. training room was not Master Xian. Lu Wu seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage and said a lot in one breath. Lin Qingyu was shocked and puzzled. What did you say? If not Lin Xian, then who is it? Who is that peeping Tom? A year ago, a scandal occurred in the Lin family. Lin Xian, the young master of the Lin family, was caught red-handed while clinging to the window of the training room and peeping at the second and third young ladies changing clothes. Lin Zhongdao was furious and beat Lin Xian half to death with a whip. Adopted son Lin Hao pleaded for Lin Xian but was reprimanded by Lin Zhongdao. Considering the reputation of his two daughters, Lin Zhongdao ordered no one to tell anyone about this matter. For a time, the entire Lin family was in chaos. Lu Wu left at that time. At that time, the Lin family was in turmoil, and no one cared too much about the departure of a cook. When Lin Qingyu found that the dongpa pork did not taste right and asked the chef about it, Lin Hao told everyone that the chef had left. Because he felt that the salary offered by the Lin family was too low, he felt unbalanced and left secretly after finding a good job. Now listening to Lu Wu's words, Lin Qingyu instinctively felt that things were not as simple as Lin Hao said. Second miss, I don't really want to leave. I'm thinking of paying you back by deducting the money you lent me from my salary. But at that time, Master Lin Hao said that if I didn't leave, he would have my legs broken. Second miss, at that time, my mother was still in the hospital. If my leg was broken, my mother really would not survive. I'm not being snobbish, and I'm not trying to cheat you out of your money. I really had no other choice at the time. Lin Qingyu's mind was in a mess, and then she grabbed Lu Wu's arm with a trembling voice. Why did Lin Hao chase you away? Why did you say that the peeping Tom back then wasn't Lin Xian? What do you know? Seeing Lin Qingyu so nervous, Lu Wu's voice also became hurried. Second miss, that night, I was in the kitchen making sauce, so I came back a little late. When I passed by third Miss's practice room, I saw someone scratching the window from a distance. Later, Miss San's scream was heard, and the men ran away in a hurry. Then, someone bumped into me. I wanted to argue with that person, but when I saw it was Master Lin Hao, I didn't dare to say anything. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu had already guessed something. Later, Lin Hao saw Lin Xian peeping through the window of the training room, and then everyone thought that Lin Xian was the peeping Tom, right? Lin Qingyu sneered, then bit her lips tightly. Lu Wu nodded. Second miss, I can prove that the person outside the window that day was not Master Lin Xian. Seeing Master Lin Xian being beaten so badly, I also wanted to explain the truth to the master, but later, Master Lin Hao found me. Lin Qingyu let go of her hands and took a deep breath. It's him indeed. He framed Lin Xian and was afraid that Lu Wu would expose the conspiracy, so he threatened him to leave. It was precisely because of this that Lin Xian suffered an injustice that could not be cleared up. I didn't see the person outside the window clearly, so it's hard to say who he is. Master Lin Hao said that I bumped into him and had a conflict with him, so he told me to leave. Lu Wu is an honest man. Without hard evidence, he would not say that Lin Hao was the one who was peeping. But, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? As soon as the peeping Tom ran away, Lin Hao bumped into Lu Wu. Lin Xian was just identified as a peeping Tom, and Lin Hao threatened Lu Wu to leave. Putting all the things together, even a fool can understand who the real culprit is. Lin Qingyu remained silent. Lu Wu also frowned. By the way, why are you here? Second miss, after leaving the Lin family, I have been working as an errand boy in the Wen family's Chongsam shop. I just came back from delivering goods. After Lu Wu finished speaking, Lin Qingyu realized that the words, Wen family clothing, were embroidered on the clothes he was wearing. Oh, it's all right, go ahead and do your work. Thank you, second miss, for the money I owe you. Before Lu Wu could finish his words, Lin Qingyu just waved her hand. Don't mention the money anymore. When I gave it to you, I told you that you didn't have to pay it back. Just take good care of your mother. After saying that, Lin Qingyu left absent-mindedly. At this moment, Lin Qingyu's thoughts were surging like huge waves. How could she have the mood to buy a Chongsam? Lin Xian, I'm sorry, we wronged you. You were. Lin Qingyu talked to herself. I wanted to ask, why didn't you argue back then? But when this thought flashed through her mind, Lin Qingyu found it funny again. At that time, the whole family stood on Lin Hao's side. Who would believe what Lin Xian said? At that time, Lin Xian did keep saying that it was not him. But what did they do? Deny, ridicule. They used their usual words to attack Lin Xian. Little hooligans, bad character, cheating, corrupt morals. They used almost all the slanderous and insulting words. How aggrieved and upset must Lin Xian have felt at that time? The 3-foot-thick ice does not form overnight. Now Lin Xian is determined to sever ties with the Lin family, and it is not just a momentary disappointment. Lin Qingyu felt her face was wet, and when she touched it, it was full of tears. After sniffing, Lin Qingyu quickly took out her cell phone and called Lin Jilan. After telling the truth of what happened that year, Lin Qingyu was so angry that her hands began to tremble. Xiaolan, I want to apologize to Lin Xian. I wrongly blamed him back then. Lin Hao has gone too far. There must have been many similar incidents in the past. Lin Hao must be punished. I want to avenge Lin Xian. They were both involved in what happened back then. At this time, Lin Qingyu had only one thought in his mind. She must apologize to Lin Xian. Even if Lin Xian disagrees, she must go. What? Second sister, are you telling the truth? It was not until this time that Lin Jilan came to his senses. In addition to covering his mouth in shock, Lin Jilan's eyes were also full of astonishment. I have been hating for so long, but I actually hated the wrong person. Lin Xian, who was wholeheartedly trying to be good to her, was rejected by her. And the real mastermind behind all this has been in his hands. Oh my God. How ironic. Lin Jilan was stunned and speechless. Lin Qingyu spoke with self-blame. If Lin Xian hadn't met Lu Wu, he probably wouldn't have gotten his injustice resolved. We missed Lin Xian for so long. You say, are we all fools? At that time, if there was one person who believed in Lin Xian, the big mistake today would not have happened. But they all chose to deny it. Lin Jilan looked at Lin Qingyu, and his eyes became firm. Second sister, I also think we must apologize. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Along the way, Lin Jilan kept thinking about how much of a failure she was as a sister. Compared with her second sister Lin Qingyu, Lin Jilan feels that her personality is much more dull. But before that, whenever Lin Jilan encountered something involving Lin Xian, he would be very extreme. The reason was that peeping incident. When he thought about someone doing such a disgusting thing, Lin Jilan thought that he had shown mercy by not kicking him out of the Lin family. But now he found out that he had wronged someone, and Lin Jilan had no way to describe his feelings. Xiaolan, give Lin Xian a call. He has blocked me. Lin Qingyu said as she drove. Good. After finding Lin Xian's phone number, Lin Jilan dialed it without hesitation. During self-study class, Lin Xian's phone suddenly vibrated. An unknown phone number was displayed on the phone screen. Lin Xian frowned slightly, but still walked out of the classroom from the back door. As soon as the phone was connected, an anxious voice came over. Lin Xian, are you at school now? Lin Jilan carefully controlled his emotions, trying to make his voice sound more natural. At the same time, Lin Jilan's heart was in his throat, fearing that Lin Xian would hang up the phone. But there was no sound from the other end of the line. Lin Xian, can I spare you some time? I have something very important to discuss with you. The third young lady of the Lin family, huh? No matter what you want to talk to me about, please don't open your mouth. Lin Xian's voice was cold, but also revealed a hint of impatience. Lin Xian, please listen to me. We wrongly accused you of peeping that year. It doesn't matter. It's not important to me anymore. After his rebirth, Lin Xian had already let go of many things, and he thought that this belated truth was dispensable. What can be changed by their words that they have wronged themselves? Back then, I was always criticized. How heavy is voyeurism for a teenager? Lin Xian, I'm sorry, we really want to apologize to you. Lin Xian was stunned. Us? Is there someone else? Then, Lin Qingyu's face flashed through Lin Xian's mind. Just then, Lin Qingyu's voice came from the phone. Lin Xian, I've prepared a loudspeaker. If you don't see us, I'll play it on loop at the door. Lin Xian's brows were furrowed into a knot. Lin Qingyu, you can do such a thing as playing rogue. Lin Xian was stunned holding the phone. At the same time, Lin Jilan looked at Lin Qingyu in shock. Lin Qingyu raised her eyebrows, looking determined to win. Finally, there was a reply from Lin Xian. After school in the afternoon, at 6 o'clock, at the school gate. Lin Xian didn't want to say another word and hung up the phone before he finished speaking. Lin Jilan breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Xian's call was full of resistance, he finally agreed. Well, you agreed. Seeing Lin Jilan's expression, Lin Qingyu guessed the result almost exactly. Second sister, are you really preparing the trumpet? Lin Jilan asked in disbelief. Lin Qingyu smiled. Are you stupid? How could I really hold a loudspeaker and shout at the school gate? Aren't you afraid that Lin Xian won't see us? Lin Jilan's eyes were full of disbelief. Is this person in front of me still the popular singer Lin Qingyu? How come I have never experienced her fierce side? In fact, thinking about it now, Lin Qingyu is also a little scared. I was also gambling just now, but I am just more fortunate. Lin Xian is a very low-key person, so he naturally wouldn't allow such a ostentatious thing to happen. But if Lin Xian really doesn't care about anything, there's nothing I can do. Second sister, I think we should give Lin Xian some more money. Do you think he'll accept it? Lin Qingyu's rhetorical question left Lin Jilan speechless. Finally, Lin Jilan sighed, his voice full of helplessness. Some things cannot be solved by money. The harm that Lin Xian suffered cannot be compensated by money, just like money cannot make up for his guilt. I hope Lin Xian can say something. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. After school, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to leave. He packed his school bag slowly, which was unusual for him. Su Yuexiao next to him tilted her head and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, why are you so relaxed today? It's no wonder Su Yuexiao asked this. To be honest, she had never seen Lin Xian like this before. Nothing, I just finished most of the questions this afternoon. So that's how it is. You're amazing. Not only are you super fast at solving problems, but you're also super fast at doing them. Su Yuexiao's eyes were full of envy. Lin Xian smiled. It just happened. The papers I took this afternoon were relatively easy. Since the last time he sent Su Yuexiao to the hospital, the relationship between Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao has changed a lot. In the past, the two of them often didn't say a word to each other for the entire morning, each reading their own books and doing their own homework. But it's different now. The two people not only exchanged learning experiences, but also discussed more diverse topics. Because they were talking all the time, Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao walked together to the school gate before they separated. Seeing a familiar luxury car parked not far away, Lin Xian frowned slightly. At this time, Lin Qingyu's face was already showing joy. Lin Qingyu got off the car in a hurry and almost ran to Lin Xian. Let's go and eat. Unlike Lin Qingyu's joy, Lin Xian had a blank expression on his face. If you have anything to say, please say it quickly. Lin Qingyu looked embarrassed, then showed an indifferent expression. Okay, if you like being stared at by those juniors, I don't mind. As she spoke, Lin Qingyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. There are so many people at the school gate today. Lin Xian looked at Lin Qingyu with disgust. This is not the stage for you to perform. After saying this, Lin Xian walked towards the luxury car. Lin Qingyu was laughing secretly. Faced with this brother who doesn't want to acknowledge him, I seem to have figured out a solution. Lin Xian got in the car and sat directly in the back seat. Lin Jilan looked at Lin Xian and lowered his head in shame. After closing the car door, Lin Qingyu's attitude was completely different from before, as if she suddenly became quiet. Along the way, none of the three spoke. Lin Qingyu waited until they reached the entrance of the Western restaurant before she said, "Let's go here." The three of them got off the bus one after another. Lin Qingyu found a quiet seat and ordered some coffee. Lin Xian, do you want some sugar? No, I don't drink coffee. Lin Xian once again left Lin Qingyu speechless. At this time, Lin Qingyu no longer wanted to act like a rogue. Lin Xian was angry. In fact, she was an incompetent sister. As long as Lin Xian was happy, she could vent her anger in any way she wanted. After a while, Lin Jilan spoke first. Lin Xian, we have already found out that the person who was peeping outside the training room that year was not you. We were wrong and we apologize. We were also angry at the time, so we didn't think too much about it. After all, you were out of breath. Without waiting for Lin Jilan to finish his words, Lin Xian interrupted him. After all, I was panting and sweating all over, so you just assumed I was the one who was peeping without knowing the truth? Lin Xian asked in a cold tone and expressionless face. Lin Jilan was at a loss and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Xian is right. When I saw Lin Xian's look at that time, I instinctively thought that he was guilty and was hiding in a panic. But who could know that there was someone else behind this? Lin Xian, the situation was very confusing at the time, and you were in that state, so everyone misunderstood. Lin Qingyu knew that it was unreasonable to say this, but that was the situation at the time. Everything happened by coincidence, but why did you appear near the training room at that time? If you were in your room, maybe that wouldn't have happened. Lin Qingyu believed what Lu Wu said and blamed it on Lin Xian for appearing at the scene by coincidence. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You mean, it's wrong for me to be near the training room? Okay, then I'll tell you why I'm not in my room. During the time I was at the Lin family, I had to go to work after dinner every day to earn money. Only in this way could I pay for my tuition. The bookstore closes at 9:30, and I have to arrive at the Lin family on time before 10 o'clock, otherwise I will be locked out. So I run back home every day, and at the same time I have to hide from Mr. Lin and you guys, because if you don't like me, I will go hungry. Lin Xian's voice was calm. When saying this, Lin Xian's emotions did not fluctuate at all. But Lin Jilan and Lin Qingyu on the opposite side were already heartbroken. This is their younger brother, his biological brother. The real young master of the Lin family actually has to work to pay for his tuition. They are often punished, go hungry and have no food to eat. And as sisters, they actually knew nothing. No wonder Lin Xian was so indifferent to them. What qualifications did they have to ask Lin Xian for forgiveness? How could they be worthy of Lin Xian calling her sister? Sorry. Lin Jilan said hoarsely. It's too late. Your apology is meaningless to me. Lin Xian, tell me, what should I do to make you forgive us? Lin Jilan's voice was filled with tears and his face was begging. Dad, who wants to go abroad? Zhang Shouxin was immersed in joy and patted Zhang Sinsen's shoulder. Of course it's you. As long as you are willing, your father can do anything that other people's fathers can do. No, I mean, whose son did you say was going abroad? In order to prove that he had not heard wrong, Zhang Sinsen wanted to confirm it again. Oh, Lin Zhongdao's son, the one called Lin Hao. Recently, Lin Zhongdao has put a lot of thought into his adopted son. I always said that I wanted to go abroad to gain experience so that I could inherit the family fortune. Zhang Shouxin's words were like thunder, leaving Zhang Sinsen speechless. Lin Zhongdao wants to send Lin Hao, the adopted son of the Lin family, abroad to gild his reputation. Just to let him inherit the family property. What about Lin Xian? Lin Xian is the real son of the Lin family. Even though Lin Xian is currently having a quarrel with Lin Zai, Lin Zhongdao wouldn't be so cruel, right? How does this sound like something a father would do? Son, are you beginning to yearn for a better life abroad now? Don't worry, it's not too late for us to take action now. Zhou Chuyun held Zhang Sinsen's hand, her eyes curved into crescents. Since my son has a promising future, he will naturally go to a better place. Mom and Dad, I'm not going abroad. I'm going to Nanyang University. I won't go anywhere except NTU. After saying that, Zhang Sinsen turned around and went back to reading. What's wrong? Everything is fine, why are you unhappy? Zhou Chuyun tried to follow him in panic, but Zhang Shouxin grabbed her arm. Okay, don't bother him. Can't you see? Our son can't bear to leave us. If he doesn't want to go abroad, then we won't go. It's not a big deal. It will make our son unhappy. Zhou Chuyun's eyes were filled with tears, and she wished she could hug Zhang Sinsen in her arms right now. Our son is sensible, and I can't bear to see him leave. We won't go abroad. Zhang Sinsen was not in the mood to listen to his parents' nagging. At this moment, Zhang Sinsen had only one thought in his mind. This Lin Zhongdao is such a jerk. Zhang Sinsen was not fully aware of what Lin Xian had experienced in the Lin family. However, based on what Lin Xian had mentioned, Zhang Sinsen had long concluded that Lin Xian was not having a good time in the Lin family. This alone is enough to prove that Lin Zhongdao is a fool. Who would leave their own biological son behind and take care of an adopted son? If this isn't confusion, what is this? Early the next morning, Zhang Sinsen was waiting for Lin Xian with fried chicken legs. On the way to school, he also told Lin Xian the news he had heard. This matter has spread throughout the circle, it probably can't be false. Zhang Sinsen looked at Lin Xian cautiously. There was no change in his expression, but he was extremely angry. I just can't figure it out. Do you think they are seriously ill? No matter how long you raise him, he is still an adopted son. How can you not understand such a simple truth? If you are really kind-hearted, then be nicer to your son. Isn't this old guy thinking that he will let Lin Hao cry at his grave in the future? Zhang Sinsen became angrier as he spoke, and his stomping feet made loud noises on the ground as he walked. Lin Xian didn't say a word. It was not until this time that Zhang Sinsen realized that he had said too much. Although he was standing up for Lin Xian still felt uncomfortable after talking about these things. Brother Xian, I'm sorry. I was a little angry just now and said too much. Lin Xian pointed to the lunchbox. So, taking 4 chicken legs at once was just to comfort me. Yes, that's what I think. That old man treated you badly. He doesn't know what's good. Lin Xian was speechless. It doesn't matter how Zhang Sinsen describes Lin Zhongdao, but his words, not knowing the value of things, make people feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry, Brother Xian, I was wrong again, you're not. Stop. Stop talking. Fatty Zhang can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. If he continues to talk, he will surely die beyond recognition. Lin Xian is very clear about this. Since you brought me 4 chicken legs, let's forget what happened just now. Okay. As long as you're not angry. Zhang Sinsen was a little nervous just now, but when he heard Lin Xian say this, he suddenly recovered. His small eyes narrowed into slits again, and the fat on his chin began to tremble as he walked. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. I know Zhang Sinsen too well. His crazy outburst just now was also a way to vent his anger. With such a brother around, I am so happy that I don't have time to express my gratitude. How could he be angry? Look, who's coming? While Lin Xian was still immersed in his thoughts, Fatty Zhang became excited again. Following Fatty Zhang's finger, Lin Xian saw Du Chuanchuan and Su Yuexiao. 2 people were walking towards this side by side. Du Chuanchuan didn't know what he was saying, but he kept grinning after he finished speaking. Su Yuexiao listened very seriously, occasionally smiling. A gust of wind blew, and Du Chuanchuan's shoulder-length hair was blown up from time to time. Su Yuexiao was the same as usual. The 2 braids were braided very neatly, with 2 bows at the ends of the braids. Both of them are wearing school uniforms, but they can't hide their youthful vitality. So beautiful, goddess. Zhang Sinsen's eyes widened and he swallowed hard. Calm down, or you'll drool. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Zhang Sinsen hurriedly reached out to wipe his mouth. This action almost made Lin Xian laugh out loud. Hi, Du Chuanchuan, Su Yuexiao, hello. Zhang Sinsen took the initiative to greet him, holding Lin Xian's arm with his other hand. Su Yuexiao nodded as a greeting. Du Chuanchuan looked at Zhang Sinsen and spoke. Fatty Zhang, you've been very diligent lately, why are you here so early? By the way, have you lost weight? Why do I feel like you're different from before? Looking at Zhang Sinsen, Du Chuanchuan always felt that he was a little different from before. But if I had to explain it in detail, I really couldn't. Seeing Du Chuanchuan paying attention to him, Zhang Sinsen was naturally very happy. Really? You noticed it too? My buddy has been losing weight recently. Cough cough cough. Lin Xian tried hard to hold back his laughter, and with a final cough, the chicken leg in his lunchbox began to shake. Fatty Zhang, do you have any shame? Just be a human being. He clearly said that he ate several chicken legs last night, and today he ate another one in front of me. You actually said losing weight. Who are you trying to fool? The college entrance examination is coming soon. It is better to supplement more nutrition at this time to avoid any health problems. Su Yuexiao spoke in a gentle voice and then looked at the lunchbox in Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian couldn't figure it out for a moment. Su Yuexiao said this because she thinks she should supplement her nutrition. Or do you think it's normal to eat several chicken legs in the morning? No matter how you guess, the final outcome was that the 2 girls in front of him took another look at the lunchbox and then laughed. The 4 of them walked towards the classroom together. After walking a few steps, Su Yuexiao turned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, the joint entrance exam is coming soon, are you nervous? Lin Xian was stunned, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. After entering the 3rd year of high school, they have to take exams of all sizes one after another, which has become commonplace for them. Compared with other examinations, the joint examination is just a different form. Every student entering the third year of high school is already invulnerable, so why would they be nervous? But seeing Su Yuexiao's serious expression, Lin Xian still answered. I don't think it's any different. Su Yuexiao smiled shyly, but there was still a hint of worry in her expression. Usually after the last joint examination, the college entrance examination will be held 5 days later. But this time the school said that the education department had made new changes, and there would be no subsequent joint examinations after this one. Therefore, many people believe that the results of this joint examination will affect the mood of some students. Although we saved ourselves a few exams, everyone became more nervous. Just now Du Chuanchuan said that he was so nervous that he couldn't eat. Although I am not that serious, I have been thinking about this matter for the past 2 days. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian didn't take this postgraduate entrance examination seriously at all. This calm attitude is really admirable. Let's get some exposure to the formal college entrance examination in advance, so that we can get used to the difficult times. Zhang Xinxin spoke from the side. Just after saying this, Zhang Xinxin looked at Lin Xian again. Brother Xian, is number 42 middle school also close to your home? Well, it's about 10 minutes walk. I've long said that our school is lucky. Look at the test site we chose. Many students don't have to get up early. Du Chuanchuan curled his lips. Some are happy while others are sad. I guess I have to get up half an hour earlier than you. It's okay. How about I pick you up? I'll carry you there on my bike. Although Zhang Xinxin was kind-hearted, Du Chuanchuan's heart was in his throat. You're carrying me to number 42 middle school. With our combined weight, won't the car burst? Du Chuanchuan and Zhang Xinxin stared at each other. Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao tried hard not to laugh out loud. The atmosphere suddenly became cheerful. These past 2 days, I've heard from many students that their parents are buying cheongsams. Have you prepared any? Du Chuanchuan said casually. Zhang Xinxin immediately took up the conversation. Can I do well in the exam by preparing for the cheongsam? Everyone says wearing a cheongsam means a successful start, which is a good omen. Ha ha ha, a victory at the first attempt, just opening the cheongsam means victory. If you don't have any knowledge, then even if the cheongsam is slit up to the armpits, it probably won't be of any use. After these words were spoken, the other people were petrified on the spot. Zhang Xinxin's words are really shocking, and he won't stop until he shocks people to death. Lin Xian just frowned slightly. Anyway, I can't imagine what it would be like to wear a cheongsam with a cut to the armpits. The 2 girls next to them had their brows furrowed into a knot. Du Chuanchuan took Su Yuexiao's hand and left. Hey, I'm telling the truth, why are you running? Zhang Xinxin was still waving, but the 2 girls had already walked away. The next few days were peaceful. Lin Xian didn't care about what Zhang Xinxin said about Lin Hao. Whether Lin Hao will go abroad or not has nothing to do with him. As long as he doesn't provoke himself, Lin Xian will never provoke him first. Recently, Chen Jinyan has been much quieter. Lin Xian felt that perhaps because of his response last time, Chen Jinyan did not dare to act rashly. Back then in the spiritual space, Lin Xian also saw the ending of Chen Jinyan. Chen Jinyan has always wanted to hug Lin Hao's thighs. But in the end, all efforts were in vain. Lin Xian would never even look at those vain girls. However, when thinking of Su Yuexiao's ending, Lin Xian couldn't help but want to look at her a few more times. Leaving this world at a young age is always a pity. Su Yuexiao is pure and gentle, and she is also good at studying. In order to live a good life, this girl has been working hard. It's a pity that I couldn't defeat the destiny. I have to deal with the college entrance examination now, but after it is over I will have plenty of time and can arrange my own time. Lin Xian reminded himself again that he must help Su Yuexiao. It is estimated that there are many prescriptions recorded in it. As long as you look them up carefully, you may find some results. I won't be satisfied unless I give it a try. On the first day of the joint entrance examination, the head teacher deliberately skipped a class and let the students go home. Many classmates shouted that bad luck was coming, but Lin Xian was no different from usual. Dude, you have an exam tomorrow, are you nervous? What's the plan? Zhang Xinxin widened his eyes and blinked as he asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. Go home, eat, do some homework, and finally wait for a good sleep until dawn. You are well prepared. I am different from you. I am still trying to learn more as soon as possible. In the past, when Lin Xian heard Zhang Sensen say this, he would definitely laugh out loud. I guess no one would believe the nonsense Zhang Sensen said. But now, Zhang Sensen was holding a pile of textbooks in his hands and his face was serious. Lin Xian had no choice but to say something to comfort her. Go to bed early, otherwise you won't be energetic during the exam. If you oversleep, it will be even more troublesome. Don't worry, I've set the time. Besides, even if I forget, I still have my parents. After hearing what Zhang Sensen said, Lin Xian felt relieved. The school attaches great importance to this joint examination. Many parents feel the same way. Many families start preparing for the exam early, just like they would for the real college entrance exam. The forest path is no exception. The location is at number 42 Middle School, not too far from here. We'll drive with you after dinner. Remember, don't be nervous. This is just like any other exam, just in a different location. The joint entrance exam is definitely somewhat difficult, but it won't be too beyond the scope of the curriculum. Lin Zhongdao was comforting Lin Hao, saying almost everything he could think of. Lin Hao kept nodding his head, looking well-behaved. Qin Yulan sat on the sofa with a polite smile on her face. Ever since she learned about Lin Hao's identity, Qin Yulan has been living in torment every day. Especially when seeing Lin Zhongdao and Lin Hao standing together, Qin Yulan didn't know how long she could continue acting with them. Just like now. Seeing Lin Zhongdao giving Lin Hao one instruction after another, Qin Yulan's heart sank little by little. From beginning to end, Lin Zhongdao did not mention Lin Xian at all. You know, Lin Xian will also take part in the joint examination tomorrow. Lin Zhongdao, you beast. You hold your mistress's son in the palm of your hand, but ignore your own son. How much suffering did you make your biological son endure in order to allow this illegitimate child to enter the Lin family? Your blood is also flowing in Lin Xian's body. In order to prevent them from seeing anything, Qin Yulan slowly closed her eyes. Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Hao came to Qin Yulan and wanted to reach out and touch her forehead, but Qin Yulan instinctively moved back. That kind of resistance shocked Qin Yulan. Oh, it's nothing, it's just the same old problem, don't worry. I haven't recovered well since I came back from the hospital last time, so I feel a bit down. Qin Yulan made an excuse to get away with it. Mom, you should take care of your health. By the way, I heard that Jin Yan and brother Lin Xian will also take the exam at number 42 Middle School. When saying this, Lin Hao's eyes were always observing Qin Yulan's face. Really? I forgot about it. Then let's go with you and Lin Xian to cheer. What do you mean by go together? Lin Xian is no longer a member of the Lin family. Don't mention this rebellious son to me again. Lin Zhongdao's voice was stern and his face was full of anger. When he mentioned Lin Xian, Lin Zhongdao looked disgusted. It was as if Lin Xian was his label of shame. Dad, don't say that about brother Lin Xian. He did do some wrong things, but his last name is Lin after all. If we really want to talk about who is closer and who is farther, I should be the one who should leave. After all, I am the adopted son. I have lived in the Lin family for so many years, and have always been cared for and protected by my parents. I am already content. I should share the love you have for me with brother Lin Xian. Lin Hao acted like a sensible person, and every word he said seemed to be for Lin Xian's benefit. But the effect of saying this was counterproductive. Xiao Hao, what are you talking about? Don't ever have such thoughts again. Lin Xian has a bad character and has caused so much trouble for the family. How can you compare with him? Okay, let's not talk about these things, so as not to affect your mood. Lin Zhongdao stopped the topic in time. Lin Hao didn't say anything else. Although Lin Zhongdao did not get furious, Lin Hao was still very satisfied when he heard Lin Zhongdao say this. At this time, Qin Yulan said slowly. Isn't it just the release date of the drug? It's already been developed, so isn't it just a matter of time before it's released? What do you know as a woman? Opportunities are rare and never come back. Business opportunities are destiny. Lin Zhongdao's face turned pale and his voice trembled. Speaking of drug distribution, Lin Zhongdao thought of Lin Xian again. This rebellious son is the source of all the bad luck. Qin Yulan stood up and went straight to the second floor. I'm going to go check on Xiaoyu and Xiaolan. It's been so long since I came back, and I don't know what they are doing in their room. Seeing Qin Yulan leaving, Lin Hao also wanted to follow her. Xiaohao, your father is in a bad mood, stay here with him for a while. After Qin Yulan said this, Lin Hao didn't know what to say and could only stay in the living room obediently. Lin Qingyu has told me the truth about the peeping incident that year. Now, seeing Lin Hao, he wanted to tear him apart, so how could he let him have the chance to enter his two daughters' rooms? Dad, what are my second and third sisters doing upstairs? Why haven't they come down in such a long time? Lin Hao was also very curious about the movements of Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan. Lin Zhongdao glanced upstairs, his expression slightly softened as he said, "You have a joint exam tomorrow, they must want to give you a surprise. Then I would like to thank my two sisters in advance." A look of joy appeared on Lin Hao's face, he believed what Lin Zhongdao said. It can be said that during this year, 2/3 of the time, the three sisters were giving themselves surprises. Every holiday, whether domestic or foreign, I will receive 3 gifts. This has been a habit for many years. There is an exam tomorrow, and although it is not the college entrance examination, they will definitely take it very seriously. The eldest sister Lin Rushuang is very generous, so needless to say, she will definitely give expensive gifts. My second sister Lin Qingyu always gives me unexpected surprises. As for the third sister, Lin Jilan, she is calm, quiet, and never stingy when she takes action. Lin Hao was immersed in his own thoughts. Unconsciously, Lin Xian's face flashed through my mind again. Lin Xian, you were born with a lowly life, how can you compare with me? So what if you are the biological son of the Lin family? Dad looks down on you just like that and doesn't even want to acknowledge you. Only I, Lin Hao, am the only heir to the Lin family. The next morning, at just 6:30, Zhou Yuzhen had already prepared breakfast. Tea, eggs, steamed dumplings, fried dough sticks, milk, and sandwiches that I made myself according to the methods found on the internet. Lin Pingyan was also busy, spending the entire morning making a serving of egg custard. As it was almost 7 o'clock, Zhou Yuzhen looked at Lin Pingyan. Should we wake up Lin Xian? Lin Pingyan lowered his voice and said, our home is so close to number 42 middle school. It only takes about 10 minutes to get there. Let the child sleep a little longer. Zhou Yuzhen nodded and sat down at the table. At this moment, Lin Xian's bedroom door suddenly opened. Seeing a large table of food, Lin Xian thought he was hallucinating. Mom, why are there so many foods? What time did you get up? Is this Chinese New Year? Zhou Yuzhen smiled. What's the New Year? Who says we can't eat these on normal days? You have an exam today, so you have to eat more. Yes, son, you have to eat well today. Your mother can't sleep after 3 o'clock. As soon as Lin Pingyan finished speaking, Zhou Yuzhen rolled her eyes at him. You are the same, we both got up at the same time. Lin Xian explained again. This is not the college entrance examination, it's just a normal exam. Zhou Yuzhen looked at Lin Xian lovingly, peeling a tea egg in her hand. Okay, let's treat it like a normal exam. Go wash up quickly. I've peeled the eggs for you. Lin Xian felt warm in his heart. It's great to be with mom and dad. It makes me feel at ease. The exam was scheduled for 9 o'clock. As soon as 8 o'clock passed, Lin Pingyan began to urge him to go out. Dad, don't worry. We will have to wait there. They won't let us into the examination room before the time. It's okay to wait. Waiting outside the school is much more reassuring than waiting at home. Looking at Lin Pingyan walking back and forth in the room, Lin Xian was speechless. Finally, we held on until 8:20 and the whole family walked out together. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the gate of number 42 middle school. The school gate is already bustling at this moment. Many parents, like Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pinggan, came to send their children off, and many of them were familiar faces. It is not time to enter the examination hall yet, and many parents are gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing all about the joint examination. Brother Xian, Brother Xian. Lin Xian is taller than the other boys, so Zhang Sensen started to greet him from a distance. Then he pulled his parents over to Lin Xian and the others. Mom and Dad, this is my brother Xian, Lin Xian. That learning method is what he gave me. Zhang Sensen looked enthusiastic and put his arm around Lin Xian's shoulders. So you are Lin Xian. I always hear Sensen talking about you. He also said that his academic progress is all thanks to you. Thank you. Zhang Shouxin looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Uncle, you are too kind. Zhang Sensen just used the right study method, and the improvement in his grades is the result of his hard work. Zhang Shouxin immediately took a liking to Lin Xian. The child is modest and speaks calmly. You are all good kids. I hope you get good grades on the test today. Oh, These are my parents. They are here to take me to take the exam as well. Before Zhang Shouxin finished speaking, Lin Xian had already started introducing Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pinggan. Soon, Zhang Shouxin and his wife, Zhou Yuzhen, and Lin Pinggan started chatting. See. When it comes to studying, parents all have the same attitude. They can't finish talking about anything. That's my experience. In the future, they will say that they are just there to see us off and they are not nervous at all. In fact, they are more nervous than we are. Lin Xian raised his eyes. You have quite a lot of experience. Of course. Do you think I have all this fat for nothing? Then every cell is filled with knowledge. Seeing Zhang Sensen blowing like this, Lin Xian wanted to punch him on the shoulder so that he would wake up quickly. But before he could take any action, Zhang Sensen's eyes widened. Oh my gosh, look. The bodies of those two beauties are so hot. Zhang Sensen's eyes widened, and everyone around him was also stunned. What a gorgeous lady. Look at her figure and temperament, there is absolutely nothing to say. One is as pure as ice and jade, and the other is naturally beautiful. These two people seem to have walked out of a painting. I remember who they are. They are the two daughters of the Lin family, the second lady Lin Qingyu and the third lady Lin Jilan. Young Master Lin is also taking the joint entrance exam for number 42 middle school. These two sisters must be here to cheer him on. People were shocked and kept talking about it. After swallowing, Zhang Sensen turned to look at Lin Xian. Brother Xian, are these your two sisters? They are so pretty. Fatty Zhang, do you have anything else to do? You are here for the joint entrance exam today. Lin Xian raised his eyes, glanced at him lightly, and then looked away. Lin Qingyu is a popular singer and has her own traffic. Lin Jilan is also a well-known dancer with a large number of fans. The two of them standing together will definitely attract everyone's attention. Lin Hao is taking the joint entrance exam today, and these two simple-minded brother-protecting crazy men come to cheer him up. What's so strange about that? Oh my God, Brother Xian, look, they are coming towards us. As soon as an idea popped into Lin Xian's mind, Zhang Sensen raised his arm again. The chubby finger pointed forward and then quickly retracted. At this time, Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan had already arrived in front of them. Lin Xian. Lin Qingyu looked at Lin Xian, her clear voice mixed with a hint of excitement. Then, Lin Jilan also looked over with a smile. What are you going to do? Lin Xian frowned slightly, looking impatient. Neither of them cared about Lin Xian's performance. The two sisters had already attracted a lot of people's attention, and now with the addition of the handsome Lin Xian, many people began to admire them again. You have an exam today, and as your sisters, we naturally have to cheer you on. I wish you a successful start. Lin Qingyu stretched out her hand and made a cheering gesture. Lin Jilan was not to be outdone. Come on, brother. A look of doubt flashed across Lin Xian's eyes. What on earth is going on with Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan? These two people are sometimes a sister and sometimes a brother. Have they forgotten that they have already signed an agreement to sever ties with the Lin family? Tell Lin Hao what you have said, and don't bother me here. What nonsense are you talking about? You are our younger brother. In my heart, I only have one younger brother, and that's you. Don't mention Lin Hao anymore. I was confused before, but now I am not confused. We are a family. Lin Qingyu had a determined look on her face, even a bit stubborn. Lin Jilan adjusted her cheongsam. Brother, this is the cheongsam that my second sister and I specially selected to celebrate your good grades in the exam. Lin Xian was stunned. Lin Xian was not surprised to hear these words coming from Lin Qingyu. Because Lin Qingyu herself has a carefree temper. However, when Lin Jilan said this, Lin Xian really didn't believe it. Lin Jilan doesn't like to talk much, and when he returns home, he hardly gets to say a few words to anyone. Either in his room or in the practice room. It really looks like a proud white swan. Is it because you know the truth of the matter that you are so humble today? Isn't this a huge change? What shocked Lin Xian even more was the next two people's actions. After finishing talking to Lin Xian, Lin Qingyu actually pulled Lin Jilan to Zhou Yuzhen's side. Auntie, you are here to cheer for Lin Xian, too, right? You have worked so hard. Don't be nervous, I believe my brother will definitely get good grades. Lin Xian is so smart and hard-working, he will definitely be able to win the first battle. Lin Qingyu smiled like a flower and even held Zhou Yuzhen's hand. Hearing Lin Qingyu's approval of Lin Xian, Zhou Yuzhen also nodded. Moment. Lin Xian felt like countless crows were flying overhead. Lin Qingyu, can you please stop having a seizure? This is a joint entrance examination, not the college entrance examination yet. What do you mean by a successful start? You are exaggerating. Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan both have fair skin, beautiful looks and long legs. Now they are wearing specially customized cheongsams. It can be said that they attract everyone's attention wherever they go. After saying these words just now, it's hard for me not to become famous. It's so embarrassing. Lin Qingyu, stop talking, so many people are looking this way. Lin Xian just stopped it. Lin Qingyu's voice suddenly became louder. What's the matter? I'm telling the truth. As a big sister, I naturally hope that my little brother can get good grades. I believe that all the parents present here feel the same way as I do. After so many years of hard work, everyone hopes that your sweat will bear fruit. Although it's just a joint entrance exam, it doesn't affect our enthusiasm. As soon as Lin Qingyu finished speaking, thunderous applause suddenly broke out around her. That's very well said. The children have worked so hard for so many years and they deserve something in return. As a parent, this is what I think in my heart. Whether it is the joint entrance examination or the college entrance examination, we hope that the children can achieve excellent results. Lin Qingyu expressed everyone's thoughts and received a lot of praise. Lin Xian was speechless again. Brother Xian, your singing star sister has a strong appeal, amazing. Zhang Xinxin followed suit and applauded, and didn't even turn his head when talking to Lin Xian. Ignore her. Just listen to their nonsense. Xiao Xian, don't say that about your second sister. Lin Zhongdao and the others are the ones who are confused. Your second and third sisters are quite clear-headed. Lin Pinggan stopped him in a low voice. Lin Xian sighed helplessly and could only lower his head. At this time, everyone around knew that two celebrities came to cheer them up. This name is really depressing. They have completely disgraced me. Seeing this scene, Zhou Qiuyun and Zhang Shouxin looked at each other in surprise. Zhou Qiuyun quickly came up to Zhang Xinxin and seriously grabbed Zhang Xinxin's arm. Son, please don't mind that Mom was not thoughtful this time. When the college entrance examination comes, Mom will make a banner and hire a few people to hold it up. I will definitely give you enough momentum. Take your time on the test and don't feel stressed. Zhang Xinxin was smiling happily just a moment ago, but after hearing what Zhou Qiuyun said, his face immediately turned sad. Mom, let's not join in the fun here. My brother Xian is a rare talent. He can get good grades in the exams with just a stroke of his pen. My bottle is half full, so please don't embarrass me. Although the learning method given by Lin Xian is effective, Zhang Xinxin is still clear about his own strengths and weaknesses. Lin Xian raised a smile. Zhang Xinxin finally realized what he had felt just now, and he couldn't make any sarcastic remarks at this moment. Lin Xian just turned his head and was suddenly met with a gaze. Not far away, Lin Hao was staring at him, his eyes almost spitting fire. Before leaving in the morning, Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan deliberately left early. Along the way, Lin Zhongdao kept saying that his two sisters went to school early to give him a surprise. Lin Hao also believed that they must have planned this in advance. So Lin Hao had already prepared himself mentally. I hope to see Lin Xian, and I hope Lin Xian can see everything Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan have done for me. Based on my understanding of these two sisters, they are definitely high profile. At that time, he wouldn't have to do anything to crush Lin Xian. So what if you are the biological son of the Lin family? No one cares about you. So what if you are someone's legitimate son? No one cares about you. Lin Xian, as long as I, Lin Hao, am here, you have no right to participate in the Lin family's affairs. This sense of superiority has always accompanied Lin Hao. But the moment he stepped down from the business car, Lin Hao discovered that he was wrong, and extremely wrong. From a distance, Lin Hao saw Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan surrounding Lin Xian, both of them smiling widely. Lin Hao also clearly saw that Lin Qingyu was actually holding Zhou Yuzhen's hand. What's the situation? The two sisters came here to give Lin Xian a surprise and to cheer him up. Dad, what's going on? Lin Hao stared at the scene in the distance, his whole body a little dazed. Lin Zhongdao was also surprised. He had never expected that such a thing would happen. Maybe, seeing that we haven't arrived yet, they went over to say hello. Lin Zhongdao's voice was dry and he didn't even believe what he said. Looking at the enthusiastic looks on the two daughters' faces, it was not just a greeting, it was obvious that they were well prepared. Although he said this, Lin Zhongdao felt mixed emotions. Under normal circumstances, I would naturally scold my two daughters and ask them to come over. But right now, there is a lot of traffic in front of the school gate. This is not the time to teach my daughter a lesson in public. Qin Yulan ignored Lin Zhongdao and kept her eyes on Lin Xian. I also wanted to go over and say a few words to Lin Xian. But when they came, Lin Qingyu repeatedly reminded them that they just needed to cheer for Lin Xian, and she would stay on Lin Zhongdao. So as not to let them notice anything. Qin Yulan said to herself. Lin Xian, whether you recognize me or not, Mom is here. Son, you must do well in the exam. Mom believes in you. At this moment, the tenderness in Qin Yulan's eyes almost overflowed. This is too much. What on earth are Xiaoyu and the others doing? Call them and ask them to come back. Lin Zhongdao's voice was low and his face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice. I have said more than once that Lin Xian's actions have almost pushed the Lin family into a dead end, so it would be better not to have this son. These two girls actually went against his wishes and openly interacted with Lin Xian. Are you really trying to piss yourself off to death? What time is it now? Why are you still calling? What's the point of calling them back? It's Lin Hao's exam, not theirs. That's it. It's not worth it to affect your mood. Lin Zhongdao gritted his teeth and clenched his hands tightly. What do you mean? Whose mood is being affected? Lin Xian has brought this upon the Lin family, and you're still worried about affecting his mood. Every time he thought of Lin Xian, Lin Zhongdao felt so angry that his teeth itched. Because of this rebellious son, all my plans have to be postponed, and at this moment, the whole family is against me. Qin Yulan glared at Lin Zhongdao unhappily. Do you really have to make such a fuss? Are you going to let Xiao Hao take the exam? Have you considered his feelings? After these words were spoken, the forest path really became quiet. I was so angry that I was confused. Right now, Lin Hao's exam is the most important thing. As for preaching, it won't be too late to do it after he returns. I won't bother with this rebellious son today, but I will settle this account with him sooner or later. Lin Zhongdao squeezed out these words from his throat and looked at Lin Hao again. Don't worry, Xiao Hao. Your results are there. You don't have to be afraid even if everyone cheers for Lin Xian. Just focus on the exam and don't worry about the rest. Dad believes that you can perform well and will definitely do better than Lin Xian. Lin Hao nodded and said something aggrievedly. Okay Dad, I will definitely take the exam seriously. At this time, the gate of number 42 middle school slowly opened. Many candidates began to walk in. The same goes for Lin Xian and Zhang Sensen. Compared with his own school, number 42 middle school is more luxurious. But Lin Xian always felt that his high school was more familiar to him. That sense of belonging is unmatched by any other school. Fatty, hold on to your admission ticket and don't lose it. Seeing Zhang Sensen playing with his admission ticket, Lin Xian reminded him in time. Don't worry, even if I lose it, I won't lose my admission ticket. I'm going to turn left now, see you after the test. Zhang Sensen and Lin Xian were not in the same examination room. After walking for a while, the two naturally separated. Lin Xian found the examination room, found the corresponding seat, and then put away his stationery. It's not time for the exam yet, so Lin Xian's mind relaxed. I have already mastered the knowledge for the college entrance examination, so this joint examination is just a formality for me. Different from the previous life. After his rebirth, Lin Xian wants to live for himself and no longer try to please anyone, and he will not deliberately get low scores just to consider Lin Hao's feelings. I should take exams well, work hard to make money, show filial piety in time, and take every step of my life well. Otherwise, it would be a shame to live again. A few minutes later. Gradually more and more students came to the classroom. Suddenly, Lin Xian spotted a familiar figure. Su Yuexiao. The moment their eyes met, Su Yuexiao's face also showed surprise. Lin Xian, are you also taking this exam? Yeah, what a coincidence, where is your seat? As soon as Lin Xian finished asking, Su Yuexiao pointed to a table on the left of Lin Xian. Right here. I didn't expect that we would be desk mates during the exam. Try your best and strive for good grades. Come on. Lin Xian was infected by Su Yuexiao's smile and started smiling too. Okay, let's work together. Because Lin Xian was by her side, Su Yuexiao suddenly felt inexplicably at ease. The slight nervousness I felt before entering the examination room was gone. Su Yuexiao, don't be nervous. Isn't your desk mate sitting next to you? Just treat this as a normal exam. Su Yuexiao told herself this more than once in her heart. After the students were almost ready, the invigilator walked in with a stack of test papers. Next, the formal examination began. For Lin Xian, the test questions were very simple. If the examination center did not have a rule prohibiting early submission of the paper, I would definitely hand in the paper within 45 minutes after the start of the exam. After finally waiting until the allotted time, Lin Xian was the first to stand up. Amid everyone's surprised gazes, Lin Xian handed in his paper and left. When they saw Lin Xian coming out, the parents waiting at the school gate were all stunned, and then they couldn't help but start talking. Why did someone come out so early? Are the questions in the joint entrance examination particularly difficult? It's absolutely impossible to finish the questions so quickly. You probably don't know any of them, so just hand them in quickly, right? If the joint entrance examination is like this, let alone the college entrance examination. Hearing the discussions of the parents around her, Lin Qingyu couldn't help but look up. The person those parents were talking about was actually Lin Xian. Xiaolan. Oh no. My brother failed the exam. Lin Qingyu exclaimed. Although Lin Qingyu tried to restrain herself, her face was still full of worry. Lin Qingyu didn't take it too seriously after hearing everyone's discussion just now. But when she saw that the person who came out was Lin Xian, Lin Qingyu's heart suddenly rose to her throat. Coming out early means you definitely didn't do well in the exam. Besides, Lin Hao had told them more than once before that Lin Xian was a terrible student and often hung out with gangsters outside of school. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyu's face had become very ugly. Second sister, it shouldn't be as serious as you say. Lin Jilan's eyes flickered and his tone was full of uncertainty. Lin Jilan did not say the rest. Even if you have excellent grades, isn't it too rash to hand in the paper so early? Let's go and take a look. If Lin Xian is in a bad mood, we must comfort him. It's nothing, actually. This isn't the college entrance exam, right? Lin Qingyu tried hard to keep herself calm, but in fact she was already panicking. Lin Jilan nodded and had made up his mind. Even though they couldn't help much, they could still say some words of comfort. Before he could think about it, Lin Jilan was pulled by Lin Qingyu to Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Hearing Lin Qingyu calling him again, Lin Xian frowned again. What? Lin Qingyu took a deep breath, and then started to output rapidly. Listen to me, no matter how you do in the exam, I will always stand by your side. Don't even mention the joint entrance exam. Even if you fail the college entrance exam, it doesn't matter. I've already said that I'll use all my connections to get you into a school you're happy with. My eldest sister had an important meeting so she didn't come, but she said we must hear this. Don't be afraid, don't feel pressured. Lin Qingyu looked anxious, as if she had failed the exam. Lin Xian was completely confused. I was just the first one to come out, why were they so sure that I failed the exam? Where does this confidence come from? Don't worry about my business. Lin Xian was too lazy to say a word to them and just wanted to get around them and go home as quickly as possible. When Lin Xian went out this morning, he had already told Zhou Yuzhen that he would let them go home after he entered the examination room. I want to eat noodles with soybean paste. I guess the noodles with soybean paste are ready by now. We are your sisters, no matter what, we can't do it. Lin Xian, we are a family, your business is our business. Lin Qingyu looked at Lin Xian stubbornly. At this time, Lin Jilan said something. Lin Xian, you don't have to care about other people's eyes and opinions. Even if others deny you, we will stand by your side. Lin Jilan's voice was not loud, but his eyes were full of determination. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Lin Jilan curiously. Is this still the Lin Jilan I know? To others, these words sound like the typical quote of a brother-protecting maniac. If those previous things had not happened, I would have been deeply moved to hear Lin Jilan say this. Isn't this the family love that I longed for before? But how can a broken heart be healed by just a few words? I'll take care of my own affairs, you don't have to worry about them. Lin Jilan wanted to say something, but Lin Xian spoke again. Please move aside. I want to go home for dinner. Before the two men could react, Lin Xian had already strode away. Lin Jilan's eyes were red as he silently looked at Lin Xian's back. Second sister, Lin Xian must hate us so much that he said such things. Don't be afraid, hard work pays off. I don't believe I can't move him. Lin Jilan sighed. Now, I finally understand Lin Xian's feelings. When Lin Xian was in the Lin family, he always tried his best to please everyone. Lin Xian prepares a fruit plate for his eldest sister and makes sure it is placed there 5 minutes before his eldest sister comes home every day. Knowing that singing would hurt his second sister's voice, Lin Xian went to pick honeysuckle early in the morning just to make tea for her. And the things Lin Xian has done for himself are countless. But all they gave you Lin Xuan was denial and disdain. This is what it feels like to have your enthusiasm dashed. I only encountered such a thing once and I felt extremely painful. At that time, Lin Xian lived in this mood every day. Now, Lin Jilan is regretting to death. Lin Jilan was filled with remorse. Lin Qingyu was thinking about how to make Lin Xian trust her next. I did a lot of things that made Lin Xian sad in the past. Now that I understand what happened, I have to make up for it. Second sister, what should we do now? Lin Jilan's voice interrupted Lin Qingyu's thoughts. After taking a look at the school gate, Lin Qingyu said unhappily, let's go back to the car and wait. It's a waste of time standing here. Didn't Dad tell us? We'll take Lin Hao back when we see him. Lin Jilan was stunned. Is that what Dad just said? I remember my father saying that the company had important matters to deal with and they had to go back first. After Lin Hao leaves the examination room, I must comfort him well. Dad also told me that no matter what Lin Hao asked for, he had to satisfy him. Thinking of what Lin Zhongdao said, Lin Jilan sneered in his heart. He treated this illegitimate child so well that he almost wanted to take his heart out of him. With great dissatisfaction filling his heart, Lin Jilan simply stopped arguing and followed Lin Qingyu back to the business car. About 20 minutes later, the car door was suddenly opened. Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan turned their heads at the same time. Xiaohao, why did you come out? It's not time to finish the exam yet. Different from the attitude she had just shown towards Lin Xian, Lin Qingyu spoke to him as if she was talking to a stranger. As soon as Lin Hao opened his mouth, Lin Qingyu interrupted him. I know what happened. You must have failed the test, right? Oh, what a pity. Usually, you always say that your academic performance is very good. Why did you do so badly in the exam this time? The joint entrance examination is the same as the college entrance examination. If you don't know how to take the college entrance examination, you won't be able to pass it, right? That won't do. After all, you are a member of the Lin family. It would be so embarrassing if this got out. Lin Qingyu spoke fast and said a lot in one breath. The questions were difficult and Lin Hao failed to answer several of the big ones. Lin Hao was already in a bad mood, and after hearing what Lin Qingyu said, he was about to cry. Look at you, you're such a grown-up and you're still crying. How come you don't have any manliness at all? You're such a sissy. Originally, Lin Hao just felt aggrieved. Stimulated by Lin Qingyu, Lin Hao's tears began to fall. At this time, Lin Jilan also said something lightly. If you don't do well in the exam, then you don't do well in the exam. Lin Hao was stunned and forgot to wipe away his tears. What happened to Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan? Before I could say anything, they started to mock me. It's as if he has a deep hatred towards me. I haven't provoked them in the recent period, why are they targeting me so much? And they are so consistent. Unless. An ominous premonition flashed through Lin Hao's mind. By the way, Lin Hao, do you think the Chongsams your third sister and I are wearing are pretty? Lin Hao was once again confused by Lin Qingyu's questions. Today is the joint entrance examination. They don't care about their test scores, so why are they starting to discuss clothes? In order not to show anything, Lin Hao forced a smile on his face. They look good. Second and third sisters look good in anything they wear. That's different. This Chongsam was tailor-made by Wen's Clothing, and it was delivered by Lu Wu himself. After hearing this, Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. Lu Wu. It was Lu Wu. Lin Hao pretended to be unaware, but he was already panicking inside. Second sister, which Lu Wu? He was the one who used to be our family's cook. I loved the dongpa pork he cooked the most, but he ran away because he thought our salary was too low. Having said that, Lin Qingyu looked at Lin Hao. Because of this incident, I changed several chefs. But one should not be too picky, or else he will suffer retribution. Now Lu Wu's retribution has come. No one wants him as a private chef anymore. Now he's being used as an errand boy instead. Lin Hao clenched his hands tightly. Now, he can be sure that Lin Qingyu and Lu Wu have met. Did Lu Wu tell us what happened back then? If Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan knew the truth of what happened back then, they would never let me go. Lin Hao swallowed hard, trying to hide the unnatural expression on his face, but his voice trembled a little. How much can an errand runner earn? Who knows? Odd jobs like this don't come around every day. It depends on luck. In order to confirm something from Lin Hao, Lin Qingyu deliberately mentioned Lu Wu. Lin Hao's secret was revealed. Lin Hao didn't perform well in the exam just now, and now Lin Qingyu brought up such a thing, which made him feel upset. Just now, Lin Hao wanted to ask his two sisters why they were surrounding Lin Xian, but now he didn't have any thoughts at all. Lin Hao didn't say a word along the rest of the way. Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan were too lazy to say another word to him. At the same time, Lin family villa. There was a sumptuous lunch on the dining table. Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan sat opposite each other, and next to Qin Yulan sat Lin Rusheng. That's exactly what happened. Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan are really pissing me off to death. Talking about what happened in the morning, Lin Zhongdao was furious. These two people were obviously there to cheer for Lin Hao, but when they arrived at the entrance of number 42 middle school, Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan began to surround Lin Xian. This rebellious son has caused such a disaster for the Lin family. How could these two sisters be so foolish? If the dishes had not been touched, Lin Zhongdao would have slammed the table. Lin Rusheng listened to Lin Zhongdao's story without interrupting him. Now seeing Lin Zhongdao getting furious, Lin Rusheng finally spoke. Dad, you don't have to be so angry. I think my second and third sisters did nothing wrong. What? Rushuang, even you are biased towards Lin Xian. It's not a preference, but we have no other choice at the moment. Lin Rushuang had a serious look on her face. Lin Zhongdao frowned. What does no way mean? Hearing Lin Rushuang say this, it seems like there is no other choice. Tell me what you mean by no choice. Lin Rushuang cleared her throat, still maintaining her usual calmness. Dad, both publicly and privately, we can no longer treat Lin Xian the same way as before. To be fair, Lin Xian has been suffering from injustice since he came to our family. The past 2 years in the Lin family have also been the most difficult 2 years for him. Who would have thought that the young master of the Lin family would take a part-time job just to have enough food to eat? Look at how we treated Lin Hao, and then think about whether it is fair to treat Lin Xian in this way. Lin Zhongdao stood up suddenly and pointed at Lin Rusheng. Are you saying that our Lin family has treated Lin Xian unfairly? Qin Yulan snorted in her heart. You know better than anyone whether you have been treated unfairly or not. In order to protect Lin Hao, the illegitimate son, what can't you do? Now you are here and questioning your daughter with such audacity, are you worthy? If I hadn't considered the distribution of the company's equity, I would have broken off with this beast long ago. Why would it drag on until now? Today, seeing Lin Xian standing not far away, Qin Yulan wanted to walk over and say a few words to him. But for the sake of the overall situation, I have to endure it. Now Lin Zhongdao feels aggrieved. What is there for him to feel aggrieved about? Qin Yulan felt annoyed and her brows furrowed. Secondly, based on the current situation, I think the best solution is to bring Lin Xian back. What? Lin Rushuang. Are you crazy? Lin Zhongdao was horrified and could no longer control his anger. When it comes to business acumen, Lin Rusheng has shown extraordinary talent since she was a child. Since taking over the group, Lin Zhongdao has listened to his daughter's advice on many things. But Lin Zhongdao firmly disagreed with what Lin Rusheng said now. Dad, listen to me. After the business banquet and the security center incident, many families think that we have become a thorn in the Zhou family's side. Dad also postponed the launch of the special cold medicine because of this incident, for fear of pressure from the Zhou family. But Dad, have you ever thought about this? The Zhou family is not the only one in Kyoto. We also have to consider the rumors. Right now, our Lin family is performing the scene that everyone is looking forward to. After saying that, Lin Rusheng looked at Qin Yulan. My daughter is right. You and Lin Xian are so estranged now. It's really painful for your loved ones and joy for your enemies. Others would watch the fun and say a few words, saying that Lin Zhongdao was obsessed with money and even gave up his own son for a few bucks. You don't recognize Lin Xian. To put it bluntly, aren't you worried that the Zhou family will make trouble and affect your business prospects? Think about it carefully, is this something a human would do? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Qin Yulan and Lin Rushuang worked together in perfect harmony. Lin Zhongdao wanted to refute, but he couldn't say a word. Dad, Mom is right. Brother Lin Xian can't stay with his adoptive parents forever. As soon as Lin Hao stepped into the living room, he began to persuade Lin Zhongdao. Even if brother Lin Xian is ignorant and makes Dad angry, the young master can't stay out all the time. If you really have to leave, then the one who leaves should be someone like me. You are a family, even if you encounter difficulties, you should face them together. Lin Hao's voice was bitter, and he looked at Lin Zhongdao pitifully. Seeing Lin Hao like this, Lin Zhongdao felt distressed. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't ever say you're an adopted son again. We've been together for more than a decade. In our eyes, you're our biological son. Lin Zhongdao put his arm around Lin Hao, and his expression relaxed a lot. The three sisters looked at each other, then looked towards the forest calmly. Lin Hao's behavior was so obvious, they didn't believe that Lin Zhongdao couldn't see it. Unless Lin Zhongdao is a fool, he would not fall into Lin Hao's trap. Qin Yulan was also secretly observing Lin Hao. This little bastard said this just to prevent Lin Zhongdao from taking Lin Xian back. Pretending to be so pitiful, it sounds better than singing. But at this moment, Lin Hao begged Lin Zhongdao again. Dad, just bring brother Lin Xian back home. A happy family reunion is better than anything else. Lin Qingyu was puzzled. Lin Hao failed the exam. Is there something wrong with his brain? He actually repeatedly urged Lin Zhongdao to find Lin Xian and come back. What good intentions could this weasel have? Lin Zhongdao looked at Lin Hao, and then thought about what Lin Risheng had just said. Okay, I'll listen to you. It's getting late, come and eat. Lin Hao was delighted and immediately pulled Qin Yulan's arm. Mom, brother Lin Xian is coming back, are you happy? Lin Hao was completely confused. He felt a sharp pain on half of his face and realized that he had been beaten by Lin Xian again. Touching the swollen slap mark, Lin Hao gritted his teeth. Lin Xian, I will remember this slap. Let's wait and see. After beating Lin Hao, Lin Xian felt more at ease. Lin Xian even felt that perhaps God let Lin Hao appear just now just to make him vent his anger. After that, everything went pretty smoothly. Review the questions, solve the questions, check, hand in the paper, and leave the examination room. Lin Xian completed it almost in one go. At the beginning, many students were confused, but after 2 exams, the students in the examination room seemed to have adapted to this situation. Only on the last day of the biology exam did Lin Xian choose to hand in the paper with everyone else. Biology is the last subject, and after taking the exam, the joint examination will be over. Zhang Xinsen told Lin Xian more than once that the last exam must be taken until the very end, out of respect for the invigilator. No matter where Zhang Xinsen heard this from, Lin Xian still did it. When the bell for handing in the papers rang, many students stood up. The same goes for Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao. After handing in the papers, everyone left the classroom one after another. As soon as I arrived in the corridor, many people began to talk in low voices. It's so strange today. That tall and handsome boy didn't leave first. Is that all? The same thing happened to that pretty female classmate. They both persisted to the end. I've said it before, there must be something fishy going on between the two of them. I think they are probably dating. Every time the boys handed in their papers, not long after, the girls also handed in their papers. Isn't this something that was agreed upon? Either they don't know how to do it, or they join forces. Wow, I'm so excited just thinking about this. The discussion became louder and louder, and Su Yuexiao's expression became unnatural. Pressing a strand of hair behind her ear, Su Yuexiao coughed lightly and lowered her head shyly. Naturally, Lin Xian heard all these discussions clearly. Dating. A powerful alliance. What does this have to do with anything? It's a pity they could think of such a thing. Being teased by these people, Lin Xian felt a little awkward talking to Su Yuexiao. Lin Xian, how do you feel about this joint exam? Su Yuexiao's sweet voice came over. It's okay. The questions are not too difficult. What do you think? Seeing Lin Xian turning his head, Su Yuexiao also showed a serious look on her face. Well, the other subjects are okay, but my thinking was a little unclear on the last math question. Then I'll write down the solution to the problem for you before class this afternoon. Thanks. The two people talked as they walked and soon arrived at the school gate. Lin Xian slowed down and saw Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan were talking. He hurriedly said something to Su Yuexiao and left. When Lin Jilan went to look for him again, Lin Xian had already disappeared. Lin Jilan sighed, and his voice was full of helplessness. Second sister, Lin Xian ran away again. I'm so pissed. Is this Lin Xian taking a test or playing hide-and-seek with us? Lin Qingyu was about to turn around, but suddenly changed her mind. Let's go. We can't come here for nothing. While speaking, Lin Qingyu grabbed Lin Jilan's hand and quickly blended into the group of senior high school students. Hello, classmate. I'm Lin Xian's sister. I just saw you two walking out together. Are you classmates? Lin Qingyu smiled and spoke in a gentle voice. Naturally, I recognized this daughter of the Su family. However, in order to get some information out of her, I could only pretend not to know her. When Su Yuexiao heard that the person in front of her was Lin Xian's sister, she quickly stopped and nodded. Yes, Lin Xian and I are classmates. What can I do for you? Su Yuexiao was neither humble nor arrogant, and was very graceful and generous. Lin Qingyu liked it when she saw it. It's like this, we want to find out about Lin Xian's situation in school. As older sisters, we care about our younger brother, but boys are always very concise when they speak. So, classmate, can you tell me what Lin Xian is like in school? A smile appeared on Su Yuexiao's face. Student Lin Xian's grades are excellent. In this exam, many people haven't finished the questions yet, but he has already handed in his paper. His goal is Nanyang Technological University, you know that, right? Everyone says he will have no problem getting into Nanyang Technological University. He doesn't talk much, but he is helpful and likes to help his classmates very much. Su Yuexiao evaluated Lin Xian seriously. Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan showed surprise on their faces. Is the Lin Xian that this girl is talking about the same person as the one they knew before? Lin Xian is selfish and indifferent, full of bad habits, and his grades are terrible, ranking last in the class. He is a thief and has a very bad character. He doesn't even have any friends. These were all misleading information given to them by Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian in real life is so outstanding. Second sister, our previous worries were unnecessary. Lin Xian handed in his paper early because he had good grades, but that doesn't mean he failed the exam. Lin Jilan sighed. Su Yuexiao showed an expression of disbelief on her face. How is it possible that Lin Xian failed the exam? If he fails the test, no one else will have to take it. Don't worry, Lin Xian can't fail the exam. He is a top scorer. Lin Jilan's words gave Lin Qingyu more confidence, and her little face turned red. Thank you, classmate. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Okay, bye. Lin Jilan was overjoyed. Lin Qingyu looked at Su Yuexiao's back, as if thinking about something. Second sister, what are you thinking about? You should be happy now. Our previous understanding of Lin Xian was wrong. Lin Xian is great. Lin Qingyu smiled. Well, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. But, of course, my Lin Qingyu's brother is the best. Lin Jilan had just calmed down, but was confused again by what Lin Qingyu said. What do you mean by beauty in the eyes of the beholder? Second sister, why am I getting more confused the more I listen? Lin Qingyu withdrew her gaze. I have inquired about it these past 2 days. Lin Xian has a special relationship with that girl. If this goes wrong, we might even end up calling each other brother and sister-in-law in the future. Ah, it's not that exaggerated, right? Dating is prohibited in high school. After Lin Jilan finished speaking, he covered his mouth with his hands, afraid that others would hear him. Who said they were in love? Isn't it okay for them to have feelings for each other? In a few days, the college entrance examination will be over. When you look at those parents again, they will not only ask about their children's grades but also urge them to fall in love. Lin Jilan was speechless. If that were the case, then the time span between these two events would be too short. My brother has excellent grades and is handsome. He is the coolest guy on the street wherever he goes. Lin Qingyu had a smug look on her face, but as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly looked nervous again. No, Xiaolan, have you ever thought that the more outstanding Lin Xian is, the more dangerous he is? It's okay that Lin Hao doesn't know his life experience, but if he did, how terrifying would he be? He would be a complete villain. To be able to endure for so many years without showing off, he must be ruthless. Once Lin Hao realizes that Lin Xian will affect his inheritance of the family property, he will definitely stop at nothing. Not only is Lin Xian in a worrying situation, I don't think we will have a good ending either. After saying this, Lin Qingyu felt a chill on her back. Chen Jinyan remained in her thoughts, and her eyes did not leave Lin Xian for a long time. What are you doing, classmate Chen? Are you crazy? Your eyes are about to pop out of your head. Zhang Xinxin waved his hand in front of Chen Jinyan. Chen Jinyan pouted and gave Zhang Xinxin a big eye roll. Boring. I really don't know who is boring. No matter how boring I am, I will never be like you. When you look at my brother Xian, you stretch your neck so long, be careful to get cervical spondylosis. Chen Jinyan was speechless, her eyes wide open, but she couldn't say a word. At this time, Zhang Xinsen wanted to say something, but suddenly he heard a cough, and Zhang Xinsen immediately closed his mouth. Although I didn't look back, I knew from the voice that it was coming from Du Chuan. Zhang Xinsen took a deep breath and thought to himself, I'm so scared. My heart is beating so fast. Taking a step back, Zhang Xinsen's face showed his former calmness. I just couldn't stand Chen Jinyan's behavior and wanted to stand up for her and say a few more words, but I couldn't let the goddess in my heart misunderstand me. A few steps away, Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao were still discussing the questions. Several students next to them looked over there from time to time, with envy on their faces. Just like Zhang Xinsen said. How could they possibly participate in the communication between the top students? After finishing the things at hand, Lin Rusheng hurried home. Just now on the phone, Lin Qingyu had already explained the whole thing, and Lin Rusheng's brows were furrowed. This Xiaoyu is really a worry. She had been told not to act rashly or on impulse, but they actually caused trouble at the critical moment. I have to investigate the company's situation and deal with the mess at home. I am so busy now that I wish I could do two things at once. Following Lin Qingyu's instructions, Lin Rusheng packed a lot of food in the trunk, but she didn't know if she could take it upstairs. Before a complete strategy could be figured out, the car had already arrived at the door of the villa. 5 minutes later, Lin Rusheng appeared in the living room. The living room was very quiet, with occasional crying sounds. After walking a few steps forward, Lin Rusheng saw Lin Zhongdao and Lin Hao sitting on the sofa. Lin Hao's eyes were red, and it was obvious that he had been crying. Xiaohao, what's wrong? Did you not do well in the exam? Out of instinct, Lin Rusheng asked. Hearing this, Lin Zhongdao's face began to droop again. What kind of question are you asking? Are you hoping that he won't do well in the exam? Is there any sister like you? Lin Rushuang's heart tightened. Lin Zhongdao's voice was not loud, but it was full of pressure. Putting the bag aside, Lin Rusheng began to explain. Dad, you misunderstood. I saw Xiaohao's eyes were swollen from crying. Isn't this worrying? Actually, Xiaohao doesn't need to feel that much pressure. It's just a joint exam now, so it won't affect the college entrance exam. Besides, our Xiaohao is so smart and has always been well-behaved and sensible. The question you asked just now seems a bit redundant. Lin Rushuang said this very naturally, just like before. After hearing this, Lin Hao felt warm in his heart and reached out to hold Lin Rusheng's arm. Big sister, you still love me. Second sister and third sister don't love me anymore. And mom, she's also ignoring me now. Did I do something wrong? Big sister, please don't ignore me. Seeing that Lin Hao was about to jump into her arms, Lin Rusheng hurriedly reached out to hold his shoulders. Xiaohao, you think too much. Everyone loves you. Come, sister will wipe your tears for you. Lin Rusheng personally wiped the tears from Lin Hao's face, and then pulled him to sit on the sofa. In this way, he perfectly avoided Lin Hao's hug. After listening to Lin Rusheng's explanation, Lin Zhongdao's expression eased a little. You are still sensible. Xiaoyu and Xiaolan are really pissing me off. Thinking of what happened just now, Lin Zhongdao couldn't contain his anger. What's going on at home? Everything is a mess. First, that rebellious son Lin Xian caused such a big disaster at the business banquet, and then he insulted the young master of the Zhou family at the security center. Now, even Xiaoyu and Xiaolan are against me. We asked them to pick up Xiaohao, but they actually lost him. These two people have no sense of responsibility at all. I'm telling you, don't touch my bottom line. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because I don't get angry. Lin Zhongdao spoke in a very loud voice, as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction during this period of time. Lin Rushuang lowered her head and said nothing. The reason you are so frustrated is that everything is out of your control. Perhaps the most important reason is that we are beginning to distance ourselves from Lin Hao and become closer to Lin Xian, right? Now, the entire Lin family is in a delicate state. The mother and her 3 sisters already knew Lin Hao's identity, but they kept it to themselves. The purpose is to wait for the opportunity and minimize the losses. Lin Zhongdao was furious because Lin Xian disrupted the progress of the plan. As for Lin Hao, Lin Rusheng has no way of guessing now. If Lin Hao was unaware of this, I would be able to accept giving him some money and asking him to leave. No matter what his status is, he has lived in the Lin family for more than 10 years after all. Even if he has been feeding the cats and dogs for a long time, he will have feelings for them. However, he had done so many things to hurt Lin Xian before, and giving him some money and asking him not to disturb the lives of the Lin family forever was already enough to do him justice. But if Lin Hao is one of the participants in this plan, that's another matter. If Lin Hao knew everything but was acting with them wearing a mask, then I will definitely not be soft-hearted. Lin Rusheng lowered her head again, a hint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. Did you listen to me? Do you know how long it took me to find Xiaohao? If I don't drive there myself, you'll never see your brother again. Xiaoyu and Xiaolan really disappoint me. Lin Zhongdao looked heartbroken and shook his head with emotion. Dad, Xiaoyu and Xiaolan were wrong in this matter. I will teach them a lesson right now. How could they treat Xiaohao like this? Go ahead. You're the eldest sister, and they'll still listen to you. Your mother has already gone to reason with them. Lin Rushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Although he said a lot of reluctant words just now, based on the current situation, Lin Zhongdao should not have discovered anything. Okay, Dad, you try to persuade Xiaohao, I'll go up first. After saying that, Lin Rusheng hurried upstairs. Second floor bedroom. Lin Jilan and Lin Qingyu sat on the sofa, worried looks on their faces. Qin Yulan sat on the chaise longue, looking listless, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Mom, we've talked so much, what do you think? Do we have to bring Lin Xian back now? The consequences could be serious. Lin Qingyu urged again. Just now, I have explained the pros and cons clearly, but my mother still didn't express her opinion. Lin Qingyu was anxious. Mom, my second sister is right. We can't be stubborn at this time. If we bring Lin Xian back now, we might end up hurting him. Hearing this, Qin Yulan looked up suddenly. No. Why? Lin Qingyu was shocked and puzzled. Next to him, Lin Jilan couldn't help but ask. Mom, have you thought of a better solution? Qin Yulan's eyes widened and her hands clenched into fists. I must bring my biological son back. I am Qin Yulan, and I must not become a laughingstock. Lin Xian is my biological son, he can't live in someone else's home. Lin Qingyu became anxious when she heard this. What's the logic behind this? Do I have to take my biological son back now? To put it bluntly, the Lin family is no safer than the outside world now. In fact, Lin Xian will face greater danger when he returns. Lin Xian is their real young master and their biological brother. Because of this, they should be more concerned about his safety. Lin Qingyu was just thinking about continuing to persuade when the door suddenly opened. Everyone was startled, but they were relieved when they saw Lin Rushuang coming in. Sister, you're back. Lin Qingyu stood up hurriedly, her voice full of grievance. Lin Rusheng nodded, then looked at Qin Yulan. Has Mom cried? Qin Yulan's eyes were red and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Lin Qingyu walked around to Lin Rusheng's back and closed the door, then lowered her voice and talked about what had just happened. Mom insisted on bringing Lin Xian back home, but Xiaolan and I both thought it was inappropriate. What's wrong? Lin Zhongdao has bullied me like this, should I just swallow my anger? I have carefully raised that illegitimate child for more than 10 years. If this were to get out, people would definitely laugh their heads off. If I don't bring my biological son to my side now, where will my dignity be? How can I face the Qin family? Qin Yulan became more and more excited as she spoke, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Mom, it's already this time, do you still have any shame? Which is more important, your son's life or your face? Lin Qingyu stamped her feet in anxiety. Mom has always been a sensible person, why is she so confused now? But no matter what Lin Qingyu said, Qin Yulan still insisted on her own idea. The Qin family is a prominent family. For the sake of love, he followed Lin Zhongdao to Kyoto. For 20 years, I have given everything to this man, but in the end it was all in vain. He raised the mistress's child for more than 10 years, while his own son was suffering outside. How can I have the face to mention such a thing to my parents and relatives? At this moment, Qin Yulan had made up her mind. Even if it means falling out, even if we are both dead, I must keep Lin Xian by my side. Impossible. I will never let this pair of bastards succeed. Without the Qin family's support, Lin Zhongdao is nothing. Qin Yulan's voice became louder and louder, and Lin Rusheng hurriedly sat down next to her. Mom, don't get excited. Walls have ears. I know you want to bring your brother back, but Xiaolan and Xiaoyu are right. Now is not the right time. Qin Yulan turned her head. Why? Lin Rusheng's eyes turned, and then a smile appeared on her face. Mom, we all understand how you feel, but these few days won't make a difference. Lin Xian is about to take the college entrance examination, and we can't disturb him at this time. Anyway, Lin Xian is your biological son. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Why don't we let Lin Xian concentrate on the college entrance examination first? After the exam, we can ask Lin Xian for his opinion. What do you think? Lin Rusheng's words calmed Qin Yulan down. You're right. No matter how angry I am, I can't ignore the child's future. After saying this, Lin Qingyu finally sat down on the sofa. Mom finally understood. I talked for a long time, but was still no match for my elder sister's few words. It seems that my elder sister is more capable. Lin Rusheng put her hand on Qin Yulan's back to help her calm down. At the same time, he was slowly comforting her. Dad has not made this matter public in order to let Lin Hao take over the entire Lin family. He can endure it for Lin Hao, so why can't we? Mom, now is not the time to be stubborn. Minimizing the losses is the most important thing. The more it is at this time, the more you can't panic. Qin Yulan was stunned for a moment, then she hugged Lin Rusheng and burst into tears. Why is my life so hard? God is so unfair. Seeing Qin Yulan crying bitterly, Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan felt bad too. However, crying is not necessarily a bad thing. Ever since she knew Lin Hao's identity, Qin Yulan has been trying hard to act like her old self, but they all know that her mother is just forcing herself to do so. It's better to vent now than to collapse later. Qin Yulan cried so loudly that people downstairs could hear her clearly. Lin Hao bit his lip and stared at Lin Zhongdao. Dad, Mom is crying, should I go up and take a look? Lin Zhongdao snorted coldly. Need not. You are a good daughter taught by your mother. What's the point of getting anxious now? Just sit here and don't go anywhere. Lin Hao nodded, pondering in his heart. Although I didn't go upstairs, I could roughly guess what the situation was there. Lin Qingyu must have had a quarrel with her mother. They really went too far today. Mom couldn't stand it. Lin Qingyu was impatient, so it would be strange if she didn't make Mom cry. At the same time, Lin Hao was somewhat proud. So what if you are Qin Yulan's biological daughter? Your position in her heart still cannot compare to mine. Lin Hao stood up and said very obediently. Dad, I'm going back to my room to review. Go ahead, the college entrance exam is coming soon, you must seize the time. Lin Hao left. The crying upstairs gradually stopped. Lin Zhongdao was upset and walked towards the study with an angry face. The feud between the Zhou family and the Lin family has already been formed. How to resolve it? Should we take Lin Xian, our son, back to the Lin family now? If we bring him back, it will definitely increase the Zhou family's anger. But if we really cut off the relationship, how can we stop people from talking? After so many years of careful planning, everyone knows that he is honest and trustworthy. For the sake of profit, if he doesn't want Lin Xian at this time, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Lin Xian's face flashed through his mind, and Lin Zhongdao gritted his teeth again. Sister, when you send a message, can you tell Lin Xian not to block me? I know I was wrong. He always ignores me. This is not right, don't you think? Can you add one more sentence in the message, saying that my second sister knows she is wrong? Lin Rusheng is sending a message to Lin Xian. Beside her, Lin Qingyu stretched her neck and chattered. Lin Rusheng turned around and slashed Lin Qingyu with a knife. Are you done yet? Faced with Lin Rushuang's fierce momentum, Lin Qingyu immediately became a quail with its neck shrunk. That's all. It's over, shut up. After saying that, Lin Rusheng continued to edit the message. Lin Xian, the college entrance examination is coming soon. You must rest well and be careful of Lin Hao. Lin Rusheng read these few words several times. Finally, he pressed the send button. Lin Xian lay on the bed, staring at the stock of Maozhou wine industry. Just as I thought. Not long after the stock hit the limit down, a miracle happened and it soared all the way. Based on this rising rate, Lin Xian speculated that it wouldn't be long before the money on his card would multiply several times. But this is not the end, today is just the beginning. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Lin Xian's mood also became relaxed. Right now, many people are worried about the results of the joint entrance examination. Lin Xian is different. Time is precious and should not be wasted. Now Lin Xian has started making plans for what to do after the college entrance examination. Bite. The message alert sounded, interrupting Lin Xian's thoughts. He clicked on it instinctively, and after reading the message, Lin Xian put the phone aside. Lin Rusheng's message made Lin Xian frown slightly. Be careful of Lin Hao. What's the meaning? Have they already revealed their cards to Lin Zhongdao? This thought flashed through his mind, but Lin Xian quickly denied it. Lin Hao's identity is a big deal. Once it is made public, the entire Lin family will be in turmoil. When that time really comes, what I receive will not just be a text message. But one thing is right, we should be more careful about this guy Lin Hao. Treacherous, jealous, cruel, and ruthless, no word is too much to describe him. The college entrance examination is getting closer and closer, and Lin Xian doesn't want anything to go wrong in these few days. Then just spend these few days quietly first. School and home are the only 2 points I go to. I won't go anywhere else for now. Go to school in the afternoon. Most of the students in the classroom have become distracted, but Lin Xian is still doing exercises as usual. Lin Xian, the college entrance examination is coming soon. Will it still be useful to practice questions now? Yeah, my mind is in a mess right now, I can't concentrate at all. Me too. I just wanted to memorize some knowledge points, but when I opened the book, my mind was filled with anxiety. It was so torturous. Lin Xian was able to devote himself to study in the shortest possible time, which made many of his classmates envious. Chen Jinyan also looked over at Lin Xian quietly, with a look of confusion on her face. Lin Xian's academic performance is already top-notch, is it necessary for him to work so hard at this time? Facing everyone's questions, Lin Xian looked up. Before he could say anything, Zhang Xinxin suddenly rushed in, shouting as he ran. Lin Xian, my brother Xian, the results are out. Before he finished speaking, everyone present looked towards Zhang Xinxin. It came out so soon. I was thinking of checking it out when I get home after school today. I must have burned it. How much did Lin Xian score? Zhang Xinxin, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us quickly. Many students, while worrying about their test scores, also want to get some gossip. The classmates were not surprised that Zhang Xinxin knew the test results. This kid came late, he must have checked his grades on time. Zhang Xinxin looked excited and almost shouted at the top of his lungs. My brother Xian scored 736 points. First in Kyoto. The whole classroom became quiet in an instant. Countless shocked eyes looked at Lin Xian, accompanied by many sounds of swallowing saliva. 736 points, first in Kyoto. What is the concept? Several surrounding provinces participated in this exam, which definitely doubled the pressure on the candidates in Kyoto. As we all know, compared with other major provinces, Kyoto has far fewer top students and the quality of students is not as good. Lin Xian was able to get such a high score, it was definitely due to his hard work. This high score is likely to put it in the top 3 in the overall score. Chen Jinyan's mind was almost blank. Lin Hao once told himself that if there was any news from Lin Xian, he should inform him immediately. If Lin Hao knew that Lin Xian scored such a high score, wouldn't he be furious? Bang. Zhang Xinxin slammed the table and then rushed in front of Lin Xian. Dude, you're too fierce. Your score is such a crushing score. Crush me to death. Lin Xian was amused by Zhang Xinxin. Don't talk nonsense here. With your size, it would take a lot of effort for me to crush you to death. Lin Xian's words aroused everyone's emotions, and many classmates began to tease Zhang Xinxin. That's right, our fatty Zhang is definitely a heavyweight. Zhang Xinxin wants to lose weight. Su Yuexiao turned and looked at Lin Xian, her eyes full of joy. I already knew Lin Xian's foundation, but I didn't expect that he could get such a high score. To be honest, after the exam, Su Yuexiao was very curious about Lin Xian's results. The answer was finally revealed today, and Su Yuexiao was really shocked. How much confidence does it take to be the first one to hand in the exam paper and still get such good grades? Many people thought that Lin Xian would cheer. But in fact, Lin Xian just joked with Zhang Xinxin for a few words, and his expression returned to normal. The students around him began to sigh again. Some people even began to imagine, if they got such a high score, would they have to run 3 laps around the playground first? The classroom was bustling with activity. The office building was already noisier than the classrooms. Principal's office. Principal Chen, who is nearly 60 years old, has been staring at the computer, looking at Lin Xian's scores, and he is reluctant to take his eyes off. After confirming again and again that the score was over 700, Principal Chen swallowed hard. After serving as a principal for so many years, this is the first time I have experienced such glory. Principal, Lin Xian has raised our school's overall ranking by more than 20 places. The dean's voice was excited and his eyes were shining. Yes, if this happened in ancient times, Lin Xian would be the top scholar. This joint exam is even harder than the college entrance exam. Lin Xian is really great. Hurry up and take photos and put them on the school website. Oh, and change the content of the school bulletin board immediately. Principal Chen took off his glasses and let out a long breath of excitement. Lin Xian is a living signboard. With this score, it is better than any promotional leaflet. The next enrollment is definitely full. The most important thing is, as the principal, I can lead them to glory. How can I explain the radiance on this face in just a few words? Okay, principal, I'll do it now. The dean smiled happily and hurried to get the camera. Principal Chen couldn't calm down for a long time, and his mind was full of grand blueprints. Lin family villa. Except for Lin Hao, who went to school, all the members of the Lin family gathered in front of the computer. Lin Zhongdao appeared calm on the surface, but his fingers were already trembling slightly. According to the prompts, you can check your scores now. He didn't say anything in front of Lin Hao, but Lin Zhongdao still cared very much about Lin Hao's results in this joint examination. Qin Yulan and others watched Lin Zhongdao input Lin Hao's name and admission ticket number. Then the results appeared on the screen. 573 points. Lin Zhongdao frowned slightly. Lin Hao's test results were still a little worse than he had expected. Lin Qingyu nudged Lin Rushuang with her elbow. Lin Rushuang shook her head slightly. Where's Lin Xian? Check Lin Xian's whereabouts. Qin Yulan urged. Lin Zhongdao showed impatience on his face. How can he get good grades if he doesn't study all day long? Lin Qingyu came over quickly. Dad, please check it. I have Lin Xian's admission ticket number. Lin Zhongdao was reluctant, but he still typed in his admission ticket number as Lin Qingyu said. Oh my God, 736 points. Mom, this ranking is first in Jinghai, and the comprehensive results of all provinces. Third place. Lin Qingyu screamed and then jumped up. Lin Zhongdao's face was full of disbelief. How is that possible? Lin Xian's academic performance has always been poor, and he often violates discipline. How could he get such a high score? Isn't that right? Is it the same name? Dad, I have the admission ticket, it can't be wrong. Lin Qingyu corrected. At this time, Lin Zhongdao said without hesitation, this result is fake. Lin Zhongdao's unintentional words suddenly changed the atmosphere in the whole room. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you cheat in the joint entrance examination? It's the same as the college entrance examination. If you can cheat on the joint entrance examination, what is the point of the examination? You can't deny Lin Xian like this. This is definitely Lin Xian's true result. Lin Qingyu corrected him without thinking. The remaining few people also stared at Lin Zhongdao in disbelief. After an awkward cough, Lin Zhongdao said, "That's what I said. You can't say it. Lin Xian is our biological son. He deserves a reward for doing so well in the exam." Qin Yulan, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Lin Zhongdao was impatient. Lin Hao scored so well in the exam, but you are thinking of rewarding Lin Xian. Is this appropriate? When that rebellious son got into trouble, why didn't you think of punishing him? Qin Yulan took a deep breath and almost spoke her mind. What is Lin Hao? Just a bastard. Lin Xian is my biological son. Not to mention that he won't be rewarded for his good grades now, even if he doesn't do well in the exam. As long as Lin Xian asks, I will give him everything I can. Qin Yulan's face gradually became ugly, and Lin Zhongdao's face turned red because of Lin Qingyu's words just now. Lin Rusheng quickly spoke to ease the embarrassment. Dad, I think what Mom said makes sense. Lin Xian's joint exam results are indeed very good, and he deserves a reward. Besides, I'm afraid that the news that Lin Xian is the number one in Kyoto has already spread in various circles, and our Lin family must make some statement. Rewarding Lin Xian is not only from the heart, but also partly for those who want to see the joke. We must let them know that the Lin family will not treat Lin Xian harshly because of the pressure from the Zhou family. Let them know that you are a good father. Hearing this, Lin Zhongdao lowered his head and thought carefully. Ever since Lin Xian got into trouble, there has been no movement from the Zhou family. Perhaps they are also watching his attitude. If I do something with the results of this joint examination, my image will definitely not be ruined. If he really didn't recognize Lin Xian because he was afraid of revenge from the Zhou family, then his reputation in the business world would surely plummet. Forget it, let's do as you say. It's already a difficult situation. If we can salvage something, it will be a pleasant surprise. Lin Zhongdao's attitude softened somewhat. Qin Yulan cursed in her heart. You old thing, you have schemed against us like this, and you still want to turn the tables. You're dreaming. Since you want to act with me, I will play with you to the end. Okay, let's quickly think about what gift to give Lin Xian. Lin Qingyu was extremely excited. This seems to be the first time since I was a child that I have been thinking about what gift to choose for Lin Xian. This feeling is really strange. If you ask me, don't choose. Just ask Lin Xian what he wants and buy it for him. Qin Yulan said lightly. Lin Zhongdao was stunned when he heard this. What do you want? Give it to me. Qin Yulan, are you crazy? After recovering from his shock, Lin Zhongdao immediately stopped him. This is just the joint entrance exam. The college entrance exam hasn't started yet. I'll give you whatever you want. Isn't your gift a little too big? Qin Yulan turned around and her smile became even more pronounced. Hubby, you can't say that. Lin Xian got first place in Kyoto. As parents, we naturally have to show some appreciation. Besides, I think if I can do so well in the joint entrance exam, my college entrance exam score won't be too bad either. We can't count on Lin Hao anymore, so we have to count on Lin Xian, right? Qin Yulan's words had a hidden meaning. At this time, Lin Zhongdao had no mind to think about anything else. It doesn't matter if it's just for show or it comes from the heart. Qin Yulan is really going too far. Now you're still asking yourself if it's true or not. How abominable. Okay, you can do whatever you want. You all should go out, I have things to do. Several people looked at each other. Qin Yulan took the lead and went out, followed by Lin Rushuang and Lin Jilan. Lin Qingyu walked at the end. As soon as they stepped out of the door, everyone heard a bang. The door was slammed shut. Everyone was stunned, and then a meaningful smile appeared in the corner of their eyes. 7 p.m. Lin Xian went home after school. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Ping'an had already prepared the meal. Unlike usual, there was a bottle of white wine on the table. Lin Xian knew what it meant at a glance. Lin Pinggan wants to celebrate for himself. Son, you're back. Hurry and wash your hands and have dinner. We already know your test results. You are awesome, son. You got first place. I'm happy today, let me have a drink with my dad. Lin Pinggan said as he opened the bottle of white wine. Zhou Yuzhen snatched the liquor away and said, "Are you so beautiful that you can't find your way around? You even let the child drink with you. What are you thinking?" Lin Pinggan laughed twice, then opened his mouth to correct him. My son will be 18 soon. He will go to college after taking the college entrance exam. Drinking a little is not a big deal. When he really goes to college, we'll have to urge him to have a relationship, right? Zhou Yuzhen was stunned. There is some truth in what Lin Pinggan said. At this time, Lin Xian had washed his hands and walked over. Zhou Yuzhen smiled and said, "Son, you've worked hard during this period. Take a good rest after the college entrance examination. We still have tasks to do later." What mission? Making friends in college. My son is tall, handsome, and has good grades. It's normal for him to bring a girlfriend back from college, right? Lin Xian was speechless. Lin Xian heard everything Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pinggan were saying just now. I really don't know how to introduce this double-standard statement. Lin Pinggan poured 2 glasses of wine, placing one in front of himself and one for Lin Xian. I'll make an exception today and have a drink with Dad. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. The 2 men clinked their glasses and Lin Pinggan drank it all in one gulp. Lin Xian looked at it and followed Lin Pinggan's example and finished the wine. A spicy taste passed into his throat and Lin Xian couldn't help coughing. Ahem, Dad, this wine is too strong. Zhou Yuzhen hurriedly patted Lin Xian on the back, her tone full of complaints. Lao Lin, look at what you did. You choked the child. Lin Pinggan smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. Isn't this normal? I was like this the first time I drank. I got used to it after drinking a lot. How dare you let him drink too much? Just drink the wine yourself and stop wasting my son. Zhou Yuzhen hugged Lin Xian lovingly, not daring to let go. Feeling the warmth of home, Lin Xian's mouth corners also raised. Suddenly, a message sound came from the cell phone next to Lin Xian, and then the screen lit up. Zhou Yuzhen sat next to him, and Lin Xian picked up his phone to check. The message was sent by Lin Rushuang again. Congratulations on your excellent results in the joint entrance examination. Dad said he would give you a reward. Just tell me what you want and I will try my best to satisfy you. After reading the message, Lin Xian sneered. These people really take themselves too seriously. My joint entrance exam score ranks first in Kyoto, this is a fact. But what does this have to do with Lin Zhongdao? Who wants anything you want, and you can give it to them as a reward? Lin Xian was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Rushuang. If they really wanted to make any requests, Lin Xian just wanted to tell them that everything should be done according to the agreement. From now on, don't disturb your own life anymore. There is nothing else besides this. As for the rewards, their parents have already given them, so there is no need for them to be sentimental. In Lin Xian's eyes, his biological parents were just the people who brought him into this world. If possible, I hope I won't have any contact with them. Forever. Son, what's wrong? Seeing Lin Xian staring at the phone screen, Zhou Yuzhen felt a little worried. Lin Xian put his phone aside. Lin Yixuan did not hide the news she had just received. A message from the Lin family. It's okay, Mom and Dad. Let's continue eating. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pinggan looked at each other and nodded at the same time. As long as Lin Xian didn't tell them about the Lin family, they wouldn't ask. Right now, the college entrance examination is approaching and Lin Xian is in good condition, so they certainly don't want to disrupt it. In a word, as long as Lin Xian is happy, everything will be fine. The other side. After sending the message, Lin Rushuang kept staring at her phone. Nearly half an hour passed and the other party did not reply. Lin Qingyu rubbed her neck and asked pitifully. Sister, is Lin Xian unwilling to pay attention to us? Is your message sent successfully? Did he receive it? Why didn't he reply? Lin Xian doesn't want a gift. Lin Rusheng withdrew her gaze. Are you stupid? Do you think everyone is like you and goes crazy when they see the presents? If Lin Xian really cared about money, he would have come back when Mom was looking for him. Mom made it very clear at the beginning. As long as Lin Xian comes back, I will give him all the shares in my hands immediately. Lin Rusheng did not continue to say the rest. Be it shares or reputation, all were rejected by Lin Xian. Sighing, Lin Rusheng said slowly, from the beginning to the end, he didn't care about money. Lin Qingyu frowned, her face burning. At the beginning, he believed Lin Hao's instigation and had always accused Lin Xian of coming for the Lin family's property. Now I'm being slapped in the face. This feeling is really bad. Sister, what should we do next? Lin Xian is ignoring us, should we take the initiative to look for him? Seeing that Lin Qingyu was about to act impulsively again, Lin Rusheng hurriedly stopped her. Don't do anything during this period. Lin Xian will take the college entrance examination in a few days. Let him finish the exam smoothly. We can make detailed plans for the rest. Lin Qingyu nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you, big sister. Lin Rusheng is only a few years older than him, but she has an extremely calm mind. At this moment, not only myself, but also my mother regards my eldest sister as the backbone. By the way, I just heard Lin Hao's voice, where is he? Only when Lin Rusheng asked about Lin Hao did Lin Qingyu come to her senses. After looking outside the door, Lin Qingyu curled her lips. He didn't do well on the test and hid in his room crying. Don't bother with him. Whenever something like this happened in the past, Lin Qingyu would always be the first to persuade Lin Hao, comforting him, making promises, and even buying him a lot of gifts. But it's different now. Ever since she knew Lin Hao's identity, Lin Qingyu always wanted to roll her eyes at Lin Hao. Now I want to persuade him sincerely, but it's impossible. It's good enough if you don't mock him. Lin Xian's grades are so good, he must know it. Now is the time to let him calm down. Sister, do you really think so? I didn't expect you and I have the same idea. Don't be so gloating. Be careful not to be seen by Dad. Right now, we should be cautious. Oh, I see, big sister. That night, Lin Hao couldn't sleep all night. I thought that the threat posed by Lin Xian to me would be reduced a lot when he left the Lin family, but who knew that this kid would be crushing me all the time? Lin Hao couldn't figure it out and couldn't figure it out. What happened to Lin Xian? Why did he suddenly become a different person? No matter how I wrongly accused and slandered him in the past, he never said a word and always accepted it submissively. But the series of actions taken recently are simply astonishing. But he severed his relationship with the Lin family, and then openly challenged Zhou Xiao. He even ranked first in the exam. Lin Hao thought that he was a thoughtful person, but now he could not understand Lin Xian anymore. Even though he had left, the sense of crisis that Lin Xian brought to him had not diminished at all. In the darkness, Lin Hao stared at the ceiling, clenched his teeth, and squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Lin Xian, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless, you asked for this. The next morning, the school issued a notice to temporarily adjust the course schedule and all teachers and students had to attend the commendation meeting. For a while, all the teachers and students in the school were discussing Lin Xian, and the topics were varied. Lin Xian achieved excellent results in the exam and brought honor to the school. Principal Chen personally said that he was proud of Lin Xian. Because of Lin Xian's outstanding performance, the school has the capital to compete with other schools. Lin Xian is the leader of the entire senior year. At the commendation meeting, Principal Chen, just as everyone expected, really said what the students had guessed. Sitting in his seat, Lin Xian felt uneasy when he heard Principal Chen calling his name from time to time. Zhang Sensen was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. This joint examination was the best result I had ever gotten since entering high school. The key was the study method that Lin Xian gave me. In Zhang Sensen's heart, Lin Xian has long been his big brother. Of course I would be happy too when my elder brother was praised. Inadvertently, Zhang Sensen discovered that not far away, Su Xiao also gave a knowing smile. Brother Xian, turn around and take a look at why our school beauty is smiling so happily. Zhang Xinsen lowered his voice and nudged Lin Xian with his elbow. Lin Xian was puzzled and turned to look over. In the sunshine, Su Yuexiao had a bright face and a brilliant smile. Maybe because of the light, the bows on Su Yuexiao's 2 braids were a bit glaring. But it does look pretty. Have you finished reading? Say something. Why is the school beauty smiling so happily? Zhang Xinsen asked again. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and was about to roll his eyes at him. How should I know? I'm not her. Zhang Xinsen was so angry that he couldn't say a word and could only roll his eyes. Why do I feel like she's happier than you? That's not right. This commendation meeting is held for you. You should be the happiest one. Zhang Xinsen muttered softly. Lin Xian coughed lightly. Hurry up and do it. If you are caught by the dean, he will definitely call your name. After hearing this, Zhang Xinsen quickly straightened his posture. Lin Xian was right. The dean of studies was a cold-blooded killer who liked to pick on typical people during meetings. Instantly, Lin Xian's mind went blank. The opponent was too fast and I had no time to dodge. Fuck you. Ouch. Zhang Xinsen's voice and the gangster's screams came out almost at the same time. Then, with a clang, the dagger fell to the ground. Lin Xian was shocked. Zhang Xinsen retracted his foot, his eyes sharp. How about it, Brother Xian, is this trick of mine okay? Lin Xian hummed, but before he could say anything, the remaining 2 thugs rushed over again. Fatty, come on. After what happened just now, Lin Xian's voice became more powerful. The fat man raised his leg again and kicked hard again. The next moves are exactly the same as the previous 2. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Zhang Xinsen, is this the only trick you can use? Brothers, take care of that fat guy, he'll kick. When Lin Xian discovered the problem, the other party also discovered something strange about Zhang Xinsen. So, a few gangsters rushed straight towards Zhang Xinsen. Lin Xian's heart, which had just been put back in its place, rose to his throat again. This time, it's really over. Suddenly, a loud siren sounded and everyone present was stunned. Then came the sound of a loudspeaker broadcast. People in front, stop attacking immediately. You are surrounded. A large number of our law enforcement officers will be here soon. Put down your weapons immediately. Several gangsters were stunned and turned their heads at the same time. Haha, it turns out to be a little girl, and she's pretty good looking. Dog, shut your stinky mouth. Didn't you see that woman was wearing law enforcement uniform? I'm going, run. It's too late to be caught. Seeing the law enforcement officers holding a loudspeaker not far away, the gangsters immediately panicked and ran away. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly took a step forward. It's too late to run now. Lin Xian gripped the compass tightly and stabbed the gangster closest to him hard. The gangster was shocked at first, and then fell to the ground with a thump. Everyone else had already run away. The gangster wanted to stand up, but his right leg felt as heavy as if it was filled with lead and he couldn't even lift it. Zhang Xinsen turned around and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Brother Xian, what did you do to him? Lin Xian put away the compass and a smile appeared on his face. This is also a coincidence. Just now, I accidentally touched the compass in my school bag, and several acupoints flashed through my mind instinctively. Compared with the silver needles used in acupuncture, the compass is a bit unhygienic, but it can save lives at critical moments. I gave him an acupuncture treatment. Lin Xian took a step forward and kicked the man on the leg. The man cried out in pain, but was unable to move his body. Oh my god, you're really good at this. Did you hit his aorta? Zhang Xinsen's little eyes widened. Lin Xian was speechless. You've wasted your biology class. Is the aorta located here? When asked by Lin Xian, Zhang Xinsen smiled embarrassedly. Wanting to pick up on Lin Xian's words, Zhang Xinsen's expression became serious again. Brother Xian, the policewoman is here. Lin Xian didn't look up, but his brows were furrowed. Look carefully, that's not a law enforcement officer. If that's not a law enforcement officer, then who is it? Oh my God, it's your second sister. The policewoman in front of me gradually came closer and her face became clearer. It really is, Lin Qingyu. At this moment, Lin Qingyu, wearing law enforcement uniform and holding a loudspeaker in her hand, was walking towards them. Beautiful and cool. Are you okay? Let me see if you are hurt. Seeing Lin Xian, Lin Qingyu nervously threw the loudspeaker aside, grabbed Lin Xian's arm, and began to look left and right. Lin Xian felt uncomfortable and quickly withdrew his hand. Why are you here, dressed like this? Lin Xian really couldn't understand what was going on with Lin Qingyu's outfit. Lin Qingyu pouted and spoke unhappily. You blocked me, so I couldn't contact you. I just wanted to block you on the way. Why do you need to dress like this? Do you think I'm a child who you can scare? Lin Xian's tone of voice was not polite at all. However, Lin Qingyu was still happy to see that Lin Xian was willing to talk to her. This is a prop. I was delayed today filming on the set. If I change my clothes, I won't be able to find you. I didn't expect that not having a change of clothes would actually come in handy. Feeling useful, Lin Qingyu's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. Second sister, you are awesome, a true law enforcement officer. As Zhang Sensen spoke, he raised his thumb and made a thumbs-up gesture to Lin Qingyu. Lin Xian wanted to roll his eyes at Zhang Sensen. You call me second sister so affectionately, traitor. However, thinking that Lin Qingyu had indeed helped just now, the expression on Lin Xian's face eased a little. What do you want from me? What's up with this little bastard? Lin Xian and Lin Qingyu spoke almost at the same time, and then closed their mouths at the same time. Zhang Sensen was simply stunned. The gangster lying on the ground felt even more desperate. After all this time, it turned out that this policewoman was fake, she was an actress. If I had known this would happen, I should have asked my brothers to fight her. How powerful can a little girl be? I really regret it. Lin Xian glanced at the gangsters and said, they came prepared. I don't know who is behind this. Come prepared? Does that mean this is specifically for you? Without waiting for Lin Xian to answer, Lin Qingyu kicked the gangster on the spot. Tell me, who sent you to deal with my brother? If you don't tell the truth today, I will send you to the law enforcement team now. You're committing murder, assaulting, and even trying to kill my brother. These charges will get you jailed for life. The gangster's body was shaking like a sieve and his words were intermittent. No, big sister, I'm not the mastermind behind this. I was paid to do something for them. I didn't think about killing your brother. The men just said, just break his arm. Don't sue me, sis. I won't dare to do it again. Until now, the gangster is regretting it so much that his intestines are turning green. I thought I could have a big meal with the extra money of $1,000, but I didn't expect to be arrested and sent to jail. If I had known this would be the result, I would rather drink cold water than do this risky job. Whose money did you take? Who instructed you? Lin Xian's voice was cold. The gangster shuddered and didn't even dare to look at Lin Xian. Brother, I don't know who that person is. I only heard them say his name is Brother Hao. I don't know anything else. This is really the first time I've done this. Don't sue me. The gangster wanted to kowtow, but his body was out of control and he ended up banging his head on the ground. Brother Hao, Lin Hao. Lin Hao's shadow flashed through his mind, and Lin Xian sneered. Lin Hao, you really can't hold it back anymore. Lin Qingyu wished she could bite her teeth into pieces at this moment. Damn Lin Hao, it must be him. No one else could do such a wicked thing except him. Lin Qingyu clenched her hands into fists, her fingertips turning white. Lin Hao, who has always been well-behaved, actually hired some gangsters to deal with Lin Xian. Thinking about what the gangster had just said, Lin Qingyu felt a little scared. If they succeed, wouldn't Lin Xian's arm be crippled? Even if it's not that serious, I'm afraid I won't be able to take part in tomorrow's college entrance examination. Lin Hao, you are so vicious. What else did that person ask you to do? The gangster kept shaking his head and said vaguely, he told us to cripple his arm and he would give us money after the job was done. Is his name Lin Hao? Sister, I really don't know. By the way, he was wearing a golden dragon head ring on his hand. I heard it's very valuable. Is it just the dragon head and the two dragon whiskers forming a ring? I don't know. I just heard what they said. The punk wasn't sure. Lin Qingyu no longer asked. Just based on this ring, it can be concluded that the mastermind behind this is undoubtedly Lin Hao. Looking across the entire Kyoto, there is probably only one such dragon head ring. Second sister, why do you want to know so much about a ring? Zhang Xinsen didn't say anything the whole time. But seeing Lin Qingyu's strange behavior, he couldn't help but ask. That dragon head ring was given to Lin Hao by me. I designed the pattern myself and had it custom made. Lin Qingyu's face was pale and her body was a little unsteady. At first, Lin Qingyu thought that Lin Hao was jealous and liked to stir up trouble. He was simply worried that Lin Xian would take away his parents' love for him. But after seeing what Lin Hao did today, Lin Qingyu had to accept a fact. Lin Hao didn't even graduate from high school, but in order to achieve his goal, he even wanted to kill someone. Once the truth about Lin Hao's identity is revealed, who knows what kind of crazy things he will do. Lin Xian brushed the dirt off his body and turned to look at Zhang Xinsen. Fatty, are you okay? What happened to that move just now? Zhang Xinsen touched his head and grinned. I just signed up for a martial arts class and just learned a move from my master. Thinking of how Zhang Xinsen kicked just now, Lin Xian's mouth corners also raised. Very good, I'll learn a few more moves in the future. I didn't want to learn it either. In order to respond to classmate Du's call to lose weight, I took the most direct one. Having said that, Zhang Xinsen's expression became serious again. Brother Xian, you are right. I have really mastered martial arts and can protect you in the future. Lin Xian was speechless. I don't want what Zhang Xinsen said to happen again. You should go back and have a rest early today. You have an exam tomorrow. Zhang Xinsen's head shook like a rattle. Brother Xian, can you do it? If another group of people comes, it will be really troublesome. Lin Xian waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll take a detour and take the main road. After listening to this, Zhang Xinsen nodded, said hello to Lin Qingyu, and then left. Picking up the loudspeaker on the ground, Lin Qingyu looked at Lin Xian. Should we leave too? What should we do with this person? Let him lie here for a while. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, the gangster suddenly became anxious. Brother, you can't leave. My legs can't move now. They must be broken. Lin Xian sneered. What? You still want us to take you to the hospital? Before the gangster could even start talking, Lin Qingyu quickly chimed in. Don't even think about it. If we hadn't subdued you, you would have broken my brother's arm by now. Not sending you to the law enforcement team is already a bargain for you. Even if you can't move your legs, you deserve it. After saying that, Lin Qingyu kicked the man on the injured leg. I don't want to take advantage of someone's misfortune, otherwise, I'll kick you to death. Lin Xian was stunned. I know that Lin Qingyu has a hot temper, but I have never seen her act this crazy. After venting her anger, Lin Qingyu held the loudspeaker in one hand and held Lin Xian's arm with the other. Let's go. Lin Xian wanted to pull his hand back, but Lin Qingyu increased the strength. Brother, what should I do? My legs. The gangsters behind him were howling like ghosts. Lin Xian said lightly. After 2 hours, your legs will naturally get better. The gangster was stunned and completely confused. Lin Qingyu blinked as she walked. What do you mean, 2 hours? That's 4 hours, right? Lin Xian didn't explain. This is what is recorded in ancient books, but I used a compass. I estimate that in less than 2 hours, the gangster's legs will be able to recover. While Lin Qingyu was distracted, Lin Xian quickly pulled his hand back. At this time, Lin Qingyu's eyes changed when she looked at Lin Xian. I really don't know what else Lin Xian is hiding from us. Lin Jilan said at the beginning that Lin Xian cured her leg with just 3 needles, and those were big-nosed steel needles. Now, I witnessed with my own eyes that Lin Xian used a compass to make people unable to move. Could it be that he is a miracle doctor? Lin Qingyu shook her head slowly. I can only say that I don't know this younger brother well enough. Thinking of this, a feeling of guilt came over Lin Qingyu again. Lin Qingyu followed Lin Xian closely all the way to the main intersection. Lin Xian stopped and Lin Qingyu also stood there. Don't keep following me, just go away. Lin Xian showed impatience on his face, but his tone was no longer as cold as before. Lin Qingyu shook her head, looking determined. What on earth do you want? That's right, I want to remind you to be safe. Nu. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to move forward again, Lin Qingyu hurriedly stepped forward to stop Lin Xian. There is one more thing, Lin Xian, could you please stop blocking me and let me out? I know I was wrong. I apologize to you. I was confused before, but you have to give me a chance, right? Besides, there were reasons for what happened before. Isn't it because Lin Hao was so evil? I was deceived by him. Lin Qingyu spoke with a look of grievance, and then looked at Lin Xian pitifully. This is not like Lin Qingyu. When I faced myself in the past, it was not an exaggeration to describe her as a hedgehog with bared fangs and claws. Don't worry, after you remove me from the blacklist, I will definitely not bother you. I'm so sincere, just give me a chance. Say it later. Lin Xian squeezed out these two words from his throat and strode forward without even turning his head. Lin Qingyu was stunned at first, then she smiled happily. What Lin Xian meant was that in the future, he might be able to remove himself from the blacklist. Very good. As long as I behave well in the future, maybe I can get Lin Xian's forgiveness. Lin Qingyu took big steps and felt more relaxed than ever before. Half an hour later, Lin Qingyu returned to the villa. The entire living room was empty. Lin Qingyu didn't dare to delay for a moment and went straight to the second floor. As soon as they entered the door, Lin Jilan and Lin Rusheng stood up at the same time. Second sister, is what you said on the phone true? Was Lin Xian really attacked? How is your brother? Has he been to the hospital for a checkup? And those hooligans, have you collected evidence? Faced with a series of questions, Lin Qingyu felt overwhelmed. Close the door quickly. Lin Qingyu looked at the two people in front of her and said only one sentence in a low voice. All of this was done by Lin Hao. The atmosphere in the room was solemn. Lin Rusheng frowned, and Lin Jilan's little face was also full of worry. Just now on the phone, Lin Qingyu said 2 or 3 simple sentences. Now, in order to make them understand what happened, Lin Qingyu described the situation again. Lin Jilan was stunned and his breathing became rapid several times. Even Lin Rusheng, who was usually calm, clenched her fists from time to time. They actually held daggers and said that someone had bribed them to cripple Lin Xian's arm. I really underestimated him before. I didn't expect that Lin Hao, at such a young age, could have such a deep mind. That dragon head ring is the evidence that Lin Hao bribed the gangsters. The hatred in Lin Qingyu's eyes was about to burst out. In the end, the teeth were chattering. It's too dangerous, second sister. Didn't you say you went over there from the studio? Where are your assistants and staff? Lin Jilan looked at Lin Qingyu with some resentment. If Lin Qingyu had arrived earlier and brought more people with her, such a dangerous situation would not have happened. Lin Qingyu looked aggrieved. How could I know this would happen? I specifically asked my assistant and staff to wait in the car. Aren't we worried that Lin Xian would run away when he sees so many people? I was afraid that Lin Xian would reject me, so I told those people that no matter what happened, they would not be allowed to go down. Lin Qingyu's voice became smaller and smaller, until she couldn't even hear herself clearly. Lin Rusheng was speechless. It is true that it is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early, as all things happened at the same time. Did you take him to the hospital? Sister, those people didn't touch Lin Xian. He just rubbed some dust off the wall on his clothes when he was dodging. He's fine. After hearing Lin Qingyu say this, Lin Rusheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. After pondering for a moment, Lin Rusheng's expression became serious. The college entrance examination will begin tomorrow. We must protect Lin Xian. Okay, big sister, we'll listen to you. I also listen to my elder sister. I will do whatever my elder sister tells me to do. Lin Hao looked annoyed and walked back and forth in the bedroom several times. These bastards take the money but don't do the job. It was planned well in advance, and even the route of action was described clearly. But in the end, Lin Xian ran away. Not only did a fat guy come to help, but damn, law enforcement officers also came. In this operation, it seemed like God was helping Lin Xian. Lin Hao clenched his fists, his nails dug into his palms, and his face became ferocious. Lin Xian, you easily escaped this time, let's see how you can escape next time. You can avoid the first day, but you can't avoid the 15th. As long as Lin Xian is still alive, he will have plenty of opportunities. After comforting himself in this way, the expression on Lin Xian's face eased a little. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xiaohao, are you in your room? It's time to eat. There was a hint of softness in the gentle voice. Judging from the voice, it seems to be Lin Qingyu. Lin Hao looked at the door in disbelief with a puzzled look on his face. Could it be that I heard it wrong? Recently, Lin Qingyu has been picking on me and always screams and yells every time she sees me. When mentioning the second sister, Lin Hao felt a little scared. Xiaohao, are you resting? The voice came again, and Lin Hao responded quickly. Second sister, change your clothes, I'll be down right away. Okay, we'll wait for you to eat. This time, Lin Hao heard it clearly. The person who knocked on the door just now was Lin Qingyu, and her attitude towards me seemed to be the same as usual. Lin Hao shook his head and didn't think much about it. After all, everyone knows that among the three daughters of the Lin family, Lin Qingyu has the most straightforward personality. Sometimes, Qingyu even speaks without thinking. I was in a bad attitude towards myself the past 2 days, maybe it was because of the songwriting. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. After changing his clothes, Lin Hao hurried downstairs. Come here quickly and eat quickly. The college entrance examination will be tomorrow. Eat and rest early. Lin Zhongdao waved at Lin Hao with a big smile on his face. The whole family gathered around the dining table, waiting for Lin Hao to take a seat. Seeing such a sumptuous meal, Lin Hao looked well behaved and said, I'm sorry to have troubled my parents. I will do well in the exam. That's right, Xiaohao, you must play your best. The burden of bringing glory to our family falls on you, Xiaohao. You are the hope of our Lin family. You will be taking over the entire Lin group in the future, so you can't be careless. Lin Qingyu's face was full of expectation and her eyes were full of doting. While speaking, he also held Lin Hao's arm. There was no emotion on Lin Rushuang's face, and she still kept smiling. Lin Jilan lowered his eyes, his heart already filled with doubts. What happened to my second sister? Why is he so kind to Lin Hao? Just now when we were upstairs, the second sister said that she wanted to cut Lin Hao into pieces. How come she seemed like a different person in the blink of an eye? Lin Hao was also a little confused. His second sister's enthusiasm was a little overwhelmed. Could it be that the grudge I had for not writing a song for her has been let go so quickly? Thinking about how Lin Qingyu's temper came and went quickly, Lin Hao felt that this was also very normal. After all, everyone used to hold him in the palm of their hands. Looking at Lin Qingyu dully, Lin Hao replied cautiously, Second sister, I will definitely do my best. I feel relieved when you say that. Come on, sit down and eat. Seeing this, Lin Zhongdao also showed a long-lost smile on his face. Yes, hurry up and eat, everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Everyone sat down, Lin Zhongdao picked up the chopsticks first, and the others followed suit and started eating. Xiaohao, eat this, this is your favorite shrimp. Give me some bamboo shoots. The ones Auntie Zhou fried today are especially crispy. Sausage, this is what Dad bought especially for you. During the meal, Lin Qingyu kept picking up food for Lin Hao. At the beginning, Lin Hao was a little reserved, but later on, he began to enjoy Lin Qingyu's care. Since the college entrance examination was the next day, Lin Zhongdao specifically instructed that no one was allowed to disturb Lin Hao's rest. The lights in the Lin family villa also began to dim early. 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Hao's stomach ached as if it was being cut by a knife, and cold sweat began to break out on his head. Feeling nauseous, Lin Hao quickly rushed to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao lay weakly on the bed. But not long after, my stomach started to hurt again. With no other options, Lin Hao had to run to the bathroom again. In just 2 hours, Lin Hao couldn't count how many times he went to the bathroom. My head felt heavy, and all the strength in my body seemed to be drained away. Even the scene in front of my eyes began to become blurry. While he was still conscious, Lin Hao dialed Lin Zhongdao's phone number. "Dad, I want to go to the hospital." In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhongdao's panicked voice spread throughout the corridor. "Xiaoyu Xiaolan, call an ambulance immediately." Something happened to Xiaohao. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the entire Lin family was in chaos. 20 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. After getting off the ambulance, Lin Hao was sent directly to the emergency room. The door of the ward was closed and Lin Zhongdao looked anxious. Why is he so ill? What happened? Feeling upset, Lin Zhongdao became more and more annoyed. Recently, everything has been going wrong at home. The college entrance examination is coming soon, but Lin Hao is admitted to the hospital. It's really like when it rains it pours. "Dad, don't worry, maybe my brother ate something bad." As soon as Lin Qingyu opened her mouth, Lin Zhongdao frowned. "We all ate the same meal and everyone was fine, so why is Xiaohao vomiting and having diarrhea?" "Dad, you can't say that. How many snacks are stuffed in Xiaohao's room? He eats a lot every night." Lin Qingyu looked innocent and curled her lips after she finished speaking. Lin Zhongdao sighed with regret and finally turned around. Lin Qingyu lowered her head, a barely perceptible smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. But this tiny movement was seen clearly by Lin Jilan. Understood. No wonder the second sister was so enthusiastic towards Lin Hao during the meal just now. It turns out there was a reason for it. Lin Rusheng had long noticed Lin Qingyu's abnormal behavior. And Lin Rusheng believed that Lin Hao's sudden symptoms were definitely not caused by a few snacks. Both of them knew it, but neither of them said it out loud. Staring at the door of the emergency room for a while, Lin Qingyu felt secretly proud. "Lin Hao, I was confused before, but now I am not confused anymore. No matter how you wronged Lin Xian in the past, I will repay you in full." Not long after, the door of the ward opened. As soon as the doctor showed his head, Lin Zhongdao ran over impatiently. "Doctor, how is my son?" The doctor looked at the information in his hand and said, "Lin Hao, mild food poisoning." "Food poisoning? How is that possible?" Lin Zhongdao widened his eyes and looked at the doctor in disbelief. Examination results showed that the patient had severe diarrhea and symptoms of mild food poisoning. "Young man, are you losing weight?" The test results show the ingredient of croton. Lin Zhongdao was stunned. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Croton? Isn't that a laxative? Qin Yulan didn't say anything, but when she heard the doctor say this, she was also confused. "Okay, why is Xiaohao eating croton? The doctor must have made a mistake. My son's name is Lin Hao, the one who was sent in half an hour ago." The doctor frowned slightly. "The medical records are in my hands, there can be no mistakes. Besides, only one emergency patient was sent in tonight. The patient is now showing signs of dehydration and needs to rest well. Let's go through the hospitalization procedures." After giving the instructions, the doctor left with the medical records. Lin Zhongdao stood there in a daze, still thinking about the matter of croton. Lin Rushuang stepped forward and said, "Dad, we need to be transferred to the inpatient department. There will be patients sent to the emergency room at any time." Lin Zhongdao finally came to his senses and hurried to go through the formalities. Lin Qingyu moved closer to Lin Jilan and lowered her voice. "You said, Lin Hao is dehydrated, can he still take the college entrance examination?" "It's hard to say. It depends on what the doctor arranges." Lin Jilan was not quite clear about Lin Hao's current situation. Right now Lin Jilan just hopes that what happens on Lin Hao's side will not affect Lin Xian. After completing the hospitalization procedures, Lin Hao was pushed into the VIP ward. After waking up, Lin Hao grabbed Qin Yulan's arm and spoke weakly. "Mom, am I going to die?" I don't have any strength left in my body. Don't worry, it's not a problem. The doctor said it's just dehydration. Just get some rest and you'll be fine. Qin Yulan found that Lin Hao's hands were very strong and she tried to pull her hand out several times but failed. Finally, Qin Yulan had to give up. Suddenly, Lin Hao became excited. What about my college entrance exam? It's only a few hours away and I can't miss it. In desperation, Lin Hao struggled to get out of bed. Xiaohao, calm down. You still haven't 4 in your hand. When Lin Rusheng reminded him, Lin Hao hurriedly lowered his head to look at his wrist. Mom, what's going on? Why is there a big bag? Everyone looked towards Lin Hao in the direction of the sound, and sure enough, they saw a lump on Lin Hao's left wrist that was getting bigger and bigger. Oh, this should be the needle running. Xiaohao, don't move, I'll go find a doctor. Sister, please keep an eye on Xiaohao and don't let him act impulsively. Lin Qingyu looked anxious, but she was extremely happy in her heart. God really has a good will. Just now I was expecting Lin Hao to faint, but I didn't expect that he would run away now. How can such a big lump on my wrist go away in such a short time? Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the college entrance examination was not affected. Although she knew that what she did was not done right and could not be made public, Lin Qingyu still felt happy. Lin Xian, no matter whether you forgive your sister or not, your sister will use her own method to seek justice for you. Lin Qingyu was in a hurry just now, but when she arrived at the corridor, she slowed down. So when the medical staff arrived at the ward, the lump on Lin Hao's wrist was already red and swollen. Although the doctor gave simple treatment, the effect was minimal. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Lin Zhongdao suggested that he would watch Lin Hao personally. Qin Yulan did not object and went home with the 3 sisters. At 3:20 in the morning, 3 luxury cars drove out of the Lin family villa at the same time and headed straight for Hyde Community. Sister, there's still more than an hour before daybreak, let's just hold out at the gate of the community for a while. Hold on, as long as nothing happens to Lin Xian, everything will be worth it. Second sister, eldest sister is right. We have never done anything for Lin Xian. Now we are protecting him. The 3 sisters communicated by phone. Although they were in the car, the 3 of them had their eyes wide open and no one was sleepy. After what happened during the day, Lin Rusheng suggested that Lin Xian must be well protected during the days of the college entrance examination. Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan naturally agreed. Lin Xian, who was sleeping, never imagined that the 3 sisters of the Lin family kept their eyes open until dawn. Before dawn, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pinggan began to prepare breakfast. By 7:30, the family was ready. Seeing Lin Pinggan and Zhou Yuzhen guarding the door, Lin Xian had some inexplicable thoughts. Mom and Dad, the exam doesn't start until 9 o'clock. Are you going out so early? Zhou Yuzhen put her hands on her chest with a serious look on her face. It's definitely better to go early. What if there's a traffic jam along the way? Lin Xian looked at the time and still felt it was too early. Zhou Yuzhen began to urge. It doesn't matter if we go too early. We can wait there for a while. It's better than being late. Lin Xian had no choice but to nod and agree. A few days ago, Zhou Yuzhen posted a notice on the rolling door of the noodle shop. The content is that in order to prepare for his son's college entrance examination, the noodle shop is temporarily closed. Now seeing that Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pinggan were even more excited than himself, Lin Xian naturally couldn't bear to refute. The family went out, but as soon as they arrived at the gate of the community, Lin Xian was stunned. 3 luxury cars were parked neatly, and a beautiful woman stood next to each car. All 3 of them were wearing cheongsams, looking very graceful. Before Lin Xian could recover from his shock, Lin Qingyu ran over with a smile. Brother, are you ready? Sister will take you to the examination room. Lin Xian was speechless, digging his toes on the ground in embarrassment. Lin Qingyu, what are you doing again? Hyde Community is not a high-end community, and you may not see a luxury car like this for several months on weekdays. Today, 3 limited edition luxury cars appeared at the same time, attracting a lot of people's attention. Now, the 3 of them are wearing cheongsams again, standing in front of the car like 3 flowers. Lin Ping'an looked at Zhou Yuzhen and didn't know what to do for a moment. I'm not your brother, please move aside. Dad, I'm riding an electric bike, you sit tight. When they went out just now, Lin Ping'an said that Zhou Yuzhen was riding an electric bike and he would carry Lin Xian on his back. Now that the three sisters of the Lin family came over, Lin Ping'an was a little confused. Hearing Lin Xian say this, Lin Ping'an nodded, okay. After hearing this, Lin Qingyu hurriedly stopped him. Uncle and aunt, let Lin Xian take our car, just in case he is like. Before she could finish her words, Lin Xian interrupted Lin Qingyu hurriedly. What are you talking about? Today is my college entrance exam. Don't talk nonsense. While Lin Ping'an and Zhou Yuzhen were not paying attention, Lin Xian blinked quietly. Lin Qingyu understood immediately. What I mean is that there are so many people taking the college entrance examination, it's inconvenient for you to ride an electric bike. If you really get scratched, you will regret it. It's safer to take our car. Lin Qingyu explained it again, and Zhou Yuzhen finally understood. Before the Lin Xian joint examination, Zhou Yuzhen had communicated with Lin Qingyu. Zhou Yuzhen had no aversion to this young girl. Now hearing her say that she was thinking about Lin Xian, his heart felt even warmer. Thank you, girl. The test site is not far from here. We should be fine if we ride slowly. Lin Qingyu was so anxious that she wanted to stamp her feet, but she didn't dare to tell anyone what happened yesterday. While I was hesitating, an old man came over carrying a bird cage. Lao Lin, it turns out these 3 cars are waiting for you. You are so proud of yourself. These 3 cars were parked here in the middle of the night. You are now famous in our neighborhood. After finishing his words, the old man looked at Lin Ping'an with envy. Lin Ping'an and Zhou Yuzhen were both confused. Midnight. After 3 o'clock, isn't that the middle of the night? If it weren't for my bird clamoring to go out, I wouldn't have gotten up so early. At that time, I was still wondering which rich man was so impressive. I didn't expect it was you. Lin Ping'an didn't know how to continue the conversation, so he just smiled at the old man. At this time, many people had gathered around. Everyone gathered around the luxury car, pointing and talking, and more people focused their attention on the 3 sisters of the Lin family. Lin Rushuang came over. Xiao Yu, why don't we let Lin Xian take the electric bike? My car is in the front, and you and Xiao Lan's car will follow behind, and let Lin Xian and the others be in the middle. After listening to this, Lin Qingyu nodded quickly. This is a good arrangement. This is probably the best protection since Lin Xian doesn't get on their car. I agree. Lin Qingyu agreed with both hands. For fear that Lin Xian would refuse, Lin Qingyu quickly said another sentence. Lin Xian, hurry up and get in the car. Look, there will be a traffic jam soon. There were indeed more and more people gathering around, and most of them were here for them. At this time, Lin Ping'an was ready. Lin Xian got on the electric bike, and although he was a little reluctant, he still followed Lin Rushuang's car. Along the way, Lin Xian kept his head down. There is a small electric motorcycle sandwiched between 3 luxury cars. I really don't know what this site is. It was not until they arrived outside the examination room that the 3 sisters breathed a sigh of relief. After parking the car, the 3 people ran towards Lin Xian again. Lin Xian didn't want to have any contact with them, but looking at the situation, he definitely couldn't get rid of them. Brother Xian. Hearing Zhang Sensen's voice, Lin Xian turned around hurriedly. This guy is in good shape and is always smiling. How was it? Did you sleep well last night? While asking questions, Lin Xian kept looking at Zhang Sensen's legs. Zhang Sensen naturally understood what it meant. Bang. After raising his leg, Zhang Sensen slapped it directly. No problems, very standard, very healthy. This sentence made Lin Xian laugh. At this time, Zhang Sensen's eyes widened again. Lin Xian sighed helplessly. It is obvious that Zhang Sensen must have discovered Lin Qingyu and the others, otherwise he would not have this expression. Not far away, Lin Qingyu was looking at her phone with a smile on her face. Hello everyone, today I will be doing a live QA session for all the fans. Many fans asked me why I haven't had any activities in recent days. Some fans also asked if Xiao Yu was going to quit the music industry. Actually, none of them. How can I bear to leave you all? My younger brother is going to take the college entrance exam. As his older sister, I must cheer him on. Having said this, Lin Qingyu turned the camera, and Lin Xian's face immediately appeared in the live broadcast room. Lin Xian felt a little uncomfortable and turned his head away quickly. At this time, many barrages of comments were already floating on the live broadcast screen. Seeing the fans' questions, Lin Qingyu smiled again. You guys say, this isn't Lin Hao. How could this be Lin Hao? This is my biological brother, my only brother, Lin Xian. The real young master of the Lin family. Lin Hao is just an appearance. The three of us sisters have the same blood as Lin Xian. We are truly brothers from the same mother. Lin Qingyu looked excited and spoke loudly, not caring at all about the strange looks from people around her. At this time, Zhang Xinxin's mouth had opened into an O shape. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pinggan looked at each other, with some emotion on their faces. The sisters of the Lin family are getting better and better to Lin Xian. I hope they are sincere. We have a child like Lin Xian. In fact, I also hope that besides us, there will be someone who can truly treat him well. After all, we can't be with our children forever, right? When she said this, Zhou Yuzhen's eyes became red. Lin Pinggan quickly changed the subject. Look at you. Today is your child's college entrance exam day. You are not allowed to shed tears. It's unlucky. After hearing this, Zhou Yuzhen quickly sniffed and tried hard to force a smile on her face. That's right, we are here to cheer for the children. Zhang Xinxin touched Lin Xian with his arm. Dude, second sister, is this official? What do you think? What do you mean? I don't want to have any contact with the Lin family. I didn't give Lin Qingyu a cold shoulder, but because she helped us yesterday, I'm returning the favor. Lin Xian was telling the truth. If I could choose, I would still take this path. It is absolutely impossible for me to be a bootlicker of the Lin family like before. However, Lin Xian had a vague premonition that it seemed that he could not remove the dogskin plaster that Lin Qingyu was wearing. You two are both here. It looks like you two are in good shape. Su Yuexiao's eyes were curved with smiles, and her two braids were tied into ponytails, making her look more energetic than before. Lin Xian's eyes stopped on Su Yuexiao's face. Su Yuexiao was in good spirits, her face was rosy, and she looked nothing like she did before. Today everyone is traveling light and no longer carrying heavy backpacks, and they seem a little uncomfortable. Nervous? Su Yuexiao asked again. Lin Xian shook his head. After these exams, high school life will be over. There's nothing to be nervous about. Su Yuexiao pursed her lips and smiled. Lin Xian was right. In a few months, everyone will be college students. Lin Xian, I wish you a good grade in the exam. Su Yuexiao's cheeks were slightly red and her voice was not loud. The same goes for you, let's work hard together. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. During the joint entrance examination, Su Yuexiao seemed to have said something similar to herself. Forget it, I don't think about it so much anymore. Anyway, it's all about everyone's joint efforts and let's work together. Brother Xian is right. After taking these exams, we can let ourselves go. Zhang Xinxin tilted his neck and raised his head deliberately. Lin Xian was about to say, you have done enough preparation before letting yourself go, but before he could say anything, he was stunned. Shen Chuxia wore a light blue cheongsam, which perfectly displayed the lines of her entire body. Everywhere you go, there is another beautiful scenery. Sister Chuxia, why are you here? How could I not show up for something as important as the college entrance examination? I was worried that it would be too late. Shen Chuxia took out a red object as she spoke. It looked like small pieces of fabric, folded squarely. This is the amulet I specially requested from the temple. Will you let me take it in later? As soon as these words came out, Lin Xian, Su Yuexiao and others were stunned. This is the first time for everyone to take the college entrance examination, but I don't know if there is such a rule. Seeing everyone's confusion, Shen Chuxia sighed and grabbed Lin Xian's arm. Forget it, just to be on the safe side, don't bring this in. Hurry up and touch this amulet, so that you can get some fairy spirit. Lin Xian tried his best to hold it in, but he still laughed out loud. Sister Chuxia, you. Don't say anything unlucky. Just touch it quickly and I'll put it away for you. Shen Chuxia treated Lin Xian like a child. If there weren't so many people present, Shen Chuxia couldn't help but touch Lin Xian's head. Unable to resist Shen Chuxia, Lin Xian had no choice but to touch the amulet and quickly take his hand back. Okay, I'm relieved now. Shen Chuxia said with relief. Unknowingly, Lin Xian touched the safety buckle on his neck, and when he looked in the direction of the examination room, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. There are more and more people around. Many parents are trying to control their emotions and try to be in a natural state, but they are all nervous in their hearts. It was finally time to enter the examination room. The three sisters of the Lin family were the first to surround Lin Xian and said a lot of instructions, which made Lin Xian's brows wrinkle into a knot. Then came Shen Chuxia's encouraging smile. Finally, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pinggan said a few more words to Lin Xian, and then Lin Xian walked towards the examination room. In the past few days, Lin Xian has almost recalled the college entrance examination questions. Coupled with his current solid foundation, Lin Xian has no pressure at all for this college entrance examination. Although the invigilator came and went, Lin Xian was very relaxed. At the same time, Lin Xian was the first to put down his pen. Different from before, after filling in the answer sheet, Lin Xian still sat in his seat. When the bell rang, Lin Xian handed in the paper in a polite manner. What Lin Xian didn't expect was that the three sisters of the Lin family and Shen Chuxia actually waited until he left. Seeing Lin Xian come out, Lin Qingyu was the first to run over. This time, Lin Qingyu took a big bag. Iced cola, latte, iced tea, all kinds of drinks are available. Lin Xian was puzzled. Lin Qingyu has a slim figure. How can she carry so many drinks? You've worked hard, brother. If you want to drink something, get it yourself. Lin Qingyu's eyes were smiling like crescent moons, and she didn't consider herself an outsider at all. Lin Xian did not stop. Thank you, I'm not thirsty. How can I not be thirsty? It's been a long time. Do you want some Coke? How about coffee? Do you want to wake yourself up? I told you not to. After saying this, Lin Xian pursed his lips tightly. Lin Qingyu sighed, her expression full of loss, and then she became excited again. Well, what do you want to eat? Sister will take you to a feast. Lin Xian finally stopped. Lin Qingyu, can you please stop being so annoying? You guys go ahead. I have an exam this afternoon. I want to go back and rest. Also, don't come over this afternoon. Although he said words of rejection, Lin Xian's attitude was much softer than the previous times. Thinking about what the old man said this morning that they arrived at the community in the middle of the night, and what Lin Qingyu had done recently, Lin Xian was still a little moved. He is not a heartless person, but some things happened and that's it. Right now, Lin Xian still has that idea and doesn't want to have too much entanglement with the Lin family. Lin Qingyu looked at Lin Rusheng, and finally spoke with blinking eyes. Do you think this would bother you? Okay, I'll listen to you and won't come over this afternoon. Just study hard for the exam. We'll contact you after you finish your exams, brother, don't be stressed. Lin Xian was speechless. Lin Qingyu spoke of a sister and a younger brother, and everything in front of her eyes became a typical large-scale life and death scene. It wasn't until Lin Qingyu left that Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with Lin Qingyu is much more troublesome than dealing with the exam. I have never put so much effort into taking an exam. Unlike Lin Qingyu, Shen Chuxia heard Lin Xian say that he performed well and said some words of encouragement, so he took the initiative to leave. Sister Chuxia, you have to go to class and take care of the company's affairs, so don't come here in the afternoon. I'm fine here. Okay, we'll contact you later. Lin Xian nodded solemnly, don't worry, wait for my good news. After Shen Chuxia left, Lin Xian got on Lin Pingyan's little electric donkey again. As soon as I came to the corner, I saw 3 familiar luxury cars. Lin Qingyu, you are unethical. What about the promise to leave? What about the promise not to come? After all this time, I'm still going around in circles. Lin Xian frowned. Son, they have good intentions. They care about you. If it were someone else, they wouldn't care so much. Lin Ping'an looked at Zhou Yuzhen and said nothing. Zhou Yuzhen is just like this. She can't stand others being nice to her. Lin Xian is Zhou Yuzhen's life. If someone is nice to Lin Xian, Zhou Yuzhen will definitely treat them as her own. This is the situation now. Unable to get rid of this picture, Lin Xian had no choice but to let them go. Lin Rusheng and others were sent to the gate of the community before they left. Along the way, Lin Ping'an was wondering how Lin Xian did in the exam. But Zhou Yuzhen had already spoken, and was afraid that it would affect Lin Xian's performance in subsequent subjects, so she resolutely refused to let him ask. Lin Xian had also noticed that Lin Ping'an was feeling uncomfortable. So, as soon as he entered the door, Lin Xian said something. Dad, I did very well in Chinese. If there are no points deducted for the composition, then I will get full marks. Lin Ping'an was stunned, then gave a thumbs up on the spot. Well done, son. I knew you were the best. Lin Ping'an was so excited that he almost shouted at the top of his lungs. Looking back at Zhou Yuzhen, Lin Ping'an's eyebrows were raised a lot. See? I didn't ask that. They said it themselves. Zhou Yuzhen curled her lips, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. My son did well in the exam, that's better than anything else. You two take a break first. I'll go cook. After dinner, take a rest. You have an exam this afternoon. As she spoke, Zhou Yuzhen turned and went into the kitchen. Lin Ping'an went to get an iced drink, and Lin Xian casually turned on his cell phone. Seeing an unread message on the phone screen, Lin Xian instinctively clicked it. It was sent by Gu Songsong at 8:30 in the morning. The content is also very simple. Study hard for the exam, buddy. After you pass, we'll kill the stock market together. Lin Xian smiled. Gu Songsong is really frank. Even though he is taking the college entrance examination, he is still thinking about the stock market. He tapped the phone screen a few times and Lin Xian's message was sent. Sorry, I just saw the message. Let's do our best together. I'll contact you after the exam. In Lin Xian's eyes, Gu Songsong is a stock market genius. It wouldn't be a bad idea to talk to him after the exam. So Lin Xian easily agreed to Gu Songsong's proposal. The following exams also went very smoothly. The only thing that made Lin Xian depressed was the three sisters of the Lin family. Every time they went to the examination hall, they would use their luxury cars to squeeze Lin Ping'an's electric scooter. Lin Xian felt it would be difficult for him not to be famous. It was not until the end of the exam that the sight of luxury cars in Hyde community disappeared. After 3 days of college entrance examination, Lin Hao was admitted to the hospital again. Lying on the hospital bed, Lin Hao looked pale, and all that flashed through his mind were the events of the past 3 days. At the beginning, after being on 4-drip in the hospital for several hours and just squinting for a while, Lin Hao forced himself to go for the exam. It was different from the college entrance examination situation I had imagined many times. The only person who sent him into the examination room was Lin Zhongdao. The eldest, second and third sisters were nowhere to be seen. Even the mother who always held her in the palm of her hand was absent due to illness. If there weren't so many people watching outside the examination room, Lin Hao would really cry. Lin Zhongdao also realized something and kept comforting her. Forcing a smile, Lin Hao walked into the examination room in a daze, his legs feeling as if he were stepping on cotton. After the exam, Lin Zhongdao took Lin Hao home. When Lin Hao learned that Lin Rushuang and the others went to cheer for Lin Xian, his mind went blank. Lin Xian, you deserve to die. They've already left, why are you still haunting me? It's all because of you that my elder sisters and the others ignored me. Lin Zhongdao's face turned pale. Lin Hao ate a few mouthfuls of food absent-mindedly and went to the bedroom to rest. Because I didn't sleep well at night, I almost missed the afternoon exam. After the college entrance examination, Lin Rusheng and others appeared in the hospital on time again. Lin Hao bit his lips in grievance, his eyes reddened. Lin Rushuang, you came just in time. Lin Xian doesn't need you anymore, so you came here to play the role of good sisters. At this moment, Lin Hao's heart was filled with hatred. What are you doing here? Get out. When Xiao Hao needed you the most, you were nowhere to be seen. What are you doing here now? Xiao Hao doesn't need you, and the Lin family doesn't need you either. Seeing the three sisters appear together, Lin Zhongdao was so angry that he trembled all over. Lin Rusheng and Lin Jilan looked at each other, but before they could speak, Lin Qingyu's voice was heard. Dad, you can't say that to us. We are doing this for the greater good. We also want to accompany Xiao Hao, but someone has to go to Lin Xuan's place, right? If I let Dad go to Lin Xian's examination room, will Dad be able to rest assured about Xiao Hao's situation? As soon as Lin Qingyu finished speaking, Lin Zhongdao growled. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian again. Who is more important, Lin Xian or Xiao Hao? Lin Qingyu asked back almost instinctively. Yes, Dad, in your heart, who is more important, Lin Xian or Lin Hao? Lin Zhongdao was stunned and opened his mouth. You. Dad, second sister, please stop arguing. Brother Lin Xian is Dad's biological son, so naturally brother Lin Xian is more important. I am an adopted son. In the past 10 years in the Lin family, I have lived a life of plenty. This is the blessing I earned in my previous life. I am so grateful. I am willing to work like a slave for the rest of my life to repay the Lin family's kindness. As he spoke, Lin Hao burst into tears. Lin Qingyu sneered in her heart. Lin Hao, you are really good at acting. If this happened under normal circumstances, I would have been fooled by you. However, when it comes to acting, you are still a little immature. Lin Qingyu took a step forward and squeezed out 2 tears, her voice full of helplessness. Xiao Hao, you are such a good child. I know you are always well behaved. We are helpless that we can't accompany you to take the college entrance examination. You know the current situation at home. I believe you can think about the overall situation. We can't let outsiders laugh at us, and we can't let others say that my parents ignored their own son for the sake of their adopted son. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. You are a sensible person, so you naturally don't want your parents to be accused of this, right? Lin Qingyu asked with emotion and tears in her eyes. Lin Hao's mind was blank and he didn't know how to continue the conversation for a moment, so he just nodded. Second sister is right, we should do this. I knew you were a sensible person. As she spoke, Lin Qingyu grabbed Lin Hao's arms with both hands, and with excitement, she increased the strength in her hands. Ah! Second sister, my hand. There was a sharp pain and Lin Hao almost passed out from the pain. I had acupuncture 2 nights ago, and the big lump on my wrist became hard and painful, and now there is no sign of the swelling going down. Lin Hao was almost in agony after being pinched by Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu pretended to be unaware, and after a look of panic, she suddenly shook Lin Hao's arm away. Second sister forgot that your hands are not convenient right now, right? Do you want to see a doctor? Seeing this situation, Lin Rushuang and Lin Jilan were stunned. Lin Qingyu has always said that she wants to enter the entertainment industry, and it turns out that this is not false. Lin Qingyu is indeed gifted in acting. Hearing Lin Hao's cry, Lin Zhongdao finally came to his senses and asked anxiously, Xiao Hao, what's wrong with you? Lin Hao's face was pale and he managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat with great difficulty. Dad, it's okay. Lin Qingyu had a look of self-blame on her face, but she was already feeling very happy in her heart. Lin Hao, just wait and see, this is just the beginning. Without waiting for Lin Zhongdao to blame her, Lin Qingyu had already taken the initiative to admit her mistake. Dad, I hurt Xiao Hao by accident. I really didn't mean it. Okay, you're the most reckless person in the whole family, get out of the way. Not in the mood to pay attention to Lin Qingyu, Lin Zhongdao waved his hand impatiently. At this time, the big bump on Lin Hao's wrist turned red again. After Lin Zhongdao asked about everyone's health, more than 10 minutes had passed. When the matter of going to the examination hall was brought up again, Lin Zhongdao's anger subsided by a lot. Lin Qingyu was right. Lin Hao was of course important, but the Lin family's face still had to be taken into consideration. The image he had worked so hard to build had already been largely destroyed, and he couldn't afford to make any more mistakes. To me, they're all the same. Maybe everyone has a different perception. Gu Song shook his shoulders and his expression became gloomy. Lin Xian realized that Gu Song might have something to hide, but he was too embarrassed to continue asking, so he changed the subject. Have you looked at the data on the app? It's growing pretty fast, right? When it comes to stocks, Gu Song quickly becomes energetic. Of course, I pay attention to these things every day. What I said back then has come true, right? Some people just don't believe it. That's how wealth slips away. Based on my observation, this stock will continue to rise. Gu Song looked confident and his voice became louder. Zhang Xinxin's eyes wandered between Lin Xian and Gu Song, and he was completely confused. Brother Xian, are you playing stocks? This operation is really cool. When can you bring me a copy? I bought it a while ago. It's not suitable for you to buy it now. I'll take you to do something else later. Hearing Lin Xian say this, Zhang Xinxin nodded solemnly. He trusts Lin Xian unconditionally. Ever since Lin Xian taught Zhang Xinxin the learning method, Zhang Xinxin has been full of admiration for Lin Xian. At the moment, Lin Xian's mind is mainly on Gu Song. After talking about stocks for a while, Zhang Xinxin asked about the next plan. Lin Xian and Zhang Xinxin have the same goal, which is to continue going to school. Gu Song pondered for a moment and said, I was thinking, why not become an investment consultant, specializing in stocks? Full-time stock trading. Man, you have to think carefully about this. The risk is too great. Zhang Xinxin doesn't understand stocks, but he has heard a lot about stocks. Some people became rich overnight because of stocks, while there were also many people who committed suicide by jumping off buildings because of stocks. So when Zhang Xinxin heard Gu Song's decision, he was shocked at first. As an analyst, as long as you understand the patterns, some risks can be avoided. Maybe I don't know much about this industry. I always feel that it's too complicated. If you analyze it carefully, there is still experience to follow. The two of them chatted happily. Lin Xian next to him didn't say a word. Investment advisor, stock analyst. Ancient Pine. Jiansong Securities. The fragments in the mental space are gradually pieced together and eventually form a complete picture. The person in front of me is the founder of Jiansong Securities. Gu Song. Lin Xian tried hard to calm down and looked at Gu Song again. In his previous life, Gu Song was a stock trading genius who not only had excellent analytical skills, but also had strong marketing capabilities. He founded Jiansong Securities at a young age, and Gu Song also reached the peak of his life because of this institution. However, the moon waxes and wanes, and the water is full and overflows, and Jiansong Securities is no exception to this natural law. In the end, Gu Song was framed by his subordinates and made wrong judgments, causing a large number of investors to lose all their money. The final outcome was jumping off a building and dying. A genius in his 30s ended his life just like that. Lin Xian felt regretful and his mood became heavy. I am not a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering, but I still appreciate talented people. Even if Gu Song doesn't work for me in the future, I don't want to see him end up like this. So, since he encountered this situation, Lin Xian decided to change the direction of the matter. Brother Xian, what are you thinking about? The beautiful lady at the opposite table is rolling her eyes at you. Zhang Xinxin stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Lin Xian, not forgetting to remind him in a low voice. Lin Xian came to his senses and quickly looked away. Oh, I was thinking about something. We were having a lively conversation here, why did you get distracted? Did you fall for the pretty girl across the table? Get lost. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Zhang Xinxin and looked directly at Gu Song opposite him. Why don't you want to go to school? Gu Song was stunned. Didn't they discuss this topic just now? Why are they bringing it back now? I don't think going to college is that important. Lin Xian frowned. Gu Song, do you know that you suffered from your low education in your previous life? At the beginning, several of your subordinates took advantage of your low educational level and worked together to create false data, and you even lost your life for it. In a hurry, Lin Xian almost spoke out what was in his heart. Are you in any trouble? We are all friends, maybe we can help each other. Gu Song Song showed a bitter smile on his face. I'd like to thank you all here first. We are all in the same situation. We all still rely on our families to make a living. My situation cannot be solved with just a few words. Lin Xian was filled with joy. Gu Song Song finally brought up this topic, which is a good start. Just tell me how bad it can get. Zhang Sinsen's little eyes began to blink again, with a look of curiosity. Gu Song Song hesitated. We were talking about stocks, why are you talking about this again? Hey, don't resist. Aren't we sitting together just because we like each other? Since we are all friends, what can't we talk about? Zhang Sinsen wanted to grab Gu Song Song's arm. Looking at the two people's sincere faces, Gu Song Song finally sighed. I am the eldest in the family, and I have two twin sisters, both in their second year of high school. If it was before my dad lost his job, it wouldn't be a big deal to go to college, but now my dad is unemployed. Within 2 years, all 3 kids will go to college. That will drive my mom and dad to death. So for me, the college entrance examination is just an explanation to my family. I have made up my mind. I will go and earn money to support my 2 younger sisters in school. Finally, Gu Song Song added another sentence seriously. It's okay that I have a low level of education, but my 2 younger sisters must graduate from college. Girls need to have education and experience so that they won't suffer in the future. Zhang Sinsen rubbed his nose and his eyes dropped. Wouldn't Gu Song Song's parents be heartbroken when they heard their son say this? However, with such a sensible son at home, they would probably wake up laughing in their sleep. Don't you think that the value you can create after you finish college will be higher than it is now? As soon as Lin Xian finished asking the question, Gu Song Song began to shake his head. The time difference is too long. I can't wait. After my father loses his job, I will take on the burden of the family. Lin Xian was silent. Zhang Sinsen suddenly asked, have you discussed this with your family? Do they agree? How is that possible? I have already taken the college entrance examination seriously, so I can give them an explanation. When the time comes, I will just say that I will not be taking the exam because the results were not satisfactory. How many points do you think you can get? About 600, not much difference. You are unwilling to come up when the estimated score is 600. If I encounter such a good thing, I will go home immediately to worship my ancestors and kneel on their graves for 3 days. Zhang Sinsen clenched his fists and his face turned purple. God is unfair. People who don't want to go to school can estimate 600 points, and I who want to go. Turning to look at Lin Xian, Zhang Sinsen asked seriously, Brother Xian, I'm not good at studying, right? We're talking about Song Song's business, don't get involved. Lin Xian squinted his eyes, glanced fiercely at Zhang Sinsen, and looked at Gu Song Song again. Don't you think it's a pity? What's so sad about that? I'm the eldest son. Is the eldest son wrong? Gu Song Song showed a bitter smile. The eldest son is right, but the eldest son has responsibilities. At present, this is the best choice. What did your father do before? Why did he lose his job? Lin Xian changed the subject. Gu Song Song still kept his eyes downcast. My father used to be a chef, but the restaurant he worked for went bankrupt. Now he is unemployed and relies on doing odd jobs for others. Gu Song Song, if your college entrance examination score is above 600, then you can continue to go to college and let Zhang Sinsen take care of your father's job. How about that? Zhang Sinsen was listening attentively. He didn't expect Lin Xian to mention him. He was stunned at first, and then agreed readily. Yes, I can solve your father's work problem, you can go to school. Gu Song Song swallowed and looked at Lin Xian and Zhang Sinsen in disbelief. What, are you kidding me? Zhang Sinsen waved his hands, is this worth joking about? It's just a job, no big deal. Lin Xian next to him continued to add. Gu Song Song, do you know why Zhang Sinsen is so fat? He is the young master who has a good harvest and a great year. Zhang's restaurant chain is nationwide. Isn't it a piece of cake to arrange a chef? The disbelief on Gu Songsong's face turned into shock. According to them, it would only take a word to find a job for my dad. I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. The smile on Lin Xian's face deepened. That's right, Zhang Sinsen is not just rich, he's extremely rich. But why did you do this? Friends, we seem to get along well, so I'll help you if I can. And just now you said that your estimated score is above 600. With such good scores, wouldn't it be a waste if you don't go to college? A glimmer of joy flashed in Gu Songsong's eyes. What Lin Xian said seemed to make sense, but after calming down, Gu Songsong frowned again. Then how can I repay you? They helped solve the family's difficulties and were able to go to college themselves. It is no wonder that this kindness can be said to have changed their destiny. But how can I pay it back? Zhang Sinsen reached out and patted Gu Songsong on the shoulder. It's too early to talk about repaying you. You are the person that my brother Xian has high hopes for, so you must be right. I believe in my brother Xian's vision. This time, Lin Xian did not respond. It's not that I have a unique vision, but I have stayed in the spiritual space for such a long time that even if my memory is not good, I can still remember those important events. Now, many things are quietly changing because of my rebirth. Lin Xian believes that Gu Songsong's fate will also change dramatically because of their conversation. As for whether they can work hand in hand in the future, that is a matter for the future. However, Lin Xian was still certain about Gu Songsong's character. Even if they cannot walk side by side in the future, at least they will not become enemies. Then I thank you. As he spoke, Gu Songsong stood up, walked to the table, and was about to bow to Lin Xian and Zhang Sinsen. Hey, what are you doing? We brothers don't believe in that. Zhang Sinsen quickly supported Gu Songsong, and for the first time, a relieved smile appeared on Gu Songsong's face. Now, Gu Songsong feels that everything around him has changed a lot. I had previously tried hard to extinguish the idea of going to college, but now the spark has been rekindled. On the way back, Zhang Sinsen kept looking at Lin Xian. If you have something to say, please tell me now. Seeing Zhang Sinsen's little eyes blinking constantly, Lin Xian knew that this kid was up to no good. Zhang Sinsen sniffed hard and finally asked the question in his mind. Brother Xian, I can't understand why you are helping Gu Songsong so much. It seems that you two didn't know each other very well before. Lin Xian slowed down his pace and directly stated his evaluation of Gu Songsong. I think he is a thoughtful person with unique insights into the stock market. If such people don't go to college and just stay in high school, it's a bit of a waste. Don't you think Gu Songsong gets along well with us? Zhang Sinsen was stunned. Brother Xian, you think very highly of Gu Songsong. Since you said so, I won't ask any more questions. This must be right. There was a seriousness in Lin Xian's smile. You will soon realize that your decision was the right one. Of course, with Brother Xian leading the way, I can't go wrong. Stop flattering me. You've helped Gu Songsong so much, so I'll treat you to a chicken drumstick. Then I won't be polite. Chicken legs are my buddy's favorite. White Swan Hotel. VIP room. Lin Qingyu was dressed casually, half leaning lazily on the sofa, looking listless. I was in a bad mood and didn't even change my shoes after entering the door, and my cell phone and purse were thrown aside. Thinking of what happened recently, Lin Qingyu frowned again. You must be tired. Drink a glass of water first. A magnetic male voice was heard, and then a cup of warm water appeared in front of Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu took the cup of water without even turning her head and took a sip. Why don't you ask me what happened? The man sat in front of Lin Qingyu with a gentle look in his eyes. Your video is going viral on all major platforms. I can guess without asking that it's because of the Lin family's matter. There's just one thing I don't understand. Why do you approve of your brother whom you've always disliked? At first, I thought that your college entrance examination support video was for Lin Haofa. Lin Qingyu shook her head tiredly. You just returned to China, and there are many things you don't understand yet. Let me calm down first, and I'll tell you everything later. The man smiled and nodded, and stopped talking. He just looked at Lin Qingyu quietly. After pursuing Lin Qingyu for so many years, this was the first time that Xie Wench saw her looking so listless. Since she said she was tired, I would wait until she was in better spirits. In fact, given the Lin family's financial situation, there is no need for Lin Qingyu to work so hard. But this girl is very stubborn and insists on making a name for herself. Although he is now a famous singer, he still wants to develop in the film and television industry. There are comfortable days, but why do we have to live so hard? Regarding this issue, Xie Wench had tried to persuade Lin Qingyu more than once, but all his attempts ended in failure. No matter whether it was because of family matters or work, Xie Wench felt distressed when he saw Lin Qingyu like this. Okay, let me report the current situation to you. Our brother has returned to his adoptive parents and has severed ties with us. As soon as the words came out, Xie Wench's face showed astonishment. The one you found with such great difficulty. Yes, now we are all trying to find a way to get him back. Xie Wench suddenly laughed out loud. Really? Don't you dislike that brother? You told me more than once that you wanted him to leave the Lin family. Do you regret it now? That was the past. How can it be compared with now? I didn't know before that Lin Hao was the mistress's child. Lin Qingyu raised her voice. Xie Wench was stunned. Isn't Lin Hao the adopted son of the Lin family? How did he become the mistress's child?